Du Yuling was originally a 3.5-year-old girl from a rural village in ancient times, blessed with fortune, yet tragically met her demise in her previous life due to the treachery of her cousin who stole her luck. I end this life. She has returned. Equipped with a fully upgraded system, the story begins amidst a devastating drought as her family flees in search of sustenance. Whether it be droughts, locust plagues, or blizzards, the fortunate little farmer girl, Du Yuling, fears none of these calamities. While others suffer from hunger and scarcity on the arduous journey, Du Yuling possesses a fully upgraded system that bestows upon her an abundance of luck and a space of her own. Today she unearths yam from the fields, tomorrow she encounters a wild rabbit in the woods, and the day after that, a great wild boar. Upon arriving in the capital, she starts anew, guiding her family in culinary delights, earning money to support her 5 brothers' education. Ultimately, her eldest brother becomes a general. Her second brother tops the imperial examinations, her third brother becomes a royal merchant, her fourth brother marries a princess, and her youngest brother opens a renowned eatery throughout the Great Li dynasty. Her 5 brothers dote on her, elevating her to the status of the most envied young lady in the Great Li dynasty, even eliciting envy from the princess herself. But wait, what is this strikingly handsome prince doing? Chapter 1. Returning to the original world. Qinghe town is surrounded by more than a dozen villages, with Lushu village standing out as the wealthiest among them. However, 3 years of severe drought have taken a toll on life here. The riverside, which should be lush and verdant in summer, is now lined with bare willow trees. At this moment, the village entrance is teeming with people. Lingbao, wake up. Don't frighten your mother. Please wake up, my dear treasure, my darling. A gentle woman dressed in coarse linen, adorned with a peachwood hairpin, clutches her 3 or 4-year-old daughter, weeping inconsolably. A young lad, seemingly in a state of panic, stands nearby, sweating profusely as he awkwardly attempts to comfort the distraught woman holding the child. Mother, don't panic. Father has gone to fetch the doctor. The doctor will arrive soon, and my sister will be saved. Whoa, my Lingbao, clearly. The woman is deeply shaken, as the child in her arms shows signs of weakening breath, rendering the terrified mother unable to absorb any words of comfort. A curious crowd has gathered, murmuring among themselves. A newcomer to the village inquires of a neighbor, "Oh, what happened here?" Alas, it was those 2 rascals from the Du family. They intentionally pushed her little cousin onto the dry riverbed while playing just a moment ago. Oh my, that little girl from Duer's family is barely over 3 years old. Though the river is dry, a fall from such a height could be disastrous. The woman who spoke hastily continued, "If it weren't for Dali, who went to work in the fields early today and happened to see it, Lingbao would have likely perished by now. My goodness. Duer's family has 5 mischievous boys, and this is their only daughter, whom they dote on like their very heart. This is truly dire." Another villager chimed in. The conversation continued among the villagers as they spotted Duer, the distraught father, rushing towards them with the village doctor in tow. "Slow down, Duer. You're going to jostle my old bones," the middle-aged man exclaimed. "Dr. Wang, please hurry. My daughter has hit her head and is unconscious." The urgency in the man's voice was palpable, yet the doctor understood that his own frail body could only move so fast. If it weren't for the sprained ankle he sustained while hunting a couple of days prior, he would have carried the doctor himself. However, in his current limping state, he was powerless to do anything but fret. Just then, Duer's eldest son, Du Xingzhan, arrived breathlessly. "Father, I'm back. I'll carry Dr. Wang. Excellent. Quickly, take him to save your sister." At the age of 16, Du Xingzhan was already considered an adult in ancient times, and his strength made it easy for him to carry the elderly doctor. With haste, he sprinted towards the village entrance, causing the terrified doctor to fear for his life as he clung to the young man's back. "Du darling, slow down. I'm an old man." The doctor struggled to articulate, nearly losing his breath from the jostling. In a flash, they reached the great banyan tree at the village entrance. "Doctor, please save Lingbao." The middle-aged woman urgently presented her child to the doctor. "Gently place the child on the ground," Dr. Wang instructed. Heeding his words, she carefully laid the child down. Du Sanling, who had been vigilantly waiting nearby, swiftly removed his outer garment to lay it on the ground, ensuring his sister would not lie directly on the earth. The old doctor opened his medical kit and examined the girl lying on the ground. Once a delicate beauty, the child now appeared pale, and her breathing was faint. Did she hit her head? What did she strike against? The doctor inquired hastily. The woman replied, "Dr. Wang, she fell onto the stones at the riverbed. Lingbao has a large bump on the back of her head." Uncle Wang from the village advised against moving her, so we waited for you. Please, doctor, treat her. We will pay any amount for your services. Dr. Wang, I implore you to save my daughter. At that moment, Du Er himself hurried to the scene. All right, I understand the situation. Do not panic. I will check her pulse. Having practiced medicine for 40 years, Dr. Wang was experienced, yet his brow furrowed as he examined the pulse. The signs were grim. It was no surprise. Such a small child falling from the riverbank to the bottom, striking her head on the stones, would be a dire situation indeed. It was evident that the little girl from the Du family was in grave danger, yet he could not simply deliver such devastating news. After all, Du Er had fought in battles. If he were to declare that his daughter was beyond saving, he would likely be met with dire consequences. Reluctantly, he decided to go through the motions as a way to fulfill his duty and leave her fate to the heavens. With that, Dr. Wang took out silver needles from his medical kit and began to administer acupuncture to the girl's vital points, though the child remained oblivious to the world around her. However, as the silver needles pierced her acupoints, the girl's consciousness began to stir awake. Yet, when she called out, no one responded. Mother, father, elder brother, third brother. Not a single soul acknowledged her cries, as if they were impervious to her voice. What was happening? The girl was frantic. In that moment, a playful boy's voice chimed in. Stop calling. They cannot hear you. Du Yiling looked up to see a glowing orb before her, from which the voice emanated.
Who are you?
She asked the golden orb. I am your bound system. System? What is a system? Don't ask so many questions. Just say you're willing, and I can rebind you. I can not only save you, but also help you regain your memories. Seeing that the old doctor was about to declare the child beyond saving, the golden orb grew anxious. Though Du Yiling did not fully comprehend its words, her intuition told her that this orb was familiar and bore no ill intent towards her. Upon hearing that he might be able to save her, she pondered for a moment and, discarding any reservations, declared, Then I am willing. Zizi, the system has been successfully rebound. Fortune system number 01 is at your service, guiding you towards the pinnacle of your life. In an instant, the golden orb transformed into a beam of light, piercing through Du Yiling's translucent form. Du Yiling felt an irresistible force drawing her back into her body. In less than a moment, the girl lying on the ground slowly opened her eyes, and within her exquisitely large eyes sparkled a hint of wisdom beyond her years. At this moment, all of Du Yiling's memories flooded back. Lingbao, you've awakened. Look at your mother. Oh, my Lingbao, the beautiful woman, upon seeing her daughter regain consciousness, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed to embrace her daughter, lying on the ground. Mother, the little girl called out in a soft, tender voice, causing the beautiful woman's tears to spill forth anew. Oh, my precious darling, Lingbao, your father is here, my dearest Lingbao. Du Laonyo, a middle-aged man, felt his heart swell with joy upon witnessing his beloved daughter awaken, his own eyes glistening with tears.
Father. Oh.
Lingbao, your third brother is also here. Quickly call for him. Third brother. Lingbao called out with a bright, clear voice. Oh, father, mother, and third brother all surrounded Lingbao. The eldest brother stood slightly apart, his gaze filled with affection as he looked upon his little sister, his joy evident. Du Yiling, spotting her tall brother standing at 6 feet, smiled widely, revealing her small white teeth, and sweetly exclaimed, Elder brother. Oh! Upon hearing his little sister call him, the handsome 16-year-old boy beamed a radiant smile, showcasing a perfect set of pearly white teeth. The village girls nearby blushed at the sight. Du Yiling, captivated by her brother's charm, gazed at him with her round, sparkling eyes, smiling silently. Chapter 2. The Discovery of Silver. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Upon regaining his senses, Du Lao Er immediately expressed his gratitude to the elderly doctor, even bowing deeply in reverence. Oh dear, Du Lao Er, such gestures are unnecessary. Dr. Wang protested, feeling a twinge of guilt at the display of gratitude. He was well aware that the young girl from the Du family had awakened due to her own fortuitous fate, and his role in the process had been minimal. Dr. Wang, your life-saving grace cannot go unacknowledged. Here is a silver tael for your consultation fee, and the remainder is an expression of my heartfelt appreciation. Please, do accept it. Du Lao Er insisted earnestly. Oh no, this simply will not do. Dr. Wang replied, for a single consultation, my fee is but 50 at most. You must take this silver back. Despite Dr. Wang's attempts to refuse, Du Lao Er remained resolute. Please, listen to me. The fact that my daughter has regained consciousness is entirely thanks to you. If further medication is needed, please take what you require from this sum. The rest shall serve as payment for the herbs. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude for your help. Dr. Wang contemplated the idea of accepting the money, realizing it could only enhance his reputation. Thus, he spoke with the grace of a hermit. Since you are so sincere in your gratitude, I shall accept it. Now, you may take your daughter home to rest. Be sure to provide her with warm water to soothe her lungs. Also, send your eldest son with me to collect the herbs I've prepared for her. She has just awakened and, having been startled, we must ensure no malevolent energies enter her body. I shall prescribe 2 doses for her. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Du Lao Er expressed his gratitude profusely, as did his wife, Li Yunyang, and their 2 sons. Even the recently awakened Ling Bao managed to murmur, "Thank you, Grandpa Wang." Very well. Your eldest son may accompany me. You all should return home and rest, Dr. Wang instructed. Elder brother, hurry along, Du Lao Er urged. Yes, father. I shall go with Dr. Wang, Du Xingjian replied, quickly stepping up to assist Dr. Wang with his medical bag. Let us hasten home. We must change Ling Bao's clothes, Du Lao Er called to his family. Other villagers approached, offering their well wishes. Oh, how fortunate! Ling Bao has awakened, truly, a blessed child. Indeed. She has always been bright and clever, a child destined for good fortune, they echoed. Du Lao Er, feeling buoyant, responded warmly, Thank you, everyone. I shall take my child home now. Do visit us for tea when you can. Very well, be on your way, Du Lao Er, the villagers replied. As Du Lao Er and his family made their way home, the once lush roads of summer were now a desolate shade of yellow. The wild grass drooped listlessly. The last vestiges of green on the willow branches were fading, and the riverbed lay dry. The Du family had grown accustomed to this bleak landscape, sighing inwardly. Yet for Du Ling, who had just returned from another world, the sight was profoundly shocking. As they neared their home, Du Sanlang suddenly felt something hard beneath his foot. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming 2 tails of silver, originally hidden in the grass. He would have never noticed it had he not stepped on it. Holding the 2 tails of silver triumphantly, Du Sanlang shouted, Father, Mother, I found 2 tails of silver. Isn't this miraculous? We just spent 1 tail, and now we've discovered 2. The couple's excitement mirrored their son's as they beheld the shimmering silver in his hand. My goodness, to find silver right at our doorstep, and 2 tails at that. I've never encountered such good fortune. Du Lao Er exclaimed. Indeed, my husband. 2 tails of silver could sustain an ordinary family for 3 months, Li Yunyang said, gripping her husband's sleeve in excitement. Nestled in Li Yunyang's embrace, Du Ling's large, dark eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a clever little deer. Du Lao Er's gaze shifted to his daughter, and he planted a kiss on her cheek. This must be a blessing from our Ling Bao. She has always been fortunate. Li Yunyang chimed in, gently pinching Ling Bao's little face. Yes, indeed. Our Ling Bao has always been blessed. Du Ling giggled at their affectionate banter. Noticing villagers approaching, Du Lao Er quickly urged, Hurry home, let us not speak too loudly here, others may grow envious. Right. The family hurried into their courtyard. Before them stood a spacious 4-room brick house facing south. Such a dwelling was a rarity in their village. Made possible by Du Lao Er's military service and the life he saved, a young general who, in gratitude, had gifted him 500 taels of silver upon his return. Though Lushu village was relatively prosperous, only a small fraction of homes were built of brick, most were still made of earth. With the same being true for half of the town. Upon arriving home, the family quickly set about preparing a bath for Du Ling, disregarding the silver for the moment. Even though the river was dry, the ground was muddy, and the little girl was covered in dirt. Without needing prompting, Du Sanlang swiftly went to the kitchen to fetch water for his sister. Once the family had washed Du Ling and dressed her in clean clothes, the swift Du De Lang returned home with the medicine. Despite Dr. Wang's ulterior motives, he had proven to be a decent man, providing nourishing herbs for Du Ling, including several ginseng roots, which were worth at least a tael of silver. Upon seeing the ginseng roots, Du Lao Er praised Dr. Wang for his generosity. Dr. Wang is truly wonderful. Not only did he save Ling Bao, but he also included ginseng roots for her recovery. Elder brother, when you hunt in the mountains next, be sure to bring Dr. Wang a gift in return. Unbeknownst to Du Lao Er, the truth of his daughter's awakening was far different. Yet he remained full of gratitude for Dr. Wang's kindness. Du Ling, however, refrained from correcting him, recognizing that, regardless of his motivations, Dr. Wang was indeed a good person. Moreover, she had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, her escape from the impending disaster. Indeed, once the system restored her memories, she recalled everything. In her past life, at the tender age of 3.5, she had fallen into the river, and after slipping into unconsciousness, she was never rescued. She had perished. After her death, Du Lao heir, who had always doted on his youngest daughter, could not bear the loss. One day, while drawing water from the village as only well, he became dazed and, due to his physical limitations, accidentally fell in and met his demise. Following her father's death, her mother succumbed to grief and fell ill. The drought persisted and, ultimately, everyone fled in search of sustenance. Li Yunyang, with her sons in tow, embarked on a perilous journey of thousands of miles, and not a single one survived. In stark contrast, her uncle's family thrived. Just days after Duling's death, her eldest cousin had rallied the family to flee early, later marrying into a general's household, while the cousins who had contributed to Duling's demise managed the general's shops, living luxuriously. All of this was a consequence of her cousin usurping her fortune. After binding with the fortune system number 01, she was shown the fate of her family. With a heavy heart, she clenched her fists, resolved to follow the system on its quests across various worlds. Because the system promised her that once she accumulated enough points, she could return to her original world and save her family. In this lifetime, she has returned, reborn before the onset of tragedy, before all misfortunes befell her family. As for her cousin in this life, well, she can stay wherever it pleases her. Attempting to seize her fortune? Not on her watch. Chapter 3. Punishing the culprit. In the kitchen, the medicine for Duling was ready, and Du Lauer, with a spoon in hand, fed her mouthful by mouthful. Lingbao, you are so good. Just a few more sips to finish, he encouraged. Duling graciously drank nearly half a bowl of the concoction. Dr. Wang had prescribed tonics for her health, adding licorice for sweetness, making it bearable despite its medicinal taste. Thus Duling was willing to drink it. Once Du Lauer finished feeding his daughter, Li Yuanyang arrived with a small cloth to wipe her mouth. Lingbao, how do you feel? Is your head still aching? She inquired with maternal concern. I'm all better now, mother. After taking the medicine, my head no longer hurts. Please don't worry, Duling reassured her, playfully tugging at Li Yuanyang's sleeve. Melting her heart, she embraced Duling, showering her with affectionate kisses. Oh, our Lingbao is the best. Truly my little cotton-padded jacket. As long as our Lingbao is well, I shall have no worries. Seated on a wooden stool, Du Lauer felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing his daughter recovering. Now he had time to ponder the instigator who had pushed his daughter into the river. He sat in the main room, frowning as he gazed out into the courtyard. Li Yuanyang understood his thoughts, but found it difficult to voice them. The one who had pushed Lingbao into the river was Du Lauer's own nephew, a matter that could be trivialized as childhood mischief or seen as deliberate bullying, as those two nephews were notorious for their tyrannical behavior towards other children in the village. Now that Lingbao had awakened, if the adults went to confront the elders of the Du family, it would likely escalate into another quarrel. Father, you need not intervene. It would only invite more scorn from the elders. My younger brother and I will handle it ourselves. We can take care of our little sister's grievances. Du Xingjian declared. Yes, father, just let us go. Those two little rascals are bullying the small. I can handle them alone without my older brother. How dare they mistreat my sister? Du Sanling exclaimed indignantly. Then go ahead, but don't be too harsh. Just give them a sound spanking, 20 whacks each, and then toss them into the river by our doorstep. Be careful not to let them hit the rocks. Du Lauer instructed. Understood, father, we're on our way. Duling did not try to stop them. In fact, she wished to witness the two brats getting their comeuppance. However, her mother, Li Yuanyang, held her tightly, fearing any mishap might befall her. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation. Meanwhile, in the village, evening had fallen. Due to a severe drought, many families were skipping dinner, instead gathering outside to chat and distract themselves until nightfall when they would retire straight to bed. The atmosphere outside was lively. Seeing the brothers march towards the eastern part of the village with fierce determination, someone called out from behind a fence, "Delang, have you eaten? Where are you two headed?" As they walked, Du Xingjian shouted back, "We're off to avenge my sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Ergu emerged from behind the fence, exclaiming, "Oh, Delang, heading to your uncle's place? Perfect. I have nothing to do, let us go see how you two plan to take revenge." Lin Erga loved to stir up trouble, eagerly following the brothers as they continued their journey. Not far ahead, another villager greeted them. De Lang, San Lang. Where are you off to? We're going to avenge my sister. Du San Lang replied eagerly, hoping the entire village would follow them to witness the brothers teach those two brats a lesson and see if they would dare bully his sister again. Oh, San Lang. Slow down, De Lin is coming too. Hey, De Lang, San Lang. Similar conversations echoed along their path. And by the time the brothers reached the eastern side of the village, they had attracted a sizable crowd behind them. Long before, someone had already informed Du Lauda. Du Lauda, De Lang and San Lang are coming to confront Go Dan and his brother. It seems they mean to fight. You should tell your Go Dan and Shihua to hide. Understood, thanks, Uncle Wu. Du Lauda slammed the door shut, nearly beside himself with rage. Grabbing a rattan stick, he intended to strike the two boys, but was halted by his mother. What are you doing? Are you going to hit my precious grandson? The old lady, over 60, though dressed in coarse fabric, was well-fed and full of spirit. Mother, look at how spoiled you've made them. If I don't punish them today, they'll never learn. Learn what? Learn what? Grandma Du protected her two grandsons as fiercely as a hen shielding her chicks. Isn't it just hitting that stinky girl from the second family? I'm her grandmother, even if De Lang and San Lang come over. I won't let them touch a hair on my beloved grandsons. Let us see who dares. Mother, you don't understand. Du Lauda retorted, his annoyance growing. Hearing her son's words, Grandma Du felt a surge of anger and was about to explode when a soft, delicate voice emerged from behind. Grandmother. Please don't be upset. Father is not angry because Go Dan pushed Du Yuling. He is upset that this incident has drawn so many people over. And he finds it embarrassing. Understanding her daughter's thoughts, Du Lauda felt a sense of relief. Though he was still vexed by the disgrace brought upon him by those two inept boys. Oh, so that is how you see it. I thought you were going to defend that stinky girl and beat my two precious grandsons. Grandma Du exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Well then, it's not a big deal. I'll give those two a scare. I doubt they'll dare to touch my precious grandsons. The Du family was notoriously cold-hearted, showing no regard for familial bonds with Du Lauer's household. Grandma Du had never held her son Du Lauer in high esteem. As the group stood in the courtyard, Du De Lang and Du San Lang had already reached the doorstep. With a loud bang, Du De Lang kicked the door open. Seeing the situation, Grandma Du's temper flared, and like a protective hen, she rushed forward, demanding, De Lang, San Lang, what do you intend to do? Do you not respect your old grandmother? How dare you kick down our door? Grandmother, step aside. We have already split from the family. I'm not here to honor you today. I'm here to deal with those little rascals. They pushed my sister into the river. And they better be prepared for a beating. Du Xingjian declared, ready to take action without wasting time on pleasantries. His grandmother had always favored her grandchildren to an excessive extent, and he knew there was no point in arguing with her. He swiftly bypassed Grandma Du, grabbing one of the little rascals and dragging both of them outside. Du Xingjian was strong and quick, catching the three people standing in the courtyard off guard. By the time they reacted, they rushed outside to find the scene unfolding. Outside, the air was filled with the sounds of screams akin to that of pigs being slaughtered. Du Xingjian and Du Yongfeng held each of the little rascals down, delivering resounding smacks to their behinds. Each strike was solid and resonated, drawing winces from the onlookers. The two brothers exuded an intimidating presence, causing most onlookers to hesitate in approaching them, let alone offering any counsel. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the two young rascals had already been struck so much that their voices were nearly rendered hoarse. Counting to 20 in their minds, they glanced towards the river at the entrance of the Du family's estate. The parched riverbed was devoid of stones, consisting solely of dried mud and sand, with a slope that children often slid down for amusement. Exchanging a knowing glance, the brothers decisively kicked the two troublemakers into the river, sending them tumbling down with a splash. Having avenged their sister, the brothers nonchalantly walked away. Chapter 4. The decision to flee from famine. The spectators, along with the three individuals emerging from the Du household, stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. As they observed the brothers' graceful retreat, the villagers could not help but give them a thumbs up. Truly, they were the celebrated youths of their village. Their bravado was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Du Lauda felt as though he had been slapped repeatedly in the face, utterly humiliated, as he glanced at his two sons wailing in the river. In a fit of rage, he stomped his foot and stormed off. However, Du Lauda, filled filled with concern, repeatedly called out for Bear, yearning to rescue him from the water. Yet, at her advanced age, frail and feeble, she felt too intimidated to descend the steep slope into the river to save them, leaving her only able to fret helplessly from the riverbank. Du Yuanyu, observing her younger brothers, contemplated assisting them but ultimately chose to disregard them in favor of discussing matters with her father. At the Du family, Du Yuling recognized that the most pressing issue was to flee from the impending famine as soon as possible. Now was the optimal time to embark on their journey. Her thoughts turned to her elder brother, who had gone to town that day at their father Du behest to gather information. Sure enough, before dinner, Du inquired about the findings of Du Dalong. "What news did you gather in town this morning?" Du Dalong replied, "As you suspected, some affluent families in town, sensing the impending crisis, have already discreetly departed. However, they left under the cover of darkness, avoiding attention. Initially, I did not notice anything amiss during my visit to town. I merely intended to check on Ertie and Seedy at the private school. To my surprise, the street where the school is located, frequented by the wealthy, was unusually desolate. When I knocked on the back door of one residence, there was no response, and the same was true at the front door. Taking a bold step, I stealthily scaled their wall and confirmed that the place was indeed abandoned. I then crossed over to the neighboring house and discovered that they too had long since vacated." Du did not display much astonishment at Du Dalong's report, wearing an expression of as expected, having served in the military under a young general. He had witnessed circumstances beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The flight of these wealthy families was something he had anticipated. However, Du Sanlang and Li Wenyang, upon hearing this news, were taken aback, realizing the severity of the situation. "What shall we do?" Li Wenyang implored Du, urging her husband to make a decision. Du placed the coarse ceramic bowl down on the table with conviction, declaring, "We must flee from the famine. Is it truly come to this?" Li Wenyang thought to herself, feeling an intense aversion to the notion of fleeing from famine. Historically, few returned from such journeys. The hardships along the way often separated families forever. Sensing her reluctance, Du comforted her, saying, "There is no other choice. While the number of those fleeing is still manageable, the situation has not yet escalated to its worst. We can still procure food, let us stockpile provisions and depart quietly. But I do not wish to flee. I would rather gnaw on tree bark in my homeland than suffer separation on the road." Li Wenyang's stance was unusually resolute. Du understood her feelings well. Li Wenyang had herself fled to their current home. Along the way, she had lost her mother and brother. And even her father had not enjoyed many days of peace before passing. Du recognized her apprehension. If there were an alternative, he too would prefer not to leave. Despite his strained relationship with his parents, this land held his fields and home. Fleeing from famine would mean relinquishing everything, household registration, land, and property, only to start anew. Yet, remaining behind with these assets as the drought continued for another month would surely lead to their demise. At that moment, Du Yuling spoke up, "Mother, if we flee from the famine, does that mean we will go elsewhere? That sounds wonderful. Here, it has rained. And I haven't seen any flowers or birds for a long time." Li Wenyang paused, taken aback by her daughter's words, pondering their implications. Du Yuling tugged at her mother's sleeve, continuing, "Mother, let us heed father's advice and flee together. We can find a place with clear rivers and beautiful mountains. There will be flowers and grasses, and we can cultivate crops. In spring, you can weave flower crowns for me." Hearing her beloved daughter's innocent musings, Li Wenyang's heart softened. Indeed, if the drought persisted, no one could predict the outcome. If they could escape to a picturesque locale. Du observed that his wife was wavering in her resolve. He cast an approving glance at his daughter and seized the moment to persuade Li Wenyang further. "Wenyang, I understand that fleeing from famine is difficult, but it is far better than starving to death here. I have inspected the fields. It is the season for wheat to mature, yet not a single drop of rain has fallen, and the soil is cracking. This year, it is highly likely we will reap nothing. If that happens, how will we survive?" As for why so few had already fled, it was because most clung to hope, wishing for the heavens to grant rain and provide a path for the common folk. Yet, in reality, it was a calamity beyond their control. At this juncture, Li Wenyang grasped the situation, her eyes wide open, and looked at her clever daughter, Du Yuling, saying to her husband, "I will follow your lead, my dear." Du Yuling was the first to express her joy. "Wonderful. Then we, as a family, can venture to a place with mountains and rivers. In spring, Mother will make scrambled eggs with Chinese tune for us, and in summer, my brothers will take me to the mountains to pick fruits. Li Wenyang indeed smiled. All right. I shall certainly prepare scrambled eggs with Chinese tune for our little glutton in the coming spring. Chapter 5. The space. Seeing that Li Wenyang was now on board, Du Er felt a surge of relief. Excellent. We must not delay. We shall begin preparations at once. Eldest. Tomorrow take third brother with you to the town to buy grain. Procure as much as you can. I will provide you with silver shortly. But remember, do not purchase too much from any one vendor to avoid drawing attention. Also, while you're at it, buy a mule and cart. Once you have made your purchases, load the grain onto the cart. As they discussed their plans, the family had already closed the door tightly. Du Er then entered the inner room. Moments later, he emerged with a substantial bag of silver, amounting to 70 or 80 taels, which he handed over to his eldest son. Du Xingzhan, though accustomed to carrying burdens, had never seen so much silver in his life. Yet he remained composed, declaring, I will handle this matter well. Do not worry, father. Good, Du Er replied. Turning to his third son, third brother, once in town, you and eldest will split up. Go and fetch second brother and fourth brother to return with you tomorrow. They both have a day off, so just say that your mother and I miss them and wish for their return without mentioning anything else. As for Xiaowu, there is no rush. The tavern is crowded and full of prying eyes. Understood, father. Old third is not foolish, moreover. He is quite astute and certainly comprehends his father's intentions. Old second and old fourth are studying at a private school in town, where they typically have a day off every 10 days, with a longer holiday of 3 days at the end of each month. Both brothers are diligent in their studies, so they usually return home only at the end of the month, staying for 3 days. Old second, Du, finds an excuse to call them back, hoping to avoid any suspicion from those with ulterior motives. After all, they are planning to escape from famine and must do so discreetly. Should the town chief or the county magistrate catch wind of it, they would end up in jail. Old second then confides in Li Yunyang. I will take the family carriage to the county tomorrow, claiming it is a visit to relatives. I will inform your elder brother. If he is willing to join us in our escape, we shall depart together. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Yunyang's face. Her husband was thinking of her elder brother, which deeply touched her heart. Having lost her parents early on and relying solely on her brother, she later married Du Old Second from the county, and the two families have maintained a close relationship ever since. Old Second also realized that a trip to the county would not only allow him to discuss traveling together with his brother-in-law, but would also provide an opportunity to purchase many supplies discreetly, as the town lacks sufficient provisions. Without further ado, they made the necessary arrangements, and Li Yunyang entrusted their daughter to do Old Second's arms before hastening to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal, they would prepare provisions, as opportunities to cook on the road would be exceedingly rare. Du Ling remained silent, having recognized that her father was indeed a man of substance, particularly with his foresight. More impressively, he was not pedantic, a rarity in this era. Du Ling contemplated her spatial abilities within her system, pondering how to present this idea to her father in a way that would be acceptable. Her father dotes on her mindlessly, treating her as if she were the very essence of his being. Having recently navigated through the brink of life and death, encountering miraculous events, such as being saved by a deity and receiving a precious gift, it would be plausible to share this with him. Thus, as her father stepped into the inner room, Du Ling followed closely behind, her short legs trotting eagerly. Du Old Second sat on the kang in the inner room, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Although he had made meticulous arrangements, he still grappled with uncertainty, particularly regarding how much grain to purchase. A meager supply would certainly be insufficient for the long journey, while an excessive amount would be burdensome to carry. And there was also the fear of being robbed by nefarious individuals. What should he do? Just as he was lost in thought, he spotted his precious daughter approaching with her little, bouncy steps. Instantly, all his worries vanished, and he scooped her up, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. The stubble on his face brushed against Du Ling's delicate skin, causing a slight sting, yet she bore it without annoyance. Having traversed through numerous small worlds, she cherished this long-awaited display of affection from her father. My dear daughter, Du Old Second exclaimed, tomorrow, your father, along with your elder and third brothers, will head to the town and county. It will just be you and your mother at home. Shall we not go out and instead stay home to make pancakes together? Du Ling embraced her father's neck and sweetly replied, all right, father, I will stay home and help mother make pancakes. Such a good girl, my precious daughter, he responded, kissing her again, unable to part from her. It was evident that he cherished Duling deeply, a true fatherly indulgence. Duling gazed at her father, sensing it was time to begin. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gently pulling him down to her level, and whispered something in his ear, covering her mouth with her small hands as if to shield their conversation from prying ears. Du Old Second, utterly smitten by his daughter's adorableness, asked with a dazed expression, "What is it, my dear daughter? Do you have a secret to share with your father?" His heart swelled with joy. It delighted him that his daughter always confided in him first. "Father, I have a great secret to tell you, but you must not tell anyone else," she murmured. "All right. How significant is it?" Du Old Second teased. "It is exceedingly significant." With that, Duling released her hands from her father's ear and spread her arms wide to demonstrate, glancing at him with an expression that suggested, "Look, it's this big." "Ha ha." Her father erupted in laughter. Yet, noticing her pouty lips, he quickly composed himself and solemnly promised, all right. I will not breathe a word to anyone. My daughter's great secret will remain between us. Now, tell me, my dear." Duling did not wish to appear overly childish, yet her innocent demeanor made it easier to earn her father's trust. "Father, actually, it wasn't he, Dr. Wang, who saved me." Upon hearing this, Du Old Second immediately straightened, his expression shifting from playful to serious. Seeing her father's earnestness, Duling pressed on, "When I was lying on the ground, I was conscious, but you all couldn't hear me calling for you. At that moment, a golden light enveloped an old deity passing by. Seeing me crying for my parents, who could not hear me, he took pity on me and saved me. Upon closer inspection, he remarked that I was blessed with great fortune and that I was a kind-hearted child, thus granting me a magnificent opportunity." Du Old Second's heart raced at her words, and he trembled as he asked, "What was this great opportunity?" Duling feigned a mysterious expression and replied, "The old deity said it was a space where I could store all the food and toys I desire. Whenever I wish to retrieve them, I can do so." At this revelation, Du Old Second nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Was there truly such a miraculous occurrence? And that his daughter was the one to encounter it? He felt a wave of existential doubt wash over him. However, upon reflection, he realized it was not entirely implausible. His daughter had appeared gravely injured when she had fainted. Yet upon awakening, she seemed perfectly fine. Moreover, she had lost a considerable amount of blood, but when he had held her just moments ago, he had noticed that the scab on the back of her head had vanished, revealing smooth skin. Such miraculous events could only be attributed to divine intervention. In an instant, Du Old Second was overwhelmed with joy. Since the day his daughter was born, his family had experienced a surge of good fortune, and he had always believed her to be blessed. Now, with such a remarkable opportunity bestowed upon her, he was convinced that she would surely have a prosperous future. Seeing that her father was readily accepting of her tale, Duling continued, "Father, since we are about to leave, may I store the little cloth tiger you made for me, along with the toys my brothers gave me, in my space? This way, it won't be heavy, and it won't tire you and my brothers." Upon hearing this, Du Old Second's mind sparked with clarity. If she could store toys, then surely she could also store food. He suppressed his excitement and looked at his daughter. "Ling Bao, how large is this space of yours? Can it hold grain?" How big?" Duling feigned innocence before dropping a bombshell that made her father clutch his heart. "I do not know how big it is. It's just a vast expanse of whiteness, seemingly endless, with no visible end." Upon hearing the news, Du Laoer could no longer contain the exuberance bubbling within him. He embraced his daughter and burst into hearty laughter. "Ling Bao, my dear Ling Ao, you are truly the apple of your father's eye. With this, our family shall never again know worry." He contemplated taking Ling Ao with him to the county town the following day, intent on purchasing as much as they could carry. After all, the county town was vast, and as long as they did not draw attention by shopping excessively at one place, they could buy freely. All the acquired items would be stored in his daughter's space. My precious daughter, let me shower you with kisses," he exclaimed, eliciting a peal of laughter from Du Yuling, who giggled like a little chick at her father's affection. Chapter 6. The Discovery of Gold. Although the timing was still early, it was not too late. Du Laoer, being inherently cautious, seized every moment to mobilize his family for preparations. After the family had dinner, Li Yuanyang lulled Ling Bao to sleep and then set about her tasks. Although Du Yuling wished to assist, her small stature proved a hindrance. And soon the physiological urge for rest overcame her. She fell asleep under her mother's gentle ministrations. The two adults, accompanied by their two young sons, began to make pancakes. Du Lao instructed that all the flour in the house, both white and mixed grains, should be combined. His intention was to make as much as possible, for there was no fear of spoilage with his precious daughter's space to store them. The family, obedient to Du Lao's commands, set to work without further ado. The youngest, Du Sanlang, sat by the stove tending the fire and keeping an eye on the two large iron pots. Du Lao kneaded the dough, while Li Yuanyang rolled out the pancakes, and the eldest brother cooked them. The family worked in harmony until dawn before finally retreating to rest. At this juncture, time was their most valuable currency for survival, and they were eager to set off early. After a brief hour of rest, they rose hastily. Following breakfast, Du Lao, accompanied by his daughter and son, boarded the cart bound for the town, while Li Yuanyang remained at home to prepare provisions. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Du Lao carefully instructed his two sons. Eldest, you shall procure a mule and a cart first, then drive it to buy grain. Purchase less rice and more millet. Understood, father, replied the eldest. Third son, fetch your second brother and fourth brother from school. You shall buy oil, salt, sugar, dried vegetables, cured meat, and salted fish, essentially anything that can be stored long term. Also, acquire large sheets of oil paper, burlap sacks, and straw mats from the general store. Visit the blacksmith to procure 3 long knives, stating they are for hunting. And stop by the pharmacy for some medicine to ward off colds. And don't forget the alum. It purifies water on the journey. Du Lao turned to his third son and inquired, can you remember all these items? Du Sanlang, Du Yongfeng, replied confidently, I can, father. My memory is excellent. You need not worry. Trusting in his son's ability, Du Lao entrusted him with the most intricate list of items. Knowing that although Yofeng was not keen on studies, he possessed a keen interest in commerce and was adept at remembering such details. Very well then. I shall take Lingbao to the county town. Du Yuling waved her chubby little hand to bid farewell to her brothers. Eldest brother, third brother. Lingbao will bring you treats from the county town. Du Sanlang mimicked his sister, waving his arms. Lingbao is the best. I'll buy you candied hawthorn when I return. The eldest brother, Du Dalong, being more composed, stood still, watching as the two departed for the county town. Du Sanlang said, eldest brother, you should head to the West Market to buy the mule. I will fetch second brother and fourth brother from school. We'll split up to gather supplies and meet at Granny's noodle stall at noon, where we can store our purchases in the cart and strategize for what remains. Agreed. Du Xingzhan replied, making his way to the West Market. Logically, one would think that a horse-drawn cart would be the fastest. Yet they opted not to purchase one due to the exorbitant cost. A horse would cost at least 50 taels of silver, while a mule was considerably cheaper, averaging around 8 taels. The family's horse was not purchased, but rather brought back from battle by Du Lao for otherwise. A rural family would scarcely afford such a creature. Meanwhile, on the official road leading to the county town, Du Lao drove the cart, observing the passers-by and other carts. To his surprise, having traveled merely 2 miles, he encountered 3 caravans, all masquerading as merchant groups. Yet their carts were conspicuously laden with human cargo, predominantly women and children. The county town lay to the south of Qinghe town, with the capital to the north. These individuals, traveling from the county town towards Qinghe, seemingly corroborated Du Lao's suspicions. Many chose to head north in hopes of finding solace under the emperor amidst the calamity. Not long after, Du Lao felt a jolt from the cart. Ordinarily, the official road was smooth, so such a jolt was unexpected. He hastily dismounted to investigate and was astounded to discover a gleaming gold ingot wedged beneath the wheel. Just moments earlier, a broad cart had passed by, prompting his daughter to instruct him to steer aside. He complied, not anticipating such a fortuitous surprise. Taking a deep breath, Du Lao quickly tucked the gold into his sleeve. What is the matter, father? Du Yuling inquired from the cart. Upon seeing his daughter's soft, delicate face, a surge of joy washed over him. He planted a big kiss on her cheek, laughing, Lingbao, you are truly blessed. With you by my side, we stumbled upon gold right at dawn. Once we reach the market, I shall buy you all the pastries you love, and we shall indulge in plenty. Yay! Du Yuling clapped her hands, visibly delighted. Chapter 7. Uncle Li. After driving for over an hour with his daughter, Du Lao finally arrived at the county town. He maneuvered the cart past the city gate and headed straight for the largest fabric store in the area. Li Yuanyang's elder brother was currently managing this prominent establishment. The staff at Li's fabric store recognized Du Lao Er and promptly approached him as he arrived, saying, "Master, you've come. After such a long journey. Please come in for a cup of tea while I tend to your horse." Coincidentally, the owner is here as well. This perceptive employee was none other than Li Daniu, the son of the Li family steward. Du Lao Er handed the reins to him and tossed 2 coins from his waist pouch, cheerfully stating, "Thank you for your efforts." Li Daniu, clutching the coins, beamed even brighter. "It's no trouble at all. It's merely my duty. Please come inside, the sun is quite strong today. We wouldn't want the young lady to be overheated." Without needing further encouragement, Du Lao Er continued forward, one hand protectively around his daughter, swiftly reaching the entrance of the store. One could say that Li Daniu was quite the charmer. His eloquence only deepened Du Lao Er's appreciation for the young man. As they approached the entrance, a refined voice called out from within the shop, My brother-in-law, you've arrived. Come in and have a seat." The speaker was Liu Nin, Li Yuanyang's elder brother, a man in his 30s or 40s, adorned in a blue silk robe. Liu Nin was indeed a remarkable individual. Shortly after successfully passing his childhood examinations, he tragically lost both parents. To support his family, he abandoned his studies for commerce. Fortune smiled upon him, and over the course of 20 years, he built up the thriving business he now owned. Du Lao Er and Li Wenin entered a private room within the store, typically reserved for meetings. Du Lao Er wasted no time and spoke directly. "Brother-in-law, I'll be frank. I've come to inquire whether your family would consider joining us in our flight from Calamity." Upon hearing this straightforward proposition, Li Jia's uncle, Liu Nin, raised an eyebrow. He glanced around the shop and noticed that the patrons were oblivious to their conversation, and none approached the reception room, which allowed him to continue the discussion with ease. "Even if you hadn't come to seek me out, I would have dispatched someone to Lushu village to consult with you in the coming days," he said. Du Lao Er felt a surge of hope at this affirmation. "What of the elder brother's plan?" he asked. To be candid, several families with foresight have already begun their exodus, at least a dozen or so. Half of them are merchants from the county, while the other half are wealthy families who have hired guards disguised as traveling merchants, ensuring a smoother escape. "When do you intend to leave?" Du Lao Er inquired. "I have hesitated, reluctant to part with my substantial estate. After all, the land and shops cannot be transported. All I could take are some silver, grain, and cloth, leaving the bulk of my wealth behind." After sipping his tea, Li Jia's uncle continued, "However, seeing you here has solidified my resolve. I must depart, and swiftly. If news of our plight has reached your town, the situation must be dire indeed. Many affluent families have already fled." Their eyes met, and they both understood the unspoken truth. They were not altruists. In this merciless era, self-preservation and that of their families were paramount. Their initial thoughts were to secure their own safety and then inform a few trusted acquaintances, fulfilling their moral obligation. Du Lao Er asked, "How much food have you prepared thus far?" Li Jia's uncle replied, "I already had 1,000 pounds of rice and 1,000 pounds of flour stored in my cellar. A few days ago, I sent by air to procure an additional 2,000 pounds each of rice, flour, and millet. Of that, 500 pounds of flour, 500 pounds of rice, and 500 pounds of millet are for your family." "Brother, this is too much," Du Lao Er said, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept such a generous offer. "Do not be modest. Not to mention anything else. My sister and her 6 children would face starvation on the journey north to the capital without sufficient provisions. Can you bear to see them go hungry?" Although Du Lao Er had always upheld the principle of reciprocity, the pressing need for sustenance for his wife and children on their perilous journey took precedence. Realizing this, he cast aside his pride and replied, "Brother, given the current circumstances, I will accept the provisions. Rest assured, once we are settled, I will repay you." Seeing that Du Lao Er had come to terms with the situation, Li Jia's uncle sighed in relief, fearing that his brother-in-law might stubbornly refuse his assistance at such a critical moment. "We are family, there's no need for such formalities," he said. He then added candidly, "In truth, there is a bit of self-interest in my offering." "Oh?" Du Lao Er raised an eyebrow, waiting for his brother-in-law to elaborate. "You are aware of my family situation. I have only Bai Gu Er as my male heir. I intend to journey with a few of the shop's managers and hire some guards, but they are ultimately strangers. With a household full of women and a considerable amount of wealth and provisions, having only 2 male figures feels rather insufficient. Upon hearing this, Du Lao Er grasped the underlying implication. His brother-in-law, in his youth, had been quite the catch, charming many young women in the county. Eventually, he married his childhood sweetheart, Zhou Shi, and a year later, they had Bai Guer. However, Zhou Shi's close friend, Bai Shi, harbored an unrequited love for him and, despite societal pressures, was unwilling to marry, fearing an arranged match with a widower, a cripple, or a rogue. Unable to intervene in her friend's marriage, she contemplated ending her own life. But her family intervened. Ultimately, it was Zhou Shi who, out of compassion, approached Bai Shi's family, offering to allow her husband to take Bai Shi as a concubine, leading to a shared life under one roof. Bai Shi was brought into the Li household, and both women soon became pregnant, giving birth to daughters. The family lived harmoniously, with Bai Shi, though infatuated, not causing trouble. Yet, as the years passed, she bore 6 daughters without a son, swearing to provide her husband with a male heir. Thus, Li Jia's family consisted of 1 son and 7 daughters, reminiscent of the 7 fairies, standing in stark contrast to Du Lao Er's family, which had 5 sons and a single daughter. Li Jia's uncle, noting Du Lao Er's understanding expression, paused before continuing, "Given that your family has many sons, I thought it prudent for our families to travel together for mutual support. With such close ties, your sons would effectively be my sons. With so many men in our party, no one would dare harbor ill intentions, regardless of the number of women and provisions we carry." He spoke wisely. Du Lao Er's 5 sons were all imbued with extraordinary strength, making them formidable protectors. Rest assured, brother, our household is brimming with boys. We will certainly look after our cousins on the journey, Du Lao Er heartily declared. Then I thank you in advance, Li Jia's uncle replied. But how shall I accept your gratitude for such a bountiful gift? Li Jia's uncle, a straightforward man, laughed and patted Du Lao Er on the shoulder. Let us not speak of thanks. We are family after all. That's the spirit. With the serious matters settled, Liu Nin turned his attention to his niece. Little Ling Bao, you are so well behaved. While your uncle has been discussing important matters with your father, you haven't cried or fussed at all. Truly, you are our most understanding treasure. Here, take this jade pendant to play with, he said, unfastening the jade pendant from his belt. The piece, warm to the touch, was worth at least 40 or 50 taels of silver. Thank you, uncle, Dueling replied, her speech slightly garbled as she spoke with her mouth full. While the adults conversed, she had been feasting on the pastries prepared by her uncle, and her belly was now quite full. Watching his daughter happily accept the pendant, Du Lao Er did not intervene, although he thought to return a gift to his brother-in-law's children on their next meeting. Noticing the waning daylight, Du Lao Er said to his brother-in-law, "Brother, I'll take Ling Bao to the market to procure additional supplies for our journey. Also, please make arrangements for your return home. It's wise to prepare ample dry rations, such as pancakes and fried rice. After all, once we set out, there won't be much time to make a fire and cook." Li Jia's uncle smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, you're right. I'll head home and give the necessary instructions right away." As they exited the fabric shop, despite the generous 500 pounds of grain provided by his brother-in-law, Du Lao Er resolved to purchase more. After all, his precious daughter now had a space to carry supplies, and there was no need to burden many mules. Moreover, with a journey spanning thousands of miles, the unknown conditions ahead were a cause for concern. It was prudent to stockpile provisions, for even upon reaching the capital, settling in the outskirts would not be easy. Initially, there would be no land available. Where would the food come from if not through purchase? Yet, grain prices in the capital would undoubtedly be at least double that of their small county. Since Du Lao's association with the young general, he has gained considerable insight. Given the circumstances of fleeing the famine and arriving in the capital, Du Lao has resolved to establish his residence there permanently, never to return to Qinghe town. After all, his parents have always treated him as though he were non-existent. More importantly, his 2 sons are destined to pursue the imperial examinations, and studying at the academies in the capital will undoubtedly benefit their future endeavors. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Du Lao first took his daughter to a grain shop. However, after visiting 2 establishments, the clerks, perceiving their shabby attire as unbefitting of city dwellers, refused to sell to them. One clerk even condescendingly remarked, "I might sell you 10 jin at most, but this premium rice costs 50 won per jin. Can you afford it?" Hearing such words, Du Lauer felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, but mindful of his daughter's presence, he restrained himself from confrontation and proceeded to another grain shop. Unfortunately, this one simply claimed to be out of stock. Du Lauer protested, "How can such a large grain shop be out of grain?" The clerk waved him away dismissively, insisting there was none available and urging him to leave. As the clerk turned back into the store, he muttered under his breath, "Even if there were grain, they couldn't afford it. What are they making a fuss about? Dad, shall we try another shop?" Du tugged gently at her father's sleeve. Very well." Du Lauer sighed, cradling his daughter as they prepared to seek out other options. If all else failed, they would first visit a tailor for new clothes and return later for grain. The townsfolk typically did not behave this way, but during these extraordinary times, everyone hoarded supplies, taking advantage of the vulnerable. Just as the father and daughter were about to lead their cart out, a man burst forth from the grain shop. He was a wealthy gentleman in his 40s or 50s, his rotund figure cradling a 3- or 4-year-old child whose complexion was an alarming shade of blue, indicating he was on the verge of suffocation. Having once traversed to the 21st century for a mission, Du immediately recognized that the child was choking. This was a dire situation, for time equates to life. Without hesitation, she released her grip on her father's hand and intercepted the frantic gentleman. "I can save your grandson. Follow my instructions quickly, delay, and he shall perish." Initially, the wealthy man was taken aback by her boldness, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet, upon hearing Du words, he paused, uncertain whether he was stunned by her authority or captivated by her conviction. Most crucially, a glance at his grandson revealed the child's critical condition. Desperate for a solution, the gentleman exclaimed, "Little girl, tell me how to save him. I shall reward you with 100 gold pieces if you succeed. Hold your grandson vertically and find a spot 2 fingers above his navel. Form a fist with one hand and cover it with the other, then forcefully compress his abdomen. Quickly, do as I say." The wealthy man, though his heart raced with anxiety, followed her instructions. To his astonishment, after 3 or 4 firm compressions, a piece of almond dislodged from his grandson's throat. The child let out a wail, gasping for breath. The gentleman wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to see his grandson recovering. "Oh, my dear boy, you frightened your grandfather half to death. Thank goodness for your good fortune. You're safe now. No need to fear." The child sobbed, "Grandfather, it was so painful." "Hush now, my dear. You're well, we are safe." The gentleman held his grandson for some time, soothing him, when he suddenly noticed Du standing quietly nearby, observing them. This gentleman, known as Lu from the county, was a landowner with vast estates, accustomed to all manner of people. Yet today, upon seeing this young girl, he felt an inexplicable sense of reverence emanating from her. Just then, Lu's daughter-in-law rushed over, cradling her son and showering him with affection. Lu approached Du saying, "Little girl, thank you for saving my grandson. I am a man of my word. I shall have 100 gold pieces brought to you immediately." Du raised a hand. "No need for gold. We cannot afford grain." "Might you exchange that sum for the equivalent in grain?" Lu, recognizing the girl's astuteness, understanding that many with silver could not procure grain in these times, was more than willing to assist her due to her heroic act. "Of course," he agreed. Consequently, Lu arranged for the provision of 1,000 jin of premium rice, 1,000 jin of superior flour, and 2,000 jin of millet. Du Lauer and his daughter proceeded to the warehouse to collect the grain, whereupon the clerk took them to the storage room before returning to his duties. With only one warehouse in operation, no other supplies were accessible to them. Thus, the two who had planned to rent mules to transport the grain instead transferred the entire warehouse's contents into Du space. As they emerged from the alley behind the grain shop, Du Lauer, who had witnessed the entire episode from the rescue to the grain transfer, felt utterly dazed. It was hard to believe that in such a short span, they had acquired so much grain. Chapter 9. The frenzy of hoarding supplies. Once Du Lauer regained his composure, he drove the cart to purchase several quilts. The bumpy journey would be made a little more bearable for his wife and daughter with these comforts. Subsequently, Du Lauer and his daughter visited the iron shop, where he procured 3 hunting knives, together with the 3 his sons had already bought. They now possessed 6 knives sufficient for each family member. These hunting knives were formidable weapons, capable of defending against any ill-intentioned individuals they might encounter on the road. With the strength of their family of 6 and Du Lauer's teachings in martial arts, they would be more powerful than a 30-man guard. Du Lauer took great pride in this fact. They had traversed nearly half a street when he and his daughter ventured into several other shops. Throughout their journey, Dueling marveled at everything, for it had been a long time since she had seen such quaint and elegant traditional shops. Beneath the eaves of green-tiled roofs, patrons sought refuge from the sun, and the bustling shops were alive with activity. While the county had not yet witnessed any looting, a palpable tension lingered beneath the calm. Dular then made his way to the eastern market, purchasing 10 jean of salt, 20 jean of sugar, 5 large jars of lard, and 100 jean of strong liquor. His battlefield experience had taught him that such liquor could serve as a disinfectant for wounds, preventing them from becoming infected. Next, Dular and his daughter visited a general store, acquiring 200 jean of dried vegetables, 200 jean of cured meats, 200 jean of salted fish, and 2 baskets of eggs. They also purchased 10 large jars of pickled vegetables, noting that the county's pickles were superior to those from their town, infused with oil and spices. For their journey, they secured 20 jean of candied fruits for Dueling to snack on. These items were not placed into Dueling's space, but rather stored in the cart, for they could not return home empty-handed. Having secured their provisions, Dular and his beloved daughter made their way back, driving the cart towards the town. Upon reaching the town, they spotted several of his sons at the entrance, preparing to return to Lushu village. Thus, Grandpa and his youngest daughter hurried home together. Upon their arrival, the sky had just darkened. The last vestiges of the orange-red sunset had vanished beyond the horizon, and the faint sounds of conversation from a few households in Willow Tree Village lingered. Most of the villagers had already retired early, for during the dry season, every family faced a shortage of grain and conserved their meals. Hence, many opted to forego dinner altogether, falling asleep to stave off hunger. Dular returned home with his son and daughter, first placing the purchased items in the backyard. Li Yunyang had prepared dinner and helped Grandpa and the others unload the goods. After a brief flurry of activity, the task was accomplished. In the main room, a dim oil lamp illuminated the confined space. The 7 family members gathered around the table for dinner, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Before the bowls and chopsticks could be cleared away, Li Yunyang inquired of her husband, "Will you send word to the tavern in town tomorrow to have Xiao Wu return?" After a moment of contemplation, Dular replied, "Let us not go tomorrow. We wouldn't want to draw attention by calling him back on a non-rest day. The day after tomorrow is his day off, so we shall go then. Moreover, my brother-in-law mentioned that he has a lot of baggage, and it will take him 2 days to sort everything out. We will continue our preparations tomorrow, and as soon as dawn breaks the day after, let the eldest go to town to fetch Xiao Wu." "Very well, I will follow your lead." The second and fourth sons had also returned home today. Both were diligent in their studies and displayed remarkable intelligence, especially the second son, who had matured early and could outsmart most adults when it came to cunning and strategy. With all the sons back, Dular felt somewhat reassured, and the family could now deliberate on their preparations. "Father, let us first organize the items in the backyard," proposed Du Erlang. Agreed. The family set aside their bowls and chopsticks and headed to the backyard, where they lit a lamp. At this hour, there was no concern for the cost of lamp oil. Fortunately, the Du family had invested considerable effort in constructing their courtyard, resulting in high and thick walls that would prevent their neighbors from noticing the light, even if they kept it burning all night. In the backyard, Dular refrained from mentioning the grain gifted by Lu Leoi, instead only mentioning the 500 jean of grain sent by his brother-in-law, which remained in the county town and would be brought back together with Li's uncle later. He had no intention of revealing his daughter as secret space, not for any particular reason, but simply because he felt it was a blessing bestowed upon her by the old immortal and wished to keep it discreet. The family set to work, beginning with the items bought by the sons in town. First, there were 3 mules and a cart, which constituted their primary means of transport for the journey. Next came the grain from the cart. There was little rice available in town, as most households typically consumed coarse grains. Therefore, Du Lang purchased 200 jean of rice, 200 jean of flour, and 600 jean of corn. Du Xingjian opened the cart's compartment and pointed to the grain bags, saying, "Father, I pretended to be a wealthy merchant, which is why I bought this much grain without arousing suspicion." "Excellent, you've done well, my eldest," Dular praised, patting his son's shoulder. The sons then unpacked several other items and provisions. They had bought 20 hemp sacks for storage, along with 2 large stacks of oil paper, perfect for wrapping the prepared dry rations. They spread the oil paper at the bottom of the sacks, laying a large sheet around the sides. rolling it up to secure the contents tightly. One person held the sack and oil paper, while another filled it with dry cakes, ensuring they were neatly stacked and the oil paper held firm against the sack. This method of packing had the advantage of keeping the cakes dry and protected from moisture, thereby facilitating long-term storage. From yesterday and today, Li Yunyang had prepared a total of 5 sacks of dry cakes and 2 sacks of fried rice, all ready to eat on the road, providing utmost convenience. The sons also procured 100 jin of dried vegetables, 100 jin of cured meat, 50 jin of salted fish, and 5 jin of salt stored in a jar. The items available in town were limited, yet the sons demonstrated cleverness by maximizing their purchases. The elder brothers were particularly fond of Ling Bao, treating her to 20 jin of assorted snacks for her journey. Lastly, they bought 8 straw mats and 8 sets of cotton clothing. These were specifically requested by Du Erlang. Du Erlang remarked, "During our journey through famine, we often find ourselves in desolate places at night, devoid of any village or inn, forced to sleep under the stars. In such circumstances, laying a straw mat on the ground is far preferable to sleeping directly on the earth. As for the cotton clothing, I suspect we will head north towards the capital. It will be quite cold there in winter. By the time we arrive, we will likely be facing the chill of the season. Mother had intended to sew new cotton clothing for us in the fall, but there is no time now and we must purchase ready-made garments. Though they may be pricier, they will surely be much cheaper than those in the capital." Du Lao Er nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that his second son was indeed wise and thoughtful. Just look at the inside of the third son. He mentioned nothing of their plans to travel north instead of heading to the bounteous southern regions. And he even anticipated the cold weather in the capital 6 months hence, knowing the new cotton clothing had not yet been made. It is fortunate that Erlang is his son, otherwise he would have sought to secure a talent like him for his daughter. What remarkable foresight and administrative acumen. Du Lao Er had always been generous in his praise for his children. Indeed, Erlang consistently thinks ahead, and this time he has excelled, even considering aspects that I had overlooked. Truly commendable. At 14 years of age, Du Hongyu felt a slight blush creeping to his ears at his father's praise. With keen eyesight, Du Ling observed that her exceptionally intelligent second brother was suddenly shy, which brought her great amusement. However, she dared not laugh openly at him and quickly covered her mouth with her chubby little hands, stifling her giggles. Fortunately, the flickering candlelight was dim. Her second brother did not notice her amusement. Had he caught wind of it, he would undoubtedly have teased her, for he had always been clever, doted on her, yet delighted in playfully tormenting her. In their childhood, he would climb to great heights to fetch mulberries that others could not reach and would often ascend the mountains to gather various fruits for her during summer. The other brothers would also pick fruits for her, but only the second brother would bring the sweetest ones. The eldest brother gathered fine ones too, while the fifth brother, often absent, and the third and fourth brothers brought back a fair share of sour fruits. Chapter 10. The Five Brothers. After a thorough organization, Du Lao Er instructed his sons to pack the items neatly into the cart's compartment. Once everything was secured, they placed a layer of old matting on top and positioned the cart against the wall in the backyard. Next, they began to process some of the food they had purchased. The family regularly pickled vegetables, and there were 2 large jars of pickled radishes and 1 jar of pickled green beans. Du Lao Er called his sons over, take out a small portion of the cured meat, clean it, and chop it finely. The 4 brothers responded in unison, understood, father. Yunyang, please fry the eggs in oil until scrambled, then set them aside. Once the boys have diced the cured meat, you can fry it with the eggs, and then chop the 3 jars of pickled vegetables and stir-fry them together. Afterward, seal them in jars so that we can easily take them out and use them to fill the cakes. Li Yunyang agreed, appreciating her husband's idea. Very well. I shall begin at once, and since it's preserved in oil, it will keep well. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Du Lauer was tending to the fire when Du Yuling rushed to her father, her voice sweet and melodious. Father, let me keep an eye on the fire, while you attend to other matters. Du Lauer embraced his daughter tenderly and planted a kiss on her forehead. Our Lingao is indeed obedient, but you're still too young for this task. What if the fire were to burn you? Father, it's all right. I'm already 3.5 years old. I can manage the fire. The girl next door has started helping her mother with it. Du Lauer gazed at his daughter, feeling a warmth in his heart, marveling at how such a thoughtful little darling could exist. Yet, considering her recent recovery, he hesitated. Du Yuling tugged at her father's sleeve and continued to persuade him. Moreover, father, please help mother. She worked tirelessly all night and hardly rested. If I tend to the fire, we can finish quickly, and then mother you. And my brothers can go to bed early tonight. Upon hearing her words, Du Lauer felt an even greater warmth enveloping him. He adored his little daughter. Yet he also cherished his wife and 5 sons. Reflecting on how the family had indeed been deprived of rest lately, hastily preparing supplies, he ultimately consented to let his young daughter tend to the fire. Placing Ling Bao on a small stool, she sat obediently. Du Lauer filled the firewood compartment to the brim and instructed her, Ling Bao, just watch the fire. I've filled the stove, and when it's time, you can add more wood. If you're afraid of burning yourself, let me know when it's almost finished, and I'll come to add the wood, all right? Okay. Father, you can trust me, I will add it. Having 5 brothers who were all exceptionally talented, Du Yuling had never needed to work at home. Her eldest brother, Du Xingzhan, robust and strong at 16, her second brother, Du Hongyu, a prodigy at 14, her third brother, Du Yongfeng, astute in business at 13, her fourth brother, Du Qing'an, handsome as a blooming flower at 11, and her fifth brother, Du Zaiyan, the family's culinary master, currently an apprentice at a tavern in town. Yet, unbeknownst to her family, Du Yuling had traversed through numerous worlds, undertaking various missions. Some of these worlds were harsh, even plunging her into war-torn realms where she had to fend for herself, cooking her meals, drinking from ditches, foraging for wild vegetables, and hunting to fill her belly. How could she not know how to add wood to a fire? But in her parents' eyes, she remained a little baby, shielded from all responsibilities. And her brothers doted on her. The flickering flames illuminated Du Yuling's fair face, and a glimmer of moisture shimmered in her dark, lustrous eyes, unnoticed by anyone as they were all preoccupied. This time, Du Lauer didn't allow the family to stay up all night. They finished their tasks by midnight and retired to bed. Before dawn, while the village roosters had yet to crow, Du Lauer quietly opened the door to his house. He turned back to secure it before donning his clothes and stepping into the darkness. He made his way to the eastern part of the village, where he turned at a large locust tree and arrived at a neighbor's doorstep. This abode, featuring 6 grand brick rooms, belonged to the village head, the best house in the village. Du Lauer had spent a restless night tossing and turning in bed, contemplating, and ultimately resolved to inform the village head about their plight, hoping he would rally the entire village to leave together. Although both families appeared to have sufficient male members, they also carried considerable supplies, particularly from his brother-in-law's household. If they headed north, encountering a mass exodus could lead to peril, as desperate villagers might seize their belongings, leaving them in dire straits. Even though it was summer, the early morning air was still somewhat chilly. Du Lauer wrapped his thin coat around himself and knocked on the door of the village head's house, expecting to wait. He was surprised when he heard movement almost immediately. The footsteps of a young man approached the door, and upon reaching it, he inquired, "Who is it?" Recognizing the voice as that of the village head's eldest son. "It's me, Du Lauer." "Do urge, come in quickly." The young man pulled Du Lauer inside and swiftly closed the door behind him. Upon entering, Du Lauer was surprised to see that the lights were on in the main room, and the village head emerged wearing a thin coat. "Ah, it's you, Lauer," he remarked, seemingly unfazed by the visit. "Uncle, it's me. Please, come in and sit." As Du Lauer entered, he noticed the village head's 3 sons were present, along with their wives, who were also wrapped in blankets seated on the kang. "Uncle, are you having a meeting? Have I come at an inconvenient time?" The village head, at 55, appeared remarkably vigorous and spirited, a testament to his long tenure as village head. "What nonsense! You know well that we are discussing the very matter you've come for." The 2 insightful men exchanged knowing glances, swiftly confirming they were indeed on the same wavelength. Du Lauer broke into a smile. "So, uncle, are you prepared? Today, we have sent Dolly and the others to fetch 2 carts of grain from the town, and we have about 1,000 pounds stored in the cellar. That should suffice." The village head took a puff of his pipe and inquired, "And you? Why didn't you bring back any grain from the county? I noticed you returned with just 1 cart." "Uncle, you know that we do not have much silver. My brother-in-law prepared 500 pounds of grain for me, but he wisely kept the total at 1,500 pounds. Upon hearing this, the village head seized upon the key point. "Your brother-in-law is coming with you?" "Yes, quite well. Your brother-in-law is a distinguished figure in the county. He will surely bring enough grain and even provide protection. With your sons, who are all so brave, you'll be safe together." Du Lauer naturally continued, I came to ask if uncle would like to travel with us. Are you suggesting we accompany your family? The village head scrutinized Du Lauer for a moment, remaining silent for a while. After taking a drag from his pipe, he hoarsely replied, Do you understand how burdensome it would be for our family to leave? Du Lauer refrained from answering and allowed the village head to continue. Your aunt has difficulty walking, and both Dolly S. and Daniu S. wives are pregnant. Additionally, Dady S. wife hasn't even moved in yet. She was scheduled to arrive in 3 months. At this, Du Lauer interjected, Uncle, are you preparing to leave? The village head inhaled deeply, sighed, and after a long pause spoke, How can we not leave? Staying here is a dead end. No matter how much grain we stockpile, if next month's harvest yields nothing, every household will be left without food. If your family has it, won't the others come to seize it? Du Lauer replied, Uncle, since you've decided to leave, let us look out for one another on the road. Dolly saved Lingbao, and I Haven Tea properly expressed my gratitude. You, with your kind heart, it was merely a small favor. Uncle, let us not dwell on that. When do you plan to depart? Have other families approached you with plans? The village head, feeling grateful for the kindness shown to him, followed along. About 10 families have already come to me. Your eldest brother came just before dark. Uncle, what is your plan? Du Lauer bypassed discussing his eldest brother altogether. I plan to open the ancestral hall at dawn, summoning the heads of every household to gather. Those among us who are willing to depart, let us journey together. For those who are hesitant, please share your circumstances with everyone so that preparations can be made in advance. Very well, I shall remain at Uncle Li Zhang's house for the time being. At first light, we shall proceed to the ancestral hall together. There is but half an hour until dawn. Silence enveloped the gathering as the sky began to brighten. Li Zhang instructed his eldest son to strike the copper gong. Soon, the villagers, having just risen from their slumber, gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Li Zhang stood upon the steps, raising his voice, All heads of families, please remain for a discussion of significant matters. Others may return home. Once you have conferred with your families, you will be informed of the situation. Please, for now, make your way home. Observing Li Zhang's grave demeanor, the more curious women, initially eager to eavesdrop, hesitated and reluctantly took their children home. Li Zhang scanned the crowd, noting the expressions of bewilderment on some faces and the hints of speculation on others. After taking in the assembly, Li Zhang spoke, This year has been quite peculiar, and I trust you are all aware of our circumstances. With only a month left until the summer harvest, our fields have cracked under the relentless sun. Whether the heavens will bless us with rain remains a mystery. Should this year yield no harvest, we shall find ourselves without sustenance. The moment these words escaped his lips, a cacophony of voices erupted in response. Indeed, Li Zhang, this cursed weather shows no signs of rain. Many of us have lain awake at night, consumed by worry. What shall we do? Yes, Li Zhang, you are known for your wisdom. Please guide us, we will heed your counsel. Li Zhang raised his hands to silence the crowd, signaling for calm. The clamoring voices fell silent. He continued, My fellow elders and I have deliberated on this matter, and we have collectively resolved to flee from famine. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, igniting a fervor akin to boiling water. Li Zhang, how can we consider fleeing? Indeed, Li Zhang, while the wheat may be parched, we still have a month until harvest. What if rain were to come? That's right, Li Zhang, we cannot abandon our homes until we reach a point of utter despair. We have lived here for generations. How can we leave in search of sustenance? Our family will not go. Those few families who were prepared to escape remained silent at this juncture. The rest of the crowd continued to murmur, but upon seeing Li Zhang's serious countenance, they fell silent. Then, Li Zhang uttered a statement that rendered the atmosphere starkly tense, and what if it does not rain by the time of the summer harvest? At this, the majority of the assembly fell silent. Yet, Li Zhang pressed on, the riverbeds have run dry. And while we can still draw some murky water from the village wells, who knows what our situation will be in a month? We may find ourselves without even drinking water. What shall we do then? His words sent a chill through the hearts of all present. With a sigh, Li Zhang continued, I am not oblivious to the difficulty of leaving our homeland. However, we must depart. Outside, there may be a chance for survival. If fortune smiles upon us and the calamity subsides, we can return. Seeing the despondent expressions on the faces of those gathered, Li Zhang felt at a loss for further words, expressing only his intent. My family shall depart. Several elders and villagers have already approached me. and we have agreed to leave 2 days hence. You may discuss this with your families at home. And those who choose to join us should come to my house before nightfall to register their names." With that, Li Zhang waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. The tall men, furrowing their brows as if to crush a fly, exited the ancestral hall. After a few steps, their pace quickened, eager to return home for discussions. Thus, beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of Lushu village, a current of tension surged quietly beneath the surface. As dawn broke, Du Xingjian arrived at the tavern in town, calling for his younger brother to return home. Du Wulong emerged readily with his bundle. Du Xingjian embraced him, saying, "Come, little Wu, let us buy some treats for Lingao." "Of course, brother. I just received my monthly pay. I shall get her the osmanthus cake she loves dearly." Along the way, Du Xingjian remained silent, walking with a calm demeanor through the bustling streets. Observing the shops flanking either side, he noted that the grain shop had changed its price sign 3 times in the span of a mere tea time, each price higher than the last. When they bought corn, it had been 8 won. Now it was soaring to 18 won. In a normal year, 1 pound of corn would cost only 5 won. One can only imagine the extent of the price surge in grain. The osmanthus cake, too, was now double the usual price, yet armed with his freshly received pay, little Wu still purchased 2 pounds for his sister. Upon returning home, Du Wulong and Du Zhan learned the reason behind the soaring grain prices. However, being of simple character, he felt reassured, knowing that their father and the family had prepared enough provisions, thus alleviating any worries he had. He rolled up his sleeves and set to work preparing provisions. Though Du Wulong was still merely an apprentice at the tavern, he possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. The same ingredients prepared by him always tasted better than those made by others, so he took over the task of making pickled vegetables from Li Wenyang. The entirety of Lushu village sprang into action. 2 days were sufficient for each household to gather their supplies. While the available grain was limited, they managed to acquire some. Thus, on the 3rd day, at the 4th watch, 50 to 60 mule carts appeared quietly at the village entrance, lined up in an impressive row, stretching half the length of the village. "Is everyone here?" Li Zhang inquired, holding his smoking pipe. "All present, father," replied Li Dali. "Of the village's 195 households, 89 families will depart." Li Zhang remained silent for a long moment, turning to gaze at the place where his ancestors had lived for generations. Regrettably, the darkness obscured everything beyond the immediate ground. He looked into the void of night, letting out a deep sigh. "Very well, let us set forth." In silence, the mule carts began to roll out of Lushu village. If one listened closely, they could hear the muffled sound of suppressed weeping. The group did not take the main road but instead traversed a narrow path, reaching the foot of Qimao Mountain after an hour's journey. There, they encountered Li Dejiu and his companions waiting by the roadside. Li's kin had brought many people as well. In addition to family, there were 2 workers, 2 young maids, and 3 young servants. The shopkeeper from the fabric store also accompanied Li's family on their journey. Li's family brought along 8 horse-drawn carts and 12 mule carts, laden with grain, cloth, clothing, and utensils, most of the family wealth that Li Dejiu could carry. Following behind, 10 guards, hired from the escort agency, accompanied them. As they gathered at the foot of Qimao Mountain, they merged with the majority of Lushu village's inhabitants. Several other families also joined, mostly relatives from the female side. Once everyone was assembled, Li Zhang prepared to lead the group once more when suddenly, a voice called out from behind, pressing forward. "Father-in-law, wait a moment." To everyone's surprise, it was Feng Xinger's elder brother, a man often found in gambling dens. Accompanied by a breathless Feng Xinger, Feng Quan approached Li Zhang, pulling Feng Xinger close. "Father-in-law, please take Xinger along. Rest assured, I will ensure she is safe at home. My parents will not dare utter a word." "What is this?" The village head was uncertain whether his actions were motivated by a desire for grain or money, or perhaps something else entirely. Feng Quan perceived the unspoken words in Li Zhang's gaze, yet remained indifferent, chuckling softly. He then uttered a statement that took everyone by surprise. "I am a gambler, but I am not a beast. I have already condemned one girl to a lifetime of misery. Let this last sister follow you all instead, so that she may find a way to survive." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he pushed his sister toward Li Deidi and turned to leave, his head bowed. His sister Feng Xinger called out softly, her voice laced with reluctance. However, Feng Quan did not look back. His slender figure swiftly vanished into the depths of Qimao Mountain. The group set off once more, continuing their journey for over an hour before finally exiting Qinghe town. By this time, dawn had fully broken, and they dared not traverse the rural paths, opting instead to navigate around the base of the mountain. They understood that they needed to leave the entire Qingchuan county before they could switch to the countryside roads. If outsiders from other counties spotted them, they likely would not intervene, provided they did not intrude upon their villages or compete for wild vegetables. The group pressed on without delay, walking for another 4 hours until they completely exited the borders of Qingchuan County. It was only then that they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The village head signaled for a break, suggesting they take some time to rest and eat. Chapter 12. The endless mountain spring water within the space the group halted, and the village head instructed, everyone rest here. The men should head up the mountain to fetch some water and gather firewood, while the women prepare the food. We will sleep at the foot of the mountain tonight, so everyone should bring back plenty of firewood to keep the campfire going, lest the wild beasts descend from the mountain. As soon as he spoke, the village's men sprang into action, while the women and children settled down to rest. Father, Li Wenyang said, holding back Du Er's eagerness to move. Let's take a moment to rest and drink some water before heading out. Here, father, have some water, Dealing said perceptively, handing her father the water pouch. Our Lingao is such a good girl, Du Er exclaimed as he took the pouch and drank heartily. His sons followed suit, each grabbing their own water pouches. Dealing and her mother were not as parched, having remained in the cart, while her father and brothers, who had been driving the mule cart in the sweltering heat, were nearly overwhelmed by the sun's intensity. Noticing her father pause after a few gulps, seemingly reluctant to continue, Dealing asked, Father, why have you stopped drinking? Lingao sees that your lips are chapped, and there is still plenty of water left. This time, however, Du Er did not heed his daughter's concerns, but patiently replied, I appreciate your care, Lingao, but we did not bring much water. We must conserve it. I will take your brothers up the mountain to find more. If we can find water, we will drink our fill before returning. You need not worry about us. Upon hearing this, Dealing glanced around and then motioned for her father to lean down. Whispering in his ear, she said, Father, you do not know, but there is plenty of mountain spring water in my space. What? Du Er's eyes widened in astonishment. Dealing continued with childlike exuberance. I do not know how it happened, but suddenly there is a spring in my space, filled with enough water for our whole family for a long time. Du Er took a moment to collect himself, placing a hand over his heart before he regained his composure. Dear Lingbao, do not speak of this to anyone else. I will take you and your brothers up the mountain, and we must act like everyone else. We will save that water for tonight and drink it secretly. All right, father. Return quickly, she replied eagerly. My good daughter, I shall be back shortly. With a wave of his hand, Du Er led his 4 sons up the mountain, each carrying a water pouch and a clay pot. The eldest, Du Xingzhan, remained behind. This had been a prearranged decision, although they were familiar with each other while fleeing. It was prudent to leave someone behind whenever they stopped to forage for food to ensure safety. Moreover, someone needed to keep watch over their substantial food supply. Sister, brother. It was the recently settled Li family's uncle, accompanied by his entire family, who had come to find his sister's family. Their paths crossed at the foot of Qimao Mountain. But the two families had not had the chance to speak or walk together, as the Du family was part of the Lu Shu village group, while the Li family trailed behind. An 18 or 19-year-old young man approached, exuding a scholarly demeanor, and bowed respectfully to Li Wenyang. Good buyer. You have become even more handsome in these past few months, Li Wenyang smiled, lifting his hand gently and speaking warmly. But there is no need for such formalities out here. Yes, Aunt, buyer remembers, he replied. Uncle. Dealing called out sweetly. My dear Lingao. Come here for a hug, the Li family uncle exclaimed, lifting her into his arms. Giggling, Dealing laughed joyfully in her uncle's embrace. Uncle. Eldest brother Du Xingzhan stepped forward to greet him. Xingzhan, you are clearly our strongest lad, the uncle praised, noting his impressive physique as he held Dealing with one arm while patting Du Xingzhan's shoulder with the other. Hearing such compliments from his uncle, Du Xingzhan's sun-kissed skin flushed slightly with a rare hue of embarrassment. Though not typically taciturn, he found himself at a loss for words when faced with such straightforward praise. Li Wenyang chuckled, you need not fear buyer becoming jealous of such words. She cast a teasing glance at her brother. Before the uncle could respond, the tall and graceful Li Bai spoke up, Aunt, I am not jealous. In our family, No one can compare to De Lang in terms of martial prowess. He might even become a martial champion one day. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyang beamed with joy. Fire. You certainly know how to flatter. If De Lang truly becomes a martial champion, I will be the first to send out invitations for a celebratory feast. Standing nearby, Du Xingjian, familiar with his gentle cousin, playfully nudged him lightly on the shoulder. Li Bai, taking advantage of the moment, led him aside as if to discuss something important. Father, Ling Bao, at this moment, the eldest daughter of Li family uncle, Li Shuer, approached, taking her father's hand while holding onto the now-cherished Ling Ao. Cousin. Ling Bao hasn't seen you in days. You have become even more beautiful. Diyuling expressed her fondness for her elder cousin, who was around 15 or 16, well-educated, and very affectionate toward her youngest sister. Whenever they visited their uncle's home, the elder cousin would gift her a hand-embroidered pouch filled with candied plum sugar, which Diyuling adored. Li Shuer laughed. You little rascal, always teasing your cousin. Though she said this, her tone was devoid of irritation, her hand covering her mouth as she smiled. Diyuling understood her cousin was merely shy and quickly feigned seriousness, saying, I speak only the truth. Cousin must not misinterpret my words. You are quite the charmer. Li Shuer playfully tapped Diyuling's petite nose before she casually unfastened a pouch she carried. Here for you. Diyuling accepted it naturally, guessing it was likely filled with sweets. However, could it be that amidst the chaos of fleeing, my cousin still remembered to bring me sweets? Diyuling felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, as she opened her pouch and beheld the sugar-coated, twisted plum blossom candy nestled within, a warm current surged through her heart. Her cousin had actually thought of bringing her sweets at such a time. Overwhelmed with emotion, Diyuling longed to leap from her uncle's embrace to her cousin's arms, bending forward eagerly. Cousin. Uncle Li and his daughter both looked at her with affectionate indulgence. Given Diyuling's slight frame, Uncle Li was able to lift her easily and passed her to his eldest daughter. The moment Diyuling found herself in her cousin's embrace, she wrapped her arms around her neck and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Cousin, you're so wonderful. Ling Ao loves you the most. Oh really? More than you love Auntie? That's a different kind of love. One is Ling Bao's love for her mother, while the other is Ling Bao's love for her cousin. So you also love Auntie the most, love Uncle the most, love Father the most, and also love your elder cousin the most, and your second cousin too. Ling Ao has so many favorites, doesn't he? Hee. Diyuling chose not to elaborate further, giving her cousin a knowing look that conveyed an unspoken understanding. This expression was so vivid that it made Li Shue's fondness for her blossom even more. Li Yunyang and Zosher, watching the interaction between Ling Bao and Li Shuer from the side, felt a deep sense of contentment, clearly pleased by the scene. Bai Shi, however, had no thoughts about the sisterly bond between the cousins. Instead, she busily engaged Uncle Li in polite conversation. Meanwhile, Bai Shi's 6 daughters cast discontented glances. Chapter 13. The Du family's main house. They could not stand her demeanor. Uncle Li's second daughter commented, her meaning unmistakable. Indeed, she pretends to be so amiable at home. Yet when it comes to outings, she feigns interest in inviting us, while actually being the most exclusionary. Absolutely, the eldest sister is the most pretentious and pushes us away. A few young girls stood not far from Liu and Diyuling, overhearing their words. Diyuling's delicate brows knitted in displeasure, but Liu seemed unperturbed, simply cradling Diyuling as she headed towards their carriage. That evening, when they settled down, the Li family's carriage was parked alongside the Du family's. Good Ling Bao. I will carry you to the carriage to eat mung bean cake. Diyuling understood that her eldest cousin wished to shield her from the unkind words of those other cousins, and feigned ignorance as she smiled at Li Shuer. All right. Ling Ao loves mung bean cake the most. Cousin dotes on me the most. You. Isn't osmanthus cake your favorite? Now mung bean cake is your favorite too? Li Shuer teased her. Yes, they are all my favorites. Seeing her cousin so adorably innocent, Li Shuer's earlier irritation dissipated, and she affectionately embraced her while they enjoyed their pastries together. The servants of the Li family, having rested, promptly began preparing the meal. Li Yunyang also fetched her homemade flatbreads and specially prepared pickles from her carriage, ready to cook. Zosher stopped her, unwilling to let her toil alone. Dear sister, don't be so formal. We are all family, let us eat from the same pot. What are you doing? Li Yunyang laughed as she brushed off Zosher's hand. Sister-in-law, normally I wouldn't mind eating as much as I wanted at your house. But this is a time of hardship, and every family has brought only a little grain. True, your family has brought enough food for several carts. But you have many mouths to feed. How can it sustain our family of 8? Zhou continued to persuade her. Sister, what you're saying isn't right. We are all family. Eating from whom doesn't matter, and today is the first meal. Let us eat together and enjoy the liveliness. Liu Yang replied, sister-in-law. I'm not being polite, you know how my children are. Each one is like a little calf with an insatiable appetite. Not to mention, your household's 3 cooks might not even match the speed at which my 5 little calves eat. Zhou admitted, well, that is a point I overlooked. Liu Yang continued, so, sister-in-law, let us not be formal. I have prepared some flatbreads and stir-fried pickles. We can each take a few to eat quickly and fill our stomachs. Oh dear, look at me. I also didn't think this through. How about this? Once the kitchen maids have finished cooking, I'll bring over 2 bowls of dishes. You mustn't refuse. Where's the need for that, sister-in-law? I'll fetch them myself. Ha, yes, that is how it should be. The ants were enjoying their cheerful banter. Others were also busy preparing their meals. Just as everyone was quietly preparing for dinner, a sudden commotion erupted in the front. It turned out that the matriarch of the Du family was quarreling with another cantankerous old woman from the village, both grappling for a handful of wild vegetables. Let go. I saw it first. The Du matriarch declared with fervor, refusing to yield an inch. On the other end of the wild vegetables stood an elderly woman who appeared much older than the Du matriarch. Her face was weathered, her coarse linen garments stained. Yet her wrinkled visage bore an air of menace. Get lost, you old hag. I clearly saw it first. I gathered it, and you came to snatch it. You shameless one. Your family has enough grain. Why are you stealing wild vegetables meant for us poor souls? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the heavens? At this, the Du matriarch became even angrier. Let the heavens strike you. I saw it first. I called my granddaughter to pick it. Who knew you'd beat us to it? Old Lady Wang was equally obstinate. You claim you saw it first? I could just as easily say I saw it first. Besides, who has to say who saw it first? I also saw your horses. Why don't you give them to me? You shameless old crone. So we're discussing wild vegetables, and now you covet my horses? Just watch me tear your mouth apart. As the Du matriarch lunged to scratch Old Lady Wang's face, it was unclear whether Old Lady Wang was slow to react or deliberately unmoving. She stood there, allowing the Du matriarch to mar her visage. A prominent gash appeared on her cheek, stark against her weathered skin. The Du matriarch hadn't anticipated that this old crone would allow herself to be struck. Just as she sensed something amiss, Old Lady Wang staggered back, her wild vegetables scattering to the ground, and she plopped down, wailing sharply. Oh heavens! This is unbearable. My husband left too soon. Look at how they bully us widows and orphans. My dear husband. I can't go on. The Du matriarch was taken aback. She hadn't expected this turn of events. This old crone was known for her tenacity, never having shown softness or lamented before. What was happening today? Her husband hadn't passed away in recent years. It had been over a decade. The Du matriarch was puzzled, but Du Ru, standing beside her, understood perfectly. It seemed Old Lady Wang's intention was not merely to claim the wild vegetables, but to extort some grain from their family. Given their meager appearance, they were in a situation where the village head had given everyone 2 days to procure food for the journey. Their family of 5 had only brought 2 or 3 bags of grain on a single wheelbarrow. It was certainly insufficient for the long road ahead. She was clearly determined to extort some provisions from them. Upon reaching this point, Du felt a surge of anger. Recently, she had been intermittently reminded of events from her past life. In her previous incarnation, her family had transported an entire 6 carts of grain to the capital, employing a caravan for protection throughout the journey. Yet now, they could barely procure 3 carts, and it remained uncertain whether that would suffice for their needs. To her astonishment, there were individuals attempting to swindle them. Grandmother, do you see? She intends to deceive us, Du declared as she stepped closer to her grandmother. Upon hearing this, old Madame Du was utterly incensed. You old hag, how dare you try to swindle us? You seized a handful of wild vegetables. And now you wish to extort our grain as well? Not a chance. Old Madame Wang, having had her intentions laid bare, showed no sign of alteration in demeanor, continuing to wail mournfully. Oh, my dear husband, why did you leave so early? Look at how everyone, young and old, can bully us, the forsaken widow and her children. Oh, husband, you departed too soon. Why didn't you take me with you? Such injustice, we can hardly survive. At that moment, The village head returned from the mountains with a group, having gone to fetch water and firewood. Upon his arrival, he was immediately struck by the cacophony of weeping. His anger flared. What is all this crying and uproar about? Do you realize the gravity of the situation? We are in the midst of a famine. Is this the time for quarrels? If you are not willing to follow along, then return whence you came. Old Madame Wang, now too intimidated to continue her lamentations, merely sobbed softly, portraying herself as a victim. The village head approached, and upon noticing that it was old Madame Wang seated on the ground in tears, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Old Madame Wang was indeed a pitiful figure. She had lost her husband in middle age and her children in her later years. With 3 male relatives deceased and 2 daughters-in-law having fled, she was left to fend for herself with only her youngest son and 3 grandsons. Faced with such a tragic character, the village head found it difficult to voice a harsh reprimand. He approached old Madame Wang and inquired, "Old Madame Wang, what transpired? Please recount the details for me." Before she could respond, old Madame Du interjected, "Do not listen to her. This old woman is merely attempting to swindle our grain." Silence. Have I permitted you to speak? The village head's disdain for old Madame Du grew stronger. This woman had never experienced true hardship yet was notoriously miserly, often quarreling with neighbors over trivial matters like land and wild vegetables. She had even passed down a soy-making skill to her eldest son, earning a tidy profit each year. Yet, despite their relative prosperity, she had sent her second son off to war to avoid paying a small sum in tax. Seeing the village head admonish old Madame Du, old Madame Wang finally mustered the courage to address him, her eyes red from crying. "Village head, it was merely a handful of wild vegetables. I had just found a small patch and was about to pick some when that Du woman shouted for her granddaughter to join her. Realizing she intended to compete with me, I quickly bent down to gather a small handful. To my surprise, after I had finished picking, she approached and tried to wrestle them from me. Before I could respond, she had already clawed my face. I stumbled and fell, and in that moment, I couldn't help but think of my late husband. It felt like a cruel twist of fate." The villagers around them nodded in agreement, voicing their disapproval of old Madame Du. "Village head, you must intervene. That Du family has no need for food, yet they dare to rob a poor woman of her wild vegetables and even resort to violence." "Indeed, village head. We all know that old Madame Du is among the wealthiest in the vicinity. Just look at her daughter-in-law's cooking. There is meat in her pot. And yet, she dares to fight over a mere handful of wild vegetables? This is nothing short of bullying a widow." The village head was met with further agreement from several others, all criticizing old Madame Du. "Be quiet. This is none of your business," old Madame Du retorted, incensed by their accusations. "And you, silence yourself." At that moment, the village head grasped the situation fully. Old Madame Du had indeed crossed a line. Her family lacked for nothing. So why engage in a dispute over such trivial matters? A resolution quickly formed in his mind. The wild vegetables were picked by old Madame Wang, and thus they rightfully belong to her. It matters not who spotted them first. Whoever picks them owns them. Furthermore, old Madame Du, you have harmed her face, drawing blood. You must fetch a measure of grain from your supplies to compensate her." Old Madame Du exploded with outrage. "Village head, she is clearly attempting to extort our grain. I refuse to give her anything." The village head's patience waned. "If you refuse, then Duyur, summon your father." Duyur, keenly aware of the villagers' sympathetic gazes, understood that they were inclined to side with the vulnerable. Realizing the inevitability of their loss, she quickly interjected, "Village head, please, there is no need for that. I will go fetch a handful of grain from our supply to give to old Granny Wang." With that, she dashed toward their cart, which was laden with millet, while their horse-drawn cart contained the finest rice and flour. Old Madame Du, still unwilling to concede, contemplated approaching the village head once more, but her son swiftly seized her, dragging her away to their resting place. "Mother, do you not feel embarrassed enough? What more do you wish to discuss with the village head? Shall we allow that old hag to succeed in her scheme and extort a handful of millet from us? What do you desire? You have already marred her face." And the village head has acknowledged the situation and decreed a resolution. What more do you wish to question him about? Seeing his mother still intent on confronting old Madame Wang, Du Laoda's frustration intensified. He could not comprehend why she was being so unreasonable at such a critical moment. "Mother," he said deliberately, "do you not understand? Yur is already going to give her grain. How much can a child carry in her small hands? It would be at most a handful, so just let her do it. What is there to argue about? This is not like our usual village squabbles." We are in the midst of a famine. Please refrain from causing further trouble. Old Madame Du hesitated, wanting to argue further. But the fierce look on her son's face silenced her. She feigned indifference and went to find her husband. Old Madame Du found her husband sitting on the wooden frame of their cart, smoking a pipe. He said nothing upon her return, but his gaze towards her made her feel distinctly uncomfortable. She understood that he was also displeased, yet she could not be blamed. Who would have anticipated that the old hag would allow herself to be humiliated over a mere morsel of food? Meanwhile, the situation at the Du family's main household reached a temporary resolution. Du Lao heir and his sons, having descended from the mountains, returned from their quest for water and firewood. Ling Bao, look at the fish I caught. Du Ling exclaimed, her brother's earthen jar containing 6 palm-sized crucian carp. Du Ling clapped her hands in delight. Wow, second brother, you're amazing. Tonight, Ling Bao will have fish soup. Du Erlang affectionately ruffled his younger sister's hair, smiling as he placed the jar on the ground. Indeed, our Ling Bao shall enjoy fish soup tonight, and let your 5th brother prepare it. He makes the best fish soup. Wow, 5th brother will cook it. Hurry, 5th brother. All right, I shall prepare it for you. I can see how eager you are. Her 5th brother approached her affectionately, saying, actually, Yuling is not craving anything, she simply hasn't eaten much since morning. On the carriage, she had a sweet osmanthus cake her brother bought for her, and just now, she nibbled on a couple of pastries her cousin offered. However, neither of these constitutes a proper meal, and they lack sufficient moisture, leaving her stomach feeling quite parched. At this moment, a bowl of steaming fish soup would be most delightful. Du Dalong had already kindled the fire, and the water in the earthen pot was nearing a boil. Du Wulong skillfully prepared 6 fish, rinsing them lightly before placing them in the pot. As they approached readiness, he intended to add some wild vegetables they had foraged, thus creating a pot of fresh fish soup. Initially, Du Yuling squatted nearby, watching her brother cook with great interest, but after a while, her legs grew stiff from the prolonged position. She turned to her mother and said, "Mother, I feel the urge to stretch my legs. I've been in the carriage all day and my limbs are quite stiff. Don't worry, I won't wander far." Naturally, Li Yuanyang could not allow her to venture out alone. She called for Du Erlang. "Erlang, accompany your sister for a stroll." "All right, I will take my sister for a breath of fresh air." Du Erlang approached Ling Bao and said, "Come, little Ling Ao, let us go play. Do you want me to carry you?" "No, I just need to move around after sitting all day in the carriage." "I don't need you to carry me." "Very well, then I shall hold your hand. Let us walk over there." It was rare to find a family like Du Erlang's, where the men were numerous and the labor force abundant, allowing them to roam freely without burdens. Either that, or they were like Uncle Lee's family, affluent enough to have servants. Since everyone was stationed at the foot of the mountain, they could either walk away from the crowd or take a leisurely stroll up the hill, not venturing too deep, merely ascending slightly. Du Erlang led his sister up the slope, which was just above the spot where they had halted. As Du Yuling ambled along the hillside, she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she heard her second brother's excited voice nearby. "Ling Ao, look what I found. Wild berries. Here, have some." The wild berries were small fruits found on the mountain, sweet and tangy. "Wow, thank you, brother," Du Yuling exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the offering. "Here, take these 3. I will keep the other 3 to bring back to mother." "No, I'll manage with just 2. You eat this one." With her small, chubby hand, Du Yuling lifted one of the berries from her brother's palm and offered it to him. Du Erlang accepted it with a smile, saying, "Our Ling Bao is truly wonderful. I like you the most. And I like you the most too, brother." "Oh, really? Then I must tell big brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother that Ling Ao likes 2nd brother the most." Du Erlang winked at his sister, a charming smile gracing his lips, embodying the essence of a handsome youth. If only he weren't so mischievous. "How can you be like this, brother?" Du Yuling pouted, looking at him with discontent. "Didn't you just say you liked 2nd brother the most? Or do you like big brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother more?" "Hee. I want to tell you. You clever little thing, someone ought to teach you a lesson." Du Erlang playfully tapped her on the head. Du Yuling, continuing her exploration with the wild berries, soon stumbled upon a small patch of mushrooms hidden behind a thicket. The siblings exchanged glances, both delighted. Du Erlang was particularly astonished. He had previously searched the mountain for water and food with his brothers, but had not noticed this patch of mushrooms. Indeed, Ling Ao was the luckiest one in their family. They crouched down to gather mushrooms, but at that moment, Yuling heard a prompt from the system in her mind. High economic value plant detected, analyzing. Chapter 15, Mushrooms and Wild Ginseng. Yuling composed herself, waiting for the system's analysis. She hoped it would be ginseng, something they could sell. After all, their family's finances were rather tight. If the harvest had been good, they wouldn't be so worried. But now, as they were fleeing a disaster, settling down, buying land, purchasing food, and building houses would all require money. Ding! System detected highly medicinal wild ginseng. A 300-year-old specimen. A loud notification interrupted Yuling's thoughts. Upon hearing this, she felt a rush of excitement. It truly was ginseng, and wild ginseng at that, of such an impressive age. Once they reached the capital, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Suppressing her exhilaration, Yuling gathered a few mushrooms with her brother before saying, "Brother, you continue picking. I wish to explore a bit around here. Squatting is uncomfortable." "All right, but don't wander too far. You must stay within 10 meters of me." "Okay." Yuling obediently agreed, turning to squat not far away, picking up some stones and exerting herself to dig. Erlang, engrossed in gathering mushrooms, didn't he notice what she was doing? After filling his arms with mushrooms, wrapped in his short coat, he turned to find his sister, but realized she was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged through him, nearly causing him to drop the mushrooms, as he hurried to search for Linggao. Just then, he heard her voice not far away. "Brother, I'm here. I haven't gone far. Come over." Erlang fixed his gaze in her direction and saw a figure behind a thicket of tall grass. When he rounded the corner, he found the small, squat figure digging in the dirt. It was indeed his sister. Relieved, he felt a surge of anger rise within him. "I thought you were being sensible, but what's this? Did I not tell you not to wander far? You nearly gave me a heart attack," he exclaimed as he approached her, intending to tug at her little ponytail. Still shaken. But then he heard her innocently call out, "Brother, come look. I found a big radish." Erlang's attention was diverted as he followed Lingbao's gaze to a small hole she had been digging, revealing a head that resembled a radish top. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the edges of the top were yellowish roots. A bold idea sparked in Erlang's mind. Though he was so excited that he nearly dropped all the mushrooms he had gathered, he managed to stifle his exclamation to avoid drawing attention. He quickly crouched beside Yuling and whispered, "Lingbao, don't make a sound. Let us see what this is." Yuling naturally kept quiet. Knowing the value of such ancient wild ginseng, in their county, it could sell for hundreds of taels, and in a big city like the capital, it could fetch over 1,000 taels at a medicine shop. Ignoring the discarded mushrooms, Erlang grabbed a larger stone nearby and began to dig, exerting all his strength. Soon, he uncovered the complete upper half of the wild ginseng. Suppressing his urge to shout, he steadied himself and continued to dig carefully, aware that the roots lay beneath. The roots of wild ginseng are indeed quite valuable, prompting Yuling to kneel down and assist in the careful excavation. Harvesting the roots of wild ginseng requires meticulous attention. Thus the two spent a considerable amount of time. By the time dusk approached and their father, Du Lauer, called them from the base of the mountain for dinner, they had finally unearthed the last remnants of the wild ginseng roots. Erlang hastily tucked the ginseng into his bosom and replied to his father, "Ah, father. We're coming down." Following this, he quickly returned the displaced soil to its original place and turned to see that Yuling had gathered the scattered mushrooms together. While he tidied the earth, he praised, "Lingbao is truly diligent." Yuling smiled sweetly in response. Once Erlang finished, he picked up his coat to gather the mushrooms and stood up, taking Lingbao's hand as they descended the mountain together. "Why have you both returned so late?" Upon seeing his precious daughter, Du Lauer's gaze was solely fixated on her, neglecting to inquire about the mushrooms tucked within Erlang's coat. He immediately scooped up his beloved daughter, inspecting her closely and gently touching her hair. "Did you bump or scrape yourself, Lingbao? Your second brother is thoughtless, taking you out to stretch your legs, yet you only realize it's nearly dark when returning." Yuling promptly defended her brother, saying, "Father, please don't blame him. It was Lingbao who wished to explore further, and we discovered many mushrooms in the little valley, so we picked quite a few together. They will enhance the flavor of our fish soup." "Very well, let us add the mushrooms. Our Lingbao is truly clever." Du Lauer was unabashedly smitten with his daughter, regarding her every action as commendable. He had initially contemplated reprimanding Erlang, but upon hearing his daughter's plea, all thoughts of chastisement vanished. Erlang, well aware of his father's temperament, merely rubbed his nose in silence and squatted beside the fire. As for the ginseng in his embrace, he chose not to reveal it just yet, to avoid drawing attention. It could wait until nightfall. Sanlang and Wulong assisted in washing the mushrooms, tearing them into strips. At that moment, the fish soup was simmering to perfection. Wulong added the mushrooms into the earthen pot, and soon the enticing aroma of the bubbling fish soup wafted through the air. "Father, the fish soup is ready." "Very well, let us serve our Lingba some fish soup. Quickly now." "It's done. It seems you are the only one doting on our daughter," Li Weiliang playfully chided her husband while continuing to ladle the soup. "Father, should I take 2 bowls of fish soup to my elder brother and the others?" "That would be appropriate. Your uncle just delivered 2 bowls of dishes. However, you needn't go. Let Dalong make the trip. It's dark now, and should a stone trip him up, it would be unfortunate. Dalong is nimble, so let him handle it." "All right." Li Weiliang felt warmth in her heart, knowing her husband always thought of her. When Du Dalong returned, the family began to eagerly sip the fish soup. Drinking a steaming bowl of fish soup on the road to escape famine was a true delight. They also had a large basin of flatbreads, made from a blend of fine white flour and coarse grains, to accompany with pickled vegetables. The pickles were homemade, stir-fried with diced cured meat and minced eggs, seasoned with some pepper. Wrapping the pickles in the flatbread and taking a bite was a burst of flavor. Each person had a generous bowl of fish soup, and Li's uncle had also brought 2 bowls of dishes, 1 meaty and 1 vegetarian. This meal was indeed splendid. Once everyone finished, only a small amount of broth remained, roughly half a bowl. The feast had been so lavish that everyone was utterly satisfied, leaving the broth momentarily untouched. Li Weiliang thought she would wait for a while, and once they had digested, she would see which of her sons might want the remaining soup. Diyuling was moving about to aid digestion when she noticed the Wang family in the left foreground. The little grandson appeared to be crying. During their dinner, they had consumed porridge, but it contained only a few grains of rice. The 3 little grandsons clutched their bellies, weeping and pitifully telling their grandmother that they were hungry. Grandma Wang felt heartache for her grandchildren, but after traveling thousands of miles, their family only had 3 bags of grain if they didn't conserve. They would soon find themselves without food halfway through their journey. "Everyone, bear with it. Didn't each of you just drink a bowl of rice soup?" Although that soup was clear and nearly empty, she admonished. The little grandsons, feeling timid, remained silent yet were suffering from hunger pangs. Diyuling suddenly suggested, "Mother, let us give our leftover half-bowl of soup to Grandma Wang's 3 grandsons. After all, it contains boiled fish meat, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. Their bowl is large enough. Half a bowl would suffice for 3 little ones." Li Weiliang, following Diyuling's suggestion, glanced at Grandma Wang's family and indeed noted their apparent hunger. Thus, she deemed it appropriate to send over the remaining half-bowl of soup. However, she pondered, "Isn't that a bit meager?" Her gaze casually fell upon the small handful of mushrooms that Erlang and Lingao had brought back, and she decided to include that as well. She ladled the soup and instructed Erlang to deliver it to Grandma Wang's family. Li Weiliang and Du Yuling watched as Grandma Wang received the soup and mushrooms, expressing her gratitude profusely, nearly bowing to a 90-degree angle. She attempted to kowtow, but Erlang firmly stopped her. When Du Erlang returned, Li Weiliang sighed, "What pitiful souls." Du Erlang did not respond, understanding that in this era, no one could be a bodhisattva to save the world. Fortunately, their family was well fed, and sharing the leftover half-bowl of soup and some mushrooms was within their means. Diyuling remained silent. She was not a saint. The most pressing concern in her life was her own family. She would help others when she could, but beyond that, she was not a philanthropist. The conversation dwindled, and everyone gathered around the fire, settling down early to rest. After all, at dawn, they would continue their journey. Having traveled all day, they were utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep. Before long, the sounds of snoring filled the air around the fire, while only the Du Lauer family heard the soft gasps from within their cart. The crackling of the fire was the only sound breaking the stillness. It was Du Erlang who had discreetly taken out the 300-year-old wild ginseng from the cart. Du Lauer stifled his mouth, fearful that his excitement might let a shout escape. Li Weiliang, overwhelmed with joy, showered kisses upon her daughter. Diyuling, with her face smeared with her mother's affection, glanced at her father, eager yet clearly signaling her refusal. "Really, I don't want that." The Du family's excitement was indescribable, yet they all understood the gravity of the moment. After the initial thrill, they compelled themselves to calm down and soon drifted into slumber. Diyuling was small, and her mother was quite slender, so they shared the only compartment in their cart. Inside, Du Lauer had laid down thick layers of bedding, with each of them covered by a thin blanket. They slept quite comfortably. The other 6 mule carts belonging to the Du family were clustered around, filled with grain, clothing, and various necessities for the journey, leaving no space for anyone else to sleep. Du Lauer and his 6 sons made do with bedding on the ground, each resting on a layer of straw mat, followed by a quilt, with a thin blanket on top, encircling the 2 women in the middle, and thus they fell asleep. In this manner of sleeping, the mother and daughter found themselves in the utmost safety, regardless of any occurrences throughout the night. Should the vigilant male members of the household awaken, they would swiftly encircle and protect the 2. Yet, unbeknownst to them, amidst their peaceful slumber, an unexpected incident transpired in the dead of night. From the mountains, the chilling howls of wolves echoed. Instantly, the menfolk jolted awake, hastily seizing torches as they ventured towards the source of the wolf's cry. Given their location at the foot of the mountain, none dared to sleep too soundly. After all, in times of scarcity, wild beasts would descend from the heights in search of prey. Before long, the air was filled with a cacophony of shouts mixed with the haunting howls of wolves. The surrounding darkness was fraught with chaos, each individual acutely aware of their own racing heartbeat. At the mention of wolves, women, children, and the elderly huddled together, trembling with fear, the atmosphere palpably tense. Diyuling was roused from her sleep, yet her father firmly restrained her within the confines of the cart, preventing any movement, while her mother covered her ears, fearing the fright might overwhelm her. Du Lauer and the older brothers stood guard beside Yunyang and Ling Bao, sending the younger brothers to lend assistance. Though Diyuling yearned to comprehend the situation, her small stature rendered her unable to resist the overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep once more, despite her mother's efforts to shield her ears from the turmoil. When dawn broke, Diyuling awoke and emerged from the cart, only to be greeted by an unsettling atmosphere, with a throng gathered around the village chief's home. She approached her father, inquiring, "Father, what transpired last night? Why are there so many people around the village chief's house? Is someone injured?" Du Lauer, not wishing to conceal the truth from his daughter, shared his thoughts, aiming to instill in her an awareness of the perils they faced along their journey. He gently lifted her from the cart and explained, "It is your uncle De Tai. He was injured by a wolf. 3 wolves descended from the mountain, and the villagers fought them off, but your uncle De Tai, sleeping on the outskirts, was caught unaware and suffered a bite to his leg, which has resulted in a broken bone. Dr. Wang is tending to him, but the road offers little in terms of medicinal resources, and the herbs on the mountain are nearly withered. Your uncle's condition is precarious." As he recounted the tale, Du Lauer's voice trembled with sorrow. Diyuling grasped her father's hand, eager to see Uncle De Tai. Upon arrival, she found him lying on a cool mat, his expression vacant of hope. Beside him, Fong Xing'er wept, her eyes swollen, while the village chief appeared aged beyond his years, silently smoking his pipe, the family collectively enveloped in despair, as if the weight of the world bore down upon them. In this desolate journey, no herbal remedies could be found to alleviate Uncle De Tai's grievous wounds, and the severity of his injury rendered any potential treatment futile. The village chief's family was shrouded in a pall of gloom, while Dr. Wang's face mirrored his distress. Initially, he had intended to bring along a selection of prepared herbs for emergencies, but with only 2 mule carts at their disposal, they could carry but a limited supply. His advanced age hindered him from transporting more, and under the insistence of his family, he had opted to bring only a remedy for fevers. Little did he anticipate such calamity would befall them, leaving him powerless to provide assistance. Diyuling recalled the kindness Uncle De Tai had shown her in the past and felt a strong desire to help him. Yet she found herself devoid of points in the system's shop for purchasing medicine. All her accumulated points had been expended on her chance to return to her original world, allowing her to reunite with her family. She could not help but mentally reach out to the system. Are there any original points remaining? Chapter 17. Purchasing Medicine. System. You currently have 100 original points remaining. Diyuling, please check the shop for any suitable medicine for Uncle De Tai. System. Searching. Found. Healing recovery pill. Requiring only 1, it can mend even the gravest of injuries. A product of the system, guaranteed to be exceptional. However, It is imperative that the user's dislocated bones be realigned and secured with a splint prior to consumption. In the wake of the system's proclamation, a pill the size of a longan appeared within Du Yuling's sleeve. She tugged at her father's hand, urging him to move forward. Approaching Dr. Wang, she inquired, "Grandfather Wang, has Uncle Datai's leg sustained bone damage?" Though initially engulfed in his own troubles, Dr. Wang, upon seeing the delicate child from Du Lao Er's family, responded, "Yes. Your Uncle Datai's injury is indeed severe, involving the bone. Then why haven't you realigned Uncle Datai's bones?" she pressed. Dr. Wang was taken aback by the 3.5-year-old's knowledge of bone realignment. "Why, you, a mere child, are familiar with such terms." "Indeed, I know much. Father often says that a broken leg is not a cause for despair. Provided the bones are set correctly, it can heal." It was true when she was 3. Her older brother had suffered a leg injury, and after proper realignment and a few months of recuperation at home, he recovered. Du Lao Er, hearing his daughter's words, marveled at her intelligence for remembering such details at her young age. Yet, he understood why Dr. Wang hesitated. Uncle Li Datai had suffered a grievous wound, with a significant portion of flesh bitten away, exposing the bone. Without superior medicine, even if the bones were set, the pain would only intensify, and should he falter, it could cost him his life. Observing her father's expression, Du Yuling quickly pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, "Father, I possess a miraculous medicine from the old immortal space. It claims to cure all ailments." Du Lao Er raised an eyebrow at his daughter's revelation. Could it truly be so wondrous? Yet, the notion of a panacea posed a dilemma for him. This perilous journey had been fraught with danger, and if such a remarkable medicine truly existed, he privately wished to reserve it for his daughter or Yunyang, though he yearned to save Datai. The safety of his family remained paramount. Thus, Du Lao Er found himself torn, pondering before he finally asked, "Daughter, how many of these miraculous pills do you have in your space?" Understanding her father's concern, Du Yuling replied, "It seems there are many, at least a bottle. And I believe there are several, perhaps around 10. With this assurance, Du Lao Er felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Then let us hasten to administer this pill to Uncle Datai." "Father, wait." Du Yuling unexpectedly halted him, raising her chin to ask, "If others inquire about the origin of this medicine, how shall we respond? We cannot simply tell them it was bestowed upon me by an immortal." Du Lao Er considered this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Leave the explanation of the medicine's provenance to me." "Very well, I shall abide by your words." Holding his daughter's hand, Du Lao Er approached the village chief, calling out, "Uncle Li Zheng." Li Zheng lifted his gaze, his eyes clouded with weariness. Assuming Du Lao Er had come to offer words of comfort, he sighed, "Old heir, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for further platitudes. This is fate. Datai has met his trial, and I have come to terms with it." Yet, Du Lao Er's next words were astonishing. "Uncle Li Zheng, I am not here to console you. I possess medicine that can aid Datai, and I assure you it will work." "What? You have medicine that can heal Datai?" Upon hearing these words, Li Zheng was taken aback, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Du Lao, yearning to hear another affirmation from his lips. Du Lao did not disappoint him, continuing, "Indeed, Uncle Li Zheng, you are aware that I have been on the battlefield before, and, by some stroke of fortune, I once saved a young general. That general bestowed upon me a miraculous medicine, claiming that no matter the severity of the wound, as long as one still had breath, consuming this elixir would ensure survival. Is that true? Is it truly so miraculous?" Li Zheng inquired, his voice quivering with trepidation. Du Lao continued, "I heard from the young general that this is a secret remedy procured from the palace, a lifesaver gifted to him by the old general in times of peril. Seeing that Datai's injuries are so grave, I believe it is only fitting to use it on him." Du Lao spoke with a degree of cunning. He was no fool, and though his primary intention was to save a life, such a precious medicine would undoubtedly obligate Li Zheng to acknowledge a great debt to the Du family. This wondrous medicine, it cannot be wasted. A secret remedy from the palace, so invaluable, to be used on a mere commoner like Datai, what a disgrace it would be. Although Li Zheng secretly wished to utilize the medicine, he could not help but ponder, such a rare elixir from the palace. Many officials might never have the fortune to see it in their lifetime, yet it was to be administered to Datai. However, with only this singular life-saving medicine at hand, he found himself in an agonizing dilemma, pacing restlessly. Nearby, Dr. Wan, despite his excitement and eagerness to witness the palace remedy, understood that the decision was beyond his purview as a mere physician. The obligation Li Zheng would incur to the Du family was monumental. Moreover, this medicine was exceptionally precious. Should the Du family travel to the capital to sell it to a noble, it would surely fetch a fortune. Thus, Dr. Wang comprehended Li Zheng's hesitation. Yet Feng Xing'er remained oblivious. She only knew that this medicine could save her beloved Datai, and disregarding the expressions of those around her, she abruptly fell to her knees. "Uncle Du, I implore you, please save Datai." Xing'er beseeched, "I am willing to repay you for the rest of my life. Serving you as a humble maid, just please use this medicine for Datai. How dare you speak out of turn? Silence yourself and step aside." Li Zheng's frustration flared at Feng Xing'er's naivety. Chapter 18. The Secret Medicine Saves Lives. Yet, he could not muster a more severe reprimand. After all, it all revolved around his son. Did he not yearn to apply this medicine to his own child? Having resolved to give the medicine to Li Datai, Du Lauer did not feign reluctance, stepping forward to offer further persuasion. "Uncle Li Zheng, this medicine is meant for Datai. The fact that it is with me at this moment, and that Datai has sustained injuries just now, perhaps this is fate." Li Zheng's lips quivered, struggling with the shame of asking. At that moment, his wife, Lu Shi, limping with her leg ailment, was supported by her eldest daughter-in-law as she approached. "Dear husband, why not let Datai use it? The Du family's great kindness, we shall repay it with our lives, doing whatever we can. Yet, a life is singular." Lu Shi's tearful pleas genuinely moved Li Zheng, a man in his 50s, to the brink of tears. Did he not wish to save his son? At this juncture, he finally made up his mind, turning to bow deeply to Du Lauer. Startled, Du Lauer quickly raised Li Zheng's arms. "Uncle Li, please do not. Datai and I are akin to brothers. You must not do this." Li Zheng was touched, nearly shedding tears. Old heir. Such a profound gratitude cannot be expressed in words. In the future, should your family require any assistance, know that the Li family is at your service. Every member of my family will be at your disposal. We shall be eternally grateful for your kindness. Uncle Li, please do not speak so. There is no need for such formality. Let us hasten to treat Datai's leg, Dr. Wang interjected enthusiastically. The Li family, a dozen or so members, gathered around, their faces filled with gratitude, though the second daughter-in-law, Zhang Shi, turned her body away, her expression betraying resentment and dissatisfaction. As she caressed her pregnant belly, her heart felt heavy. To save her brother-in-law, the entire family bore the burden of indebtedness. Why must such a precious medicine be used solely for him? Could not ordinary herbal remedies suffice? She understood the Du family meant no harm, yet her father-in-law's words had inescapably bound them all together without consulting their willingness. And what of the matter of the betrothal gifts? Contemplating these things, Zhang Shi ground her teeth in frustration. Yet at this critical juncture, she ultimately refrained from voicing her discontent, striding angrily toward their mule cart. Li Daniu, noticing his wife's distress, hurried after her. "What troubles you, my dear?" "What troubles me? Your parents care only for your third brother, don't they? What of the gratitude owed to the entire family? Why must Datai's debts fall upon us all? When I entered your family, they demanded 8 taels of silver, yet Datai's bride price was 50 taels. Your parents favor the youngest. The more I think about it, the more I feel wronged." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, my dear, you know it was the Fang family that insisted on the 50 taels. They would not allow Feng Xing'er to marry my brother otherwise. Datai is deeply infatuated with her. We had no choice but to relent. Enough, do not weep. My beloved, if your parents see you like this, what will they think? What will they think? You only care about what they think, never about my feelings or the child within me. Do not speak to me, keep your distance, my dear." Meanwhile, Dr. Wang swiftly realigned Li Datai's leg bone, and with the hope brought by the palace remedy, Li Datai transformed from a state of despair to one filled with the will to live. The deep wound exposing bone was set, and the pain was unimaginable to others. Li Datai bit down on a short piece of wood his father had retrieved, gnashing his teeth so fiercely that he broke it, yet he persevered until the ordeal was over. Dr. Wang secured Li Datai's leg with a wooden splint, and Du Yuling promptly retrieved the medicine. It must be said that the system truly lived up to its reputation, displaying remarkable sophistication. Upon hearing the discussions regarding the origins of the pill, it adeptly provided an exquisitely crafted box that appeared extraordinarily valuable. As Dr. Wang received the box, his hands trembled. Eventually, with great caution, he administered the pill to Li Datai. Li Zheng hurried to offer his son water. The onlookers remained nearby, watching intently for Li Detai's reaction. Suddenly, the pain-ridden Li Detai, drenched in cold sweat, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Upon swallowing the pill, the agony that had plagued him vanished instantly. He could scarcely believe it. Tentatively moving his injured left leg, he found that there was not a trace of pain remaining. He pinched his own arm, realizing that the sensation was still there. He had not lost feeling. Indeed, after consuming this miraculous medicine, he felt no pain whatsoever. A surge of elation enveloped him as he hurried to express his gratitude to Du Lauer. "Brother Du, thank you so much. This medicine is truly miraculous." The moment it reached my stomach, my leg felt completely fine. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? The medicine worked immediately? A wound so deep. And it no longer hurts. Oh my goodness, what miraculous elixir is this? Truly, it is deserving of its royal origins. Undoubtedly, it has been reserved for the emperor and esteemed consorts of the palace. Heaven above, I never imagined that today. This old fellow would be so fortunate as to behold the divine medicine of the court. My life has been enriched. My word. Just look at that exquisite medicine box. It radiates opulence and is worth a fortune." The villagers gathered around began to chatter excitedly. Du Yuling grasped her father's hand and led him towards the spot where their carriage was parked. She wished to avoid the crowd's inevitable barrage of questions once they regained their composure. As Du Yuling made her way back, she heard a delightful chime in her mind. "Congratulations, host, you have saved a life, earning 300 merit points. Given your previous level, you will now receive double rewards for tasks in this world. Henceforth, your endeavors will yield twice the benefit. You currently possess 600 merit points, which can be exchanged for 1,200 credits. You may now procure corresponding goods." The prospect of double rewards uplifted Du Yuling's spirits. Chapter 19, Ancient-style lean meat porridge. The sun had risen high, and the hour was growing late. Though many had gathered at the village head's home earlier, the womenfolk had been prudent and prepared their breakfasts. Upon returning to their dwelling, Du Yuling discovered her mother had cooked a pot of white rice porridge, enriched with 2 cracked eggs and bits of preserved meat and pickled vegetables. It was reminiscent of an ancient-style lean meat porridge. "Mother, are we having savory porridge today?" Du Yuling inquired sweetly. Li Yunyang embraced her daughter and blew gently on a small bowl of porridge that her son had brought, offering it to Du Yuling. "Yes, indeed. Is our precious Ling Bao fond of the savory porridge today? Come, eat well." This morning, Li Yunyang had observed several village children appearing quite unwell. Perhaps they had been frightened by the wolf incident yesterday. Seeing the other children reminded her of her own. Little Ling Bao was still so young. And even though she had spent the day in the carriage, the bumpy ride must have been terribly uncomfortable. Thus, it was crucial to ensure she had sufficient nourishment for a healthy journey. The breakfast at the Du household not only featured savory porridge. Du Wulong had also risen early to prepare dry cakes over the fire, which were now warm and crispy on the outside. When paired with the savory vegetable mix containing meat and eggs, each bite was a delight. Each person had a boiled egg, which could be consumed immediately or kept in a pocket for a quick boost of energy later on. As everyone finished their breakfast, they realized that only about an hour remained before noon. Despite the rising heat, they had no choice but to continue their journey. They gathered their cooking pots and bowls, ready to set forth. Before departing, the village head bowed deeply before the assembly. "I, Li Shu, extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for rescuing Detai from the jaws of the wolf yesterday. Furthermore, I apologize for the delay caused by our family's matters, which prevented us from setting out at dawn before the heat set in. I feel indebted to you all. Therefore, should any issues arise along the way, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Though the village head typically managed the larger affairs of the village, he often remained uninvolved in minor matters. His current statement was an invitation for anyone, regardless of the issue's gravity, to approach him for help. The villagers responded in unison. "Oh, village head, do not mention it. The most affected by Detai's injury is your family. The fact that he is recovering is a blessing. A little delay is inconsequential." "Indeed, village head. It is of no importance. Although the weather has become warm, we are accustomed to working in the fields even in such heat as farmers." Du Lauer added. "Uncle village head, let us move swiftly, hoping to reach the nearest village before nightfall. Otherwise, with so many of us lodging in the wilderness, we risk encounters with wild beasts under the cover of darkness." The others nodded in agreement. Near the village, wild animals were rare, but in the open fields, The dangers multiplied. Understanding the weight of the situation, the village head gestured, and their large caravan began to move forward, accompanied by the sound of the mules. They walked for 4 hours, managing to reach the nearest village just before dark. However, they did not enter the village. Instead, they set up camp half a mile outside. In those times, any village was wary of outsiders, and entry was strictly prohibited. In the presence of particularly fierce villages, one might even be robbed. Yet, staying outside typically offered some peace, as villagers generally refrained from troubling those who did not intrude. Upon halting to rest, everyone began to prepare their evening meal. The Du family, after settling down, each grabbed their water flasks, quenching their thirst with generous gulps. Whenever Du Yuling had spare moments in the carriage, she made sure to fill her father's and brother's flasks with fresh spring water from her spatial realm. Li Yunyang dismounted from the carriage and retrieved some pre-cooked rice from the first mule cart, distributing a handful to each family member as a quick snack. This rice had been soaked, dried, and then fried, making it light and easy to consume. It could be rehydrated like porridge or eaten dry, making it highly convenient in the wild. Before long, the men of the family had kindled a fire, but Li Yunyang instructed them not to worry about cooking. She would handle it all. Her husband and sons had already endured much hardship, having traveled without rest through the heat of midday and over uneven terrain, often needing to dismount to clear the path or lay down makeshift boards to ease their passage. In particularly treacherous sections, several had to work together to push the cart. Li Yunyang retrieved a scoop of fine rice from the mule cart, preparing to boil it into a creamy porridge. The resulting dish would be rich and comforting, perfect for soothing both body and spirit after a long day. She also set out a bowl of pickles for anyone who wished to partake, along with some fried meatballs to ensure the menfolk were well fed and nourished, for only with proper sustenance could they endure such toil without succumbing to exhaustion. Duer Lang and San Lang had foraged some wild greens from the nearby woods. Li Yunyang blanched them briefly in clean water, adding a sprinkle of salt and a few drops of oil, creating a refreshing cold dish perfect for summer. The Du family enjoyed a hearty and satisfying meal. However, that evening, many children in Lushu village developed fevers, having been frightened by the wolves the previous night. Numerous women cradling their ailing children lined up at Dr. Wang's home. Yet, it wasn't long before many returned, their faces etched with worry. Some families even knelt before Dr. Wang, pleading, "Dr. Wang, please help our precious Go Sheng. He is burning with fever and cannot be without medicine. Get up." Go Sheng's mother, Dr. Wang's wife, urged, assisting the distressed woman. It is not that the old man refuses to help, but rather, he simply has no medicine left. As the woman continued to kneel, Lu could not restrain her, and upon glancing at the others, she noticed their pleading expressions. Lu raised her voice to clarify to the crowd, "You all should be aware that our family is not particularly affluent. With over 10 mouths to feed, we have managed to procure only 3 mules, laden solely with the essentials, our family's food and clothing. There is simply no room for an abundance of medicinal herbs. The families that arrived before us have truly exhausted their supplies of cold medicine, and we possess nothing further." Dr. Wang sat despondently on a nearby stone, embodying the helplessness that comes when a healer is unable to save a patient in dire need. He lamented to himself why he had not been more resolute in bringing additional medicine, even if it meant that his entire family would have to carry the herbs on their backs. It would be preferable to the present situation where there was no medicine left to dispense. The other families, upon realizing that the old doctor genuinely had no more medicine, held their feverish children close, tears streaming down their faces as they murmured, "Oh, my unfortunate child." Unable to bear the sight of so many children suffering from fevers without medicine, Dealing hastily inquired with the system, "Are there any herbs for treating colds available in the marketplace?" The system responded, "Indeed, host. There are 2 types available. One is a pill costing 100 points each, which acts quickly. The other is a common herb, priced at 10 points per generous handful, requiring boiling. Yet it too will yield swift recovery once consumed. I'll opt for the common herbs," Dealing decided. "They're inexpensive in quantity and less conspicuous." "Very well," the system confirmed. Based on the number of feverish children, a total of 3 handfuls is required, amounting to a deduction of 30 points. The herbs have been dispensed. Please proceed to the mule cart to collect them. Dealing hurriedly pulled Du Lao Air towards their mule cart, and indeed, beside the cooling mat, they found 3 large bundles of herbs. Du Lao Air was taken aback at the sight of the herbs. A glance at his daughter conveyed mutual understanding. "Father, Let us say these herbs were gathered by you from the back mountain in preparation for our journey. For now, let us use them for the children. Very well. I shall retrieve them. The herbs purchased from the system's marketplace were the common remedies used by villagers to reduce fevers. Once Du Lao Er distributed the herbs among the families, he was nearly overwhelmed by gratitude, receiving numerous bows of thanks. Alarmed, Du Lao Er waved his hands, saying, "We are all fellow villagers. There's no need for such gestures. Quickly, prepare the medicine for the children to consume." Du Lao Er, words cannot express our gratitude. Today, you have saved our child's life, and this debt will not be forgotten, declared Wang Laowu. Lao Er, we too shall remember your immense kindness, came another voice. With an outpouring of thanks, Du Lao Er insisted it was unnecessary, refusing any offers of money or grain, and returned home. Yet, once the children from each family had taken the medicine and their fevers subsided, the relieved parents came bearing gifts of grain to the Du household, which they could not refuse. Thus, the food in the Du family's cart, which had seemed scant in recent days, now appeared more abundant than before. Du Yuling was pleasantly surprised to hear a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. By aiding the children, your kindness is commendable, earning you 60 merit points, totaling 120 points. Du Yuling was somewhat taken aback. To be truthful, when she purchased the medicine for the feverish children, she had not anticipated earning merit points, nor did she realize such small acts could yield them. It was indeed an unexpected joy. With the children's fevers alleviated, all could look forward to a restful night. However, not far away, a commotion erupted at the Li family's residence. Chapter 20. The Water Crisis. At that moment, the third daughter of Li's uncle was lamenting to her father. "My elder brother is so biased. He secretly bought green bean cakes for our eldest sister, while the rest of us received nothing. We only took one piece from the eldest sister, yet he accuses us of being shameless." "Indeed, brother is being unreasonable," chimed in the fifth daughter. Although the other sisters did not voice their thoughts, their glaring eyes silently condemned Li Bai. Infuriated by their unreasonable demeanor, Li Bai clenched his fists, thinking that had he not been educated in the classics, he would have certainly set them straight today. Li Shuer could not bear to see her brother maligned. She quickly defended him. "Do not blame my brother, father. Before we came here, he went to Xinghua building to bring me pastries. He even asked if any of my sisters wanted something, offering to bring it back for us. Yet, each of them insisted they did not want to trouble him. Now that they see me eating, they all swarm to snatch it away, even going into my cart without a word and taking everything. If they wanted to eat, they should have at least informed me, considering it was a gift from my brother, a token of his affection. And I recall that several sisters do not even like green bean cakes. What a waste. And how dare they slander my brother?" Li's uncle, who held fond feelings for his wife, was particularly fond of their legitimate children. In contrast, he had little affection for Bai's 6 daughters. However, out of respect for Bai's lack of contention and mischief over the years, he had focused solely on wishing for a son. Li's uncle did not harbor much animosity towards Bai, he merely ignored her. Yet the behavior of the daughters left much to be desired. Hearing their earlier remarks ignited his anger, and he fixed a stern gaze upon the 6 young girls, as if poised to unleash his fury. The 6 little girls, realizing the gravity of the situation, were filled with trepidation. Their father was the one they feared most in the household. Observing the prying eyes of others, Zhou Shi stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Enough, dear husband. They are merely children who spoke in jest. There's no need to take it to heart. Do not let this anger you. Everyone else has had their dinner, and the servants have prepared the meal. Let us eat together." Just as the matter seemed to resolve, the second daughter, whether through defiance or ignorance, scoffed, "Humph. Dear aunt is just pretending to be kind." Zhou Shi's expression darkened. She had never anticipated her children thought so little of her. The second daughter, seeing her mother's silence, grew bolder, eager to utter more hurtful words. Bai stood quietly behind her, appearing delicate yet saying nothing. However, before the second daughter could voice her next remark, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving her face swollen. "How dare you speak of your aunt in such a manner? She is your mother, your legitimate mother. Bai is merely your stepmother. Although I do not often see you, I never expected you to grow so uncouth. Have I not mentioned that although our Li family has turned towards commerce, your elder brother is a scholar, having already achieved the status of a shiozai? Our family has a long-standing tradition of scholarly pursuits. How could we have raised such an ill-mannered child as you? If you do not wish to be my daughter, leave now and do not provoke my anger." At that moment, Bai could no longer remain silent and quickly interceded for her daughter. Brother Wenyan, do not be angry. They are just children, they speak out of mischief. Why must you take it so seriously? Silence. You should realize that their behavior is a direct reflection of your poor upbringing. This was the first time Bai had faced such scorn from Li Wenyan, and tears brimmed in her gentle autumn eyes. Yet, gazing at her husband's cold countenance, she dared not utter another word. Zhou Shi, no longer willing to mediate, allowed the family to retreat into silence as they each went to have their evening meal, enveloped in an atmosphere of chill and awkwardness as they drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the village headman, accompanied by several robust men, approached the village and clearly stated their intentions. Honorable elder, we are fleeing from the southern county town and have stumbled upon your village. We seek only to draw some water. Might you be so kind as to assist us? The elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared to be in his 60s. He scrutinized the faces of the headman and his companions, discerning that they did not seem to be nefarious villains, and eventually relented. However, the words he uttered left the men feeling quite disheartened. You may draw water, he said, but our village has little left. The only source of water now is from the well, and thus, for each bucket you wish to draw, you must pay 5 coins or offer a handful of grain. If this is acceptable to you, you may take the water. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. The men looked towards the headman, feeling a surge of indignation at the elder's words. In the past, whenever outsiders sought water in their village, they were always met with warm hospitality, with no thought of a price. One man exclaimed in frustration, Headman, let us depart. We shall not accept their water. If we continue onward, we are bound to encounter a great river that will provide us with water. The elder, unfazed by the remark, replied calmly, then go seek your great river. However, I must remind you that the nearest one, the Ganges, lies 500 miles from here. You may endeavor to find water there, but do take care on your journey. 500 miles, at their current pace, it would take at least 3 to 4 days. Yet, within their group, some had already depleted their water supplies. The headman called over Du Darling. Darling, you are swift of foot. Run back and inquire if anyone in the village wishes to buy water. Inform them it is 5 coins per bucket or a handful of grain. If they are interested, have them tell you how many buckets they require, and then return to inform me. Understood, Du Darling replied, preparing to leave, but the headman halted him again. In a hushed tone, he added, tell the villagers that the nearest great river is a 3 to 4 day journey away. Yes, grandfather headman, I know what to say. I shall return promptly. Good child. Off you go. Chapter 21. A handshake brings blessings indeed. When Du Darling returned with the villagers' response, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? Water? Is it laced with gold? They exclaimed incredulously. 5 coins for a bucket of water. An elderly woman within the crowd was particularly incensed. In days past, when outsiders visited our village, we welcomed them with open arms, offering them water freely. Some of the younger villagers remained silent, fully aware of the drought plaguing the land. In many regions, well water was nearly exhausted, thus it was reasonable for the villagers to expect compensation for the water they were willing to share. Let us deliberate on this matter first. I will speak with my father, Du Darling suggested, knowing the villagers would need time to reach a decision. As he approached his family's cart, he found his father, Du Lauer, playfully tossing his daughter, Ling Ao, into the air. Noticing his eldest son's return, Du Lauer inquired, did the villagers agree to provide water? They agreed. But it comes at a price, 5 coins per bucket or a handful of grain, Du Darling replied. Li Yuanyang stepped forward, alarmed. What? Water now requires payment? Du Hongyu approached his mother, resting his hand on her shoulder and whispering, Mother, you must understand the current state of affairs. Our entire region is suffering from drought, and this area is not faring much better. Therefore, water has become a precious commodity. If they are willing to share, it is only fair they receive compensation in return. Every household is struggling, and trading water for money or grain can aid those families on the brink of starvation. Li Yuanyang pondered this rationale, finding it sound. Father, Du Xingjian asked, should we purchase water for our family? Du Lauer raised an eyebrow, glancing at his daughter, who mischievously winked at him. The father and daughter shared an unspoken understanding. We shall not buy any. Our water supply has never been lacking, so why fret over this? Du Xingjian nodded, aware that since their water supply was stored in the cart with his mother and Lingbao, they always ensured it was filled to the brim. Each day, Regardless of their consumption, the water pouch remained full. In truth, the Du family had come to appreciate Ling Bao's blessings even more deeply, though they kept this knowledge to themselves, determined to protect her at all costs. Then I shall not purchase any. I will tally how many others require water, Du Xingjian declared. Go on, his father said. Returning to the crowd, Du Xingjian began to assess which households needed water. He recorded their requests, noting the corresponding payment of either coins or grain. In total, 6 buckets of water were requested from the village, with some families pooling their resources to share a single bucket. Du Xingjian hurried back to the village, and alongside the headman, they carried the water back. When the villagers beheld the murky water, disappointment swept through the crowd. Why is the water so muddy? Indeed, it is filled with silt. The headman interjected reasonably. In these times, clear water is a rarity. Until we leave this drought-stricken area, we shall not find pure water. This water was offered because many in our village are without food, and they deemed us not to be wicked men, thus allowing us to purchase it. After this, they will not sell again. The dissatisfied families fell silent, as the reality of their situation became evident. The families divided the water into their respective clay pots, allowing it to settle. After resting for half a day, the clearer water on top would be drinkable. The delay was not significant, and the heat had not yet intensified, prompting the headman to urge everyone to continue their journey. As they walked for a little over an hour, they reached midday, and the heat became unbearable. They arrived at a thicket where the headman called for a break. The villagers took refuge beneath the cart or propped up their mats with branches to shield themselves from the blazing sun. Once settled, they retrieved their large iron pots to prepare a meal. Those without pots gathered wood to create a makeshift fire, placing sticks on either side and balancing a branch with a forked end on top to hang a clay pot for boiling water. Others, lacking even a hook, simply skewered their dry cakes on a stick to heat them. While some prioritized the well-being of their families, others, feeling lazy, sat idly munching on cold cakes. Li Yuanyang's family had an iron pot, but with the heat, the men were reluctant to consume porridge. Thus, Li Yuanyang strung the cakes together to roast over the fire, enhancing their flavor and reducing their hardness. She also took out some cured meat and pickled vegetables to fill the cakes. There was still spring water in their pouch, which was more than sufficient. Before long, Du Wulong and Du Zayan approached. Mother, let me take over. You shouldn't sit so close to the fire. It's too hot. Li Yuanyang, not wanting her son to tire himself, replied, Little Wu, it's nothing. You've been driving the cart for so long in the sun, look. Your face is nearly peeling. Mother is fine. I've been sitting in the cart all morning without lifting a finger. I want to tire easily. You should go rest in the cart. Du Xingjian and Du Hongyu approached, with Du Xingjian saying, Mother, there is meat in the carriage, but it is cured meat. We have been eating pickled vegetables along the way. The forest here appears quite dense. I will take my younger brother and see if we can find some game. Very well, off you go, but do exercise caution, replied Du Yuling. Upon hearing this, she scampered over, saying, Brother, let me shake hands with Ling Ao before you leave. Du Hongyu crouched down, gazing at their delicate little sister, and playfully poked her nose, asking with amusement, What does it mean to shake hands, little rascal? Without hesitation, Du Yuling grasped her elder brother's hand. Her tiny fingers slipped into his larger hand, managing to grip just 2 of his fingers. She shook them vigorously, exclaiming, See, this is how we shake hands. Indeed, our Ling Ao is quite knowledgeable, Du Hongyu praised her with a smile. With her hands on her hips and her nose held high, Du Yuling appeared quite proud, as if to say, Yes, I am indeed quite clever. Du Xingjian chuckled heartily, adding, Now, how about a handshake with your elder brother? Yes, elder brother. Du Yuling responded enthusiastically, shaking his fingers as well. Just as she withdrew her hand from her elder brother's grasp, her 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers turned their attention towards her in unison. Du Yuling, with an expression of playful exasperation, ran over to each of her brothers, offering them her hand in greeting. As she shook hands, she bobbed her head and declared, A handshake means that Ling Ao is passing her good fortune to you. Really? Then we must shake hands a bit longer. Her brothers laughed, their hearts melting at the softness of her little hand clasping their fingers. They couldn't resist playfully ruffling her hair, marveling at how adorable their sister was. Eventually, Du Yuling's twin buns were nearly undone by her brother's affectionate tussling, leaving her feeling somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, Li Yang, seeing her daughter's tousled hair, scolded her sons with a light smack on the head each. The brothers, returning to their senses, felt relieved that their father was not present, as they were certain that if he had witnessed their antics, they would have faced a stern reprimand over dinner. The family engaged in playful banter, not taking the earlier events to heart, believing that Lingbao merely wished to play with them. Little did they know. Within a quarter of an hour of their departure, Du Xingzhan and Du Hongyu returned with delightful surprises. Chapter 22, Wild Chickens and Plump Rabbits. It turned out that Du Xingzhan and Du Hongyu each brought back a wild chicken and a fat rabbit. The entire family was astonished. Du Wulong and Du Zayan exclaimed, "Though this forest is dense, it seems to be filled with withered foliage. How could there be such a large rabbit and such a plump chicken?" Du Hongyu looked at his brothers with a proud expression, then turned his gaze towards Lingbao. Lingbao was savoring a piece of mung bean cake, and Du Hongyu observed her thoughtfully, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet he said nothing. After finishing the last morsel of her treat, Lingbao ran to her fifth brother, playfully saying, "Fifth brother, let us make beggar's chicken with this big fat chicken." "Of course. We shall do as our Lingbao wishes," Du Zayan replied eagerly. Du Xilang, Du Qing'an approached holding a book and looked fondly at the adorable Lingbao. I believe that when elder brothers left, Lingbao shook their hands, which surely bestowed upon them our Lingbao's good fortune, enabling them to find such a splendid chicken and rabbit. "I concur," Du Sanlang, Du Yongfeng added, chuckling at their little sister. Li Yiyang beamed with delight. "Indeed, Lingbao is our family's little lucky charm." Du Lauer remained silent, observing with a composed demeanor. Once Du Qing'an finished reading his book, he set it aside and retrieved a small handful of dried fruit from the carriage, squatting down to feed Lingbao. The siblings, one large and one small, nestled beside Du Wulong, watching him prepare the meal. While feeding his sister, Du Qing'an inquired of his fifth brother, "How do you intend to prepare this rabbit?" Du Yuling recalled the cold rabbit dish she had once tasted in a different world and eagerly asked her fifth brother if he knew how to make it. Du Zayan asked, "What is cold rabbit?" Lingbao raised her short, chubby finger and drew circles in the air, mysteriously declaring, "Cold rabbit is a dish I dreamt of, where immortals were feasting on it." Upon hearing this, Du Qing'an embraced Lingbao, laughing, "So our Lingbao has even dreamt of immortal recipes." "Yes, yes," Lingbao replied, her family members now more aware of her good fortune. Gradually, she felt more at ease, able to quietly procure fine treats. Thus, she confided to her fifth brother, "Fifth brother, truly, I know how to make cold rabbit. The immortals taught me in my dream. If I tell you the method, will you prepare it for me?" Du Zayan gazed at Lingbao with affection. "Of course, you tell your brother, and he will make it for you." Hearing this, Du Yuling's face lit up, and she added, trying to sound mature, "Great. But no rush. First, you must prepare the rabbit, cutting it into pieces. And then I will instruct you." Du Zayan laughed heartily. "Our Lingbao is so clever, she knows how to manage everything." After finishing his drink, Du Xingzhan placed the water pouch on the cart and approached Lingbao, saying, "No need to trouble your fifth brother. I will prepare the rabbit right away." Du Hongyu took the large chicken, and both brothers worked together, deftly handling their tasks as if in a friendly competition. In no time, a plump rabbit and chicken were prepared and handed over to Du Wulong for cooking. Du Zayan first tackled the chicken, having learned to make beggar's chicken many times under the guidance of his master at the tavern, and thus proceeded with confidence. Soon, the chicken was wrapped in dried lotus leaves brought from home, coated in clay and buried in the fire pit to roast. With his hands free, he began to prepare the rabbit. "Lingbao, come, we shall make the cold rabbit you desire." "Yes, coming, fifth brother," Lingbao responded, having just taken a moment to cool off in the carriage. Du Xilang and Du Qing'an followed closely behind, holding the uneaten dried fruit. Lingbao stood before her fifth brother, exuding an air of seriousness. "Fifth brother, you must listen closely. Of course, I will pay attention to ensure I make it as delicious as what the immortals eat." Du Zayan promised earnestly. "All right, fifth brother, listen well. First, place the rabbit meat into the pot. Then, add ginger slices. We don't have green onions now, but that's fine. Once the water boils, cook the rabbit until it's done, then set it aside. In a dry pot, add lard, then goji berries, ginger, and garlic. Next, sprinkle in salt and soy sauce, and finally, add the previously cooked rabbit, stir well, and once it cools, it's ready to eat." Du Zayan was utterly astounded. Initially, he had merely sought to amuse his sister, curious about what she might say. To everyone's astonishment, Lingbao spoke with remarkable clarity. Even the chefs in the taverns had never crafted a dish quite like this cold rabbit. Du Lang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his sister, as though she were a precious treasure. Any chef encountering such an extraordinary recipe would likely abandon all else to recreate it. Du Zhan was no exception. He promptly set to work, skillfully and methodically preparing the rabbit according to his sister's instructions. To his surprise, the tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air within mere moments of stir-frying. Even the villagers of Willow Tree, 100 meters away, were drawn in by the mouth-watering scent. When the dish was finally served, everyone felt as though their taste buds were about to be overwhelmed with delight. However, the villagers of Willow Tree were not uncouth. Although the pot of rabbit appeared plentiful, the Du family was numerous, with each young man more robust than the last, naturally possessing a hearty appetite. Besides, amidst their plight, it was audacious for anyone to ask for meat. Du Lao, observing the throng around him, began to offer some rabbit meat to his fellow villagers, but they quickly waved him off. No, Du Lao, we cannot accept your meat. We merely came over because the aroma was so enticing. Another villager insisted. Eventually, a few children managed to receive some meat, as the adults, feeling embarrassed, allowed them to indulge, seeing how much they craved it, and expressed their gratitude profusely. The children, having devoured the meat, even licked their fingers clean, unable to resist the delectable flavor. Meanwhile, Du Sanlang and Du Yongfeng served a bowl to Uncle Li, while Du Xilang and Du Qing'an took half a bowl to the Li Zhang's household. The remainder was devoured by themselves, for it was simply too delicious. Du Qing'an, typically gentle and reserved, had always preferred to immerse himself in the classics. Today, however, the exquisite taste of the cold rabbit had ignited a spark within him, prompting him to express his excitement. Haha, it's the first time I've seen you so animated, fourth brother, remarked Du Xingzhan. Indeed, it's a rare sight. Fourth brother, it seems this cold rabbit truly pleases your palate. I wonder, do you prefer it over the classics? Second brother, your tongue is always so sharp. I shan't indulge your curiosity, replied Du Qing'an, seeking out Du Zhan. As expected. With one being a lover of food and the other a creator of such culinary delights, their conversation flourished, filled with enthusiasm, all while savoring the rabbit meat. Chapter 23. A fright at that moment. Within the Du family's elder branch, the twin grandsons were rolling on the ground, crying, I want meat. I want meat. I want me too, meat. Grandma Du, as always, doted on them affectionately. My dear grandchildren, do not cry, we have meat at home too. I don't want preserved meat. I want Uncle Heir's meat. His meat is delicious. Yes, we want Uncle Heir's meat. Their antics grew louder, each competing to ouch out the other. However, since Du Lao had been separated from the Du family, the two families had scarcely spoken. The elder branch, despite their unreasonable behavior, lacked the face to ask Du Lao for meat. Grandma Du dared not approach either, despite her fierce words. She still harbored a fear of Du Lao and his 5 sons. The twins, unable to procure the tantalizing rabbit meat, drooled with desire, rolling on the ground, which only aggravated their father, Du Lauda. Without hesitation, he delivered several firm smacks to their behinds. The twins, who feared their father most, ceased their cries. Though their mouths watered at the thought of the meat, their chubby faces contorted in disappointment. Grandma Du watched her beloved grandson sob quietly, unable to voice her concern, her heart aching for them. She then glanced at the distance where Du Lao's family was enjoying the flavorful rabbit and could no longer contain her frustration. That ungrateful son, having meat to eat and not bringing a bowl for his mother, how unfilial, she scolded. It seemed that separating him from the family was indeed the right decision. Such an ungrateful child deserved to be looked down upon. Yet, in reality, no one cast judgment on Du Lao. Rather, the community held Du Lauda and their mother in low regard. In years past, the Du family had been affluent. Yet they had callously sent their second son to war for a mere few taels of silver. It is well known that few return from battle. Had it not been for Du Lao's fortuitous survival, he might have perished on the battlefield. The villagers of Willow Tree despised the elder family for valuing money over their own son's life. After finishing the cold rabbit, the beggar chicken was roasted to perfection over the fire, and everyone tore into it alongside their bread. Du Sanlang sighed contentedly, wow, today's lunch is simply exquisite. The others laughed heartily as they observed him leaning against a tree, rubbing his belly in satisfaction. The journey of fleeing had been fraught with hardships, yet the family found joy in each other's company. A sumptuous lunch could evoke unparalleled happiness, where the essence lay not merely in the food, but in the bonds of kinship. The village had noted that the hottest part of noon had passed and promptly urged everyone to move forward. They needed to traverse through the forest to the north, a portion of which was mountainous terrain, rendering the path rugged. Ling Bao and her mother were in a cart driven by Du Lao Er, and she keenly observed him dismounting several times along the way. Whether to rest or to assist the group in clearing away the half-man-high branches and wild grasses for easier passage, he was diligent in his efforts. The most perilous moment awaited them as they had to cross a narrow and treacherous mountain path, where a misstep could lead the horse-drawn cart or mule cart to plummet into the abyss. Hence, everyone tread carefully, refraining from uttering a word or causing any disturbance, fearful of startling the group and inciting chaos or incurring irreparable losses. Even the often disagreeable Du Laupa and Wang Laupa refrained from their usual bickering, wary of disrupting the order. As they proceeded with utmost caution, an unexpected incident occurred. Du Lao Er, leading the cart, suddenly encountered an unstable stone beneath the horse's hooves. The steed stumbled, and the cart lurched ominously towards the precipice. Du Lao Er's heart raced as he realized that his precious Ling Bao and wife were inside the cart. Without a second thought, he lunged forward to grasp the reins. Inside the cart, Du Yuling felt the tilt but remained calm. With a snap of her fingers, a merit value was automatically deducted from her system. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a sudden gust of wind swept through the cart, miraculously restoring its balance. The crowd, still reeling from the shock, couldn't help but feel that the Du family was truly fortunate. Only Du Lao Er, still reeling from the fright, had yet to regain his composure. Du Yuling lifted the curtain, gazing at her pale-faced father, and gently called out, "Father, Mother and I are fine, do not be afraid." Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Du Lao Er seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly reassured her, "Ah, do not fear, my dear Ling Bao, all is well." "Is it not? You were not frightened, were you?" He extended a trembling hand to caress Ling Bao's face, and only upon feeling her warm, delicate skin did his heart, which had been floating in a state of anxiety, find its grounding. To be honest, during that harrowing moment, he felt as though half of his soul had fled in terror, but thankfully, he was now whole again. Li Yunyang, emerging from the carriage, had also been greatly alarmed. As she tightly embraced Ling Bao and glanced at Du Lao Er, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her eyelids were reddened. Du Lao Er gently patted her hand, offering comfort. "Do not worry, my dear, I am here. Everything is fine." Though she had been petrified moments earlier, Li Yunyang understood the importance of composure, and thus reassured Du Lao Er, "It is nothing, father. I was merely startled just now, but I feel much better now. You need not fret. We shall proceed slowly on the remaining journey. Such occurrences will not repeat themselves." Embracing his wife and daughter tightly, the family offered mutual comfort. The brothers, however, did not dare to approach. The mountain path was narrow, and none were willing to release their hold on the mules for fear that a misstep might send them tumbling down the cliff, resulting in utter devastation, or worse, endangering others. The five brothers gazed at their parents and sister, united in their relief, tears of joy mingling with gratitude swelling in their hearts. Meanwhile, the others waited patiently, no one daring to disrupt the moment with a call to move forward. After all, the treacherous mountain path had just served as a stark reminder of the need for caution. Fortunately, the mountain was not overly steep, and as the last traces of daylight faded from the sky, the group finally navigated around it and descended to the foot of the mountain. Yet, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they discovered that the road ahead had collapsed, strewn with rubble, rendering it impassable for both horse-drawn carts and mules. In fact, not even a person could traverse the debris. To proceed further would mean taking a detour, but darkness had already fallen. The village head, taking charge, announced, "Everyone, let us rest here for the night. We shall prepare a meal to replenish our strength, and in the morning, we will devise a plan." The group complied, but the impending dinner was tinged with worry. Many households were short on provisions. Some had not eaten dinner at all, merely sipping on some water to quench their thirst. Once Du Lao Er's family had settled their cart, he quickly retrieved Ling Bao from within, checking her forehead and examining her all around. "Ling Bao, are you feeling unwell anywhere? If so, do not hesitate to inform your father. I shall summon Dr. Wang to examine you." "I am fine, father," Ling Bao replied. "I was not scared this afternoon, truly. I am well. Do not worry." To be honest, the last time Du Lao Er had seen his daughter's life hanging by a thread at the village entrance had left an indelible scar on his heart. The thought that Ling Bao had nearly plummeted off the cliff that afternoon nearly shattered his composure. Li Yunyang, equally anxious, touched Ling Bao's forehead. My dear. She does not have a fever, but I worry that the fright may affect her later tonight. Indeed, I share your concern. Let us call Dr. Wang to check on her. Very well. Du Xingjian stepped forward. Father, I will go ahead and call Dr. Wang. Quickly now, return swiftly. In less than a tea's worth of time, Du Xingjian returned with Dr. Wang in tow. Dr. Wang, we apologize for the trouble. But could you please examine Ling Bao? She was startled this afternoon, and I fear she may develop a fever tonight. Hearing this, Dr. Wang deemed it necessary to act promptly. He swiftly took Ling Bao's pulse and discovered that it was steady, with no signs of undue distress. However, he noted that for a child so young, experiencing such a fright could indeed lead to a high fever. After contemplating for a moment, Dr. Wang said, Du Lao Er. Although Ling Bao's pulse appears stable and there are no abnormalities, it is common for children to develop a fever after such a scare. Therefore, I will leave you with a packet of herbal medicine. Should she develop a fever tonight, you must brew it for her and administer it immediately. If she does not, you may keep it for future use. Du Lao Er promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Wang. How much do I owe you? Dr. Wang chuckled at this. In times like these, money does not hold much value. If you truly wish to offer something, a handful of rice would suffice. My little grandson has not had white rice in quite some time. Certainly, that is only right. Before Du Lao Er could call for someone, Du Erlang and Du Hongyu had already brought forth a handful of rice. Dr. Wang gratefully accepted it. I shall take my leave now. Please keep an eye on Ling Bao while you sleep tonight. Should she develop a fever, administer the medicine promptly. It is nothing serious. Thank you, Dr. Wang. The family hastily consumed their dinner, filled with anxiety as Du Lao Er and Li Yunyang kept a vigilant watch over Ling Bao. Despite her repeated assurances that they need not worry, the surrounding villagers had already succumbed to sleep, with Li Yunyang cradling Ling Bao in the carriage. Du Lao Er chose not to sleep at all, standing outside the carriage to remain alert, able to hear any word from the two of them. Even Du Xingjian and his brothers were reluctant to sleep, wanting to keep watch over Ling Bao, but Du Lao Er firmly insisted they retire to rest, cautioning them not to delay their journey the following day. Inside the carriage, Ling Bao's delicate brows were furrowed, witnessing her parents' sleepless vigilance. She felt a pang of guilt. Father, why not you sleep first? Mother can watch over me for a while. If I develop a fever, she will call you. And you will hear her at once. Then, later in the night, Mother can rest while you keep watch over me. This way, you both can have some rest. Moreover, even if I were to develop a fever, rest assured, someone would notice. If both of you keep watch, neither will be able to sleep well. It is unnecessary for both of you to do so. Hearing this, Du Lao Er found solace in his daughter's words, replying, No need to worry, Ling Bao. Your father will keep watch. I am not tired. Li Yunyang, observing Ling Bao's creased brow, suddenly comprehended her daughter's intentions. She was reluctant to burden her parents, feeling it was too arduous for them. After some contemplation, she addressed Du Lao Er outside. Dear husband, why not you rest for a while? I will watch over Ling Bao. Trust me, I will rest my hand on her forehead, and should her temperature change even slightly, I will notify you immediately. But no buts. It shall be as I say. You sleep the first half of the night, and upon waking, you may take over from me for the latter half. Otherwise, the child will feel uneasy and will not wish to sleep. Upon hearing this, Du Lao Er's heart softened. Their daughter, Ling Bao, was always so considerate, unwilling to trouble her parents excessively. Touched, he ceased to insist further and gently reassured Ling Bao. Very well, then. Your father shall sleep now, you two should rest early. For a good night's sleep is essential for your health. Yes, yes, father, let us both retire early. Ling Bao's voice, sweet and soft, echoed back to her father from within the carriage. The reason Du Lao Er consented to allow his wife to watch over their daughter for the first half of the night was that, ever since the incident when Li Datai was injured by a wolf while sleeping, the villagers had organized a rotation of young men to keep watch. Each household contributed one man, taking turns to guard the night. 5 men would be on watch each night, ensuring that should any situation arise, a shout would awaken everyone, thus averting many dangers. Inside the carriage, Li Yuanyang gently rested her hand upon Ling Bao's forehead, gazing at her unblinkingly, vigilant until the stroke of midnight. Du Laonyo, having slightly squinted his eyes, awakened and promptly whispered to Li Yuanyang, Mother, you should rest. I will keep watch over Ling Ao in the carriage. Initially reluctant, Li Yuanyang longed to embrace Ling Bao, fearing she might develop a fever. Yet, she also worried that if their daughter awakened to find her neglecting her own well-being, she would become upset. After some contemplation, she eventually crawled out of the carriage and nestled into the bedding that Du Laonyo had meticulously prepared. Several young men encircled her, providing an added sense of security as she slept. Du Laonyo entered the carriage to keep vigil over their daughter, though his robust frame rendered the confined space uncomfortable. Thus, he lay sideways, curling his legs, with one hand lightly resting on Ling Bao's forehead, ready to detect any rise in temperature. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Ling Bao did not succumb to fever. Although the couple had watched over her throughout the night and felt fatigued, their hearts were filled with joy. Given the scarcity of clothing and medicine on this journey, a fever could spell dire consequences. They felt grateful that their daughter, though shaken, remained well. However, the villagers of Lushu village, just rising, wore expressions of deep concern. "What shall we do next, Li Zheng?" one asked. "Indeed, Li Zheng, the road has become impassable. We cannot proceed forward. Yet if we take a detour, we may not reach Qinghe within 2 days, and we have no idea how far it might lead us. Li Zheng, our water supply is nearly depleted." The villagers exchanged anxious words, each voicing their worries. Li Zheng's brow furrowed deeply. His once vigorous demeanor had aged considerably on this arduous journey. Several elders, supported by their kin, approached to assess the situation. Among them, the venerable Sante spoke. "Let us take a detour. Although it may be longer, there is still a path to tread. The road ahead is strewn with rubble, impassable for carts and pedestrians alike." The villagers chimed in. "Sante, we understand that the path ahead is blocked. However, several of our families are on the brink of running out of water. How long will this detour take before we reach Qinghe?" At that moment, Li Zheng interjected, "Let us first borrow water from those who have an ample supply." Sante is correct. We must take the detour as there is no alternative. Everyone began to pack their belongings. Just then, a young man inquired, "Li Zheng, which way shall we go?" The villagers paused, turning to face him. Indeed, a pressing question had arisen. Should they go left or right? The original route had been straight ahead, but with that path blocked, they now faced 2 untraveled detours. No one dared to make a decision. Even Sante fell silent. Lost in thought. "Let us go left." Just as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, a clear, youthful voice chimed in. It was Du Yuling. The villagers turned their attention to the approaching Du family. Held in her father's arms, Du Yuling glanced at the crowd and reiterated, "Let us go left. Although it will take us farther from Qinghe, there will be other rivers along the way for us to drink from." Her words resonated powerfully among the villagers. The first to respond was Sante. "Yuling, how do you know there is a river to the left?" "Grandfather," she replied. "I was startled yesterday and nearly fell off a cliff, but a gust of wind spared me. Last night, I did not develop a fever, but I had a dream. In it, an old man dressed in green with a long beard, claiming to be the mountain god, saved my life and guided me, saying we should go left to survive." This was a carefully crafted tale that Du Yuling had previously coordinated with her father. She could not reveal the truth about her inquiry into the system. In ancient times, many older generations firmly believed in the spiritual capabilities of children. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Sante's expression shifted to one of solemn reverence, devoid of skepticism, as he yearned to learn more about the mountain god. "Dear child, did the mountain god share anything else?" Du Yuling quickly recounted her premeditated narrative. The mountain god mentioned that the drought atop the mountain was weakening his divine form, and we are the last people he can save. He also said my survival is due to my father's valor in battle, protecting the people and accumulating merit, which has now been bestowed upon me. He assured me that in future crises, I must trust myself, for I am blessed by the mountain god. This was a strategic statement crafted by Du Yuling to ensure the villagers would heed her counsel in times of trouble. With this declaration, she positioned herself as a favored child of the divine. She knew that, without such a tale, the elders and villagers would not take her seriously given her tender age. To her surprise, her words had a profound impact. Sante, momentarily dazed, suddenly shone with unprecedented fervor and nearly knelt before the child in reverence. This startled Ling Bao, who almost lost her composure. Fortunately, Du Hongyu swiftly intervened, preventing Sante from bowing. Ling Bao quickly descended from her father's embrace, observing the villagers poised to kneel, and implored, "Please, do not kneel before me. I am merely a child who has received a momentary blessing from the mountain god. I cannot bear such honor." Du Laonyo added. Ling Bao is still but a child. Esteemed elders, you must not bow to her, for it could jeopardize her well-being. Li Zheng, recovering from his initial shock, stepped forward and declared, Esteemed elders, this is the mountain god's protection over Lu Shu village. It is surely the result of our ancestors' virtues. We must first express our gratitude to the mountain god. Upon hearing this, the villagers knelt in unison, bowing towards the mountain and exclaiming, Thank you, mountain god. Thank you for saving our lives. We shall not forget your kindness. If we can survive and settle peacefully, we will honor you with offerings thrice daily. As the villagers finished their devotions, Li Zheng continued, Lingao possesses a touch of fortune, since the mountain god has indicated her blessing amidst the myriad challenges ahead. We shall heed her words whenever we face uncertainty. However, she is but a child and cannot bear the weight of our reverence. We must treat her as our kin. The villagers readily agreed. Time was of the essence, and having decided which path to take, guided by the mountain god, the people of Lushu village erupted with newfound enthusiasm. Even those on the verge of running out of water felt invigorated. Their procession stretched long, with hundreds of mule carts winding along the leftward path. The leftward road was narrower, yet it remained passable for single carts. On either side lay parched wheat fields, stretching out in a desolate expanse of withered yellow. A sense of melancholy enveloped the onlookers, yet buoyed by the guidance of the mountain deity, they summoned their spirits and pressed on with renewed determination. The group navigated the path without daring to rest, marching for 6 consecutive hours until dusk fell. As they crested a small earthen rise, a sudden cry rang out from ahead, a river. A river. Upon hearing this, those in the rear hastily dropped the reins of their mules, disregarding everything else, and raced forward with unbridled enthusiasm. In the twilight, they beheld a shimmering river, flowing serenely beneath the moonlight, and tears of joy welled in their eyes. A river. There's water. We won't perish from thirst. We can continue our journey to the capital. They exclaimed in unison, their hearts alight with hope. The villagers from Willow Tree Village embraced each other in exuberance, as if they had just escaped the jaws of death. Then came the first splash as someone leaped into the water, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth, their excitement contagious as everyone, regardless of age or gender, plunged into the river. Some scooped up the water eagerly to drink, others dove beneath the surface, and still others filled clay pots with water. The river was shallow, reaching only to their thighs, and stretched nearly half a mile in length. The villagers reveled in the water, having been long deprived of such a luxury. Though the Du family did not lack for drinking water, the oppressive heat had left them longing for a proper bath. The 5 brothers Du Daolong, Du Erlang, Du Sanlang, Du Sailang, and Du Wulong cast off their shirts and joyfully dove in, as if they were fish returning to their natural habitat. At this moment, the boundaries of modesty faded, and men and women alike luxuriated in the long-missed joys that only water could provide. The women, however, remained in a small area by the riverbank, modestly wrapped in rags, washing themselves. Du Erlang stood nearby, facing away from the river, vigilantly guarding Li Yuanyang and Ling Bao to deter any unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage of their beauty. Li Yuanyang was exceptionally lovely, with long willow-like eyebrows, a delicate oval face, skin as smooth as jade, and cherry-red lips that needed no embellishment. Strands of hair caressed her cheeks in the breeze, enhancing her gentle and captivating demeanor. As the daughter of a scholar, she was well-educated and refined, far surpassing the common village women. Du Erlang had taken pride in marrying Li Yuanyang for many years, but once their daughter Lingao was born, he shifted his focus to boasting about her. Lingbao observed her mother bathing, but refrained from joining her in the river. She could wash herself with mountain spring water in her spatial realm, and the river's water had become murky from the villagers splashing. Li Yuanyang, mindful of her daughter's health, decided against washing her, despite the summer heat, as it could lead to illness. Instead, she instructed Lingbao to wait by the riverbank, watching her mother cleanse away the dust. A rare look of comfort appeared on Lingbao's face. She wished for her mother to use the spring water, but Li Yuanyang had just pressed her hand down, explaining that they lacked a bath basin and that such an action would attract too much attention. During their travels, Li Yuanyang had come to understand some of her daughter's abilities, yet she said nothing and reminded Lingbao to blend in with the others to avoid arousing suspicion. Lingbao was also aware of the importance of discretion, even though her spatial realm was gradually becoming more abundant due to her accumulating points. She remained cautious each time she retrieved something. As she watched her mother in the shimmering water, memories of her previous life surged back, revealing the tragic fate that awaited her mother. After her father's death, her mother succumbed to despair and fell ill, coinciding with a year of drought that left the fields barren, prompting the townsfolk to flee in search of sustenance. Despite her own suffering, Li Yuanyang had to lead her 5 sons to safety, striving to ensure their survival. Tragically, due to her beauty, she caught the eye of a nefarious man on their flight, and Du Dalong's attempt to save her resulted in a broken leg. With no food and no doctor, Du Dalong succumbed to illness on the road. Following the loss of her daughter, husband, and now a son, Li Yuanyang could bear no more and soon passed away herself. As these thoughts coursed through Lingbao, a surge of bitterness welled up within her. The root of all this suffering lay with the Du family's eldest branch, and she had long yearned to take action against them, especially Du Yuro and those troublesome twins. However, the journey had made such actions impractical until now. In the shadows, Lingbao's vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She observed Du Yuro frolicking in the water and communicated with her system in her mind. She exchanged points for a small tool, intending to make Du Yuro stumble into the river, submerging her face and mouth until she experienced the sensation of drowning, only to be released afterward. System, ding. The item is now in use. Suddenly, Du Yuro, who had been enjoying herself, fell into the river, flailing desperately and unable to surface, her face a mask of terror as she cried out. Her twin brothers, watching from the bank, jeered, "Sister, is the water spirit holding your head down? How frightening." Their taunts caused Du Dalong, who had intended to assist Du Yuro, to hesitate. As she struggled, her strength waned, and just as the tool's effect was about to expire, she managed to lift her face above the water, gasping for air like a fish on the brink of death, trembling with fear. Her twin brothers continued to mock her. "Sister, the water spirit didn't drag you away." Du Lingbao, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that in this lifetime, Du Yuro and her 2 troublesome brothers were not faring as well as they had before. In the murky waters, Du Yuro shot a venomous glance at her twin brothers. At that moment, Du Dalong called out, "Yuro, it's all right. Just get back to the carriage and change your clothes. Don't let anyone see you drenched." Instead of offering her comfort, he was more concerned about her reputation. Lingbao, sitting on the riverbank, watched as Du Yuro ground her teeth in frustration, powerless to retaliate. After all, she had played the obedient daughter for so long and had orchestrated matters to convince her father of her good fortune. Thus, she dared not act out against Du Dalong during their flight. She longed to unleash her wrath on the 2 little devils, but a glance at the stern-faced Du old lady nearby forced her to hold back. In her grandmother's eyes, a girl was merely grass, while a boy was a treasure. Ultimately, Du Yuro had to endure the fright and suppress her anger, retreating alone to the carriage. Lingbao felt a sense of satisfaction, for this was how it should be. There was no way she would allow Du Yuro to meet an easy demise. That would be too lenient. Reflecting on the indignities Du Yuro had suffered along their journey, Lingbao felt a surge of joy. In her previous life, the village had never traveled together. Du Yuro had bought grain at stable prices and had even saved a noble during their flight, who later assisted them in the capital. But in this life, Lingbao was thriving and her entire family was well. Her father had led the entire village to escape the famine, and by the time the Du family sought to purchase grain again, the prices had surged significantly. Under the protection of her parents and brother, along with the advantages of her own system space, Du Yuling's family was evidently the most prosperous in the village. The Du family had acquired half the amount of grain they had in their previous life, although they were still better off than some families when it came to food. How could they possibly compare to the lavish meals of cold rabbit, beggar's chicken, rich meat porridge, and exquisite pickles that her family enjoyed? Thus, during mealtimes, Du Yuling often caught sight of Du Wetru, clutching a bowl of plain congee accompanied by pickles, casting venomous and envious glances in her direction. Yet, what did it matter? Du Yuling remained blissfully savoring her meals, nourished by her parents. In fact, every time she witnessed Du Wetru's sour expression, as though she had tumbled into a vat of lemons, Du Yuling felt an inexplicable delight and would eat an extra half bowl of rice. Du Wetru, in this life, I shall reclaim every single thing you have stolen from me, piece by piece. I shall relish the sight of your impotent fury, fully aware of everything yet unable to retaliate, and then I will gradually exact my revenge upon you. For only by feeling the pain oneself can one truly comprehend its depth. Under the moonlight by the riverside, Li Yuanyang had finished washing and stepped ashore. Du Lauer held a tattered cloth to shield her, while Li Wenyang changed her clothes. Dueling stood up and brushed off some dried grass leaves from her little bottom, awaiting her mother's return. Suddenly, she heard a cry for help. Dueling raised an eyebrow, thinking, here it comes. Chapter 27. Someone seeks rescue. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can save my child? A man in a green robe came running from a distance, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, panting and frantic. Dueling took her father's hand and approached him. What has happened to your child? Qi Mingyuan, seeing the exquisite and beautiful little girl and the strong man beside her, rushed forward. Is there a healer among you? My child is less than a year old and has choked on food. It's critically dangerous. If you can save my child, I, Qi Mingyuan, will reward you handsomely. Dueling spoke up, though I am not a healer, I happen to know how to rescue a choking child. Take me to him, and I will save your son. Had any adult uttered those words, Qi Mingyuan would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet it was a mere toddler of just over 3 years who spoke. Qi Mingyuan hesitated, glancing at Du Lauer. Du Lauer affirmed, my daughter can indeed save your child. Observing his indecision, Du Yuling contemplated that the Heimlich maneuver did not necessarily require her to perform it herself. She could simply instruct him on what to do. A child who is choking can easily suffocate, so do not waste time. I will tell you how to save him. You must hurry back. Qi Mingyuan had never encountered such an unconventional situation. He understood the urgency of the choking hazard, and even the most renowned doctors in the capital might not succeed. How could this child? Hold your child in your arms with his back against you. Locate 2 fingers above his navel and apply pressure with your fist. After several thrusts, the obstruction should dislodge. Dueling regarded him, bemused, and thought, could he truly be so oblivious? The window of time for saving a choking child is critical. You must go now. Her voice rang like thunder, snapping Qi Mingyuan back to reality. And he hurriedly dashed back to the carriage. Upon seeing his son, he noted the child's face was swollen and turning purple, teetering on the brink of disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the girl's instructions to administer first aid. With each thrust to the child's upper abdomen, after 5 or 6 attempts, a small piece of food dislodged, and the child began to cry. Nearby, Lin Shi, upon hearing her son's cries, was overwhelmed with tears. She took her son into her arms, exclaiming, Yuaner, my Yuaner. Qi Mingyuan, gazing at his son, who had been returned to him, was also filled with joy, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. The child's grandmother, aided by a maid, limped over, gazing at her rescued grandson and exclaiming in gratitude, Buddha bless you. Qi Mingyuan looked up to see the father and daughter approaching him. He stepped forward, bowing deeply in gratitude. I thank you, benefactors, for saving my child's life. I, Qi Mingyuan, am currently without means to repay you, but once in the capital, I will surely offer my thanks. Such a deed was merely a small effort. Nothing to mention, she replied. Qi Mingyuan was astonished at the eloquence of the little girl, realizing that despite her tender age, she possessed remarkable skills and spoke with an air of refinement, as if she hailed from a well-educated family. At that moment, an elderly voice emanated from the carriage, Mingyuan. My legs are unsteady. Please invite the benefactors over so that I may express my gratitude in person. Upon hearing his mother's request, Qi Mingyuan hastily invited the benefactors to their carriage. Du Lauer, cradling Lingbao, approached and beheld an elderly woman with white hair, dressed in silk, exuding an air of nobility, suggesting she hailed from a distinguished lineage. The elderly lady, seated on a low stool, gestured to her maid to assist her as she rose upon seeing Du Lauer and Lingbao. I am here to thank you both for your kindness. Du Lauer noticed the elderly woman bending slightly to express her gratitude and quickly stepped forward, raising a hand to indicate it was unnecessary. Dear lady, you are unwell. Please sit down. We saved your grandson simply because our paths crossed, and it is a matter of fate. There is no need for such formal thanks. Dueling spoke with a maturity beyond her years, though her voice retained a soft, sweet quality. The elderly lady, charmed by the delightful little girl, contemplated rewarding her with a token of appreciation, but suddenly recalled that their family's belongings had been seized. She touched her wrist, hesitating for a moment, and ultimately decided to remove a bracelet. Little one, you saved my grandson, and I am particularly fond of you. This bracelet has been blessed by a master. I give it to you for your safety. Dueling quickly declined, recognizing the bracelet as something the elderly lady had likely cherished for many years. Dear lady, truly it is unnecessary. This bracelet is clearly something you have worn for a long time. I cannot accept it. Moreover, if it has been blessed, you should keep it. It will protect you on your journey, especially given your age and the fatigue of travel. Oh dear, where did such a lovely child come from? I am utterly enchanted by you. The elderly Zhang, if not for her cane, would have embraced the enchanting little girl in her arms for a warm hug. Just as the atmosphere became amiable, a baby's cries echoed from the carriage once more. But what troubles our little brother now? Ling Bao asked. Qi Mingyuan and Elder Zhang also looked anxiously towards the carriage, only to see a robust woman emerge from within. Pausing momentarily, she addressed Elder Zhang. My lady, I apologize. I still lack milk, and without fine grains, our young master is crying from hunger. What shall we do? Elder Zhang, upon hearing this, slumped onto the low stool. Grief-stricken as memories of their family's recent upheaval surged forth, tears streaming down her face. Qi Mingyuan, as both a father and son, felt a deep sense of helplessness and despair. Yuling inquired, what kind of fine grains do you need? Would refined rice or white flour suffice? Elder Zhang's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Certainly, certainly. Might I trouble you, dear benefactor, to share some with us? Yuling nodded and replied, of course. Have him come with us to fetch it. She pointed at Qi Mingyuan. Very well, very well. Thank you, dear benefactor. Qi Mingyuan could hardly contain his excitement as he agreed, feeling that indeed, there was hope after despair. He returned from the home of Du Lauer with 10 pounds of fine rice and 10 pounds of white flour, promptly instructing the wet nurse to prepare a thick rice porridge to extract the rice oil for his son. Qi Mingyuan was elated that his son now had provisions. Yet both the matriarch and his wife, Lin, wore expressions of concern. It was then that the elder Zhang inquired, Mingyuan, did you pay for this rice and flour you brought from your benefactor's home? Money? No, mother, as you well know. Those people confiscated all our money and provisions back then. I have no money left. Suddenly, he realized the flaw in the situation. Chapter 28. An Unwelcome Request. Was it true that the benefactor saved his son, and apart from a mere verbal promise, they received nothing in return? They had given away 10 pounds of superior rice and 10 pounds of flour for nothing. Qi Mingyuan felt a flush of shame creep over his face. If someone had told him this a month ago, he would have severed ties with them, believing them to look down on him. How could they think so little of him? Such a person could not be a true friend. But now, mother, what are we to do? This immense favor, though we have promised to repay it. We have not yet given anything to our benefactor, and now we are taking their rice and flour. Qi Mingyuan covered his face with his sleeve, feeling utterly ashamed. Elder Zhang pondered for a moment before shifting the conversation, asking her son, what do you think about proposing to travel with our benefactor? But mother, our provisions are insufficient, and we have no silver left. If we approach them like this, they might think we are taking advantage of their kindness. Elder Zhang understood their predicament and realized that making such a request was indeed somewhat shameless, yet, traveling alone might prove treacherous to reach the capital. Husband, mother, Lin, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. I have a 500-tael silver note here, kept close to me. If you both wish to travel with our benefactor, we can offer the silver to them. What? You still have a silver note? Elder Zhang was somewhat astonished, considering that the previous group had searched the women thoroughly, leaving no jewelry behind. Lin, noticing the surprise and confusion on her husband and mother-in-law's faces, shyly explained, I kept the silver note close to me. As she spoke, Lin pointed to her chest, revealing that it had indeed been hidden close to her body, which explained its preservation. Upon realizing this, Elder Zhang burst into laughter. Wonderful. Mei Nyang, you have saved our family. With this silver note, we can indeed approach our benefactor without shame. Elder Zhang instructed Qi Mingyuan to take the silver note to their benefactor, while she and Lin waited in place. Qi Mingyuan deemed this the best course of action and, clutching the silver note, made his way to the resting place where Du Lauer was currently staying. At this hour, they were typically preparing to sleep. Upon seeing Qi Mingyuan approach, Du Lauer was somewhat surprised. He wondered what could bring Qi Gongzi here at such an hour. Benefactor, I apologize for disturbing you again. But there is a matter I wish to trouble you with. Du Lauer stood by the carriage, listening attentively, while Du Yuling lifted the curtain of the carriage to see what Qi Mingyuan had to say. Benefactor, unbeknownst to you, I initially intended to journey to the capital with my family. My household is somewhat affluent, and along the way, we not only brought our own guards, but also hired about 10 skilled hands from an escort agency. At this point, Qi Mingyuan's anger became palpable. Who would have thought that these treacherous escort guards would conspire with our household guards to intercept us? They took not only our money and belongings, but even our provisions, leaving us with only a few bags of millet meant for servants. Realizing he had misspoken, Qi Mingyuan was about to remedy his words when he noticed Du Lauer wave his hand dismissively. Qi Gongzi need not speak so, sometimes. The lives of common folk are indeed not as fortunate as those of the servants in wealthy households. It is a fact, and nothing to be ashamed of. Benefactor. I truly was overwhelmed with anger and spoke thoughtlessly. Unexpectedly, Qi Mingyuan slapped himself, and the Du family members were unable to intervene in time. His hand was remarkably swift. Du Yuling stifled a laugh, thinking that Qi Mingyuan was rather too earnest, which perhaps explained how outsiders could entice their servants to betray their masters. Yet, Du Yuling still found one thing puzzling. Did your servants not sign a contract? How could they dare? Although Qi Mingyuan had not spent much time with the young benefactor, just a brief hour or two, he no longer regarded her as a mere child. Thus, he earnestly explained, this year, Yangfu City has experienced 3 years of drought, while the nearby Qingyang City faced flooding followed by drought. Presently, half of our territory in Dali is suffering from various degrees of disaster. It seems the world is on the brink of chaos. Therefore, these audacious wicked servants dare to act in such a manner, likely thinking to seize enough money and provisions to hide away in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Du Yuling remarked, indeed, that is quite a clever plan. Unfortunately, given the drought there, such a scheme would be unfeasible. So, you have come to join us on our journey? The young benefactor indeed possessed keen insight. Qi Mingyuan retrieved the 500-tael silver note from his sleeve and presented it to Du Lauer. Benefactor, as our fortunes have been seized, we truly have little wealth to repay you, and we can only wait until we reach the capital. This 500-tael note is what my wife kept aside for emergencies. Now, we humbly request to exchange it for some good rice and flour, as my young child and elderly mother have delicate stomachs and cannot consume millet. The remaining money shall belong to you, and we hope you will allow us to accompany you to the capital. Qi Mingyuan scrutinized Du Lauer's expression, noticing that he displayed no particular emotion, neither anger nor eagerness to agree, which caused a twinge of anxiety within him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, I wonder, what are your thoughts on this matter? Before Du Lauer could respond, Du Hongyu interjected. He first performed a scholar's bow, to which Qi Mingyuan hastily returned a similar gesture. Du Hongyu spoke slowly and deliberately, Qi Gongzi, my sister saved your son without expecting anything in return. It was simply fortuitous that she was there to help. Yes, I am well aware of the great kindness of my benefactor. Then you should also understand that we are simple country folk. Although we have fled from disaster, we did purchase some fine rice and flour, primarily because my sister is young and cannot consume millet. However, our supply is limited. We could share a few tens of pounds with you, but any more would leave my sister wanting. Qi Mingyuan glanced at the young benefactor and recognized that he had overlooked this reality. Du Hongyu continued, furthermore, regarding the matter of money, it is indeed important, but as you know, on the road of fleeing, silver is often useless for purchasing goods. What truly matters are the provisions at hand. As for what happens once we reach the capital, that is another matter. Yes, I understand. Lastly, you wish to travel with us, but we are journeying alongside the villagers, and whether we can bring you along depends on their agreement. That is only reasonable. Qi Mingyuan had never felt himself capable of such humility, yet the circumstances dictated his demeanor. Moreover, encountering a benefactor family as accommodating as this was their greatest fortune. Had they met someone greedy, perhaps upon presenting the 500-tael note, it would have been snatched away, and they would have received no further consideration. Additionally, they may not have even saved his son in the first place. Thus, Qi Mingyuan's gratitude towards the Du family was heartfelt. Du Hongyu had articulated everything that Du Lauer could not express, and Du Lauer concluded with a summary. The rice and flour can be shared with you, albeit in limited quantity, as I must ensure there is enough for my daughter. As for the matter of accompanying us, we shall wait until tomorrow to discuss it with the villagers. You should return home for tonight. Thank you, kind benefactor. Please hold on to this banknote for now. I can return it tomorrow without delay. No, benefactor, listen to me. Our household is currently composed of women, children, and the elderly. And I am but a scholar. Keeping the banknote with us is indeed not safe. It would be better for you to hold on to it for now. Qi Mingyuan's gaze swept across the 5 brothers of the Du family, and he instantly felt an extraordinary sense of security. Moreover, his words were artfully chosen, appealing to the kind-heartedness of the Du family. Indeed, upon hearing this, Du-er immediately suggested, when you go to bed tonight, bring your cart nearby. We have villagers on patrol, and being close by will ensure your safety. Thank you, benefactor. We are truly grateful. Du-er waved his hand, urging him to return home first. He noticed that Ling Ao was yawning, clearly tired. Qi Mingyuan left in high spirits, though uncertain about the outcome of tomorrow. Would the people of Lushu village accept them? Chapter 29, Egg Drop Soup. The following day, as dawn broke in the distance, the villagers began to kindle fires for cooking. Du-er approached the resting place of the village head and conveyed the situation regarding Qi Mingyuan. What do you think, heir? The village head asked, seeking Du-er's opinion first. I perceive that the family in question is not lying. Their demeanor indeed suggests they hail from a prominent household, accompanied by the young and the elderly. I propose we allow them to follow us, but they must procure their own provisions and water, so as not to burden the village. Upon hearing this, the village head displayed a look of appreciation and approval, and thus he and Du-er sought out several elders, who also concurred. Du-er relayed this decision to Qi Mingyuan. You may follow behind us. Should any trouble arise on the road, just call out, and we shall come to your aid. I can spare you 300 jin of white rice and 300 jin of white flour. Given that the corn you currently possess is not sufficient for several adults to reach the capital, I shall also provide you with 300 jin of corn. That is all I can spare for now. Du-er was not inclined to part with so much grain from his own supplies, but fortunately, his uncle from the Li family was well off, and Du-er had compensated him accordingly to obtain some additional provisions. What do you think? Qi Mingyuan was utterly astonished by the benefactor's generosity and nodded fervently. I am willing, most willing. I shall repay your kindness, benefactor. Du-er waved his hand, suggesting they discuss future matters later. In truth, Du-er had not been entirely mindful of the adult's need for corn. It was Ling Ao who had reminded him. This was due to the fact that Qi Mingyuan was the nephew of the current Minister of Works, and he himself was destined to achieve second place in the imperial examination 2 years hence. This individual had been a fortunate find for Du-er on the road in a past life. Now, Du-er was more than willing to assist him, as having such connections would undoubtedly afford them greater convenience in the capital. The villagers had filled various water containers the previous day, and with renewed confidence, they set forth on their journey. Although Du-er's family had access to spring water, they were always meticulous in their preparations, ensuring that others did not perceive any discrepancies. They also drew water from the river, as Du-er had purchased alum, which could purify the water. After traveling for 3 hours, they paused once more under the blazing sun at noon, unable to continue due to the heat. During such sweltering conditions, it was customary for everyone to find a shaded spot to rest and prepare a meal. Du-er's family had a sumptuous spread prepared. Today, they had fried rice paired with steaming hot congee, freshly baked flatbreads, and specially prepared pickles. They even had a delicate egg drop soup. As they sipped the soup, the members of the Du family exchanged glances, their expressions a complex mix of joy, satisfaction, astonishment, and a hint of helplessness. How could they not be surprised? It turned out that Du had ventured a few steps outside, squatted down, and after some time, returned with 3 large eggs, claiming they were wild eggs found by the roadside. The Du family members thought to themselves, you are not even attempting to disguise it, are you? Such a flimsy excuse. However, amidst the absurdity, there was a sliver of comfort. Look, our little sister even knows to dress it up a bit. She didn't just pull them straight from her sleeve, and one touch reveals they are indeed fresh eggs. Du blinked and said, since you all know, why should I pretend? Of course, I will bring out anything good. On this journey, no one else would have the opportunity to enjoy fresh eggs. The drought had rendered wild chickens and hares nearly extinct, so how could fresh eggs be found? It turned out that Du had spent all her points to exchange for a small ecological farm in her space, though it was only about 5 acres. It boasted excellent spring water and a small stream winding around it. The land was planted with grains which, although not yet matured, would soon be ready. Surrounding the wheat fields were trees laden with fruit, and there was even a small shed housing chickens, ducks, sheep, and fat pigs. She had even reserved a small plot to sow vegetable seeds purchased from the market. The entire small farm operated on an ecological cycle, and now Du could be said to lack for nothing in terms of food. Her family was already aware of her spatial abilities, so whenever something good was available, she would merely go through the motions of presenting it. In any case, should anyone express curiosity, the remaining 7 members of the Du family would be sure to support her. Du found great joy in this arrangement. After all, as the beloved of the family. She was to enjoy her happiness, while her family took care of the aftermath. As the Du family savored their flatbreads and egg drop soup, observing the obedient and charming Ling Bao, they felt a bittersweet sense of joy. In stark contrast, the Qi Mingyuan family was engulfed in gloom. Their young master was still lacking sufficient milk and had barely touched his rice porridge. The young master's mother, Lin, had initially possessed little milk, fortunately. Their family was well off enough to hire 2 wet nurses, allowing him to grow strong for nearly a year. However, during their flight from the famine, one wet nurse had allied with the bandits, while the other had been so frightened that she abruptly ceased nursing. Days had passed without any sign of milk returning. And despite having rice and flour, a nursing infant could not solely subsist on these. Thus, when Lin observed her son only sip a few mouthfuls of rice paste and refused to eat further during lunch, her tears welled up, threatening to spill over. With their home ransacked, not only had they lost the wet nurses, but they had also brought along provisions for their son that had now vanished. The remaining fine grains were all that the Du family had shared with them. Lin, in frustration, pounded her chest, while Qi Mingyuan grasped her arm, saying, "What are you doing?" As Lin struck her chest, she wept, "It is all my fault. As a mother, I am utterly incapable. I have no milk. And my son cannot eat his fill, leaving him to suffer from hunger." With that, she broke down into tears. Old Zhang, watching from the side, felt a pang of compassion, but her heart ached more for her little grandson. Yet what could be done in such dire circumstances? They could procure nothing beyond fine grains. And every commoner fleeing the famine deemed such provisions precious. Where would they find the refined foods typically consumed by a young master of their standing? Du Yiling, witnessing the turbulent plight of Qi Mingyuan's family, pondered for a moment before ladling a bowl of egg soup from their iron pot. "Here, take a look and see if your little son can drink the soup." Upon lifting his gaze, Qi Mingyuan's expression transformed into one of sheer joy at the sight of the egg soup presented by Du Yiling's delicate hand. Lin Shi, standing nearby, was even more elated. Springing to her feet and hurriedly taking 2 or 3 steps to Du Yiling, carefully accepting the bowl with both hands, fearful of spilling the precious soup. "Thank you, my little benefactor. Thank you. The little one can indeed drink this egg soup. I am eternally grateful." Lin Shi exclaimed as she made her way back to feed her son, her gratitude spilling forth. Chapter 30. The Unassuming Little Genius. My little benefactor. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Qi Mingyuan, a man of earnest heart and scholarly disposition, found himself overwhelmed with appreciation for Du Yiling's timely generosity. Du Yiling waved her hand dismissively, deeming it a trifling matter, as long as her little brother was willing to drink. In truth, she felt a pang of compassion for the infant, who, not yet a year old, had not even had the benefit of milk, let alone any other supplementary nourishment. She recalled her previous experiences in a different world where children were given a substance known as milk powder. Yet it was evident that such a thing did not exist in their current realm. Even if it were available in the marketplace, she would not dare to procure it. As she declined Qi Mingyuan's fervent gratitude and turned to leave for her own home, an idea suddenly struck her as she recalled the goats on her small farm. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at the pen housing a mother goat, a father goat, and 3 kids, realizing that the mother goat produced milk, which could be offered to the child. This revelation illuminated her mind, and she resolved to conjure a large goat later that evening to provide sustenance for the unfortunate little one. After everyone had eaten and taken a moment to rest, the sun had passed its zenith and none dared to linger. They quickly packed their belongings and resumed their journey. After all, reaching the capital sooner would ensure greater safety. Thus far, they had encountered no bandits or marauders, yet it was well understood that such turbulent times often led to encounters with highway robbers. Although they traveled in numbers, facing ruthless bandits would indeed spell disaster. The group continued for over 3 hours until they discovered a wooded area suitable for camping. By the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the sky. The moon shone faintly and the occasional sound of cicadas filled the air. They lit torches not only to prepare their evening meal, but also to ward off wild beasts. Once each family had dined, the men collected several handfuls of dry grass from the forest floor to lay down for sleeping, while those of better means spread out cool mats. After finishing her meal, Du Yiling disregarded her father's advice and returned to the carriage to rest early. She discreetly pulled her second brother aside, suggesting, "Second brother, let's take a stroll in the woods to help with digestion, and we can also catch some cicadas." Du Hongyu raised an eyebrow, sensing that his sister was concocting an excuse, likely to unveil some treasure. Yet, his mischievous side was piqued, and he squatted down to meet her gaze. Little Ling Mao, are you not afraid of the darkness in the woods? With an innocent demeanor, Du Yuling replied, I am not afraid. With you accompanying me, how could I be scared? Perhaps we should bring Big Brother along. He is the strongest, and even wolves and tigers fear him. Oh? So, according to you, second brother is inferior to Big Brother? Du Hongyu feigned indignation. Of course. Du Hongyu was taken aback by his beloved sister's candidness, his eyes widening in surprise. Just as he contemplated genuine anger, he was drawn back by her whimsical manner of speech. While Big Brother undoubtedly possessed the greatest physical prowess when it came to academic pursuits, second brother was clearly the most accomplished. Why compare strength with Big Brother when you excel in your studies? Du Hongyu suddenly laughed, ruffling Du Yuling's hair affectionately. His sister, with her cleverness and quick wit, was truly remarkable, surpassing even him, who is often praised for his eloquence. Subsequently, Du Yuling began to pester her father to let her catch cicadas in the woods. The doting Du Lauer, unable to withstand his daughter's persistence, relented. Before long, not only did he permit the eldest brother to accompany her, but he also packed the third, fourth, and fifth brothers to join in protecting their sister while assisting her in her endeavor to catch cicadas. It was evident that Du Lauer relented partly because many other village children were also awake, all engaged in catching cicadas, with even adults partaking in the activity. After all, cicadas roasted over a fire were delicious, akin to meat, and quite nutritious. Du Xingdan, Du Hongyu, and the younger brothers each took a bright torch and strapped on hunting knives, encircling Du Yuling as they ventured into the woods. The scene resembled that of a young lady of high standing accompanied by her 5 formidable bodyguards, exuding an air of grandeur and prestige. Du Yuling basked in the affection of her brothers, yet she remained focused on her purpose. Observing other villagers engrossed in catching cicadas, she discreetly led her brothers towards a more secluded area of the woods. Initially, Du Xingdan, concerned for his sister's safety, was opposed to this venture. But Du Yuling exchanged glances with Du Hongyu. Du Hongyu seized the moment to argue, this wood is merely an ordinary grove, not connected to mountains. And no wild beasts are lurking about. With 5 strapping brothers armed with knives, what harm could possibly befall our sister? Noting Du Xingdan's wavering resolve, he continued, Ling Ao merely wishes to explore what lies beyond. With each of us holding a torch, it is as bright as day. Du Xingdan glanced at his sister. Illuminated by the torchlight, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, he found himself unable to refuse. Very well, let us venture a bit further. However, we must not stray too far. We'll return after catching a few more cicadas, lest our parents grow concerned. Okay, Du Yuling chirped in response. Her true intent was to summon the wild goat. While she had begun to indulge in her desires in front of her family, a creature as conspicuous as a goat would inevitably draw the attention of the villagers, necessitating a suitable opportunity for its reveal. Once the siblings had distanced themselves from the others, and with the poor visibility of night, they would likely go unnoticed. With her eldest brother leading the way and her second brother providing cover, Du Yuling quickly retrieved the goat while hiding behind a tree. Taking a deep breath, she called out, Big Brother. Big Brother, look here. There's a wild goat. The reason for her shout was to alert the other villagers, ensuring they discovered the goat promptly, thus avoiding any need for explanations the following day should they unexpectedly appear with the goat. As the commotion attracted onlookers, they quickly understood that the group had stumbled upon a wild goat in the woods, their surprise and excitement overshadowing any further speculation. Watching her brother's trembling hands reach for the wild goat, Du Yuling mused to herself, I must truly be an unassuming little genius. Chapter 31. Saving the Young Master's Life. When Du Yuling returned with her brothers, having successfully brought back the wild goat, the excitement of Du Lauer and Li Yunyang was palpable and required no elaboration. The villagers of Willow Tree Village echoed sentiments of praise, remarking on the remarkable fortune of the Du family's youngest daughter. Even before bedtime, families murmured to one another, such a lovely female goat. It seems to be fruitful with milk. Whoever captures it will not only enjoy its meat, but also provide their children with an exceptional source of nourishment. Alas, we are not so fortunate. While Du Lauer and his companion shared in the excitement, they were mindful that it was late, and the family soon retired for the night. The following morning, the Du family was particularly eager as they approached the mother goat. Du Zheyan attempted to see if he could extract some goat milk and was delighted to find that he easily filled a large bowl. Du Laoer and Li Yunyang joined in, and to their astonishment, they managed to squeeze out 3 large bowls of goat milk. Du Xingjian heated their iron pot, and Du Zheyan poured in the milk, adding a handful of almonds. Once the milk reached a boil, he sweetened it with a piece of rock candy. Dealing took a sip and found it delectably fragrant and sweet. Thus, while other families were munching on cold pancakes for breakfast, the Du family indulged in warm goat milk. Dealing, ever considerate, remembered that this goat was partly meant for Qi Mingyuan's young son. After the milk was prepared, she carried a generous bowl of it to their home. The sight of his son joyfully gulping down the milk brought tears of gratitude to Qi Mingyuan's eyes. His family felt profoundly indebted to Du Yuling, almost venerating her as a deity. Du Yuling waved her hand dismissively, saying it was nothing, and returned to enjoy her own share of goat milk. With the presence of this goat, the entire family was blessed with nourishing milk. Goat milk is known to be an excellent source of strength and health. After their arduous journey, being able to consume such a beneficial substance daily helped stave off illness and strengthened their bodies. Noticing that the goat had only produced 3 bowls of milk, Du Yuling discreetly visited the system's store to purchase a pill, which she fed to the goat, effectively doubling its milk yield. Now, the sustenance of the young Qi was secure, and both adults and children in her family could enjoy warm goat milk daily. Qi Mingyuan's gratitude towards the Du family overflowed from his heart. Du Yuling mused that soon, when they reached the capital, she would have a sturdy ally to lean on. Just as she savored the last sip of her goat milk, a notification echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 merit points, which doubles to 400. And you are awarded with 800 points. Du Yuling was taken aback. She had merely provided reliable sustenance for the child. So how had she garnered such a bounty of merit points? The system, noticing her bewilderment, promptly explained. After a lengthy clarification, Du Yuling realized that her seemingly small act had inadvertently saved the young boy's life. In her previous life, Diru had encountered Qi Mingyuan's family and provided them with food, primarily millet. At that time, she did not perceive the immediate benefits and was reluctant to invest further. Although Qi's family had eventually presented a silver note of 500 taels, Diru and Du Lauda, motivated by greed, only offered them 200 jin of millet, 10 jin of white rice, and 10 jin of white flour. Qi Mingyuan, having promised to take them to the capital at the risk of his life, felt it inappropriate to ask for finer grains, leaving the young boy to subsist on a meager diet of rice porridge and flour paste, resorting to millet by the journey's midpoint. A child under a year old, consuming such coarse millet daily during a lengthy trek, ultimately succumbed before receiving proper nourishment upon their arrival in the capital. Du Yuling had merely wished for the child to have better sustenance, at least to drink milk, and, unexpectedly, her simple gesture saved his life. She was equally astonished to receive such a considerable amount of points, especially after depleting her balance while constructing an eco-circular small farm in her space a few days prior. Just when she felt financially strained, fortune smiled upon her. This served as a reminder that sometimes, even the smallest acts of kindness can yield unexpected rewards. After finishing their breakfast, the group set off once more, their singular goal being to reach the foot of the capital as swiftly as possible. In the sweltering heat of July, the sun blazed down like a generous benefactor, showering them with golden rays and warmth. Despite the oppressive heat, no one faltered in their pace. Thanks to the river they had crossed a few days prior, every household now had ample water reserves, and they were generous with their sips, refreshing themselves against the heat. They walked for over 40 miles before the villagers of Willow Tree decided to halt at the foot of a mountain for lunch. Having grown weary of pancakes, Du Yuling contemplated seeking fresh provisions on the mountain, confident in her good fortune. Thus, while Li Yunyang, Du Laoer, and Du Zheyan prepared the meal, Du Yuling gathered her 4 brothers and ascended the mountain in search of food. As they climbed, they found little to eat until they reached the mid-slope, where Du Yuling spotted a stone nearly half her height. Feeling an instinctual pull, she approached it, discovering a patch of withered yellow vines that did not resemble mere weeds, their leaves shaped like droplets, lying limp against the ground. She tugged at the vines, sensing that there were fruits beneath the soil. Without hesitation, she grabbed a nearby branch and began to dig. Du Xingjian, seeing his sister digging into the wild grass, though puzzled, intervened to prevent her from doing it alone. Gently stroking her soft hair, he said, "Ling Bao, there's no need for you to do this. Let your brothers help." After considering her own capabilities, Yuling decided it would be best to stand aside and allow her brothers to take over. All right, brothers, go ahead, I'll cheer you on. Her encouragement elicited laughter from her siblings. Du Hongyu was the first to unearth a piece of soil-colored tuber, and upon seeing it, Yuling exclaimed in delight, "Wow! Erga, it's yam." However, Du Hongyu, Du Xingjian, and the other brothers were unfamiliar with yams. "Ling Bao, what is yam?" Du Hongyu inquired. It dawned on Du Yuling that they had not encountered yams in their diet. While yams existed, they were mostly found in pharmacies. And it was not common knowledge that they were edible. Moreover, some individuals might find the skin irritating to the touch, leading them to dismiss yams as toxic due to the potential for rashes. Given that mountain foraging often involved mushrooms, wild vegetables, and herbs, misidentifying them could lead to poisoning. Approaching her second brother, Du Yuling observed the yam he held, roughly the size of an infant's forearm, and earnestly explained to her brothers what it was. This is yam, which, although it can also be utilized as a medicinal herb, is indeed edible. When peeled and boiled, it becomes sweet, tender, and exceedingly delicious. Is it truly so? Beside her, the fourth brother, Du Qing'an, gazed curiously at the yellowish tubers, filled with both intrigue and confusion. Du Yuling, noticing her brother's astonished and doubtful expressions, felt no anger. After all, many had never tasted this delicacy. Thus, she refrained from elaborate explanations and urged her brothers to dig faster. Although Du Xingjian and the others had never encountered or consumed this root, their faith in their sister was unwavering. Aside from their initial surprise and curiosity, they said little more and focused intently on their task. To their astonishment, beneath the sprawling vines, they unearthed numerous yam tubers, which, when piled together, surpassed the height of the nearby boulders. Eventually, it was Du Hongyu who, alongside Du Yongfeng, brought home 3 large baskets brimming with the harvest, with the brothers carrying them back together. In fact, there was even a small bundle left over, which Du Xingjian wrapped in a rag and cradled in his arms on the way back. Upon their return, Du Yuling first explained the nature of this root to their parents and fifth brother, then directed her brothers to peel the yams and cut them into segments, ultimately boiling a large pot of them. When they were finally ready, each received a generous bowl, and the delicate, white, tender texture led everyone to believe that, even if it were not delicious, it certainly would not be unpleasant. To their delight, upon tasting it, they found it fragrant, sweet, and delightfully soft. Given the abundance of yams they had gathered, Du Yuling not only prepared a bowl for Qi Mingyuan's young son, but also one for his elderly mother, who had difficulty chewing, sending both bowls over. The Qi family expressed their gratitude profusely. However, Du Yuling felt that it was no great effort, after all. These provisions were for their own family as well, merely shared with the Qi family, earning her the sincere appreciation of a deputy minister's nephew. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Du Yuling mused that her second and fourth brothers were destined for the imperial examinations and would eventually enter the officialdom. Not to mention, any slight assistance from the Qi family would be advantageous. The thought made her chuckle. At just 3.5 years old, she was already contemplating her brothers' careers. She felt quite proud of herself and placed her hands on her hips in a display of confidence. Naturally, she did not forget about their uncle, sending 2 bowls to the Li family as well. As for the distribution, that was beyond their concern. Family matters can be complex. And though Du Yuling harbored a dislike for the Bai family and her several daughters, it was not appropriate to voice her opinions openly. She could not comprehend why her aunt had approached the Bai family to offer her as a concubine, even as a child. She understood that few would willingly share their husbands. Even in ancient times, very few wives voluntarily allowed their husbands to take concubines. Such arrangements typically arose from a woman's inability to bear children or a husband's infidelity. After inquiring with her mother, she learned that there were hidden reasons behind it all. From that point on, her disdain for the Bai family grew even stronger. Each day, as dawn broke, they hurriedly had breakfast before embarking on their journey. If circumstances permitted, they would stop for lunch at midday. Otherwise, they would press on throughout the day, nibbling on cold flatbreads along the way. After a month of travel, they gradually noticed an increasing number of fellow refugees emerging from the winding paths. Upon questioning the villagers of Willow Tree Village, they discovered that the drought had persisted, yielding no summer harvest, and several nearby prefectures had suffered. Families were fleeing in search of survival. A wave of despair washed over the villagers of Willow Tree Village when they reached the fields and found the wheat crops barren, with not a single grain to be found. Their emotions were particularly complex, torn between disappointment and relief. Disappointment. The heavens seemed to leave them no avenue for survival. 3 years of drought had brought famine, leaving the common folk no choice but to flee. Relief. They had heeded the village head's advice, purchasing grain early and departing a month ahead of others. This month proved invaluable. They observed that the latecomers could barely manage 2 or 3 bags of grain for their entire families, with some men carrying only a small cloth pouch containing a meager 10 pounds of food. As famine struck, the exodus intensified, and merchants at the grain stations fled, leaving no place to purchase food. Some, even had no grain at all, relying solely on tree bark and wild vegetables for sustenance, going wherever their feet could take them. All beings suffer. As the number of refugees on the road continued to swell, the villagers of Willow Tree Village found themselves targeted by desperate individuals seeking to seize their provisions, given their ox carts and mule carts laden with grain. Anticipating this, the villagers had devised a plan. They positioned the elderly, women, and children in the center while surrounding them with strong young men, all armed with various weapons, hunting knives, household hatchets, or hammers, essentially ensuring that every individual was prepared for defense. The other refugees, seeing the organized strength of a whole village, ultimately hesitated to approach, understanding that this was a formidable group. In that moment, donghua felt an immense sense of relief for not having decided to journey alongside the Lee family. Had he done so, faced with a swarm of desperate refugees, he could not guarantee the safety of either household. When night fell and they paused to rest, Lee family uncle made a special trip to express his appreciation, saying, "Brother-in-law, your foresight was commendable. Had we traveled together, given the current circumstances, it would have been quite perilous." Donghua, though relieved, remained concerned. "Elder brother, I fear the situation is worsening. We must remain vigilant. The guards your family has hired should be encouraged to exert themselves even more diligently." Lee family uncle nodded in agreement, reassuring him, "Do not worry, brother-in-law. I will ensure everything is under control. Yet, I must mention, your family has an abundance of women and provisions. If they remain behind us, I fear there may be those reckless enough to attempt to seize what we have." Lee family uncle shared this concern, suggesting, "I will speak to the village head and request that your family be allowed to join our group. However, it would be best if your family could also contribute something." Understanding the implication, Lee family uncle quickly promised, "No problem. If your villagers agree to let us join, I am willing to provide 5 pounds of millet per household." "Excellent. I will discuss this with the village head. Please do not mention it, brother-in-law. I will take my leave now." "Very well." Lee family uncle left with a heavy heart, uncertain whether the villagers of Willow Tree would accept them into their ranks. After all, a united village tends to be exclusionary, and their family, along with a few other households from Willow Tree, had been trailing behind. Although the villagers agreed to let them travel together, they could only either take the lead or stay at the back, never truly integrating with the tight-knit community of Willow Tree. Chapter 33. Joining the group, donghua approached the village head, where several elders were already gathered, discussing preparations for the journey ahead. Lauer has arrived." The village head first spotted donghua and greeted him. The clan elders paused their conversation, awaiting his approach. donghua hastened a few steps forward and inquired, "Are you and the clan elders deliberating on matters concerning the journey ahead?" "Indeed, Lauer," replied the village head. "To speak frankly, your family has many strong and capable young men. We may require a couple more from your household for the night watch ahead." "Of course, esteemed elders." Donghua accepted this proposition with ease. Noticing the elders anticipated his input, he seized the opportunity to mention his maternal uncle's situation. "Village head, clan elders, you are aware that my brother-in-law's household is quite large and possesses a bit more in terms of provisions. Given the increasing unrest on the road, he wonders if he might travel amongst our group. They have over a dozen guards who could flank us and ensure our safety. What do you think?" The village head and the elders momentarily fell silent. Finally, the village head spoke. "Lauer, while I can understand your brother-in-law's intentions, allowing such a number to travel in our midst could set a precedent. If we concede to this, other families will surely seek the same favor. We must consider that many of these families are not from our Lushu village, and should any disputes arise, it would be challenging for me and the elders to mediate without accusations of bias." Donghua swiftly presented the most salient point. "Village head, I comprehend your concerns. However, my brother-in-law has promised that if the villagers agree to his family's inclusion, he will provide each household with 5 pounds of millet. What? 5 pounds of millet for each family? The elders could barely contain their excitement. It was well known that many households in Lushu village had already depleted half their grain reserves, yet they had only traversed 1/5 of the journey. Clearly, they faced an impending food shortage. 5 pounds of millet could last a family for 10 to 15 days if rationed wisely. Exchanging glances, the village head and the elders reached a consensus, but ultimately, the decision rested with the villagers. The village head instructed his son to sound the gong. Although the villagers were puzzled as to the cause of the gathering, they quickly assembled in the space near the village head's home. Once everyone had arrived, the village head addressed them. As you all know, Du Laoer's brother-in-law is the renowned lordly from the county. The villagers were aware of this and one inquired. Village head, is the matter you are about to discuss related to Lord Li? Indeed, the village head confirmed. Lord Li's household is large, and given the rising number of refugees on the road, it has become increasingly perilous. He wishes to discuss the possibility of joining our convoy. Upon hearing this, the villagers turned to Du Laoer. To be candid, they were grateful for his daughter's assistance in locating water and for the life-saving herbs he had provided to many children in the village. Although they harbored reservations about outsiders traveling with them, they ultimately agreed for the sake of the Du family. One household spoke up first. I have no objections. However, with so many from his family, we expect them to send additional members to guard the periphery. The village head nodded, naturally. They have over a dozen guards and shop assistants, so they can indeed provide 20 individuals to protect the outer perimeter. Upon hearing that 20 strong men could be allocated, the villagers began to soften their stance, with more expressing willingness to accept them. Yet, several women whose families were also trailing behind chimed in. Village head, my family can also send people to guard the perimeter if they are permitted to join. Though my family cannot provide as many as 20, we are not without our numbers. Other households echoed this sentiment, voicing their desire for their relatives to join. Suddenly, the prospect of welcoming over a dozen outsiders sparked discontent among many villagers. After all, a few families hailed from neighboring Xinghua village, and there had been numerous disputes between the two villages over land and resources. Village head, if they are allowed to join, we will not agree. There are not many good people from Xinghua village. A particularly outspoken woman was the first to voice her dissent. Several women from Xinghua village immediately retorted. Your family from Zhaoshu village is no better. Tensions rose, and it seemed a scuffle was imminent. The village head seized a nearby gong and struck it forcefully, silencing the crowd. What is all this commotion? This is a matter of importance, and it is inappropriate for you women to interject. The women fell silent, and the men at home urged the village head to remain calm. Once the crowd quieted down, the village head delivered the final statement. Lord Li has not only offered 20 individuals, but has also pledged 5 pounds of millet to each household, provided we agree to their inclusion within our convoy. A gasp of astonishment rippled through Lushu village. Suddenly, even those who had previously expressed reluctance were quick to voice their agreement. Yes, village head, let us allow Lord Li's family to travel amongst us. They contribute so many people and offer grain. Where else could we find such a favorable arrangement? Those who had initially clamored for their relatives to join fell silent. The village head scanned the crowd, fully aware of their thoughts. Thus, he continued, since everyone is in favor, we shall treat all equally. Is there anyone else whose relatives wish to join? As long as they can provide men comparable to Lord Li's family and also receive 5 pounds of millet, they may join us. Please discuss this with your families. The remaining women stood speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, the villagers unanimously agreed to permit Lord Li's family to join their ranks. Without delay, Lord Li's family arrived, promptly delivering the promised grain, 5 pounds for each household, without exception. The total amounted to an entire cartload of grain, but Lord Li deemed it worthwhile. After all, being part of the convoy meant they could stay close to their relatives, providing mutual support while safeguarding their substantial assets. As for Qi Mingyuan's family, Du Laoer had mentioned their uncle's esteemed position, leaving the villagers with no grounds for dissent. They anticipated that with such a prominent official, their household registration could be resolved upon reaching the capital. In an unexpected turn of events, 2 more households from neighboring villages also sought to join. One was from the town, affluent yet lacking in guards due to their haste. But they offered sufficient grain, 5 pounds for each household, alongside 4 strong men for perimeter protection. The villagers welcomed this arrangement. The second household hailed from Zhaoshu village. And though they could not match the grain offering, they promised 2 pounds of millet per household, along with 4 sons ready to assist. While they provided 3 pounds less than the first 2 families, 2 pounds of millet was still a boon, and it would be foolish to decline such an offer. The villagers of Lushu were accommodating. They accepted the reduction in grain and allowed them to join, albeit further back in the ranks. The family was pleased to be included, and the villagers secretly reveled in the unexpected gain of 12 pounds of millet, which would sustain them for an entire month if rationed wisely. As for the remaining dozen families, they truly could not produce such an abundance of provisions. In the interest of maintaining unity among the villagers, the village head refrained from inviting them to join. Their daughters, burdened with sorrow, found themselves powerless to change the situation. They could only offer solace to their families, urging them to stay close to the villagers and to shout loudly in case of any trouble. If their families heard, they would beseech the village head to send help. The other families reluctantly agreed, as they could not afford to risk safety without sufficient provisions. As anticipated, conditions on the road worsened significantly. Chapter 34. The Bell. At dawn, the village head instructed that no cooking be permitted, and they set off early. They would have to rely on dry rations during the journey. Everyone understood that the situation was becoming increasingly dire, with more refugees fleeing to the capital. However, being the group with the most supplies, they were perceived as a prime target by others. No one dared to lag behind. They all began their journey, gnawing on cold flatbreads. Due to the food consumed by the Du family over the past month and the ration shared with Qi Mingyuan's family, they had managed to free up a mule cart designated for storing provisions. The female goat was placed on that cart by Du Lar, while Li Yuanyang took Ling Bao to milk the goat. After filling a large ceramic jar with goat's milk, Du Yuling noticed that the goat had finished its grass. She promptly pulled out a large handful of fresh green grass from her space to feed the goat. Having witnessed her daughter's remarkable abilities, Li Yuanyang remained unfazed by the seemingly conjured greenery. As Li's uncle approached the middle of the group, he happened to be adjacent to the Du family. Noticing that cooking was prohibited, he retrieved a stove from the rear cart and brought it over to the Du family, lighting a fire to prepare porridge and hot soup. The Du family had none of these supplies, but Li's uncle was well equipped. As the goat's milk boiled and bubbled on the stove, Li Yuanyang followed the example of young Du Zayan, adding a piece of rock candy to the milk, making it pleasantly sweet. She filled water bags with goat's milk and distributed them to her brother's family and Qi Mingyuan's family. The remainder was enough for each member of her own family to have a half bowl. Du Yuling handed the milk her mother had prepared to her father and brothers, while Li Yuanyang passed hot flatbreads filled with pickled vegetables from behind. Many families lacked mule carts, relying instead on their own legs to keep pace. Thus, despite some families possessing horse-drawn carts, their speed was ultimately determined by those walking alongside. The carts primarily carried provisions and the elderly, women, and children. Consequently, Du Yuling and her mother hopped off the cart, dashing to deliver food to their father and brothers, while Du Lar and his sons continued driving the mule cart to stay with the group. The villagers of Willow Tree Village marched for 6 continuous hours without pause, from the first light of dawn until the dusk of evening. Upon reaching the outskirts of a village, they found a suitable place to set up camp, and the village head ordered them to halt their advance. The villagers of Willow Tree settled down, finally able to cook and enjoy their first hot meal of the day. The endless wheat fields swayed in the wind, resembling wild grass, stirring unease in the hearts of the onlookers, for within the wheat that could sustain the populace, there was nothing. The nearby small village, bathed in the twilight glow, appeared profoundly desolate. All that surrounded it were withered trees and weeds, exuding an aura of lifelessness, as if the inhabitants had perished from hunger. Some of the able-bodied men suggested investigating the village, only to be scolded by the village head and clan elders. What are you looking for? Whether there are people or provisions inside is of no concern to us. Focus on your own well-being. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Be wary of attracting danger. Upon hearing this, the village youth hesitated to move. As the twilight deepened, it seemed as though dark clouds were descending. From within the silent village emerged a group of ragged, emaciated refugees. They appeared to be outsiders who had entered the village to scavenge, but their gaunt forms suggested they returned empty-handed. Upon sighting the villagers of Willow Tree gathered to cook, some even pouring corn into the pot, the refugees' eyes gleamed with envy, akin to starving wolves descending from the mountains. Yet, the villagers of Willow Tree were not easily intimidated. As soon as they perceived the refugees coveting their supplies, the able-bodied men swiftly rose, brandishing knives and hammers, displaying fierce countenances that suggested they would not hesitate to strike first. The refugees, witnessing the formidable resolve of the villagers, instantly abandoned their thoughts of confrontation, disheartened, and chose a flat area to sit across from the villagers. Both groups settled on the ground, separated by a narrow path, the distinction between them stark. However, the refugees were evidently in a dire predicament. Some fortunate families possessed a single-wheeled cart carrying a few bags of grain, indicative of larger households. The state of their clothing revealed a lack of resources. Many others gathered as families, with only a few pounds of grain in their cloth bags. They too prepared food, but few had iron pots, resorting instead to clay vessels, which could barely hold a few grains of rice alongside foraged wild vegetables and roots. Observing the plight of the opposite group, the villagers of Willow Tree maintained a low profile, noticeably reducing the amount of corn they added to their pots that night. As the last vestiges of twilight vanished below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, punctuated only by sporadic stars. The moon was shrouded by clouds, casting a shadow over the hearts of the villagers. After finishing their meal, the village head called all the able-bodied men to the forefront, while the rest of the villagers huddled together. The men formed a perimeter, each gripping a hunting knife or axe, seated beside the fire. That night, no man dared to sleep. The opposing group of refugees also remained mostly awake, their eyes glinting like wild wolves in the darkness. Several times a few tall, robust refugees tentatively approached the narrow path. Dulaire, recognizing the importance of intimidation at this juncture, swiftly picked up a nearby stone and hurled it beneath their feet. Startled, the man was more enraged than frightened, yet upon seeing the 100-strong men of Willow Tree armed with knives, he ultimately refrained from advancing further. The night passed in tense standoff between the two factions. The following day, the village head permitted breakfast to be prepared. First, the men who had stood guard all night needed a warm meal to regain their strength before continuing their journey, otherwise, they risked collapsing. Secondly, they would delay their departure to observe whether the opposing group would move first. If they remained, fixated on the villagers of Willow Tree, the villagers would need to devise a strategy to prevent them from following like hungry wolves. Time passed gradually, and as sunlight bathed the earth, both groups found themselves ensnared in yet another round of standoff. However, it was not either side that shattered the silence. They were first awakened by the sound of bells, their gazes drawn to the distance. From several hundred meters away, two carriages approached, adorned with bells that chimed rhythmically with each movement, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who beheld them. Following closely behind were two men, mounted on imposing steeds, their countenances fierce and their eyes shifty. The crowd stood momentarily bewildered, grappling with the audacity of these individuals who, amidst a time of famine, not only drove a carriage but dared to embellish it with bells. The onlookers were perplexed, save for Li Wenyang, who sat among them, her gaze fixated on the bells, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 35. The Human Tooth Collector. Li Wenyang grasped Du Yuling tightly, holding her close in a protective embrace. Du Lauer, sensing her distress, instinctively wrapped his arms around her to offer support. Fully aware of the reason behind her turmoil, these men were human traffickers. Li Wenyang had narrowly escaped being abducted by such fiends during her childhood, saved only by the timely intervention of her uncle from the Li family. In this year of desolation, there were many like these traffickers, who would purchase the children of desperate families with grain, only to sell them as servants to wealthy households or, in the most heinous cases, to brothels. The villagers of Lushu watched intently as the two relatively opulent carriages came to a halt before them. The elders, seasoned by experience, recognized the telltale signs of human traffickers operating during a famine. The bells on the carriages signaled the arrival of these predators, prompting families devoid of food to bring forth their children, exchanging a child for a bag of millet. "It is the traffickers. Protect your children," an elderly clan leader warned the villagers. Just as astonishment swept through the crowd, the elder continued, "No child from Lushu village shall be sold. Whoever dares to do so will be cast out from our kin." The villagers were taken aback by the elder's fervent declaration, though a few other elders understood that the specter of human trafficking haunted him deeply. Hearing the aged man's resolute words, The group of traffickers who had just dismounted from their carriage erupted into laughter, approaching the villagers. Old man, one must consider the youth as well. Selling a child can sustain an entire family. It's a bargain. They jeered. The elder spat defiantly, even in the direst of circumstances. We shall not sell our sons and daughters. Strangely, the trafficker, met with the elder's scorn, seemed unfazed, perhaps accustomed to such confrontations. He continued with a disingenuous cheerfulness. Old man, you're mistaken. Selling a child can ensure the survival of the entire family. Some children are fortunate. We deliver them to wealthy households where they live better than common folk, with ample food and fine clothing, and even receive a monthly stipend. The elder did not engage further, asserting, we will not entertain your sweet words. Not a single child from our village will be sold. Seek your fortunes elsewhere. The trafficker scanned the gathered villagers, noting their protective stance. Regrettably, he concluded that the children in this village appeared relatively robust compared to those in neighboring villages, whose children were visibly frail. With resignation, he turned to leave, casting his gaze toward a group of even more destitute refugees who seemed to have reached the end of their rope. Flashing a toothy grin, he called out, so, does anyone here have a child to sell? The question hung in the air, met with a momentary silence. Sensing a shift, the trafficker pressed on. If you're out of food, consider selling one child for 20 pounds of millet, enough to sustain your family for a month or two. Perhaps you can find more food along the way, and your family could survive, albeit without the one you sell. As he spoke, many in the crowd began to waver. We take the sold child to a wealthy family. Although they may serve as a maid or a servant, they will eat and wear things far superior to what commoners see. Who knows, they might even thank you one day. The group, consisting of residents from 3 neighboring villages, included the largest contingent from Lizi village. A man in his 30s, clad in patched clothing, stepped forward, inquiring, how much for my daughter? He pushed a 7 or 8-year-old girl forward. The girl was instantly filled with panic, crying out, Daddy, please don't sell me. I can work. I can take care of my little brother. Please don't sell me. The man turned his head away, his voice thick with sorrow, my dear. Selling you will save the family. Pity your father, I have no other choice. The girl then looked to her mother, but the ragged woman also turned away, unable to meet her gaze. A small boy, no more than 3 or 4, cried desperately for his sister, but their mother held him tightly, refusing to let go. Realizing her fate, the girl's spirit dimmed, and she suddenly laughed 3 times, her voice hollow, before falling silent, standing rigidly at the roadside, reduced to the status of an object awaiting selection. The father, seeing his daughter resigned to her fate, attempted to negotiate further. Good sir, my daughter is diligent and capable. Could you possibly offer a few more pounds of millet? The trafficker, still grinning broadly, replied, no matter the child, it's always 20 pounds of millet. If they're sickly, we might pay even less. If you can sell, then sell. If not, then so be it. As he finished speaking, another trafficker descended from the carriage, bearing a large sack of millet, estimated to weigh around 100 pounds, topped with a grain scoop. The father, witnessing the trafficker's insatiable grin, felt as though his entire family was poised to be devoured. Unable to maintain eye contact, he finally murmured, I'll sell. The trafficker's grin widened, and he beckoned, bring a sack to fill with the grain. The father quickly produced an empty grain sack he had clutched tightly, his eyes fixated on the trafficker's sack of grain. The trafficker deftly measured out 20 pounds, the sound of grain spilling resonating in the air, while another trafficker pushed the girl onto the carriage. The mother, seated on the ground, stared blankly at her daughter until the child's figure was completely obscured by the carriage, at which point her tears cascaded down like a broken string of pearls. Yet she bit her lip, uttering not a single word. Soon after, over a dozen families followed suit, most selling daughters, though a couple parted with sons, clearly from homes overflowing with boys. Some parents, with hearts hardened, urged their children, good children, this is for your own good. We are finding you a better family, where you will live happily. Nearby, Dueling scoffed inwardly, what a better family indeed. The act of selling one's children is cloaked in a facade of righteousness. Yet one must question why those who speak so eloquently do not seek the same fate for themselves. However, cradled in her mother's embrace, she ultimately remained silent. Some parents genuinely cherish their offspring, indeed finding themselves in dire straits. Yet a significant portion of them are solely concerned with their own survival, indifferent to the lives of others. They would sacrifice the lives of their wives and children without a second thought. Such individuals are nothing short of scoundrels. Their hearts consumed by selfishness. It is merely a reflection of the myriad facets of life. Dealing is acutely aware that she is neither a saint nor a high-ranking official, and finds herself powerless in the face of such a reality. She even ponders how her mother and 5 siblings managed to survive in their past life. 6 lives, none spared. In her previous existence, her spirit remained forever entwined with Lushu village, while her mother and brothers perished along the treacherous paths of their escape. Such is the cannibalistic nature of this world. Chapter 36. The resemblance. The man, with a menacing grin, continued onward with the child he had exchanged and the unexchanged grain. The sound of bells rang, resonating in the hearts of all who heard. The villagers from across the way, now possessing grain, began to stir, having realized that the inhabitants of Lushu village were not their prey. Thus, they too began to tread along the dirt path in small groups. As only a few families remained, the residents of Lushu village let down their guard, each preparing their bundles for departure. Just as they believed all was well, a sudden turn of events unfolded before them. Dealing witnessed a gaunt figure, as thin as a reed, raise a stone with the intent to strike a middle-aged man. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice cutting through the tension. The assailant hesitated, his actions momentarily stilled, while the man before him turned just in time to evade the blow. "Erlizy, what are you doing?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, fury etched across his features. "Huh, you think I won't?" Erlizy laughed, baring his teeth. He took a few swift strides and seized the elderly woman sitting on the ground, threatening to strike her. "Give me your grain, or I shall kill your old mother." "Fool, let go of my mother," cried another young man, his eyes blazing with fury. Clearly, these two were the sons of the elderly woman. To their astonishment, the seemingly frail woman suddenly rasped, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Do not give him anything. Anyone who does is no son of mine." "Mother! Mother!" Their cries echoed like the wails of the bereaved. "Whether you give or not, I shall smash your mother's head. Have you ever seen someone like me, willing to sacrifice my life for a mere handful of grain?" Erlizy sneered. "I will count to 3. If you do not comply, you shall witness bloodshed." "Erlizy, are you not afraid of divine retribution?" inquired the younger man, his voice trembling. "Huh, divine retribution? What is that?" "The heavens have not spared us for 3 years of drought. If there is to be retribution, then all shall face it. Now, will you give or not?" The grain sack clutched by the older man revealed his humble, dutiful nature. He glanced at his wife and his 2 emaciated sons, then exchanged a look with his brother. With a determined resolve, he raised the small sack of millet. "Huh, just hand it over, place it on the ground." Unexpectedly, the frail woman, who moments ago appeared on the brink of death, unleashed a remarkable strength, pushing the reed-like man aside. She seized the stone that had fallen to the ground and prepared to strike herself. "Mother! Mother! Grandmother!" The reed-like man, sensing danger, snatched the grain sack and fled. Du Xingjian could not bear to witness this, kicking a stone that struck the man's leg with a resounding thud. Du Xingjian swiftly approached Erlizy, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. "I have never seen such a heartless wretch. You wish to endanger an entire family? Your heart is filled with malice. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Spare me! Spare me!" Erlizy whimpered, terrified, trembling on the ground. Du Lao soon joined, delivering another kick and growling, "Get lost." Indeed, the man fled, leaving in a panic as if pursued by a raging torrent. Though Du Lao despised such individuals, he hesitated to allow his son to stain his hands with blood, even if the scoundrel deserved it. Du Xingjian's gallant spirit was that of a true soldier, and Du Lao had once contemplated writing to the general to enlist his son. However, Li Yunyang feared the brutality of war and dissuaded her son from joining, thus delaying his fate. Observing this scene, Du Lao reconsidered. Once they reached the capital, he would indeed visit the general's residence. "Grandmother, are you all right?" Dueling hurried over on her short legs. She found this family pitiful, each member a mere shadow of their former selves. That small sack of millet was likely their lifeline, and it was evident that the grandmother would sooner perish than see her descendants suffer. Now, with all others gone, only this wretched family remained. Dueling pondered briefly before purchasing a medicinal pill from the market. She produced it from her sleeve and showed it to the grandmother's 2 sons. "This is a healing medicine my father brought back from the battlefield. It is remarkably effective. Please give it to your grandmother." "Thank you, kind young lady. We shall repay your kindness in this lifetime, working like oxen and horses." The 2 men, who could easily be her uncles, bowed deeply, shocking Du Yuling into nearly dropping the pill. "Oh, you need not do that. Please rise." The Du family soon gathered around, as they could not ignore the plight of the only remaining family. Unlike those who had traded their children, they were not so foolish as to speak out. Du Yuling administered the pill to the grandmother, while the sons hastily provided water for her to drink. Once she swallowed the medicine, Du Yuling sighed in relief. Surely this would spare her life, for the quality of the market's medicine was exceptional. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar emotion stirred within her regarding this grandmother. She had not sought a bargain, but rather purchased a mid-grade medicine, one that could heal not only this injury but also alleviate the accumulated pains of the grandmother's past. Du Yuling regarded the elderly woman's wrinkled face, her heart filled with confusion. She acknowledged her own capacity for kindness, yet felt it was more for her family's sake. She had rarely engaged in such selfless acts before. The more she observed the grandmother, the more perplexed she became, unable to discern her own feelings. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Mother, do you not see how much this grandmother resembles you?" Du Yuling had never met her maternal grandmother. Yet she felt an uncanny resemblance between this woman and her mother. Li Yunyang, upon hearing this, quickly knelt beside the elderly woman, examining her features closely, instinctively touching her own face. A strange familiarity washed over her, a feeling she could not quite place. Du Yuling's suspicion deepened as her gaze flitted between the two brothers, and turning her head, she chanced upon her approaching uncle, her eyes unconsciously widening in astonishment. The two sons of the elderly woman bore a striking resemblance to their uncle. With a loud thud, this statement reverberated in the ears of Li Yuanyang and Li Wenyan like thunder. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards the elderly woman's sons and then glanced at the unconscious woman lying on the ground. As realization dawned upon them, both were unable to contain their tears of sorrow. Chapter 37, Aunt. At this moment, neither Li Yuanyang nor Li Wenyan spoke. The truth would only be unveiled upon the awakening of the elderly woman. "Lingao, your medicine has always been miraculous." When it saved Li Deidi, he instantly felt no pain. Why then is this woman still unconscious? Li Yuanyang whispered to her daughter, leaning close to her ear. Du Yuling also sensed that this elderly woman likely had some familial connection to her mother, judging by the expressions on her mother and uncle's faces. Understanding her mother's distress, she offered her quiet reassurance. "Mother, do not worry. My medicinal ointment is quite effective. It is likely the elderly woman has not eaten for some time and is simply fatigued. She may remain unconscious for a while longer before regaining consciousness." Yes. I was indeed hasty. Li Yuanyang acknowledged her own impatience. The two sons of the elderly woman, Lin Jiang and Lin He, exchanged glances, their hearts pounding as they observed a middle-aged beauty and a distinguished-looking middle-aged man surrounding their mother. They harbored vague suspicions, yet were uncertain of their validity. After all, their mother had never spoken of her past, and the brothers knew nothing of her relatives. Thanks to the excellent medicinal ointment provided by Du Yuling, the elderly woman stirred back to consciousness in less than the time it takes to brew tea. Upon opening her eyes, the first face she beheld was not that of her sons, but rather a visage strikingly reminiscent of her sister in her youth, akin to her sister from days gone by. The realization struck old Lin, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face. She reached out with her wrinkled hand, trembling as she cupped Li Yuanyang's face. "Child, who is Lin Xinlan to you?" "Lin Xinlan is my mother," Li Yuanyang replied, her tears flowing uncontrollably, leaving her unable to utter any further words. "My dear child, I am your long-lost aunt." "Aunt!" Li Yuanyang exclaimed as she threw herself into old Lin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Aunt, I remember you. I visited you with my mother when I was young. I remember you well." Old Lin, too, was overcome with emotion, holding Li Yuanyang tightly and murmuring, my dear child, my dear child." Once Li Yuanyang had calmed down somewhat, Du Yuling glanced at the people from Willow Tree Village and quickly reminded her mother, "Mother, let us take Auntie to our carriage. We shouldn't delay everyone's departure." Li Yuanyang looked up and noticed that the villagers had already organized their belongings, choosing not to interrupt the family reunion. However, a few among them displayed signs of discontent. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, Li Yuanyang hurriedly supported her aunt and urged her towards the carriage. "Aunt, please follow Yuanyang to our carriage. Our village must continue on its journey. We cannot afford to tarry." Remembering something, she quickly called her son over. "Xingzhan, come here and carry your aunt to the carriage." All right. Lin Jiang and Lin He intended to step forward to assist, but Du Xingjian swiftly lifted old Lin, moving with a speed that was both brisk and steady. In no time, they reached the carriage, while Lin Jiang wiped away the tears from his eyes, following closely behind with his wife and child. Unexpectedly, amidst their desperate flight, they encountered the relatives of their mother. The wheels rolled forward, and the villagers of Willow Tree resumed their journey. Inside the carriage, old Lin and Li Yuanyang embraced once more, weeping for an extended period, until Du Yuling suggested that Auntie should eat something. At that moment, old Lin's stomach audibly growled. Auntie, this is fried rice mixed with boiled water to make porridge. Please have a bowl to settle your stomach. There's also warm goat's milk, pancakes, and pickles for you to try, all made by my mother, whose cooking is exquisite. Li Yuanyang gently stroked Ling Bao's head, feeling immense gratitude. She was profoundly relieved. Had it not been for Ling Bao's timely offer of assistance, they might have missed their aunt forever, a missed opportunity that could have lasted a lifetime, perhaps even separating them beyond this world. Li Yuanyang looked at old Lin and said, Auntie, please eat. This is my little daughter, who is warm-hearted and considerate. I see you have grandsons but no granddaughters. From now on, she shall be your dear granddaughter. Old Lin gazed at the delicate and charming child with a mixture of joy and affection, embracing her warmly. However, she was still weary and hungry. Eyeing the steaming food beside her, she began to eat slowly. The remaining Lin family members were taken care of by Li's uncle, and the reunion continued naturally. After a day's journey, they finally reached a suitable campsite at the foot of a mountain as night fell. The families of Du, Li, and Lin had the opportunity to sit together and share stories. By the fire, after finishing their meal, they gathered closely. Decades of separation melted away in an emotional reunion, filled with indescribable excitement and poignant reflections. And hasn't County also suffered from drought? But why are only you and the two cousins on this journey? Where are Uncle and the servants? The first to voice concern was Li Wenyan. When his parents last took him and his siblings to visit their aunt, he was already 14, and many details remained vividly etched in his memory. For instance, his aunt lived in County, a place over 1,000 miles from Xianyang Prefecture. Li Wenyan's maternal grandfather had been a scholar who served as a county magistrate. Years ago, his aunt had married into the family of the wealthiest second son of Kaidai Prefecture. In their time, it was not uncommon for officials and wealthy merchants to forge familial alliances, mutually benefiting one another. However, upon hearing in County, old Lin stiffened. Lin Jiang and Lin He exchanged confused glances. They had never heard of such a place, as their family hailed from Niuling village in Shangqiang County. Noticing her aunt's troubled expression, Li Yuanyang gently nudged her older brother. Then, taking old Lin's hand, she reassured her, Auntie, my brother is simply concerned for you and means no harm. Perhaps there have been changes in our families over these decades, but it matters not. Now that we are reunited, this is the best arrangement from heaven. Old Lin remained silent for a long time before patting Li Yuanyang's hand, murmuring, Good child. By the flickering firelight, old Lin's hands appeared as dry and aged as tree bark. A testament to the hard labor she had endured over the years, hands that certainly did not belong to the matron of a merchant family. She lightly stroked Li Yuanyang's youthful, tender hands, and in the ensuing silence, she ultimately refrained from recalling the past, a wound in her heart that would never heal, a scar that had festered for years, deep enough to expose the bone, leaving her chest hollow, as if shattered by the winds of time. Had it not been for the presence of her two children, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. Li Yuanyang, witnessing her aunt's ravaged state, felt a deeper pang of sorrow. She exchanged a glance with her brother Li Wenyan, both sharing an unspoken understanding of confusion and concern. Yet, looking at their aunt's bitter face and the bewildered expressions of their two cousins, the siblings ultimately chose not to delve deeper into the past, opting instead for lighthearted inquiries about each other's well-being. The three families gathered once more to reacquaint themselves. As they all had to rise early for their journey the next day, coupled with the Lin family's recent struggles of inadequate food and rest, they were physically exhausted from their long trek. Thus, they all retired early for the night. Chapter 38. Never before have I tasted such delectable pastries. Inside the carriage, Yuling heard the system's notification chime in her mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1,800 merit points. With a double buff, that amounts to 3,600 merit points, totaling 7,200 points. Yuling, how could there be so many points? Surely saving my aunt's life could only yield at most 300 merit points? 1,800 merit points is equivalent to the lives of 6 people. Suddenly, Yuling recalled that her aunt's family consisted of 6 members. It became evident that had she not intervened to help, her aunt's entire family would have perished during their escape. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt a swell of joy at the sight of her substantial points. With such a bounty of points, the safety of her entire family on their journey was now more assured. Moreover, she could allocate some of her points to hasten the growth of crops in her spatial farm, thereby improving their living conditions in the future. On the opposite side of the carriage, Li Yunyang lay wide awake, unable to sleep. She was perplexed about what had transpired in her aunt's life over the years to transform her into the person she had become. Meanwhile, in the adjacent resting area, Li Yunin also struggled to find slumber, sharing the carriage with Mrs. Zhou. He couldn't help but worry about his husband. "What troubles you, my dear? Why can you not sleep?" "Nothing of great concern, merely a sense of nostalgia upon reuniting with my aunt, which brings to mind my mother," Li Yunin replied, withholding the full truth from Mrs. Zhou. The precise reasons for his turmoil were likely known only to him and Yunyang, and he preferred not to burden others with his thoughts. Mrs. Zhou gently patted her husband's back in comfort. "Rest assured, my dear. Your mother in the afterlife surely finds solace in witnessing your reunion with your sister and aunt." "Yes, I understand," Li Yunin replied, turning to grasp his wife's hand, adjusting the blanket around them. "Let us sleep early and gather our strength." "I am fine, do not worry." With her other hand resting atop his, Mrs. Zhou gazed at him with tender affection. Indeed, after a while, as he observed Mrs. Zhou's serene sleeping face and listened to her gradually steady breathing, Li Yunin resolved within himself. Since his aunt chose not to dwell on the past, it was likely that the hardships endured were too painful to revisit. Therefore, it would be best to refrain from discussing it and instead focus on honoring his aunt in the present. As dawn broke the following day, the 3 families convened for breakfast, primarily provided by the Du and Li families, who prepared a rather sumptuous meal of grains, pickled vegetables, and cured meats. Lin Jiang and Lin He felt quite embarrassed, having consumed a bowl of plain porridge but reluctant to eat further. Ultimately, it was old Lady Lin who encouraged them. "These are your cousins, your family. Eat up and make sure to feed the children well. Just remember this kindness in your hearts and repay it in the future." Having not enjoyed a full meal in quite some time, the moment they swallowed the porridge, their hunger only intensified. Unable to resist the longing for food, they obediently reached for the warm, baked pastries nearby, eagerly taking bites filled with oily pickled vegetables, savoring the delightful flavor. The brothers had never tasted such delicious food throughout their lives. They lived in a secluded mountain nook, with their father limping due to a disability and being a heavy drinker. Since their earliest memories, their father often abused their mother, while their grandmother treated them harshly. All the chores fell upon their mother and the brothers, with the grains they harvested being their own labor. The brothers never understood why their grandmother and father denied them proper meals. As they grew older, they began to grasp the reasons, yet felt powerless to change their circumstances. As Lin Jiang bit into the fragrant pastry, tears unexpectedly began to fall from his eyes. A man in his 30s, he tasted white flour bread for the first time. And with the addition of cured meat, he had never experienced such exquisite food before. Old Lady Lin glanced at him, remarking, "Look at you. Quickly wipe those tears and eat properly. You wouldn't want your son to laugh at you later." "All right, mother, I understand," Lin Jiang replied, feeling quite bashful. He glanced at his cousins beside him, feeling even more embarrassed as a man in his 30s with sun-kissed skin now flushed with color. However, it was Li Yunyang who alleviated his awkwardness first. "And perhaps it's just that cousin is overwhelmed with joy at meeting so many relatives for the first time." Yes, I am indeed joyful," Lin Jiang quickly added, hoping to salvage some dignity. The surrounding relatives smiled kindly, and no one pressed further on the topic. After enjoying their porridge, pastries, and the seasoned vegetables and cured meats, the children were also treated to eggs and goat milk. Lin Zhang's 2 sons, named Jin Niu and Tai Niu, were a pair of twins, both 7 years old. Yet, their stature fell short of even a typical 5-year-old. They were thin and frail, mere skin covering their bones, appearing quite pitiful. After breakfast, Yuling produced the dried fruits her brothers had bought for her, filling the brothers' pockets to the brim. Jin Niu and Tai Niu, their faces flushed with excitement, stammered, "Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. You can treat me like your own sister." I'll share whatever delicious food I have with you. When you grow up, you can buy me tasty treats too, Dealing encouraged. Upon hearing this, the brothers' expressions grew resolute as they chimed in unison, yes. When we grow up, we will definitely buy you lots of delicious food. Great. Now, hurry and try this dried plum. It's my favorite, she urged. As they tentatively tasted the small piece of dried plum, their eyes lit up with unprecedented delight. They had never encountered such delectable fare before, and once they finished chewing, they meticulously licked their fingers, appearing utterly satisfied. Why have you stopped eating? Dealing noticed their enthusiasm waning after just one piece. She had given them plenty, their pockets bulging with at least a pound. Jean Yo responded, one is enough. We'll save the rest for father and mother to try. They have never tasted this either. Hearing this, Dealing felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, but quickly brightened her smile, coaxing them to enjoy a few more. This is for you to share with your uncle and aunt, who have never tasted it. I will make sure to give them each a handful when we eat later. To her surprise, the twins reacted even more vehemently. No, no, no. Sister, we already have more than enough with the 2 pockets of dried fruit. We cannot take more. Yes, sister, this is plenty. We can share it with father and mother. In the end, the brothers promised, sister, when we can work and earn money, we will definitely buy you lots of these dried fruits. Yes, yes. Dealing found these brothers exceedingly sensible and chose not to press further. Regardless, their family would ultimately enjoy the dried fruits together. As everyone finished packing their belongings, they set off on their journey. Old Lin sat in the carriage of the Du family, accompanied by Li Wenyang, who engaged her in conversation. Jin Yo and Tai Nyo were in such frail health, and even Lin Jiang's wife, Xiang, needed to rest on the carriage for a few days. Fortunately, just a few days prior, Li's uncle had traded a cartload of corn from Lushu village for supplies in the middle of their journey, which resulted in an extra cart being available for the Lin family. This allowed them to rest comfortably and refrain from traveling on foot for the next few days. Originally, both Lin Jiang and Lin He were in dire need of recuperation, yet the 2 men stubbornly refused to board the mule cart. Due to the dangers of the road, it was necessary for able-bodied men to provide protection, and Li Wenyuan did not insist they join the ride. Unexpectedly, at noon, the convoy came to a halt. The weather had been unseasonably hot, and after several days of travel, many villagers were unable to endure the heat. The village head, therefore, permitted everyone to rest during midday and enjoy a hearty meal. Fortunately, with a plentiful number of men in their party, the other disaster-stricken travelers observed them cooking and preparing food, their eyes alight with envy yet too intimidated to approach and steal. While Du Yuling helped her mother and 5th brother prepare the meal, she felt compelled to venture back up the mountain for a look. She had hardly touched the cured meat served at breakfast, and she noticed her mother had scarcely eaten as well. The heat had rendered the meat less palatable, and the oppressive weather had made their journey exhausting. Du Yuling observed that her mother appeared to have lost some weight over the past few days. Of course, others from Lushu village traveling with them had nearly shed 10 pounds along the way. Nevertheless, Du Yuling wished to bolster her mother's health. Thus, she resolved to ascend the mountain once more. If fortune favored them, her brothers might catch some game, yielding fresh meat. If not, she could always retrieve a plump pig from her space, an acquisition that would raise no suspicions among the villagers. After a bout of coaxing and charming her parents, she successfully secured permission to return to the mountain with several brothers in tow. This unnamed mountain, though not steep, was profoundly deep. In the shallow forest, game was scant. Even the trees were sparse, and the surroundings offered little concealment. Du Yuling determined that she must venture further in. Du Xingzhan, initially reluctant to allow his younger sister to proceed deeper due to safety concerns, recalled her words before their ascent. He, too, noticed their mother's dwindling appetite and that she was eating less with each passing meal. Thus, for the sake of their mother's health, securing some game was imperative. Moreover, armed with large machetes, the brothers felt capable of warding off even a tiger. Should they encounter a large beast, they would ensure that Lang carried Lingbao to safety, while the remaining brothers dealt with the threat. Having come to this resolution, Du Xingzhan led his siblings further up the mountain. Following a narrow path, they ventured approximately a kilometer deeper, with Du Yuling safely cradled in her brother's arms the entire way. As the forest grew denser, the likelihood of encountering larger game increased, and the brothers readied themselves for action. Upon reaching a small plateau on the hillside, Du Yuling instructed her elder brother to halt. She surveyed the surroundings and, sensing something, pointed toward a distant thicket. Trusting her instincts, Du Xingjian proceeded in that direction without hesitation. As they neared the thicket, Du Xingjian shifted Ling out into the arms of Du Hongyu. He cautioned the others to remain at a safe distance, ready to retreat with Ling Bao should anything arise. Du Xingjian, as the eldest brother, felt it was his duty to investigate first. Treading lightly, he parted the branches of the thicket and, upon discerning the scene beyond, his pupils dilated in astonishment. There, in a pit, lay a large wild boar motionless. Yet, being an experienced hunter, he refrained from acting hastily. He picked up a long stick and cautiously prodded the boar, which showed no reaction, save for a slight rise and fall of its body with each breath. It appeared not to be fainting, rather it was either gravely injured or on the brink of starvation. With the vegetation on the mountain having withered, there was little food available for such a large creature. Du Xingjian's heart soared with excitement. Come quickly, third and fourth brothers, there's a wild boar here. Upon hearing this, Du Yongfeng and Du Qing'an rushed over, their excitement palpable. What? A wild boar? They exclaimed, and moments later, they joined Du Xingjian at the thicket. They beheld a pit, about knee-deep for an adult, wherein lay a deep brown boar, breathing weakly, clearly on the verge of death. Du Qing'an, observing closely, noted the boar's emaciated state, confirming its lack of food. Brother, this wild boar must be starving, he stated. Du Xingjian nodded in agreement. He inspected the creature further and realized its skin was sagging. Yet it possessed a formidable frame. He surmised that during times of plenty, it would have weighed nearly 300 jin, but now it seemed to weigh less than 200 jin. Still, this was more than enough to excite them. Capturing a wild boar without exerting much effort was a remarkable stroke of luck. Du Xingjian called out to his little sister, Ling Bao, come quickly. Look at the place you pointed out. We discovered a wild boar. Turning back, he found Du Hongyu had already brought Ling Bao closer. Wow, it's truly a large wild boar. Now we have fresh meat for mother. Du Yuling clapped her chubby hands in delight, her innocent demeanor shining through. Du Xingjian and Du Hongyu exchanged knowing glances, well aware of their sister's uncanny abilities, and found her exuberance endearing. Having found their quarry, they glanced at the sun, which had shifted significantly in the sky, indicating that quite some time had elapsed. Du Xingjian, filled with vigor, leaped into the pit, bent down, and hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulders without needing assistance from his brothers. Let us hurry, otherwise our parents will worry, he urged. Yes, brother, let us go. Du Yuling chimed in, her voice sweet and high-pitched. It is easy to imagine the astonishment amongst the villagers of Lushu village upon witnessing Du Xingjian single-handedly carrying a wild boar down the mountain. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole. While it was not surprising for Du Xingjian, known for his immense strength, to bear such a load, the true marvel lay in the size of the boar on his shoulders. Though the brothers frequently hunted in the back mountains of Lushu village, capturing a wild boar was no small feat, especially given the current scarcity of game in the forests. The villagers' astonishment was palpable. As the villagers approached to inquire about the wild boar, they soon discovered that it had perished from starvation, leaving the Du family to effortlessly collect the spoils from the pit. Upon hearing this, the residents of Lushu village turned their gaze toward the Du family, feeling as though they were under the special protection of a benevolent deity. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Their cherished daughter, Ling Bao, had indeed been blessed by the mountain god. In an instant, the villagers' eyes, once fervently fixed upon the boar, now radiated an intense warmth directed at the young girl of the Du family. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, Du Yuling couldn't help but shiver with apprehension. What was happening? Chapter 40, The Pork Feast. The villagers gathered around the Du household, all eager to catch a glimpse of their fortunate little girl. After a moment of excitement upon seeing the boar, Du Laojiu began to reflect on the implications of so many villagers witnessing the event with such fervent eyes. It would not bode well for their family to indulge in the bounty alone. To avoid any resentment or ill intentions from others, he decided it was best to share the fortune. After all, during times of hardship, many had shown little regard for human life in their pursuit of sustenance. With the unity of their village in mind, Du Laojiu proposed, how about we slaughter the boar and invite the entire village to partake in a pork feast? I will consult the village chief to see if he agrees to extend our stay for another hour. His suggestion was met with exuberance, and the villagers readily accepted, quickly forgetting their initial desire to touch Du Yuling. Had she been aware of their intentions, she would likely have sought refuge in the carriage. frightened by the prospect of so many hands reaching for her. In essence, the fortunate little Lingao had, in a different sense, narrowly escaped a calamity. Upon hearing the commotion, the village chief strolled over and nodded in agreement to Du Laojiu's proposal. I have no objections. We can certainly delay our departure for an hour to enjoy a feast. However, he expressed some concern, but Laojiu, with so many people, one boar might not suffice for all. Du Laojiu replied with a hearty laugh, not to worry. The villagers have been looking out for one another on this arduous journey, and it has been a struggle for everyone. They have not had much to eat lately, since De Lang and the others were fortunate enough to find this boar. It would be unkind for us to keep it all to ourselves. Let us share the bounty and celebrate together. The villagers were elated at his generosity. Truly, you are a remarkable man, Laojiu. In the future, feel free to call upon us for any need. There is no one closer than our fellow villagers. Compliments flowed freely from the villagers, praising Du Laojiu's character. Yet, as the excitement settled, many of the more discerning families recognized that it would be improper to partake of the Du family's meat without offering something in return. Typically, when a family hosted a pork feast, villagers would bring gifts, perhaps a small package of pastries, a handful of tea leaves, some sugar, or a bottle of homemade liquor. Given the circumstances, it would be inappropriate to accept the feast without reciprocating. Thus, several conscientious families hurried back to their carts, bringing forth bowls of corn to offer. One bowl was intended for Du Laojiu's family, a gesture of goodwill to accompany their meal. Though it could not compare to meat, it was a sentiment of gratitude, ensuring they did not partake without giving in return. Consequently, while the Du family sacrificed a portion of the boar, they received a large sack of corn in exchange. A fair trade. The remaining corn would serve as the villagers' rations for the meal, as it would be unreasonable for the Du family to provide sustenance for all without any contribution from the others. Some families, facing dire shortages, approached Li Yuanyang with a meager offering of either a bowl or half a bowl of corn, shyly explaining, "We do not eat much, and our supplies are indeed low. Please, do not think ill of us for bringing so little." Li Yuanyang smiled warmly in response, "Oh, dear aunt, there is no need for such modesty. Every grain of food is precious. How could I possibly reject your kindness?" As preparations for the pork feast commenced, the men busied themselves with the slaughtering, while the women heated water in large iron pots. Once Du Laojiu had dispatched the boar, Du Wulong swiftly positioned a bucket beneath to catch the blood. After the blood had drained, the villagers collectively assisted in pouring hot water over the boar, followed by scraping off its fur. With so many hands at work, the task was completed swiftly. The pork feast primarily featured the pig's entrails, including the large intestine and other offal, along with the blood, head meat, and a whole hind leg, all simmered together with dried vegetables and foraged greens, creating a sumptuous dish. The corn rice was prepared in large iron pots, using the villagers' own rations. Though portions varied, they were combined to ensure everyone received a bowl. The rice was further enriched with yellow soybeans and wheat, resulting in a hearty mixed grain dish. Given the villagers' intent to prepare a delectable feast, the elders of Lushu village had wisely anticipated the potential influx of hungry onlookers. They instructed a few robust young men to distribute small bags of corn to the nearby disaster victims, urging them to move along and not linger. This was to prevent a chaotic scene should the feast draw in the starving crowds. Although there had been over 20 victims in the vicinity, they were not part of a cohesive group, merely scattered families with little sense of community. The villagers' offer of corn was seen as a generous boon, and most accepted the gesture without resistance. However, some of the more avaricious individuals hesitated to leave. Yet, upon seeing the strong villagers armed with hunting knives and the formidable presence of over 100 others, they quickly realized that their chances of claiming any meat were slim. The methodical approach of the Lushu villagers prompted the remaining stragglers to depart peacefully. As the pork stew simmered, the rich aroma wafted from the iron pot, enticing every villager, each one salivating at the mouth-watering scent. Even the Du family, having long been deprived of such fresh meat dishes, found their mouths watering in anticipation. The village chief and the elders took great care in ensuring that dozens of able-bodied men stood guard around the perimeter, vigilant against any unforeseen disturbances. At this moment, when it is time to partake in the meat, the able-bodied men are summoned first to enjoy the initial bowl of the pig-killing feast, while other strong men take their places. In front of the large iron pot, it is the village head, Li Zheng, who is responsible for distributing the meat. Du Laojia understands well that this task is not an easy one. Whether one gives too much or too little, it can lead to dissatisfaction. However, human hands are not measuring instruments, and it is impossible to ensure that every bowl is filled equally, since he has already brought out the meat for everyone to enjoy. The villagers owe him their gratitude. It would be unreasonable to allow discontent to arise during the distribution of the meat due to slight variances. So Du Laojia astutely entrusts this responsibility to Li Zheng. Naturally, Li Zheng steps forward. At this juncture, the presence of a leader is essential for the fair division. He has his own principles in mind. First, the able-bodied men, tasked with safeguarding the safety of the entire village, are allocated the most generous portions, receiving heaping bowls filled with meat and vegetables. In contrast, women, the elderly, and children receive only half a bowl each, supplemented by a generous ladle of broth. This is not only because their appetites are smaller than those of the men, but also to ensure that the men, who protect the villagers, receive ample nourishment, thus enhancing the overall safety of the community. The villagers have no objections to Li Zhang's method of distribution. On the contrary, they feel it is quite fair. Hence, the people of Willow Tree Village, against the odds of hardship, are fortunate enough to share a hearty meal together for the first time in over a month of fleeing. This marks the inaugural feast for the approximately 100 families in the village, filled with joy and abundance. Naturally, the uncles from the Li family, the Lin family, and the affluent Qi Mingyuan family also partake in the meal, as they are all connected to the Du family and thus share in the bounty of the Du's meat. However, the remaining 10 or so families are the relatives of the wives from Willow Tree Village, who are less closely related to the villagers and have no ties to the Du family. In the end, Li Zheng considers Du Laojia's advice and decides that it would be inappropriate for some to indulge in meat and broth while others merely observe. Thus, he allocates the remaining bowls of broth to these families. Additionally, the daughters from those households, who are the wives of Willow Tree Village, also contribute their portions, sharing a piece of meat or 2 chopsticks of vegetable infused with meat flavor with their families. Though the quantity may be small, they at least savor the taste. After this meal, everyone is exceptionally delighted. Chapter 41. A rescue of a young girl. As the afternoon arrives, the people of Willow Tree Village set off with renewed vigor, traveling for 3 consecutive hours until darkness envelopes the land. The moon hangs bright amidst sparse stars, indicating that tomorrow will bring fine weather. The villagers have ceased to expect rain. At the Du household, the substantial portion of wild boar left over from lunch is stored in Du Yuling's space, ensuring the pork remains fresh. Whenever she desires to eat, she can simply retrieve it. In fact, the grains, fruits from the trees, and chickens, ducks, fish, sheep, and pigs within her system are all ready for consumption. However, there is no rush. After all, nothing can escape her space. Moreover, once this crop matures, the space will automatically collect and store it, initiating the next ecological cycle. With a significant number of points at her disposal, Du Yuling decides to spend 1,000 points to expand the farm within her space. While purchasing farmland with a single click, she unexpectedly wins a prize. As it turns out, her luck has led her to a considerable discount. With her current 1,000 points, she can acquire 100 acres of farmland, complete with an irrigation system and a large pond filled with fish and lotus roots. A lush expanse of fruit trees surrounds the entire farm. It can be said that Du Yuling is now entirely self-sufficient in terms of food. She could even sell her surplus to others. However, she prefers to keep such endeavors low-key. After a night of pleasant dreams, dawn breaks the following morning, with rays of sunlight piercing through the mist, illuminating the lower peaks in a hazy glow. The villagers of Willow Tree hastily finish their breakfast, seizing the cool morning weather to set off on their journey. The wheels rumble forward, with the villagers focused solely on the path ahead. By midday, the sun has caused the few remaining leaves on the roadside trees to curl up. The cicadas, with their incessant calls, add a layer of irritation to the sweltering atmosphere. Just as the villagers are about to stop for a rest, the leading resident of Willow Tree Village unexpectedly halts. There, lying in the middle of the dirt road, is a young girl of about 7 or 8 years old, sprawled on the ground unconscious. The villagers in the front rush to find Li Zhang, who promptly heads forward to investigate. Du Yuling, curious about the commotion, is carried by Du Laojia to the front as well. Upon arriving, they discover a patchwork-clad girl with yellowing hair, her forehead marred by a severe wound from which dried blood has crusted over. She lies face down, her condition unknown. Seeing the child in such a state tugs at the heartstrings of Li Zheng, who cannot bear to witness such suffering. One villager cautiously suggests, "We have no medicine to save her. Perhaps we should move her aside." This is not out of malice. Rather, they lack the resources, and the girl's condition appears dire. "Dad, let me down. I want to see if she still has a pulse," Yuling pleads as she carefully lowers herself from Du Laojia's arms, extending her small hand to gently check for breath beneath the girl's nose. After a moment, she detects a faint breath. "Li Zheng, this big sister is still breathing." At this moment, Li Zheng crouches down to examine the girl lying on the ground, gently patting Yuling's head. "Good child, I understand. But I fear we may not be able to save her." As Du Yuling gazes at the unconscious girl, she recalls that this is the very child who had been sold by her parents for 20 pounds of millet when the slave traders came to their village. "Help me. Please save me." To everyone's astonishment, the girl unexpectedly awakens, displaying a desperate will to survive. This fierce desire for life reminds Du Yuling of her own arduous journey through numerous small worlds. In that moment, she resolves to save this girl. System. Check if there are any healing medicines suitable for her. Du Yuling mentally calls out to her system. Yes, there is a healing pill available for 30 points. Consuming it will treat the blood clot in her head. With a plan forming in her mind, she tugs at Du Laojia's sleeve and pleads, "Dad, let's save this big sister. Linga has no sister, and once she recovers, she can play with me." To be honest, Du Laojia is reluctant to take on this burden. However, looking into his daughter's sparkling eyes, he finds it impossible to refuse. "All right, let's carry her onto our mule cart. If she survives, she can keep Linga company." "Yay! Dad, you're the best." The villagers of Willow Tree Village refrain from voicing further opinions, each silently reflecting on the goodness of Du Laojia and his family. He arranges for the girl to lie in the half-empty mule cart, where the other half is filled with miscellaneous items. Du Yuling squats in the cart, administering the pills purchased from her system to the girl and providing her with water. The girl, now conscious, swallows the medicine with ease. After a brief wait, the medicine began to take effect, and the little girl gathered her strength. Her voice remained hoarse, yet she was able to articulate longer sentences. "Kind benefactor, thank you for saving me. I bow down to you." Du Yuling was astonished that, in such a confined space, the girl could still perform such an act of gratitude. Glancing at the little head nestled against her chubby leg, Du Yuling momentarily froze, then hurriedly reached out to pull her up. "Get up quickly. There's no need to bow so often. Your head is already injured, and I've just given you medicine. Please don't make it worse." The girl, Mayor, raised her tear-filled eyes and, with a choked voice, replied, "Thank you, kind benefactor. It's all right. I didn't use much force." "Well," Du Yuling remarked, her tone teasing, "it seems you're not foolish after all." To her surprise, Mayor immediately panicked at these words. "Kind benefactor, I am not foolish. I can work. And I do not eat much. I could even survive on just one meal a day. Please, kind benefactor, allow me to stay by your side and do not drive me away. I will work diligently for you. I can be your servant. I beg you. Do not make me leave." Mayor hurriedly blurted out a string of words, making as if to bow again. "Oh dear, don't bow." Du Yuling swiftly intervened, feeling somewhat speechless. "I was only joking with you, trying to lighten the mood. No need to be so serious." She sighed, realizing that her attempt at humor had led to a misunderstanding. Observing the girl nervously twisting her hands, clad in tattered clothes with dry, yellow hair. Her large eyes resembled those of a fawn, clear yet stubborn, now tinged with fear. With a sigh reminiscent of an adult, Du Yuling reassured her, "I won't drive you away. Since I saved you, I will not let you starve to death. You can stay here and recuperate for a few days. Once you have healed, you can help take care of an elder in our family." "Yes, kind benefactor. I will take good care of your elder." Mayor responded with a look of heartfelt gratitude. Du Yuling suddenly recalled that her aunt had endured much over the years. Although her hidden injuries had healed, she still required care. During their journey together, her mother had taken care of her aunt, sacrificing her own well-being. This little girl would be a perfect help, allowing her mother some respite. As they were about to disembark, Du Yuling paused, realizing she had yet to ask for the girl's name. "What is your name?" "Kind benefactor, I am called Mayor." "All right. I understand. Please rest well. By the way, here is some fried rice, and this water pouch contains warm water. You can soak the rice and eat a little. No need to be modest. Thank you, kind benefactor." Mayor trembled as she accepted the small bag of fried rice, approximately weighing over a pound. Rest here in the carriage. I will head to the front. Yes, kind benefactor, take care. The driver of the cart was Du Yuling's fifth brother, who slowed down as he heard her preparing to disembark. Du Yuling stepped onto the footrest of the mule cart and successfully descended. Chapter 42, The Robbery. Once Du Yuling returned to her own carriage, the system's notification echoed in her mind. Ding! Host has saved a life, earning 300 merit points with a double buff, totaling 600 merit points for a grand total of 1,200 points. Du Yuling felt a surge of joy at the 1,200 points but remained composed. Just days ago, the system had inquired why she didn't save more people if saving a life could earn her 1,200 points, thereby quickly regaining the 9-digit score from before. At that time, Du Yuling had refrained from responding, for the system did not comprehend her true intentions. In this lifetime, she was not merely accumulating points for the sake of it. In her previous travels through small worlds, earning points and leveling up was solely to return to this world and reunite with her loved ones. Now that she had fulfilled that wish, her primary goal in this life was to ensure her family's well-being. Everything else was secondary. Thus, she could not save people indiscriminately. She was not Huatua, able to heal anyone at will without consequences. It seemed that the intelligent system simply did not grasp her sentiments. That evening, the villagers of Lushu village rested in a small grove. The forest was not expansive and was devoid of any wild beasts, but it was plagued by an abundance of mosquitoes that caused irritation. Du Yuling decided to spend 10 points in the system to purchase a bottle of mosquito repellent for herself, her mother, father, and several brothers. The system's mosquito repellent was of superior quality, not available in the Dali dynasty, which is why Du Yuling did not share it with others. Aside from the bothersome mosquitoes, the villagers managed to sleep reasonably well after a day of travel, though some had walked the entire way on foot, feeling even more exhausted. However, Du Yuling and Li Yaya, seated in the cart, were not much better off, enduring a bumpy journey. At times, Du Yuling even contemplated getting down to walk a few steps, unwilling to remain seated in the cart the whole time. The road was muddy and pockmarked, and the cart lacked any shock-absorbing springs, with the bottom made of a hard wooden plank. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable it was to sit there for so long. Fortunately, Du Lauer had purchased several blankets to cushion their seats, or they would have suffered even more. Such was the pace of ancient travel. Letters took time to deliver, and once separated, some individuals could remain apart for a lifetime. Inside the carriage, Li Yaya had already fallen asleep. Du Yuling rubbed her sore backside, feeling quite uncomfortable from the jostling, and found herself unable to sleep. Counting her fingers, she realized they had not yet traveled even 2/5 of the way. Sighing, Du Yuling suddenly heard some noises, sounds that did not belong to animals. Nor were they the shuffling of villagers waking in the night. From the soft footsteps, she discerned that there were over a dozen people moving stealthily, suggesting a sinister intent. Her heart sank. Could it be bandits? She thought of calling out to alert everyone but hesitated, fearing that she might be mistaken and wake the villagers unnecessarily. So, she quietly lifted the curtain of the cart and peered through the small gap. In an instant, terror gripped her. Under the sparse moonlight, she could see figures moving about. A group of burly men wielding large machetes were stealthily surveying their resting area. They inspected each cart, evidently determining which households had ample provisions. What made her even more anxious was a short, stocky man with a bushy beard, who was now by her uncle's cart, about to lift the curtain. He held a gleaming machete in his hand, and Du Yuling dared not make a sound, terrified that he might harm her uncle if provoked. Her heart raced as she noticed several bandits had already identified their targets and were preparing to haul away the grain. Curse be the short bandit, who was now moving towards her cousin's cart. Du Yuling's eyes widened in alarm. System, give me a high-tech tranquilizer gun quickly. Host, a high-tech tranquilizer gun does not belong to this era. If you wish to purchase one, it will cost 3,000 points. Give it to me quickly. As the stout bandit appeared poised to administer a soporific to her cousin, Du Yuling could no longer afford to hesitate. The system confirmed the host's intent to purchase, promptly deducting points, and a sleek, technologically advanced anesthetic gun materialized in Du Yuling's grasp. She pulled the trigger, deftly injecting the needle into the bandit's neck, causing him to collapse instantly. In the very moment the other bandits took notice, Du Yuling raised her voice, shouting, "Bandits! Everyone, wake up!" Her commanding tone roused every inhabitant of Willow Tree Village. Du Lauer and Du Yuling's 5 brothers were the first to spring into action. Du Xingjian swiftly seized a nearby knife and leaped to engage an oncoming shadow, the air crackling with the sparks of clashing blades. Du Lao positioned himself against a cart, shielding the mother and daughter within, while Du Hongyu dashed to the opposite side of the cart to provide further protection. Du Qing'an and Du Zheyan followed closely behind their elder brother, confronting the enemy. In an instant, the forest erupted into chaos, flames illuminating the night. The sounds of clashing weapons, anguished cries, weeping, and pleas for mercy filled the air. After a prolonged struggle through the night, as dawn broke, a dozen bandits fled with several carts laden with grain. The eastern sky began to lighten, the blackness of night receding. Yet the people of Willow Tree Village remained shrouded in despair. The ground was strewn with debris, a scene of utter devastation, echoing with lamentations. It became clear that the patrolmen of Willow Tree Village had been incapacitated by the bandits' soporific, leaving the village bereft of half its fighting strength. The remaining able-bodied men stood little chance against the merciless bandits. After a night of fierce combat, nearly everyone bore injuries. Fortunately, the bandits refrained from lethal force. Likely motivated by greed for wealth and provisions, had they taken lives, they would have drawn the ire of the authorities. However, the village's grain reserves had been plundered significantly, with many families left with not a single grain, rendering their survival no different from death. "Oh heavens, why do you forsake us?" echoed the cries of despair. Among them, Old Wang's cries were particularly heart-wrenching. Her family had only 2 bags of grain left, all of which had been seized by the bandits. With no rice left to cook and her youngest son injured the previous night, her 3 grandsons were now burning with fever from fright. Old Wang felt that the heavens wished for their demise. Contemplating her fate, she pondered whether to end her life by throwing herself against a stone, to accompany her son and grandsons in death. Yet, she was struck with the thought that if her grandsons recovered, what would they do without their grandmother? At over 50, she resembled a woman in her 70s, her hair white and her face buried in her hands as she wept bitterly. Such scenes of despair spread throughout the forest. The Du family suffered minimal losses, merely a cart's worth of grain, with 3 carts remaining. This was largely due to the exceptional martial prowess of Du Xingjian and his brothers, who successfully protected the grain carts. To their astonishment, Mayor, whom they had just rescued, had managed to smash a bandit's head with a clay pot, inadvertently safeguarding one of the carts during the chaos. Meanwhile, the third brother, Du Yongfeng, had been part of the patrol team and was rendered unconscious by the soporific. After the bandits departed, the Du family set out to find him, only to discover he was still in a stupor when they brought him back. In Chapter 43, Infiltrating the Bandit Lair, Du Lao, having studied under a military doctor during his time in the army, knew how to counteract the soporific. Noticing that Sanlang and several village youths remained unconscious, he called for Du Hongyu. "Hongyu, go search the forest for licorice or the leaves of the sitong plant. They can counteract the soporific." "Understood, father. I shall do so at once." Observing her father's predicament, Du Yuling took the initiative to inform other families about the herbal remedy. "All right, dear Ling Ao, you go ahead. I need to fetch some strong liquor to help treat the others' wounds. I will go now." As Du Yuling made her way, she spotted Aunt Fong detaining Dr. Wang. "Dr. Wang, please look again. What injury has this child sustained? Why is he still unconscious?" Dr. Wang, tugging at his sleeve, replied helplessly, "Aunt Fong, I've already explained. It's merely because Erwa is young. If you could find licorice or sitong leaves in the forest, extract the juice for the child to drink, he will awaken shortly." However, Aunt Fong remained skeptical, convinced that since her eldest and youngest sons had patrolled together, with the elder awake and the younger still unconscious, something must be amiss. Du Yuling, overhearing their conversation, stepped forward. "Aunt Fong, what Dr. Wang says aligns with my father's view. He worries that Dr. Wang may be overwhelmed. So he sent me to help convey this message. Truly, there's nothing to fear, it's just the soporific. And the antidote is indeed those 2 herbs mentioned by Dr. Wang." Very well, very well." Upon recognizing Du Yuling, Aunt Fong felt a wave of relief. After all, this little Linga was a child favored by the divine. Her words must hold truth. Dr. Wang, noticing her newfound calm, felt a mixture of amusement and relief. Yet, he had little time to ponder, as many villagers awaited his medical attention. During this period, he had taken to gathering herbs during his breaks, managing to stockpile a modest supply. Du Yuling continued to visit several households. By the time she returned, Sanlang had already regained consciousness, filled with regret. If only I had been present, we wouldn't have lost that cart of grain to the bandits. The other members of the Du family had grown weary of comforting him, having repeated their reassurances countless times. He simply would not listen. Hearing her brother's lament, Yuling raised an eyebrow and bounded over to him. With her little legs squatting beside him, she lifted his downcast head and leaned in close. Sanlang, please stop lamenting. Or you might attract someone's ire. Huh? Du Yofeng looked up in surprise, bewildered. Realizing he was genuinely confused, Du Yuling elaborated, Sanlang. While we've lost a cart of grain, we still have 3 remaining. But many families have had all their grain stolen. If you continue to wail, what will others think? Du Yongfeng, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implication of her words. He had been so consumed by guilt that he had overlooked this crucial perspective. All right, Lingao, I understand. The rest of the Du family felt a wave of relief wash over them as Du Yongfeng ceased his lamentations. Indeed, their family could not do without Lingao. She was beloved by all, and everyone heeded her words. The other injured villagers had received treatment from Dr. Wang, thanks in no small part to the strong liquor provided by Du Lao, which served as an effective disinfectant for the wounded. Without it, the incomplete herbal remedies could have led to infections and fevers. After Dr. Wang explained the situation, the villagers expressed their deep gratitude towards the Du family. Once all the injured had been treated, the village elder rang a gong, summoning all villagers to gather. In the open space stood 3 bound bandits, their faces twisted in distress. Last night, Du Xingzhan and his brothers had collaborated to slay one bandit and capture another, while the Wang hunter and his son had taken down yet another. The last one lay incapacitated by Du Yuling's anesthetic gun. The rest of the bandits had fled. The current breakthrough lies with the 3 bandits who are bound. The village head and the elders are deliberating on how to extract useful information from them. However, the bandits maintain a stoic demeanor, tightly clenching their jaws and refusing to utter a word, inciting the ire of the onlookers. Many villagers, having lost all their provisions, brandish stones and branches, yearning to strike the bandits down in their wrath. Du Yuling pondered for a moment and leaned close to her father's ear to whisper a suggestion. Du Lao stepped forward. Village head, elders, what if we separate them for questioning and demand the location of their hideout? Anyone who refuses to speak or provides false information shall receive a cut until they confess. The bandits, initially brazen, began to panic upon hearing this. The village head perceived the effectiveness of this strategy and grimly acquiesced. Very well, that shall be our course of action. He then selected several individuals. Lao, take your eldest son and interrogate this one. Wang the hunter, you and your son handle that one. Danio, you and I will question the last. The group began to drag the 3 bandits to separate locations for interrogation. Initially, one bandit stubbornly refused to speak. But after receiving a cut on his thigh and being doused in salt water, his cries echoed through the forest. The other 2, who had contemplated feeding false information, quickly abandoned their plans. Ultimately, the trio divulged the location of their hideout, which indeed turned out to be the same, 30 miles to the north, in a cave on Tianwu Mountain. After incapacitating the 3 bandits, the villagers of Lushu gathered to discuss their strategy. An elder proposed, shall we send a few strong men to Tianwu Mountain to ascertain if the bandits truly reside there? Another elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must first investigate. We can decide our next steps based on what we discover. However, what the elders did not voice was the grim reality that, even if they identified the bandits' lair, retrieving their stolen provisions would be a formidable challenge. It would be folly to assault the mountain and attempt to reclaim their goods from the bandits. The people of Lushu were not so bold. After a lengthy contemplation, the village head turned to Du Lao, having fought in battles, you understand the dangers of approaching the bandits' lair at Tianwu Mountain, even for reconnaissance. I shall go, village head. I will take Xingzhan with me. But we will need more men, Du Lao replied. Very well, the village head said, taken aback by Du Lao's eagerness, especially since his family had suffered the least loss and could have avoided such exertion. Seeing Du Lao's determination, Wang the hunter stepped forward with his eldest son. The 2 elders also insisted their sons accompany the expedition. Naturally, the village head allowed his 2 sons to join as well. Among them, the youngest son, Li Dadi, pleaded. Father, my leg has healed. Allow me to go as well. What nonsense. You still limp, you would only be a hindrance, his father retorted, and ultimately, Li Dadi remained behind. 8 robust men from Lushu mounted their horses and hastened toward Tianwu Mountain, leaving the rest of the villagers anxiously awaiting their return with news. Meanwhile, Dioling was not idle. She had devised a bold plan. It was simple. If the bandits could rob them, why could they not rob the bandits in return? While she had little interest in the provisions, the treasures within the bandits' hideout intrigued her. Judging by their bulky forms, these bandits clearly led comfortable lives. Their fine weapons and horses indicated they had been operating in the area for quite some time, likely amassing considerable wealth. Dioling was determined to plot for the future. Once they reached the capital and settled down, buying land and constructing homes, her brothers would need funds for their studies. With such a splendid opportunity presenting itself, it was imperative to seize it and secure a substantial gain. The simplest method would be to concoct a sleeping powder, incapacitating the bandits one by one and then binding them. Whether they were to be killed or otherwise dealt with was not her concern. That was for the adults to deliberate. The crux of the plan hinged on the sleeping powder, but Dioling could not simply conjure it from thin air. Which household would casually possess such a substance? Thus, her gaze fell upon the nearby mountains. The current location was adjacent to a range of mountains. Was it not the perfect confluence of timing, location, and opportunity? If she took her brother for a stroll in the mountains, they could return with the sleeping powder. It was straightforward. Grind the datura flowers into powder. Datura, commonly known in the village as trumpet flower, was abundant along the roads and fields. However, crafting the sleeping powder required a meticulous process. Yet, Dioling need not undertake the preparation herself. She only needed to gather the trumpet flowers from the mountains and flaunt them before the villagers, after which she could purchase the finished sleeping powder from the system's marketplace. It was relatively inexpensive, 30 points for a substantial package. With the plan set, Dioling dragged her second brother back to the mountains. Since he was already aware of her secret, she felt no need to feign innocence. In the mountains, with no one around, Dioling produced a large pile of wilted trumpet flowers from behind a tree. Du Hongyu raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do with that? Dioling slyly grinned. What if I told you, second brother, that these trumpet flowers are the primary ingredient for the sleeping powder? Du Hongyu quickly grasped her intent. This was to be their counteroffensive to seize the bandits' hideout. He playfully pinched her delicate nose. You truly are bold for one so young, to even conceive such a plan. Hee, second brother. Did you not think of it just as quickly? Clearly, you two see the feasibility of this approach. Feasible it may be. But how will you convince the villagers to join in? This cannot be a venture undertaken by our family alone. We lack manpower and this undertaking is significant. It requires the backing of the clan. Hee, these trumpet flowers are the most persuasive tool we have. Dioling waved the wilted flowers in her hand. And the siblings exchanged knowing smiles. Upon descending from the mountains, they found the villagers of Lushu still engulfed in despair. It was already noon. Yet many families had not a grain of rice to cook. The village head and several elders sat together, their brows furrowed, unable to devise a viable solution. They too had contemplated raiding the bandits' hideout to reclaim their provisions, but those bandits, known for their ruthlessness, were far from foes the good villagers could confront. The thought of reporting to the authorities had never crossed their minds, as refugees fleeing famine, who would heed their plight? At that moment, Dioling, led by Du Hongyu, approached the village head and the elders. In her soft, melodic voice, she greeted them, calling out to the village head and the elders. Had it been an ordinary child from a common household, the village head would undoubtedly lack the patience to engage with a child who knows nothing at this moment. However, Dioling was different. Not only was she exceptionally intelligent from a young age, but the good fortune she exhibited on this journey, coupled with the blessings from the mountain deity, set her apart in the village head's eyes. When confronted with the little darling, he adopted the same earnest demeanor he would use with the village's adults. Little Lingbao, what brings you to me? Village head. I have brought you these grand trumpet flowers I gathered from the mountain. He glanced at the large pile of wilted trumpet flowers, ubiquitous and drooping. Had anyone else dared to waste his time thus, he would have been incensed. Yet he sensed that Lingao had not come merely for mischief. Tentatively, he inquired, could it be that these trumpet flowers hold some significant purpose? Indeed, you are truly astute, village head, exceptionally clever. Dioling exaggeratedly gestured with her chubby thumb. Flattery, after all, was the first step towards winning over the village head, paving the way for her subsequent plans. As expected, although he had no idea what he had guessed, being called clever by this child blessed by the divine filled his heart with joy. He patiently awaited her elaboration, and without hesitation, Yuling divulged her entire plan to him and the elders of the clan. Village head, these trumpet flowers can be used to concoct a sleeping potion. A fact I recalled when my father spoke of amusing anecdotes from the army. Just earlier, my brother and I ascended the mountain and chanced upon this abundance of trumpet flowers. I wondered if this might be a divine sign for us. The village head and the elders felt a jolt in their hearts. Yuling continued, those bandits can use it to daze our village's able-bodied men and steal our grain. Why can't we use it to incapacitate them and reclaim our provisions? What seemed like innocent chatter from a child stirred a tempest within the village head and the elders. The idea of using trumpet flowers to concoct a sleeping potion to incapacitate the bandits and retrieve their grain was nothing short of revolutionary. Could it be that this little one from the Du family was indeed a heavenly being's favored child? The village head and the elders gazed at Yuling, their eyes suddenly alight with fervor. Upon closer inspection, one could discern glimmers of immense hope within their aged, clouded gazes. Yes, hope. Lingbao's idea was remarkably feasible. Now they simply had to wait for the few who had ventured out to return and confirm if the bandits truly resided in the cave on Wushan Mountain. During lunchtime, the villagers barely ate. Some families had nothing to eat, while others, like Yuling's, despite having grain, dared not indulge at such a critical juncture. Thus, they symbolically consumed some dry cakes with pickled vegetables, hastily finishing their meal. Yuling perched on the yoke of their cart, her little legs curled up, gazing into the distance as she awaited her father and brother's return, hoping for good news. Chapter 45, Discussing Countermeasures. As dusk approached, the sun slowly nestled into the thin clouds, transforming into a vibrant orange orb. A delicate pink hue emerged on the western horizon, more tender than a cherubic face, while golden rays of twilight spread outward. At that moment, 8 magnificent steeds galloped towards them, raising clouds of dust, with her handsome and valiant elder brother, Du Xingzhan, leading the charge. Elder brother, father. Yuling stood atop the cart, joyfully waving her chubby hands, startling Li Yuanyang, who stood beside her. With outstretched arms, she supported her, fearing little Ling Ao would tumble from the cart in her excitement. Before long, Du Xingzhan and the others dismounted and approached, while the villagers deftly seized the reins and prepared water and fodder for the horses. The village head and the elders had been waiting nearby, eager to ask for precise information. Du Lauer, scarcely pausing to quench his thirst, hastily relayed the situation to the village head and the villagers. Indeed, the bandit hideout is located on Wushan Mountain. When we were at the foot of the mountain, we saw 3 or 5 bandits transporting grain. Upon noticing that my father's lips were parched, Yuling hurriedly offered him a few sips of water. Du Lauer cleared his throat and continued. I thought it unwise to return with just this little information, so I led Xingzhan along a narrow path up the mountain to the bandits' lair. We discovered it was a cave situated halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, the branches concealed us, allowing us to get a good look at the cave's interior. It was notably large, comparable to 7 or 8 tiled houses. One side was piled high with grain, while the other was occupied by the bandits feasting and drinking. Ultimately, Du Lauer summarized their numbers. There are over 30 bandits in total, combining those on the mountain and those below. The information Du Lauer brought back incited a stir among the villagers of Lushu village. Upon realizing where their stolen grain was, their indignation surged, and they longed to reclaim their provisions immediately. However, when they learned that there were over 30 bandits, many felt a wave of trepidation and hesitated. Goodness! They were all law-abiding citizens. When had they ever encountered such a multitude of bandits? Elders had recounted tales of villages being ravaged by just 7 or 8 bandits, their homes burned and their people slaughtered. Would they even survive against 30? Perhaps it would be wiser to stealthily circumvent them. Grain may be lost, but at least their lives would be spared. Thoughts varied among the crowd, and the expressions of the village head and elders turned grave. At that moment, Yuling suddenly broke the silence with a declaration that shattered the tension. With her chin held high and her eyes brimming with earnestness and innocence, she proclaimed, "Father, you once told me about the sleeping potion. Today, my second brother and I consulted Dr. Wang, and we have successfully concocted it. Imagine if we took this sleeping potion and used it to daze those bandits. Wouldn't that allow us to reclaim our grain?" Upon hearing her words, the villagers of Lushu seemed to hear a divine revelation, as if a thunderclap had struck them, awakening their spirits and igniting their fervor. What? They too could have a sleeping potion and incapacitate those ruthless bandits. Why wait? Let us hurry and confront them to reclaim our provisions. It must be said that the mindset of the villagers mirrored the undulating mountain ranges, rising and falling in intensity. Ultimately, they were filled with renewed vigor. The village head and the elders had not anticipated that Ling Bao's words would instantly kindle the villagers' fighting spirit. They nodded in agreement, originally supportive of the idea. Merely awaiting the right moment to persuade the villagers, they hadn't expected Ling Bao to leap directly to the solution. The village head and the elders gazed at Ling Bao, increasingly pleased with her, almost wishing she were their own child. However, observing the robust and formidable Du Lauer, along with the gallant Du Xingzhan and their brothers, they dared not voice this thought aloud. The village head shook off the whimsical notions in his mind, realizing the need to focus on the matter at hand. Standing on the elevated slope, he pressed his hands down, urging the agitated villagers to momentarily calm their fervor. The task at hand must be accomplished, and the grain retrieved. But this was a serious matter that required careful deliberation. He then turned his attention to Du Lauer. Old heir, you have fought before. You must be familiar with such matters. There is also Hunter Wang. Let us discuss together the specifics of the regulations. Du Lauer and Hunter Wang were not averse to this, as they harbored a tempest of anger within. Those bandits, who engage in murder and plunder, shun productive labor yet live far more lavishly than they do, indulging in wine and meat. Why is that? They, the honest and diligent farmers, endure such abject misery, even having their provisions for survival snatched away. It is utterly intolerable. They were determined to reclaim their own grain and, if possible, retrieve the treasures the bandits had stolen. Although the village head was anxious, he noted that night had already fallen. Du Lauer and his companions had been out all day, galloping on horseback and scouting the bandit hideouts. It was indeed a taxing endeavor. He waved his hand, urging them to return home to drink some water, eat something, and rest. They would reconvene here in half an hour to deliberate together. During dinner, Du Yuling sat beside her father, eager to share the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. However, upon seeing the stubble on her father's chin, she sensed he had endured a long and arduous day. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her father, she refrained from seeking his attention while they ate. After her father had enjoyed his meal, Du Yuling brought out her dried fruits to sweeten his palate. Du Lauer, with dried fruit in his mouth and his daughter in his arms, found solace in her presence. The healing power of a beloved daughter is immensely potent. A hug, a kiss, and the fatigue of the day dissipated in an instant. Before Du Yuling could discuss significant matters with her father, the village head's son approached, calling for Du Lauer and Du Xingzhan. The details of their discussion remained unknown to her, and when her father returned, it was already an hour later. Typically, at this hour, Du Yuling would be fast asleep. But with the weight of pressing matters on her mind, she could not allow herself to succumb to slumber. As soon as her father returned, she sprang up from her reclining position, her eyes shining with anticipation. Du Lauer was taken aback to see his precious daughter lifting the curtain. Ling Bao, why are you still awake at this hour? He exclaimed. Father, come here, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Oh? What is this momentous affair? He asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he teased his daughter. Let us not dwell on that for now. How did your discussion with the village head go? At the mention of this matter, Du Lauer adopted a serious demeanor. Sitting in the corner of the cart, he held his daughter close and softly inquired, You must tell me the truth. How did you acquire that sleeping powder? Upon hearing this, Du Yuling realized she had inadvertently revealed too much to her father. Yet she was unperturbed. She surmised that he merely wished to clarify the source of the medicine. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, I merely took the moonflower from the mountain. I first informed the village head, then went to Dr. Wang, who also recognized its potential for making the sleeping powder. He simply hadn't thought of it initially. In any case, my sleeping powder is assuredly concocted without any suspicion. Hearing his daughter speak thus, Du Lauer felt a weight lift from his heart. He knew she possessed remarkable abilities, yet at times, he wished her talents were less pronounced, to shield her from those with ulterior motives. After all, she was his cherished child, and he would not tolerate any misfortune befalling her. Fortunately, despite her youth, Ling Bao was extraordinarily meticulous. Seeing her father's relief, Du Yuling eagerly shared her grand plan. Father, come closer. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 46. We have struck gold. What? You wish to accompany us? Du Laer could hardly believe that Du Yuling's grand scheme involved joining them on their expedition to Tianwu Mountain, using her space to conceal the bandits' treasures. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous, he insisted, shaking his head vehemently. Father, please listen, Du Yuling implored, her voice soft and persuasive. If I don't go, how will you transport the treasures? Do you not desire the riches hoarded by those bandits? Observing his father's brow furrow, Du Yuling pressed on. Those treasures represent wealth. Besides, our funds are dwindling. You know well the expenses we will incur in the capital. Without money, we cannot make any progress. She tugged at her father's sleeve, emphasizing her point. Du Laer wiped his face and looked earnestly at his beloved daughter. Lingmao, my dear, I understand your concerns. It is commendable that you, at such a young age, are so invested in our family's well-being. He gently tapped her petite nose. Rest assured, I will ensure you all live well. As for the treasures in the bandit den, I have no intention of leaving them behind. Those who commit heinous acts should not enjoy the fruits of their misdeeds while we, the diligent farmers, suffer in poverty. I intend to bring your elder brother along. He is astute and capable, ensuring our success. Du Yuling disagreed with her father's plan. But father, elder brother lacks the means to transport the treasures. Whether by cart or mule, it will inevitably attract attention. Why not let elder brother accompany me? You and the others can focus on securing food while he and I take care of retrieving the treasures. Du Laer's tone turned somber. He was reluctant to send his young daughter into the lair of those murderous bandits. It was far too dangerous. As Du Yuling saw her father's steadfast refusal, she decided to reveal another significant aspect of her space. Father, this space can not only hold provisions, it can also conceal living beings. I can enter it myself, simply by willing it. No one can find me, making it exceedingly safe. Seeing her father's skepticism, Du Yuling decided to demonstrate her ability. In an instant, she vanished from her father's embrace, only to reappear moments later. Had Du Laer not been a seasoned scout, accustomed to facing perilous situations, he might have cried out in fright. Nevertheless, he was far from composed, gripping the wooden edge of the cart tightly. When Du Yuling returned to his arms, her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she noticed her father's wide-eyed shock and the tension in his arm, which still clutched a splintered piece of wood. Du Laer could only marvel at how much trust his daughter placed in him, overestimating his composure. He had nearly cried out in alarm, which would have been quite embarrassing. Once he regained his composure, Du Laer affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, ultimately yielding to her wishes. After all, she was his heart's treasure, deserving of his indulgence. In the dead of night, a dozen fine horses departed from the encampment of Lushu village, heading towards Tianwu Mountain. Last night, we devised a plan to stealthily set off under the cover of darkness, armed with a soporific drug, and administer it to a mountain spring frequented by the bandits. This way, when the brigands arose to prepare their morning meal, they would unwittingly consume the drug. All Du Laer and his companions needed to do was wait patiently nearby for the opportune moment. Once the bandits had ingested the substance and succumbed to its effects, collapsing to the ground, Du Laer and his cohort would swiftly approach and bind the brigands securely. Subsequently, they could boldly transport the grain down the mountain. While the potential treasures the bandits may have concealed remained an unspoken understanding among those who ventured to the mountain. Before the sun had risen from behind the mountains, the dim sky was still adorned with scattered white stars, and the peaks were enveloped in a grayish mist, as if still in slumber. Du Laer and his companions successfully mixed the soporific into the spring water. As dawn broke with a pale light, two slender bandits approached the spring with wooden buckets to fetch water, clearly resembling cooks. The tension held by Du Laer and his group began to ease slightly. Smoke wafted from the rooftop of a wooden kitchen situated halfway up the mountain, carrying with it the tantalizing aroma of rice. Soon enough, the bandits gathered for breakfast. The dozen or so villagers from Willow Tree Village held their breath, their eyes filled with anxiety, fixated on the 30-odd bandits. Just as the brigands had yet to finish their porridge, one by one, they began to topple over, falling to the ground in succession. The villagers erupted in joy. Du Laer restrained the son of Hunter Wang, who was eager to rush forward, urging him to wait until all the bandits had fainted. The son of Hunter Wang complied, realizing that they had already waited through the night and could afford to hold off a little longer. In less than a quarter of an hour, the once boisterous cave fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of a bird flying overhead. The valley was eerily tranquil. With a wave of his hand, Du Laer signaled for the strong men from Willow Tree Village to charge in. Each grasped sturdy hemp ropes, and in no time, they had securely bound all 30 bandits, leaving not a single one unrestrained. The group gazed at the steaming porridge still bubbling in the large wooden barrel, swallowing hard as they forced their gaze away from the tempting meal. They needed to prioritize transporting the grain down the mountain. After all, how many bowls of porridge could they afford to miss? Due to the narrow paths of Tianwu Mountain, they could not use mules or carts. Instead, they would have to carry the grain down in bags, though fortunately, the bandits had a few handcarts available for use. Du Lao, Du Xingzhan, and the other strong men from Willow Tree Village busied themselves with the task of moving the grain, while the seemingly slender Du Hongyu, accompanied by Ling Bao, slipped into a secluded chamber within the cave. To their delight, this chamber was filled with an abundance of treasures. As Du Yuling was cradled in her brother's arms, she caught sight of the dazzling array of gold and silver, her mouth watering in anticipation. "We V struck it rich," she exclaimed excitedly, tugging at her brother's sleeve. However, she was mindful enough to keep her voice low. Though Du Hongyu appeared more restrained than his younger sister, his clenched hands betrayed his own overwhelming excitement. "Let us go inside and see what treasures await us." Chapter 47, Dividing the Spoils. Du Hongyu led his sister on a tour of the chamber, gaining a clearer understanding of the gold and silver plundered by the bandits. The chamber was meticulously constructed, housing a considerable fortune amassed over years by the brigands. However, today, it would fall into the hands of the Du family. Du Yuling rubbed her hands together, eager to hoard every last treasure in the space they had. Yet, after a moment's thought, she decided against it, opting to leave some for the dozen strong men from Willow Tree Village. After all, it would raise suspicion if the bandits' lair was entirely devoid of riches. For now, however, their priority was to box up the valuables. In this lawless territory, the sheer volume of loot the bandits had amassed left Du Yuling in awe. Just the gleaming gold ingots filled 5 large chests. With a flourish, Du Yuling gathered all 5 chests of gold ingots into the storage space. Du Hongyu, who had been crouched down inspecting a nearby box of jade, was astounded to see the chests of gold vanish before his very eyes. He nearly fell over in shock, barely catching himself with his hand. His scalp prickled, and his eyelids twitched. Turning to his sister, he found her grinning mischievously at him, even winking playfully when she noticed his gaze. After recovering from his astonishment, Du Hongyu was left with a sense of helpless affection for his sister. Du Yuling darted to another side of the chamber, where a row of chests filled with silver awaited her. After counting, she discovered there were 12 chests in total. With a wave of her hand, she stored 10 of them in the space, leaving 2 behind. Next came a collection of jade ornaments, of which there were 6 chests. She managed to stow away 5. The remaining 2 chests contained gold and silver jewelry, evidently stolen from wealthy ladies. Du Yuling pondered, stroking her chubby chin. "Brother, could you fetch me a small empty chest?" Once her brother returned with it, she carefully selected several pieces of jewelry from the larger chest and placed them into the smaller one. The vast majority of the remaining jewelry was swiftly stored away. Venturing further inside, the siblings discovered that this hidden chamber was connected to a sizable granary. Du Hongyu approached, opening one of the grain sacks and inspecting the contents. He rubbed the white rice between his fingers, inhaling its fragrant aroma. It was undoubtedly high-quality rice from last year. Given this year's severe drought, the nearby towns had reaped nothing. The grain stored in the bandits' granary was indeed a prized commodity. The granary was well stocked, containing approximately 100 bags of grain. Du Hongyu glanced at his sister, gesturing broadly, "Let us take it all." Whether they left too much or too little would raise questions. If they left too little, the villagers would wonder why the bandits had only spared a few bags. If they took too much, they lacked sufficient carts and mules to transport it all. After the siblings had claimed the vast majority of the bandits' accumulated treasures, Du Hongyu and his sister began their descent down the mountain. Due to the narrow paths of Tianwu Mountain, the bandits could not transport the stolen carts and grain back to Willow Tree Village. They had instead sought refuge in a cave at the mountain's foot, where the carts were hidden. The horses were also kept in the same cave, fed with some hay. Du Hongyu led his sister to this cave, a location Du Lao had discreetly shared with him, unbeknownst to others. Thus, when Du Lao and the other strong men from Willow Tree Village brought the grain down, Du Hongyu and his sister emerged from the cave, claiming they had found the horses and carts. No one suspected a thing. With the grain now mostly transported, some remained behind. Du Lao suggested, "We should fetch the remaining grain. You all return with this load to reassure the villagers." "All right, we shall head back first." In the end, only Du Lauer and a few men led by Wang Luihu returned to the cave. The remaining individuals were the original 8 who had bravely ventured to Tianwu Mountain. After searching for a while, they discovered a hidden chamber. Upon seeing the 2 gleaming chests filled with silver, priceless jade artifacts, and a box of gold and silver jewelry, several men from Lushu village nearly buckled at the knees. The sight of the shimmering silver made their eyes glisten with avarice. Yet, how were they to divide this treasure? After a moment of silence, Wang Luihu spoke up. He turned to Du Lauer and spoke sincerely. "Lauer, this cave was discovered through your fearless pursuit alongside your family's Xingjian. And the drug that incapacitated the bandits was concocted by your little Lingao. Therefore, it is only just that your family receives the lion's share of these riches." After Wang Luihu finished speaking, he looked at the other sturdy men from the village and saw their faces reflecting agreement. Thus, he continued. "Let me propose a distribution method and see if it meets with your approval." "Go ahead, Wang," the men urged. "Of these 2 chests of silver, one shall go to Du Lauer, and the other we shall divide equally among ourselves." "Agreed, I have no objections," came the responses. They awaited Du Lauer's reaction. He chuckled heartily and joked, "Since I am receiving the most, I certainly have no objections. Lauer, what you are getting is rightfully yours. We have no qualms about it. Indeed, Lauer, if it weren't for you, we might not have returned with our provisions. This chest of silver is yours to keep. Well then, I shall refrain from further modest remarks. Who could possibly dislike silver, right? Haha." Du Lauer scratched his head, grinning innocently. The other robust men from Lushu village erupted into hearty laughter, appreciating Du Lauer's sincerity and reliability. "For this chest of jade artifacts, let us allocate half to Lauer, and divide the remainder among ourselves." "Agreed. Sounds good. And now, for the final chest of gold and silver jewelry," Wang Luihu began, but Du Lauer interjected. "Let us divide this jewelry equally as well. Do not make any special arrangements for me." The other sturdy men from Lushu village wore expressions of delight, mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, deep down, they felt a surge of excitement. After all, who among them did not have a wife? Given their means, they would likely never be able to afford even a single piece of jewelry for their women. With Du Lauer's insistence on an equal division, each person stood to receive 5 or 6 pieces. Who would not be pleased? From that moment onward, Du Lauer would be regarded as their beloved elder brother. Though unspoken, this sentiment resonated within their hearts. Ultimately, each individual walked away with a considerable share. Overall, this distribution left everyone thoroughly satisfied. For the others, it was an unexpected windfall. For Du Lauer, he not only secured the lion's share of the spoils, but also garnered the goodwill of his companions. One could say that on this expedition, Du Lauer's family had nearly cleaned out the bandits' lair. The treasures in Du Yaoling's possession, combined with those in Du Lauer's hands, amounted to an astounding 95% of the total haul. Yet, as Wang Luihu pointed out, their family rightfully deserved such a bounty, for they had exerted the greatest effort during the Tianwu Mountain venture. The others merely followed along, reaping the benefits of their leadership. The remaining 6 villagers from Lushu, having received their share of the treasure, now had enough to build houses, purchase land, and enjoy a life of modest comfort in the new territory. While each of the 8 men acquired a substantial fortune, they understood the wisdom in not flaunting their wealth and the pitfalls of inequality. Thus, they stored their treasures in sacks of grain and returned to their respective homes, completely unnoticed by outsiders. Among these 8, 2 were the sons of the village's headman. With the village's highest authority also benefiting, no one would dare question their good fortune. It was as secure as could be. Chapter 48. The Miserable Donghua Family. Meanwhile, the other villagers of Lushu were filled with exuberance. They had initially believed their provisions lost, only to find them returned intact the following day. This miraculous recovery left everyone grateful for the blessings bestowed upon them. The family of Du Lauer, who had exerted the most effort, was especially held in high regard within the community. The 30-odd bandits on Tianwu Mountain were not all slain by Du Lauer and his companions. Instead, they were bound and left to fate. Whether they lived or died would be determined by the heavens. Moreover, Du Lauer and his group confiscated all the bandits' weapons. Of the many sturdy men who went, each returned with a horse. 2 tiger-skin blankets were brought back and given to the elder tribesmen. The people of Lushu village basked in a festive atmosphere. The only ones who were displeased were the family of Donghua. They had previously boasted of their wealth, flaunting their status as one of the affluent households in Lushu village. Their grain-laden carts rivaled those of the wealthiest families in the county, and their provisions were primarily refined grains, with only a few bags of coarse grains. It is easy to imagine that such a target was precisely what the bandits favored, leading them to raid the household of Du Lauer first. When Du Lauer and his companions returned with the grain, Du Lauer discovered that half of his family's provisions were missing. Logically, the grain should have been the same, the only difference lay in the sacks used for storage. Some households had patched burlap sacks, and anyone familiar with the village could recognize them. However, amidst the array of dull grain sacks, Du Lauer's were conspicuously marked with a red embroidered Du on each sack. This Du referred to Du Lauer and had no connection to Du Lauer himself. Thus, it was all too easy to identify his sacks, and upon counting, it was glaringly evident that they were short by half. The whereabouts of this missing grain remained a mystery to everyone. The bandits had taken it early that morning, and since it took Du Lauer and his group a day to retrieve the provisions, no one knew where the bandits had stashed the grain in the interim. Du Lauer, limping with the aid of another, gazed at the diminished stock of his grain and could only swallow the bitterness within. Who could he blame? Should he curse the ruthless bandits, or should he hold the sturdy men of the village accountable for bringing back provisions for others while neglecting his family's share? He wished to voice his grievances, but could anyone sympathize with him? He had not even dared to venture to Tianwu Mountain, while others had repeatedly risked their lives in that perilous lair. If he were fortunate enough to receive half of his grain back, the other villagers would think he ought to be grateful and worship the heavens. After all, given Du Lauer's character, few in the village found him agreeable. At this moment, the Du family was beset by misfortune. Their plight was compounded by the loss of grain and Du Lauer's injured leg. When the bandits attacked by night, the other sturdy men of Lushu, accustomed to hard labor in the fields and hunting in the mountains, possessed considerable strength and skill. Conversely, Du Lauer's family relied on selling sauces and were among the wealthiest in the village. Du Lauer himself was a large man, easily toppled by a mere push. When confronted by the bandits, he found himself helpless, left to suffer the consequences without any means of defense. In these trying times, the misfortunes of the Du family have compounded, as their food supplies have dwindled by half, leaving them in a predicament that may prevent their survival until they reach the capital. The only recourse they have is to tighten their belts and stretch each meal to serve two. Consequently, the other villagers of Willow Tree Village now regard the Du family with a glimmer of amusement. Several aunts, while packing their belongings, chattered incessantly, remarking on how the once proud Du family must now be humbled. The matriarch of the family, who used to strut about with her head held high, scolding anyone who displeased her, has now been reduced to silence. Indeed, the Du family can no longer flaunt their previous bravado. It is perplexing, one might wonder, how two brothers born of the same mother could exhibit such stark contrasts in character. Look at Du Er, a paragon of loyalty and camaraderie, and then behold Du Da, who pales in comparison. Oh, do not speak so disparagingly. To place Du Da alongside Du Er is to cast a shadow upon the latter's virtues. One aunt concluded sagely, "Have you not heard the storyteller's adage? Even a dragon's offspring may differ vastly in nature. Du Er and Du Da, aside from sharing a womb, are hardly related." Furthermore, it seems that the matriarch's favoritism could extend to the depths of the riverbed. Perhaps one might even speculate that Du Er is not truly of their bloodline. Within the confines of the carriage, Diru bit her handkerchief in frustration, harboring a deep-seated resentment yet refraining from retorting, for she lacked the confidence to do so. She could hardly fathom how swiftly her family had fallen from being one of the wealthiest in Willow Tree Village to becoming fodder for gossip among the village women. All she could do was wait until they arrived in the capital, where she would seek the General's residence and successfully wed the General's grandson. At that moment, she swore she would silence those gossips and send them to scavenge alongside beggars and stray dogs. The villagers, however, remained oblivious to the Du family's inner turmoil, as they busily reorganized their belongings and set forth towards the capital with renewed vigor. The journey commenced. The carriage swayed along the uneven path, while Du Ling cradled her newly acquired gold and silver trinkets, her face radiant with joy. "Hurry, put them away before others see," whispered Liu and I anxiously. "Oh, Mother, no one can see through the curtains of the carriage. Quickly, extend your hand so I can try this gold bracelet on you," Liu and I scolded. "You're such a mischievous child. Put everything away, we can try them on later." "Oh, please, Mother, just one little try," Du Ling pleaded, tugging at her mother's sleeve with a childlike charm. Liu and I, aware of her daughter's affection, felt her heart melt and obediently extended her delicate wrist. Duling placed a silvery bracelet adorned with intricate designs upon her mother's arm. "How lovely!" Duling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at her mother. "Mother, do you like it?" "Very much," Li Yuan'ai replied with a gentle smile, her expression one of tender affection. Delighted by her mother's adornment, Duling retrieved a gold bracelet inlaid with jade and pearls, quickly placing it on her mother's wrist before her mother could react. Without missing a beat, she produced a pair of gold earrings dangling with pearl accents, showcasing them beside her mother's ears. Li Yuan'ai, overwhelmed by her daughter's enthusiastic antics, found herself swept up in the joy of the moment. Ultimately, Duling adorned her mother with a dazzling gold hairpin, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Indeed, her mother, with her delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, fair skin akin to jade, exuded an aura of grace and charm. Now, adorned with these treasures, she radiated the elegance of a noblewoman, captivating all with her beauty. "Mother, you look so beautiful," Duling exclaimed, nestling against her mother, reveling in the joy of her mother's transformed appearance. "All right, my little darling, enough playing. Please tidy up these treasures quickly. We wouldn't want any envious eyes upon us," Li Yuan'ai whispered softly in her daughter's ear. After delighting in her mother's makeover, Duling felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She envisioned a future in the capital where her mother would live a life of luxury, adorned in gold and silver, surrounded by attendants, embodying the comforts of a true noblewoman. Observing her mother's cautiousness about revealing their riches to outsiders, Duling waved her hand, storing all the treasures away in a hidden space. The mother-daughter duo, enveloped in warmth, suddenly felt the carriage jolt to a stop. Li Yuan'ai cradled the bewildered Duling as they descended from the carriage. Chapter 49. The Great Benefactor. "Father, what's wrong?" Duer inquired as he took the child from Li Yuan'ai's arms. "It seems the wife of the village head is unwell, and he has asked the caravan to pause for a moment," Duer explained, although he couldn't ascertain the particulars. Just then, the ever-gossiping Aunt Wang, bustling back from the front, animatedly recounted the situation to Duer's family. "It's Big Nyo's wife. She's in distress and may be miscarrying. The village head has summoned Dr. Wang to attend her." Li Yuan'ai felt a pang of empathy upon hearing the news. "I hope she's all right. Is it serious?" "I can't say for certain, but judging by Big Nyo's demeanor, it appears quite grave," Aunt Wang replied. Li Yuan'ai's heart sank further, recalling a similar ordeal during her own pregnancy with San Lang, when Duer was away working in the county. Alone at home, she had faced a scare caused by village children, but thankfully, her brother and sister-in-law had come to her aid, helping to stabilize her condition. As she pondered this, she noticed Li Dili approaching them, still furrowing his brow. Yet, upon seeing Li Yuan'ai and her family, he managed a strained smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. Dr. Wang is administering treatment, but the outlook is not promising. What could have caused such distress? Li Yuan'ai wondered aloud. Could it be the rough journey or insufficient nourishment? "I truly don't know," Li Dili admitted. "My sister-in-law has been harboring resentment, feeling that our parents favor others." He found himself unable to voice such thoughts. To complicate matters, an argument had erupted at home, with the promised bridal dowry for Big Tai's wife being brought into the fray, igniting further fury in his wife. Li Dili felt a headache coming on, unsure how to navigate the situation. Before he could gather his thoughts, Big Nyo rushed over, but instead of addressing his brother, he turned to Duer. "Duer, could we ask your daughter Ling Bao to come with us? My wife needs help." Big Nyo, a man in his 20s, was on the verge of tears. Duer glanced at the red-eyed Big Nyo and then at Ling Bao in his arms. "Let us go, father. We'll see if we can assist in any way." Duer carried Ling Bao forward, though secretly, he hesitated to let his daughter attract more attention from the villagers, fearing it might lead to her being sought after in times of trouble. Such burdens were not suitable for a child. Unbeknownst to Duer, his concerns for her well-being were layered with complexity. Had she known, she would have certainly comforted her father, preventing him from worrying needlessly. She relished this attention, as it allowed her to exert influence while garnering more listeners to her words. The villagers of Willow Tree Village would undoubtedly become her most obedient and loyal employees in her future business endeavors. As she approached, the village head grasped Duling's chubby little hand, imploring, "Ling Bao, Grandpa Li Zheng knows you possess great abilities. You have been blessed by the mountain god. I earnestly beseech you to see if you can save my unborn grandchild." Ouch! That hurts terribly. A pregnant woman, less than 3 months along, clutched her abdomen, crying out in agony. Witnessing Dr. Wang's helplessness, it seemed the woman was on the verge of miscarriage. Diyuling pursed her lips, momentarily refraining from speaking, and instead queried the system. Are there any suitable medicines in the system store? Indeed, there are. However, this woman's condition is rather severe. Lower-tier medicines will not suffice. There is a mid-tier pill available for 120 points, which could cure her. 120 points. It was indeed the most expensive medicine she had purchased thus far. Nevertheless, she thought, she was not lacking in points at present, so she decided to buy it. Ding! Points have been deducted. The pill has been delivered to the host's sleeve. Diyuling felt the pill nestled within her sleeve, yet she did not immediately reveal it. Instead, she addressed the anxious village head, saying, Grandpa Li Zheng, while I have been blessed by the mountain god, I cannot conjure miraculous medicine out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng released her hand. Disappointment etched on his face. However, Diyuling's tone shifted. But we do have medicine that can save Uncle Danio's wife. What? Is that true? The most excited was undoubtedly Li Danio. Yes, Uncle Danio. You know that when my mother was pregnant with Sango, she experienced complications. And it was my uncle who procured medicine from the capital that ensured her safety. We have one last pill remaining, though it has been many years, and I cannot guarantee its efficacy. If you wish, my mother and I can return to our mule cart to search for it. Li Yunyang, realizing her daughter was leveraging her for this, was nonetheless pleased with her approach. Such reasoning was splendid. Otherwise, others might question why they possessed so many miraculous medicines. Yes. As long as your family is willing to part with it, we shall certainly use the medicine. Moreover, after all these years, I trust its potency has not diminished. Li Zheng declared decisively as the head of the family. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he must ensure the survival of this grandchild. Otherwise, their second son would surely become estranged from them. All right, let us return to search for it. Du Lao lifted Diyuling into his arms, with Li Yunyang following closely behind, and the family of 3 returned to their group. Diyuling and Li Yunyang pretended to board one of the mule carts, emerging again after the passing of a stick of incense. I found it! She shouted, rushing towards the Li Zheng household. There was no time to waste. The pregnant woman was in distress, and medication was urgently needed. However, the time spent searching for the medicine was also essential. She could save others, but her own safety must come first. She could not afford to expose herself, nor allow her family to fall under the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. After Li Danio's wife ingested the medicine Diyuling had brought, within a stick of incense, her brow gradually relaxed, and her cries of pain ceased. Dr. Wang, who had been observing, hastily approached to check her pulse. Indeed, she is well. The child is safe. Rising, he stroked his beard and cautioned, however, from now on, it is imperative to ensure the pregnant woman's emotional well-being. She must not be allowed to become agitated again. Otherwise, next time, luck may not be on our side. The Li Zheng family nodded in unison, responding, We understand, Dr. Wang, we shall certainly keep this in mind. Subsequently, they expressed their profound gratitude to Diyuling. Seeing Diyuling approach, her finely chiseled, fair face glistening with perspiration, Li Zheng felt a surge of remorse. Lingbao, I am truly indebted to you once more, including today. You have saved 2 members of our family. From this day forth, you shall be our #1 benefactor. We shall heed your every request. Diyuling chuckled lightly. Grandpa Li Zheng, please do not speak so gravely. What a grand title of benefactor. We are all villagers. Helping one another is but a minor affair. Du Lao chimed in, Indeed, Uncle Li Zheng, there is no need to dwell on such debts of gratitude. We are all from the same village. Let us continue to support one another. Who knows, perhaps in the future, we may find ourselves in need of your assistance. Their light-hearted banter moved Li Zheng to tears once again. Lao, you truly are a gem of Willow Tree Village and a great benefactor to our family. Rest assured, not only I but my son and even future generations shall remember your kindness. Ultimately, Li Zheng's overwhelming emotion left Diyuling and her father feeling somewhat bashful. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before hastily returning to their own group. Chapter 50. The Rewards Received. Li Zheng had previously halted the group due to his daughter-in-law's distress. Now that she was well, he promptly urged everyone to resume their journey, unwilling to delay the group any further. By evening, the sun had dipped behind the western mountains. casting a golden glow across the undulating terrain, while the orange orb emitted its final warm rays. The dim silhouettes of distant woods materialized, revealing a continuous tapestry of soft blue hues. The villagers of Willow Tree hastened their steps, and at last, before nightfall, they arrived at the forest. As the woods were rich in timber and abundant dry grass, essentials for the night, they preferred to camp within the forest rather than the desolate wilderness. The group unloaded their belongings and took a moment to rest. As the Li family settled down, it became time to settle accounts. This all stemmed from the treasures that Li Dali and Li Danio had brought back. Originally, the villagers had sent 12 strong men from Willow Tree Village to Tianwu Mountain to undertake the most perilous of tasks. Li Zhang and his wife had always doted on their youngest son, Li Tai. As the saying goes, the youngest son is the apple of an elder's eye. For the greater good, Li Zhang had allowed both of his sons to go, but naturally, he was reluctant to let his youngest face such danger, especially since Li Tai's leg had not fully healed. Thus, when Li Tai expressed his desire to join, Li Zhang had firmly refused. In the end, the families that ventured forth returned with unexpected fortunes. It was reasonable to say that the wealth acquired by Li Dali and Li Danio was earned at the cost of their lives. After all, none had anticipated that a venture into a bandit stronghold would be a simple endeavor. Everyone understood that a single misstep could cost them their lives. Therefore, when Li Dali and Li Danio returned safely, the Li Zhang family was overjoyed. Yet, as the brothers revealed the gold and silver treasures from their cart, the family suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Li Dali and Li Danio's wives were ecstatic, each trying on jewelry they had never before encountered in their lives. In contrast, Li Tai's bride, Feng Xinger, who had yet to enter the household, remained silent, feeling guilty about the dowry situation, and thus refrained from speaking up. Li Dadi was deeply devoted to his wife, and thus, the longing in her eyes did not escape his notice, causing him immense distress. He often reflected on why he had heeded his father's advice and not gone with her at that time. The couple who had always doted on their younger son, the village head and his wife, were quick to perceive any unease in Dadi. After much contemplation, the biased father proposed an unreasonable demand, justifying it as a means for their sons to coexist harmoniously. What was this idea? It was to divide the treasures acquired through the lives of Li Dali and Li Danio into 3 equal portions, claiming that since they had not yet divided their households, all wealth must remain in the communal account. He further asserted that their parents had always been equitable, and thus, the 3 sons must share equally. By ensuring that each family had the same amount of money, he believed it would prevent future comparisons and conflicts. However, this seemingly fair yet inherently biased statement incensed Li Danio's wife. Known for her fiery temperament, she had always been spirited in her family. And upon marrying into the family of the village head, her own relatives had advised her to temper her nature. After becoming pregnant shortly thereafter, she had restrained herself. But the culmination of her patience led to a rather intolerable situation. Upon hearing the village head's twisted logic, she erupted in anger, even demanding the elders of the clan to mediate. The village head and his wife chastised her, reminding her that she was soon to be a mother and should consider her condition. This only fueled her fury, prompting her to recount all the instances of the village head's favoritism towards his younger son. Notably, she highlighted the 50 tales of betrothal gifts received by Dadi's wife, in stark contrast to her own meager 8 tales. Little did she know that her words would ignite the wrath of the eldest daughter-in-law. It turned out that Li Dali's wife had been looked down upon by the village head and his wife due to her family's impoverished background, resulting in their refusal to provide a bride price, fearing her family would bring burdens. Nevertheless, driven by love for Dali, Zhao agreed to marry him under the condition that no bride price would be paid and that she could not take anything from her family after marriage. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? The third son's wife received 50 taels as her bride price due to her family's poverty, while Zhao, coming from a similar background, received nothing and was discouraged from visiting her family to avoid entanglements. What kind of logic was this? Unsurprisingly, the eldest daughter-in-law also became furious. As for how the matter unfolded thereafter, Dealing fell asleep before Aunt Wang could finish her gossip. Oh, of course, before dozing off, the system emitted a notification. She had saved Li Danio's wife and her unborn child, earning a total of 400 merit points, which doubled to 800, culminating in 1,600 points. The next morning, As dawn broke, smoke began to rise from households. Before the Du family had finished breakfast, Li Danio arrived. "Danio, have you had breakfast?" Du Erlang inquired as usual. "I've eaten," Du urged, Li Danio replied, appearing somewhat earnest yet visibly anxious. Du Yuling observed him, puzzled by her uncle's demeanor. In the next moment, she watched as Li Danio hurriedly thrust a small bundle into her father's arms. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly turned to leave, exclaiming, "Du urge. Your family has saved my wife. There's nothing of great value on the road, but here's a little mountain product from our home for you. Please, do accept it." With that, he was already far off. Li Wenyang, who had been feeding Lingbo porridge, smiled kindly at Li Danio's straightforwardness. "What a sincere fellow. Bringing a mere mountain product over." Du Yuling continued to watch her father as he weighed the bundle, intending to echo her mother's sentiment, but was cut off. After a moment of silence, she merely nodded in response to her mother. Sharp as she was, Du Yuling suspected that the package Li Dania brought was not just mountain goods, but perhaps even a share of their silver. When they set off again, Du Yuling and her mother climbed into the carriage. Upon noticing a shabby bundle in the back, Li Wenyang pondered aloud. "Why did your father place this mountain product in the horse cart instead of the mule cart?" Du Yuling, who had been fiddling with the pom-pom on her sleeve, immediately lifted her head to look at her mother. Just as she was about to speak, she saw her mother turn to lift the curtain, presumably to ask her father. Alarmed, Du Yuling quickly grasped her mother's sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. "Oh, mother, the village head's family is quite well off. They deliberately wrapped it in a tattered cloth to draw less attention from the other villagers. If you call out, goodness knows, my father might become tongue-tied." Unsure of how to respond, Li Wenyang, observing her daughter's fervent head-shaking, quickly realized the bundle was likely unusual and lowered her hand. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Ling Bao, what is in this bundle?" Du Yuling, now eager, replied, "Let us open it and see, mother." The two of them leaned in together to examine the bundle. Indeed, it contained some mountain goods, including dried mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Yet, upon further inspection, they discovered a smaller package inside. Made of significantly finer fabric, a piece of nearly new blue cloth. When they unwrapped it, they were astonished to find 2 gleaming ingots of silver. Each ingot weighed 50 taels, totaling 100 taels. Li Wenyang gasped in surprise. Du Yuling, however, remained unfazed. Chapter 51. An Unknown Town. The carriage jostled along the road as Du Yuling lifted the curtain to gaze at a long stretch of yellow earth road. The number of disaster victims had been increasing. Among them were ordinary families like those from Lushu village, but the majority appeared as tattered and patched-up impoverished folk. Many had tangled hair, sallow faces, and emaciated bodies. Moving slowly, some carried a small sack of millet on their backs, while others leaned on sticks, clutching broken bowls, trudging forward laboriously. Such is the diversity of the human experience. After watching for a while, Du Yuling felt disheartened and laid her head in her mother's lap. "What's wrong, Ling Ao? You seem unhappy." "I'm fine, mother. I'm just a bit tired." "Then sleep, dear. Let me hum you a tune so you can rest and grow strong." As Du Yuling drifted off, she reflected on her fortune. Regardless of the tragedies of her past life, she was fortunate in this one. Under the protection of her parents and brothers, she continued to live comfortably in this tumultuous world. Having traversed through numerous small worlds, she returned with a fully upgraded system and space, intent on providing her family with a better life. The carriage continued to jolt along the road. In the early afternoon, around 2 o'clock, the villagers of Lushu passed through an unknown town. They had intended to circumvent it, but a villager rushed over to seek out the village head. "Village head, can we stop for a moment? I wish to venture to the town ahead to procure some provisions." The speaker was none other than Wang the hunter, who, at the outset of their journey, had not packed a substantial quantity of food. However, following their expedition to Tianwu Mountain, where he had acquired a considerable sum of silver, he seized the opportunity presented by the proximity of the town to purchase sustenance for their travels. Upon hearing this, the village head felt a stirring of desire as well. Ever since the grievous incident that had befallen his eldest and second sons, he had been yearning to make amends. With both of his daughters-in-law expecting, he and his wife could spare some silver to buy fine grains and pastries for their daughters-in-law, thus demonstrating their care. Perhaps this gesture might even mend the rift in their relationships with their sons. As the dawn was still young, the village head approached the front, struck the gong, and raised his voice to address the villagers. "There lies a town ahead, If anyone is in need of grain or other supplies, you may enter the town to make your purchases. I shall grant everyone an hour to do so. We shall reconvene here at the appointed time." Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted in joy. How splendid! Now we can enter the town to buy some provisions, perhaps even procure a couple of pounds of meat. The weather has turned cooler and we can finally indulge. They had been on the road for over 2 months now and autumn had arrived. Indeed, after such a long journey, their mouths had grown weary of blandness. Entering the town to acquire some delightful treats would surely sweeten their homes. Most of these villagers were relatively well off, having brought little with them, primarily due to the challenges of transport and because their initial stop at Qinghe town offered scant options. In contrast, this town seemed to fare better, with a bustling market still in operation. Nonetheless, the rising prices would undoubtedly pose a challenge, and those preparing to shop were bracing themselves accordingly. Others who remained silent were from less affluent households, even if they were short on grain. They contemplated enduring their plight rather than purchasing. After all, a significant portion of the road lay ahead, and who could predict what awaited them? Having a bit of silver at hand provided a semblance of security, preventing unneeded anxiety in broad daylight. Had it been in the past, Donghua family would have confidently marched at the forefront. However, following the episode with the bandits who had raided their provisions, the head of the Du family had become reluctant to purchase food. Clutching the silver tightly, he deemed it wiser to keep it close. The 2 mischievous sons of the Du family, upon hearing that other villagers were buying meat and treats, began to throw tantrums, clamoring for food. Previously, the head of the Du family had indulged his sons, as long as his pride remained intact. He was a doting father. Now, however, things had changed. Since his leg was injured and their provisions were stolen, his temperament had become capricious. No one in the family dared to speak up in his presence, not even his own mother. As the twins rolled on the ground in protest, they were treading on thin ice and in a fit of anger. The head of the Du family struck them with his crutch, only to be shielded by the weeping matriarch. While other families joyfully prepared to enter the town, the Du household was engulfed in chaos. Donghua sat weeping in the cart, initially intending to ask her father for money to buy supplies in the market. Now, however, she no longer dared to voice her desires. Seated in the cart, tears streaming down her face, she could not comprehend how they had arrived at such a dire situation. In her dreams, their journey had been exceptionally comfortable. This very town was familiar from her dreams, where her father had bestowed upon her 5 taels of silver to purchase food and clothing. How had it come to this? What had gone so terribly awry? Yes, Donghua was alive, and her family was thriving. An overwhelming bitterness surged within Donghua. Yet, Donghua had had no interaction with her family along their journey, and thus, their plight was not her doing. Moreover, her dreams of her past life had been fragmented and chaotic, revealing only scattered glimpses. If anything had precipitated her father's current state, it was undoubtedly those detestable bandits. She resolved that once she reached the capital and married the grandson of the old general, she would ensure the demise of those bandits. Even if they were already dead, she would see to it that their bones were ground to dust. Donghua current fortune mattered little. She was still merely a peasant girl with a less substantial background than her own family. It was hardly worth mentioning. Once she married into the general's household and became the matriarch, Donghua would be reduced to a mere maidservant, and she would still find her lacking. Donghua's eyes brimmed with sourness, yet reality offered only unending bitterness. They still had nearly half the journey to the capital ahead, and the uncertainty of what lay on the road weighed heavily on her mind. Outside the cart, her 2 younger brothers continued to wail, further igniting Donghua's frustrations. Regardless of the Du family circumstances, the second branch was determined to enter the town to shop. The villagers were unfamiliar with the characters inscribed on the town's archway. Hence they referred to it simply as the unnamed town. However, the second branch was literate, and Donghua, cradled in her father's arms, lifted her delicate face to gaze at the towering gate emblazoned with the characters for Guanyang town. As they queued to enter, they were met with an unexpected demand for a toll. Previously, when they had entered Xiaoyang town, pedestrians were not charged, and only merchants had to pay a fee of 2 cash. Yet, to their surprise, Guanyang town charged even pedestrians. They witnessed a family ahead of them being roughly shoved back by 2 soldiers stationed at the gate. "If you cannot pay the toll, you cannot enter," one soldier growled menacingly. The man being pushed to the ground seethed with fury. "You are oppressing the common folk. Who charges such exorbitant fees just to pass through a gate? 100 cash is enough to buy 5 pounds of pork." To this, the soldier merely grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You may speak of other matters, but regarding that 5 pounds of pork, I fear your 100 cash falls short. Another soldier leisurely approached, twirling his dagger in hand, and pointed it at the man's chest. Do not blame me for not warning you. 100 cash now barely buys a pound of pork in the town. Do not say we lack compassion. With these prices, think carefully about whether you wish to enter. If you cannot afford to buy anything, you might as well leave now. As he spoke, his expression darkened, and he spat at the man, barking. Do not delay those behind you. Du Lauer stood behind, listening intently. So, this was the exorbitant price level in Guanyang town. Ordinarily, pork cost 18 cash per pound. But now 100 cash barely sufficed for a little over a pound. Prices had skyrocketed by 4 or 5 times. Alas, regardless of the year, it was always the common people who bore the brunt of hardship. Du Lauer gazed at his 2 precious daughters nestled in his arms, reflecting that they were fortunate to have received a windfall recently. Otherwise, in this economy, providing for his children would have become an arduous task. Ultimately, Du Lauer's family chose to pay the toll to enter the town. After all, they possessed a treasury filled with gold and silver. That 100 cash was but a drop in the ocean. They could certainly afford it. Chapter 52. Teaching them to start anew. However, upon reaching the front, the gatekeeper declared that 100 cash would only permit 1 person to enter. Du Lauer pondered that with 8 members in the Du family, that would amount to 800 cash, nearly a tael of silver. Even though their family is now affluent, they should not flaunt their wealth so ostentatiously. They decided to let the sons return home, instructing them to report any purchases for later collection. Ultimately, only Du Lauer and his wife entered the city carrying Ling Bao, while Du Xingjian and his brothers remained by their cart and mule, vigilant over their grains and silver. Upon entering the city gate, Du Ling and her family encountered a vast expanse of open land, which, in prosperous times, would have been bustling with rural vendors bringing produce to sell. However, in the current state of affairs, there were no farmers bringing vegetables to market. Du Lauer, cradling Du Ling, traversed this vacant space and walked approximately 200 meters further until they reached the bustling streets of the marketplace. Shops lined both sides, with many food stalls and tea houses, the air thick with steam. The early autumn sun bathed the black eaves and green tiles in a gentle glow, adding a lively vibrancy to the scene. Yet, due to their time constraints, Du Ling and her family could not afford to linger, merely purchasing some fresh provisions. They acquired several bags of pastries and about 10 pounds of dried fruit, along with jerky and other non-perishable foods. Among the brothers, only the 2nd and 4th brothers requested a book, while the others expressed no need for additional sustenance or items. Du Lauer held Ling Bao while Li Yunyang walked beside him. They sought out the nearest bookstore along the street to procure a copy of the Shangshu for Du Hongyu, and a Mingzi for Du Qing'an, both essential texts for the imperial examination. The 2 hand-copied books they had brought from home were already well memorized, including the annotations provided by their teacher, having been perused numerous times. With the newfound wealth of the family, the brothers finally dared to ask their parents to purchase a proper edition. In the era of the Dali dynasty, education was a luxury. Original texts for the imperial exams cost a considerable sum, often exceeding 10 taels of silver, while hand-copied versions were significantly cheaper. The 2nd and 4th brothers had initially opted for the latter, which were transcribed by students, costing around 2 taels each. 2 taels of silver represented nearly half a year's worth of a peasant family's expenses. The financial burden of educating a scholar was immense. While Du Lauer's family was relatively comfortable, supporting 2 children through their studies proved challenging. Fortunately, Du Hongyu and Du Qing'an were exceptionally gifted, possessing nearly photographic memories. Their remarkable talents led the local schoolmaster to waive their tuition fees. Today, however, Du Ling bought her brothers the original editions, spending a total of 25 taels of silver. As Du Ling expressed, this price is justified. Look, those hand-copied versions are not even as beautifully written as my 2nd brother's. Du Lauer chuckled, while Li Yunyang, after sharing a laugh, felt a twinge of regret as she counted out the coins. Yet, considering the treasures they had at home, she reassured herself. The trio then proceeded to a clothing shop, purchasing 2 new outfits for each of their 8 family members. Given the scarcity of water during their journey, laundry had become nearly impossible, leaving them in need of fresh attire after 2 months of wear. The old clothes, stained with sweat and grime, were uncomfortable to wear. Consequently, Li Yunyang decided to buy each family member 2 new sets, opting for simple, sturdy cotton garments typical of common folk. Ling Bao's clothing, however, was made from fine materials, with every layer crafted from top-quality cotton, ensuring both comfort and aesthetic appeal. To their surprise, when they settled the bill for the 16 outfits, the total came to over 9 taels of silver, far higher than the usual 2 taels. As Li Yunyang handed over the money, her heart ached at the exorbitant prices. The books may have been costly, but the clothing seemed unjustly inflated. The steep rise in prices in this county was astonishing. Nevertheless, Li Yunyang ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. It was unreasonable to hoard wealth while her husband and children lived frugally. Lastly, Duling asked her parents to visit a pharmacy to procure some tonics for her mother and aunt. In her mind, bringing back the medicine was strategic. Should anyone in the village later seek remedies, they would have ample supplies without raising suspicion. Time was of the essence. After completing their shopping, Du Laoer led his wife and daughter back home. However, upon reaching the city gate, they were unexpectedly halted. What? Exiting the city required a toll, 200 won per person. Such a practice was utterly absurd. The 2 guards, having noticed the family's numerous bundles, assumed they were wealthy and concocted this scheme. Du Laoer was incensed. He had never anticipated that the 100 won entry fee was already exorbitant, and now they demanded double to exit. His anger surged as he observed one of the guards cursing nearby, and he even attempted to lay hands on Li Yunyang. Du Laoer's fury ignited, and before he could retaliate against the long-faced guard, everyone witnessed the guard suddenly collapse to the ground, writhing in pain and exclaiming, "Ah, I'm dying. Who did I offend? Have mercy, I deserve to die." Duling paid him no mind, merely regarding the writhing figure as a lump of flesh. If not for the need to maintain decorum at the city gate, she would have relished the thought of teaching him a lesson. The other guard, witnessing his partner's unexpected collapse and agonized flailing, was so startled that he lost his nerve, refraining from further obstructing Du Laoer's family. Once they rejoined their group in Lushu village, Du Xingjian, hearing that his parents and sister had been harassed, felt a surge of indignation. Had it not been for the village head urging them to depart, he would have pursued the guard to deliver a fitting punishment. Du Hongyu remained silent, his gaze deep and distant as he cast a glance back at Guanyang City. With his keen eyesight, he clearly observed the guard who had just been helped to his feet. Duling noted her brother's attention but thought little of it. She remained unaware that when her brother later excelled in the imperial examinations and entered the Hanlin Academy, he would recount their family's arduous journey through Guanyang City, lamenting the skyrocketing prices and their parents' mistreatment at the hands of the city guards. As expected, a month later, during the official evaluations, the corrupt magistrate of Guanyang City, who had embezzled for years, was rated poorly and reassigned to a remote, impoverished county. Meanwhile, the once proud guard lost his ancestral post, suffering a broken leg and ending up as a beggar at the city gate. Chapter 53. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. The people of Willow Tree Village once again set forth on their journey. After traversing for more than an hour, the daylight gradually waned. A towering mountain loomed not far ahead. Although the drought in this region was somewhat better than that in Xiaoyang Prefecture, it was by no means a significant improvement. The mountain stood stark and bare, with most of its foliage tinged with yellow, only occasionally interspersed with a splash of green. The villagers of Willow Tree were deliberating whether to rest at the foot of the mountain tonight. However, ever since the last incident where a wolf had bitten the leg of the village head at the mountain's base, he had developed a certain apprehension about resting there. "Shall we proceed further?" He conferred with several elder clan members. "I believe it would be best to halt here, as the mountain offers some shelter from the wind. With the evening chill setting in, sleeping out in the wilderness may leave some villagers susceptible to the cold, which would be undesirable." Despite his affection for his younger son, the village head was never negligent when it came to significant matters. Throughout his decades of leadership, he had never favored one over the other on issues that affected the entire village. "Then let us remain here," he concurred with the elders, directing his son to sound the copper gong. Thus, the villagers of Willow Tree halted their march and established camp. "Mother, let's go take a look," urged Du Yuling, tugging at her mother's hand upon noticing their stop. "Are you feeling unwell today, Lingbao? You seemed rather fatigued since we set off this afternoon," her mother inquired. "I'm fine, Mother. I just need to stretch my legs a bit." Hand in hand, Du Yuling and her mother ambled towards a small path at the mountain's base. Since boarding the cart in the afternoon, Du Yuling had felt somewhat off. Initially, She attributed it to mere fatigue, but now her right eyelid was persistently twitching. Is something ominous about to transpire? She pondered anxiously. Indeed, responded the system. Would the host like to use points to inquire about recent significant events? Inquire. A crackling sound followed, and the system warned, due to the nature of the recent significant events pertaining to natural disasters and man-made calamities, the point cost is substantial. Do you wish to proceed? Du Yuling's heart sank, her voice turned somber. Proceed. 888 points deducted. Querying recent significant events, please wait. Throughout the querying process, Du Yuling felt a tightness in her chest. Although the inquiry lasted only a few seconds, it seemed to stretch into an eternity. The mention of natural disasters had sent her nerves into overdrive. If an earthquake strikes, will my family be able to escape? She dared not dwell on the thought of her uncle or aunt. Fortunately, the results arrived swiftly. The system's preordained youthful voice chiming. Query result: a locust plague will arrive in 2 days. The weight on Du Yuling's heart suddenly lifted. A locust plague, how fortuitous! She exclaimed. Locusts are certainly preferable to an earthquake. After all, I have traversed into the 21st century, where I learned that locusts are merely grasshoppers, a highly nutritious insect. Thus, there's no need for fear, we can simply catch and consume them. Just imagine. Boiling them in a pot with oil, delicious. She recalled the frequent online comments from the 21st century denizens, proclaiming, a giant kun can't be cooked in a single pot. Did they know why there were no zombies in Huagua? Because consuming them could extend one's life. This left Du Yuling feeling quite amused for a considerable time. Yet now, she was genuinely grateful for her experience in that 21st century. Look at her, she wasn't even afraid of such a significant disaster as a locust plague. However, Du Yuling did not allow herself to be overly optimistic, for others did not share her understanding. Throughout the ages, from the highest officials to the common folk, locust plagues were regarded with trepidation. When locusts invaded, not a blade of grass would remain. The populace would tremble at the mere mention of them. They believed that the arrival of locusts was a sign of having offended the locust deity, and rather than capturing and consuming them, they would kneel in supplication, begging for mercy and offering sacrifices to the locust god. It was evident that such actions were futile. Now, Du Yuling pondered what her family should do. With the locust plague looming in 2 days, the timing was uncertain, but they surely could not be traveling when it struck. If they were on the road, the locusts would consume all their provisions. Although her spatial storage was not lacking in food, she could not simply conjure it out of thin air. Thus, the visible supplies must be preserved. The best course of action would be to seek a refuge where they could quietly remain for 2 to 3 days until the locusts passed. What place could serve as their sanctuary? As Du Yuling scanned her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a vast thicket of wild grass ahead. The grass grew exceedingly tall, surpassing even her mother's height. Mother, let us go take a look over there, she urged, pulling Li Yuanyi along. Li Yuanyi initially thought her daughter was merely being playful, but as the dusk deepened, she felt compelled to return to prepare dinner. Surely, I cannot leave Wulong to fend for himself in the kitchen. It truly gives one a headache. Aside from Wulong, none of the male members of the family possess any culinary skills. It seems all the cooking talent is concentrated in him. Lingbao, why don't you and I head back? I'll go help your brother with dinner. I can ask your elder brother or second brother to accompany you for a little while, all right? After considering, Du Yuling decided to return with her mother. There was no rush at that moment. As Li Yuanyi and Du Yuling made their way back, they could hear Du Laonyo calling out to them from a distance. Where have you two been? You vanished without a trace. Lingbao said her legs were numb, so I took her to stretch a bit, replied Li Yuanyi. Upon hearing this, Du Laonyo's heart tightened. Numb? Let me massage them for you. He swiftly crossed over to his daughter, lifting her up and heading back. Upon reaching their resting spot, Du Laonyo set Lingbao down on the front seat of the cart, not forgetting to fetch a soft cushion for her to sit on. He then bent down to gently massage her little chubby legs. Father, my legs are no longer numb. I just wanted to play over there with Mother. I noticed a large thicket at the mountain's base and thought it might conceal a cave. I want to investigate. Will you come with me? She tugged at Du Laonyo's sleeve, charmingly. Of course. I shall accompany you, he replied. Come, let me carry you. We won't walk. Du Yuling responded sweetly, expertly wrapping her arms around her father's neck. Just as they were about to head down the small path, Du Yuling suddenly recalled that it would be best to involve her second brother as well. Father, where's Urge? He just went to find your cousin to discuss some scholarly matters. Then I haven't spoken with my cousin in a day or two. Let us seek her out first. Though perplexed, Du Laonio did not dwell on it and turned his steps towards the resting place of their maternal uncle, Li. As luck would have it, just as the father and daughter took a few steps, they spotted Du Hongyu emerging from behind a cart. Where are you two headed? Off to find Ling Ao's cousin? Just as Du Laonio was about to affirm, Du Yuling piped up, we're looking for you, urge. At that moment, even Du Laonio, despite his usual naivety, sensed that his daughter had something important to discuss, and he refrained from saying more. Embracing Ling Ao, along with his second son, Du Hongyu made his way back. Second brother, I have something to discuss with you, he said, walking alongside Du Lao'er, while Du Yuling nestled in her brother's arms, her voice easily reaching Du Hongyu's ear. Du Hongyu cast a probing glance into his little sister's dark eyes, responding with an affirmative hum. All right. Chapter 54, The Cave. Without even placing the book back into their mule cart, Du Hongyu instructed Ling Bao to lead them down a narrow path. Upon reaching the edge of a thick patch of grass, Du Yuling inquired, Second brother, can you check if there's a cave behind that thicket? Though somewhat puzzled, Du Hongyu complied with his sister's request, retrieving a branch and laboriously pushing aside the dense underbrush to peer inside. To his astonishment, he discovered an actual cave. Though its entrance was obscured by vines draping down from the mountain above, easily removable to gain entry. As Du Lao'er cleared the weeds, Du Yuling had already caught sight of the cave's opening. Is this not a stroke of fortune? She mused. If this cave is sufficiently spacious, we could hide there for 2 or 3 days. Second brother, please pull aside those vines and see how large the cave is. Du Yuling urged, her excitement palpable. However, contrary to his usual indulgence towards his sister, Du Hongyu hesitated, glancing at Ling Ao. Ling Bao, explain to your second brother why you wish to enter the cave. Du Yuling understood her brother's nature. He always needed to ascertain the reasons and motivations behind any action. She glanced around, noting the lack of other individuals. For this path was indeed secluded. No villager would waste time wandering here. Everyone was occupied with cooking at this hour. Nevertheless, Du Yuling remained cautious, lowering her voice as she recounted to their father and second brother what she knew. This afternoon, I was feeling unwell. Ling Bao, are you unwell? Du Lao'er inquired, instantly alarmed. What is it? Are you still feeling ill? Du Hongyu echoed, equally concerned. Du Yuling paused momentarily. She merely intended to segue into her subsequent revelation. But seeing her father and brother so anxious, she quickly waved her hands. It's nothing at all. I merely wish to continue. Oh, then do continue, Du Hongyu replied, his demeanor cooling once more. Unfazed, Du Yuling proceeded, accustomed to her brother's tendency to overreact. Ling Bao, speak your mind. Both father and your second brother are listening. She promptly unveiled her prepared statement. This afternoon, I felt drowsy and dreamt of the mountain god. He told me that a locust plague would strike in 2 days. What? Both Du Lao'er and Du Hongyu were taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Du Hongyu paced back and forth before the cave entrance, contemplating. After several laps, he halted before Ling Ao, asking, Are you certain? Before Ling Ao could respond, Du Hongyu realized the absurdity of his inquiry. How could Ling Ao possibly be sure? Such prophetic dreams were based on belief rather than certainty. However, as the old saying goes, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. In an instant, Du Hongyu's thoughts turned to the next course of action. His gaze met Ling Bao's. And then he suddenly glanced at the cave entrance, clarity dawning upon him. Little Ling Bao, are you suggesting we take refuge in this cave for a few days? Second brother, you are indeed clever. Du Yuling clapped her small hands in delight. Her brother truly was the most talented in their family. He could leap from the first step to the third with ease. Du Lao'er, now comprehending the implications, appeared even more troubled. If we remain here, hidden in the cave, we would be separated from the others, losing a source of safety on our journey. Yet, revealing this would entail significant consequences, as a locust plague is no trivial matter. Indeed, Du Yuling was acutely aware of the gravity of a locust plague, which was precisely why she sought her father's and brother's counsel first. However, she had already made up her mind. She would discuss the matter of the mountain god with the village head and the elders. Subsequently, they would surely inform the villagers. Du Yuling envisioned that those willing to stay would take refuge in the cave for a few days, while those unwilling could choose their own paths. Unbeknownst to her, her second brother shared the same sentiment. Father, I believe in Ling Ao. Let us first investigate the cave's size. Very well, Du Lao'er acquiesced. After regaining his composure, He joined Du Hongyu, and together they exerted their strength to pull apart the intertwined vines, each as thick as a finger. After a considerable time, they finally cleared the vines, revealing a bare cave entrance. Father, you and Lingbao wait outside. Do not enter. I shall first explore the interior, Du Hongyu instructed. Caves can harbor wild beasts, and entering recklessly could be perilous. Du Lao'er agreed, holding Lingbao as they waited outside. Du Hongyu stepped into the cave, initially dim. It gradually brightened as he ventured deeper. After walking several paces, he discovered that the cave's center was hollow, allowing him to gaze up at the gray-blue sky adorned with a few twinkling stars. Soft moonlight streamed in, illuminating the cavernous expanse. The cave resembled a circular chamber, spacious enough to accommodate their entire group, consisting of approximately 10 rooms of gray brick and tile arranged in 2 rows. Once he assessed the cave's dimensions, Du Hongyu quickly exited. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky outside. In the distance, Du Xingjian called out for them to return for dinner. Du Lao'er responded from afar, while Du Hongyu remarked, "Let us head back, father. We can discuss it as we walk." As Du Lao'er cradled Lingbao, Du Hongyu remained close to his father, lowering his voice to describe the cave's interior. He conveyed his thoughts, following Lingbao's account of the mountain god's stream. "We should inform the village head and the elders. Those willing to remain can take shelter in the cave for a few days, and once the locusts have passed, we will resume our journey. Those who wish to leave may do as they please." Du Lao'er pondered this for a moment, concluding that it was indeed the only viable plan. After hastily finishing their dinner, the 3 of them made their way to the village head's home, summoning several clan elders. With torches in hand, they led the village head and the elders to the cave, reiterating their previously agreed-upon narrative. Upon hearing their account, the village head and the elders were struck with astonishment, their faces betraying a hint of fear. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lingbao, hoping she would affirm the truth of their claims. "Is this truly the case, Lingbao?" The village head's voice quivered slightly. Diyuling maintained her innocent demeanor, calling out, "Grandfather village head." Before continuing, "This afternoon, I dreamt, and the mountain god told me that in 2 days, a locust plague would arise." After a single sentence was uttered, silence enveloped the gathering. A pair of innocent, sparkling eyes gazed at the village head and several elders, embodying the essence of a naive messenger from the mountain deity. The elders were now fully convinced of the impending locust disaster, yet this very conviction posed a dilemma. Observing the furrowed brows of the assembly, no one dared to break the silence. Diyuling spoke up, "Grandfather Li Zhang, let us convey this matter to everyone." Her intentions were not born from a selfless desire to consider each villager's plight, for she had her own limitations. Her promptness stemmed from a wish for Li Zhang to announce the situation today, allowing everyone to make their choices. Hesitation should not linger until tomorrow or the day after. Although the locusts were 2 days away, the available hiding spots in the caves would become scarce if they missed this opportunity. It would be unfavorable for her family to suddenly express a desire to stay behind, as it would sever their ties with the rest of Lushu village, regardless of whether the locusts arrived or not. "Young Ling, allow me a moment to ponder. This locust disaster is indeed a grave matter," Li Zhang replied. He longed to inform the villagers immediately, yet he needed to devise a solution beforehand. What use was it to merely present the problem? His gaze wandered around the cave until it fixed upon the rocky walls, where an epiphany struck him. He comprehended the intention of the Du family in bringing them to this cave. "It seems you have already devised a plan," he remarked, addressing Du Old too. "Indeed, Li Zhang, we have considered it thoroughly," Du Old too affirmed with resolute conviction. The elders, seasoned by life's tempests, had reached their own conclusions as well. "Li Zhang, let us return and summon the villagers," they urged. After a moment's reflection, Li Zhang nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." They ventured back to the resting area of the villagers. Li Zhang stood at the designated spot, contemplating for a while before accepting a bowl of cool water from his wife, which he gulped down in one swift motion. He then instructed his eldest son, De Li, "Go ring the gong and gather the villagers. I have important news to share." "Understood, father, I shall do so immediately." Chapter 55, Separation. The gong resonated, and shortly thereafter, approximately 100 families from Lushu village formed a circle. Li Zhang and several elders stood in the center, accompanied by Du Old Tu and Du Yuling, with Du Hongyu nearby. Upon seeing the Du family, the villagers instinctively turned their gazes towards young Lingbao, pondering whether she had once again been summoned by the mountain deity. Otherwise, why would everyone be gathered here? The villagers' speculations were interrupted by Li Zhang's voice. Ling Bao, please share your thoughts with everyone. Of course. Yuling stepped forward with her petite limbs, donning her usual innocent demeanor. Even her speech carried the characteristic pauses of a child. This afternoon, I fell asleep, and then, the mountain deity, who once saved me, suddenly appeared in my dream. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Yuling's exquisite, bright eyes scanned the anxious faces of the villagers, who were now visibly tense. Though they were uncertain of what she would say next, an ominous feeling loomed in the air, evidenced by the furrowed brow of Li Zhang. Unperturbed, Yuling continued. The mountain deity said that in 2 days, there will be a locust disaster. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Oh heavens! Is the locust god coming? Initially stunned, the villagers were soon overwhelmed by a tide of despair. Help us, oh heavens, open your eyes and see the plight of the common folk. They cried. If the locusts come, grant us mercy. We have already suffered so much. An elderly villager collapsed to the ground, weeping in anguish. Oh heavens! Why do you leave us without a way to survive? In an instant, wails filled the air, echoing the collective fear of Lu Shu village. As to Yuling's words settled, the villagers erupted in chaos. Doubts were raised, yet the majority chose to believe. Firstly, because Ling Bao had previously led them to water sources with remarkable accuracy. Secondly, the villagers vividly recalled the moment when Ling Bao and her mother were on the verge of falling off a cliff, only to be saved by a gust of wind. Many had come to believe that the child was favored by divine beings. Young Bao, did the mountain deity mention a way to avert this disaster? Indeed, Ling Bao. You have been blessed by the mountain deity. Surely, they imparted a remedy to you in your dream. Without reservation. Yuling divulged her thoughts. The mountain deity guided me to a cave on this mountain where we can take refuge for a few days until the locusts depart. Li Zhang interjected, yes, that cave, myself and the elders have inspected it. It is spacious enough to accommodate our entire village. Upon hearing this, the villagers grew increasingly agitated. Li Zhang cleared his throat. Please remain calm. Before gathering you all, the elders and I discussed the matter. Our proposal is to heed the mountain deity's guidance and stay in the cave for 3 days. Once the locust disaster has passed, we can resume our journey. This suggestion led to hesitation among many households, particularly those whose provisions barely sufficed to reach the capital. Some families had supplies insufficient even for the journey. They were reluctant to squander precious time on the road, for every day wasted consumed their dwindling resources. If they ran out of provisions before reaching the capital, what then? Li Zhang, is it true that the locusts are truly coming? Some remained unconvinced and sought further clarification. The mountain deity is divine, and the locust god is also divine. How can we be certain? A cacophony of voices arose. Li Zhang, do you intend to force the entire village to remain? A sharp, piercing voice cut through the air, capturing everyone's attention. The voice continued, to stay in this barren cave, wasting 3 days without making progress, consuming our provisions for no reason. The crowd turned to see it was Du Old One, leaning on a cane with a fierce glare. What do you mean by that, Old One? Are you suggesting I am forcing everyone? Li Zhang's ire was ignited upon hearing such words. Am I not sharing this information for the welfare of the entire village? Li Zhang's anger boiled over. He had exhausted himself worrying about the village's affairs, losing weight in the process. Even his own matters received little attention. Now, faced with a situation that concerned the survival of the entire village, he had hurriedly consulted with the elders to devise a plan. Who would have thought there were still those ungrateful enough to question his intentions? Du Old One scoffed coldly, we cannot afford to accept your goodwill. Our family is set to depart tomorrow. With half their provisions consumed, they could not afford to delay like the wealthier households. As they turned back midway, their supplies had been cut off once again. Could the mountain deity still bestow upon them sustenance? The words of Big Brother Du now dripped with sarcasm. Oh dear. Big Brother Du, you mustn't speak that way. You risk incurring the wrath of the mountain god. The elders of the village reproached him. Yet, his remarks resonated with the sentiments of many. Without a village head or clan elders, those with ample provisions, like Du Air, could afford to journey comfortably to the capital. Many families among them, even if they hastened their steps toward the city, would still find their rations insufficient. If they lingered for just a few more days, they would undoubtedly run out of supplies before reaching the capital. And as for the locust disaster, it was merely a dream interpretation. What if it proved inaccurate? What? You say we lack provisions, so we should simply stay put? Is that not a jest? This region was equally arid. with crops failing and finding even a blade of green grass a challenge. The other, less parched areas were not inaccessible, but they offered no governance or registration. They would become wanderers. Historically, during calamities, the only recourse was to flee to the capital in search of imperial protection. It was the emperor's grace that provided them with porridge and directed them to a safe haven, granting them a chance at survival. At this moment, Dueling surveyed the villagers and spoke clearly. The mountain deity has instructed us to remain in the cave for 3 days, merely as guidance. All beings suffer, but the sources of their suffering vary. Therefore, there is no need to strictly adhere to divine prophecy. Everyone is free to choose. Whether to continue on the journey or to stay here for 3 days is entirely up to your discretion. As her words settled, a hush fell over the crowd. Du Hongyu stepped forward, affirming, "That is precisely the point. Stay or leave at your leisure. There is no coercion involved. We merely wish to share the mountain deity's dream concerning Lingao as a precautionary measure." Upon hearing this, the villagers expressed their feelings anew, acknowledging that indeed the family of Du Air were truly benevolent. Yet the village had noticed the villagers' complex and indecisive expressions and sighed. However, at this moment, he could not compel the people of Willow Tree Village to remain in one place. Each household's circumstances were different, and thus their choices varied. He took a drag from his pipe and sighed again. Finally, he declared, "Those who wish to stay may do so. Villagers with insufficient supplies who wish to set out promptly may depart tomorrow as planned. However, it would be wise to gather some items to secure their provisions, lest they encounter locusts along the way and have their supplies spoiled." After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to return home, as he wished not to prolong the conversation. That night, it was clear that no one would rest well. Many were tossing and turning until midnight. Some villagers, unable to find sleep, took advantage of the torchlight around them to retrieve their tattered cloths and mats, wrapping their grain sacks layer upon layer. The night passed in silence. Upon rising the next morning, the atmosphere was far from the usual bustling energy. The Du family was the first to pack their belongings and embark on the journey. Initially, a couple of families who had always been on good terms with them followed suit. Gradually, more joined in. Having resolved not to remain behind, they were all from the same village, and traveling together offered mutual support. The village had watched as around 10 mule carts and single-wheeled carts moved forward, accompanied by villagers with cloth strips wrapped around their legs, stepping out with their belongings. A small portion of families had already departed. He sat on a stone, puffing on his pipe, and sighed deeply, filled with resignation. He felt he had let down his ancestors. Meanwhile, Dueling was preparing to climb the mountain with her brothers and cousins, including Qi Mingyuan. Chapter 56, On the Mountain. What was the purpose of climbing? To seek water. Dueling's family had always had access to spring water in their space, their water bags filled to the brim each day. However, she had forgotten that her uncle, aunt, and the Qi family had run out of water. This morning, while planning to visit her cousin, she noticed her cousin's parched lips and remembered. She could not take the water from her space to anyone outside her family. They had to find surface water instead. Recalling the green patches she had seen on the mountain earlier, she thought that if there were still some green leaves, perhaps there was water atop the mountain. Thus, after breakfast, Dueling gathered a group to ascend the mountain. She was cradled in the arms of Du Xingzhan, flanked by her 4 brothers, particularly her 4th brother. Du Qing'an, who spent most of his time studying, needed some physical activity, so she made sure to include him despite his current engrossment in his books. Her cousin, Li Shuer, who was 17 this year, had originally been promised to a family. But that family had fled during the disaster without even sending a message to the Li family. When her uncle decided to flee with them, he attempted to inform the in-laws, only to discover that the place was already deserted. Because of this, Li Shuer had secretly wept countless times, often mocked by her 6 younger sisters. Dueling learned of this only from her mother that morning. Immediately, she called her cousin and others to join her in climbing the mountain, both to find water and to lift their spirits. Dueling had devised a plan. They would explore the mountain for water, and it would also provide an opportunity for some fun, as the recent days of fleeing had left everyone exhausted and in need of relaxation. If they found water, that would be ideal. If not, it would be fine. She could find a suitable spot on the mountain when no one was around to discreetly place the spring water from her space, which her uncle could then carry down. That would be perfect. While her plans were optimistic, her uncle was unaware of her hidden space and the endless spring water. Seeing their dwindling supplies, he was quite anxious. Luckily, During these days of staying in the cave and not traveling, her uncle prepared to ride out with some hired hands and 2 guards in search of water. Before leaving, he called upon Du-er. Du-er could not refuse, pretending his family had water. He was not foolish. Observing that the area was relatively safe and comprised of familiar faces, he chose to accompany his brother-in-law on the expedition. On the mountain path, Du-yuling and her companions had already reached the halfway point. "Cousin, look how high this mountain is." Du-yuling spoke sweetly to her cousin to capture her attention. Upon hearing her sister's words, Li Shuer eagerly engaged in conversation. "Indeed, this mountain has no known name, but it appears so majestic and towering." They were now at the mid-level of the mountain, able to see the peaks of several smaller hills in the distance. "Bing Bao, do you think there will be water up there?" Li Shuer admitted that her greatest concern was still the dwindling water supply at home. "I believe there will be, cousin. Look, there are still a few green leaves on those branches." Following Du-yuling's gaze, Li Shuer noticed the few green leaves on the stout locust trees in the distance. A flicker of hope ignited within her. "Bing Bao, where shall we head next?" Her eldest brother, Du Xingjian, inquired. Where should we go?" Du-yuling tilted her little head, suddenly glancing at her 4th brother, who was still immersed in his thoughts. A playful idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "4th brother, which way should we go next?" Du Qingyan looked up at his sister, whose expressive peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth. He thought to himself that his little sister was being intentionally mischievous. This impish girl, fully aware that he had recently acquired the book Mencius and was busy memorizing it, deliberately chose to tease him. "Ling Ao has always been the luckiest in our family, thus the choice of path should naturally be determined by her." No. 4th brother is undoubtedly the most handsome in our family. So I believe the decision on which path to take should rest with you," Du-yuling insisted. Du Qingyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shaking his head in resignation, a tender smile gracing his lips as he conceded. He set aside the intricate interpretations of the text swirling in his mind and began to genuinely appreciate the breathtaking mountain scenery around him. As he surveyed the landscape, a cool breeze swept through the valleys. Although the mountains were devoid of lush greenery and blooming flowers, the desolate yellow hues exuded a certain poetic charm. His gaze fell upon a distant hill. Though they had yet to reach its summit, Du Qingyan couldn't help but be reminded of the well-known line. "When one stands atop the highest peak, all other mountains appear small." Suddenly, he felt a genuine desire to ascend higher. "Let us head that way." He pointed towards a cluster of yellow-tinged pines. "Great. Let us go there." Du-yuling clapped her hands excitedly, leaning forward, prompting Du Xingjian to swiftly scoop her up as they set off in that direction. The others hurriedly followed suit. Upon nearing their destination, they were astonished to discover, hidden behind the pines, a venerable banyan tree. It was not tall, but its crown was expansive. Beneath the banyan tree flowed a mountain spring, still bubbling with crystal-clear water, undiminished by drought. "Nd, you are truly remarkable. You've actually found water," Li Bai exclaimed, joyfully patting Du Qingyan on the shoulder, realizing they now had a reliable source of drinking water. Qi Mingyuan, a wealthy young man who was still getting acquainted with Du Qingyan, also looked on with excitement, eager to join in the celebration. However, amidst the jubilation, they suddenly realized that the containers they had brought for collecting water were insufficient. Initially, they had not harbored high hopes for this outing. Half of them had merely intended to accompany little Ling Ao on her mountain adventure. Thus, both Li Bai and Li Shuer had each carried a large water bag, as did Qi Mingyuan. Only Du Yofeng had brought a basket containing a water jar and 6 water bags, one for each sibling. "I'll go down to fetch the water jar," Qi Mingyuan declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Wait, you should fill your water bags first before heading down," Du-yuling reminded him, noticing his eagerness. Right. I need to fill this water bag first. My mother hasn't had enough water these past few days. I'll fill it up and take it down to her." Qi Mingyuan fumbled at the spring, filling his water bag. Li Bai and Li Shuer were equally busy, while the Du family members took their time, as they were accustomed to an abundance of water and prioritized the others. Once Li Shuer and Li Bai filled their water bags and prepared to return for additional containers, Du-yuling stopped Li Shuer. "Cousin, let my brother go back alone to inform the others. As a girl, you'll surely tire from climbing up and down the mountain. Why not let us explore a bit more here and see if we can uncover anything else of value? The spring is right here. So let my brother return with some servants to transport the water down." "Indeed, that sounds good." After speaking, a look of appreciation appeared on Li Shuer's face. It seems Ling Bao truly cares for me. She affectionately ruffled Du Yuling's hair, who beamed with delight. Before Li Bai and the others descended, Du Hongyu interjected, "Cousin, please call for our people when you reach the bottom, and after filling the water, inform the village head as well." The spring water flowed continuously, albeit gently, providing ample supply for everyone present, which prompted Du Hongyu's suggestion. Li Bai readily agreed. With Li Bai and Shi Mingyuan heading down to notify others, Du Yuling, along with her brothers and cousin, continued their ascent. After wandering for a while, they paused on a small hillside to rest. Du Yuling crouched down, using a twig to draw in the dirt when she inadvertently brushed against a patch of withered yellow grass. Her eyes narrowed instantly. The leaves resembled those of the wild ginseng she had unearthed previously. Chapter 57. The Discovery. Without hesitation, Du Yuling called out, "Brothers, come here." "What is it, Ling Bao?" Du Xingzhan, Du Hongyu, Du Yongfeng, Du Qing'an, and Du Zayan quickly gathered around her at the sound of her voice. "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, help me dig here," she instructed, gesturing toward a small patch of wild grass she had circled with her twig. Though the 5 brothers were puzzled, they understood that indulging their sister was part of their duty. Even if she was being whimsical, they were willing to play along. "It's just digging a hole. How hard can that be?" they thought, rolling up their sleeves and forming a circle around the patch of grass. They began by pulling away the withered grass, then grabbed some sharp stones to aid in their excavation. Before long, they uncovered a mass of yellowish roots. Du Hongyu's breath caught for a moment as he gazed at the wild ginseng head he had unearthed. He looked up at his brothers, only to find that all the holes they had dug revealed the upper halves of wild ginseng. Instantly, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. However, his brothers, less delicate in their movements, seemed oblivious to the significance of their find, continuing to dig with abandon. "Be gentle," Du Hongyu cautioned. "This is wild ginseng. Even the roots are incredibly valuable." "What wild ginseng? Is this really ginseng?" Du Zayan exclaimed in astonishment, having seen the wild ginseng that his second brother and Ling Bao had previously brought home. He had heard that one piece could fetch several hundred taels of silver. Looking down at the small pit they had created, he realized they had unearthed at least a dozen of these precious roots. The atmosphere among the brothers shifted as their breaths quickened in excitement. Goodness, how much silver could all this wild ginseng sell for? Du Yuling, hands clasped behind her back, stood behind her brothers like a little adult, directing them, "Brothers, dig faster." Right. Li Shuer, who had approached upon hearing Du Hongyu's mention of wild ginseng, curiously peered into the uneven little pit revealing a dozen yellowish roots. She recognized them as wild ginseng. Their family interacted with prominent families in the county during festivals, and she had once seen a wild ginseng at the home of a retired scholar. However, that ginseng was minuscule compared to what her cousins had just unearthed. The previous one had been a gift from a wealthy family, claimed to be a century-old root brought back from the capital, said to have life-sustaining properties for the gravely ill. At that moment, the scholar was filled with immense joy. My cousin, observing the wild ginseng, noted that its size far surpassed any century-old ginseng he had encountered before. "I estimated that these 10 or so wild ginseng roots must be over 500 years old. Each one could fetch an exorbitant price." Listening to her cousin's exuberance, Du Yuling felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She had never imagined her fortune would be so splendid. A simple mountain hike had rewarded her with such exquisite wild ginseng. It was indeed a priceless treasure. In the future, when they traveled to the capital, these 10 exquisite specimens would serve as their golden ticket to the doors of affluent families. How splendid! The 5 brothers, their hearts racing with excitement and hands trembling, carefully unearthed every last piece of wild ginseng, even ensuring that no root hairs were left behind. In the end, they counted a total of 12 wild ginseng roots, each as large as a radish. The brothers were overwhelmed with exhilaration, yet managed to maintain their composure. Conveniently, when they arrived, third brother Du Yongfeng had brought along a wicker basket, which initially contained a water jug. Du Hongyu instructed, "Remove the water jug. One of us can carry it back." They laid a layer of dry grass at the bottom of the basket, placed the 12 wild ginseng roots inside, and covered them with another layer of grass to conceal them. This way, they could return without attracting attention. Although the villagers had never seen such large wild ginseng, those with discerning eyes could recognize smaller ones. If anyone were to catch sight of their impressive haul, it might incite covetous thoughts. After all, Wealth can stir the most profound desires, and even though they were all from the same village, Du Hongyu would not easily trust anyone. Having finished excavating the 12 wild ginseng roots, they lost interest in further wandering and were eager to return home to safeguard their precious find. Du Hongyu even contemplated placing the wild ginseng in Lingbao's mysterious space, but with his cousin present, he decided against it, knowing it could wait until they returned home. It was not that he was unkind to his cousin, rather, the magical treasure bestowed by the deity, capable of containing all things, would surely attract the attention of those with power and wealth, all of whom would covet Linghua for themselves. Thus, apart from their immediate family, they would not disclose Lingbao's extraordinary abilities to anyone. As for Lingbao's divine nature, children are naturally perceptive. After Lingbao turned 6, they would cease mentioning the deity's dreams. Upon descending the mountain, Diyuling and her companions found that Uncle Li and his group had also returned. Uncle Li, Li Wenyuan, appeared quite dejected. Despite riding for over 20 miles, they had found not a single source of water. As he dismounted, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but was quickly steadied by Li Bai, who could not wait to inform his father about the spring water they had discovered on the mountain. Upon hearing that they had found an abundant supply of water, sufficient for everyone, Li Wenyuan's worries dissipated in an instant. Their group spent 2 tranquil days in the cave. On the 3rd day, just after breakfast, they heard a buzzing sound in the air, growing increasingly louder with each passing moment. The experienced elders huddled together in fear, well aware that this likely signified the impending arrival of locusts. They hurriedly secured the makeshift curtain they had prepared to block the cave entrance. The cave's entrance was not particularly high, roughly the height of an adult man, and slightly wider than a mule cart. During the past 2 days, they had focused solely on constructing a door for the cave. The able-bodied men tied branches together with vines to create a rough frame, covered both sides with rags, and secured it tightly with vines, resulting in a rudimentary door. While it may not withstand human intrusion, it was more than adequate to deter locusts. Thus, upon hearing the buzzing, the villagers understood that locusts were likely approaching. The men hastily positioned the makeshift door at the entrance. 2 adult men steadied it from either side while one braced it with his back. Before long, in just a short while, the buzzing sound grew closer. The overwhelming noise instilled panic in many villagers, yet it was accompanied by a sense of relief. They were grateful for their decision to remain in the cave for a few days. Had they been on the road now, they would undoubtedly face the swarm of locusts. While they themselves might be unharmed, their food supplies would likely be devastated. Who could forget that locusts consumed everything in their path, leaving no blade of grass behind? In that moment, they felt an immense gratitude for choosing to stay with the Du family and the village head. Although they heard the buzzing, no locusts were visible, and the villagers began to relax. Suddenly, a multitude of dark insects descended from the sky. Upon seeing them, the villagers realized they were indeed locusts. In an instant, many of the elders were terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, fervently praying for mercy from the locust god. Diyuling, however, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the locusts tumbling down from the cave's opening. Chapter 58, The Locusts. These locusts, falling from such a height, lost their ability to fly upon hitting the ground, buzzing feebly. The fragrant aroma of the locusts wafted through the air, and Diyuling's mind conjured the delightful scent of fried locusts. Of course, catching locusts was not a task she needed to undertake. Brothers, quickly catch the locusts. Grab the sacks. Before the Du brothers could react, the village's elderly residents urged them on. No, you can't catch them. You mustn't touch them, or you'll offend the locust god. Diyuling waved her small hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "You won't offend the locust god. When the mountain deity sent me a dream, he said these locusts have nothing to do with the locust god. Moreover, these locusts are edible, highly nutritious, and beneficial to health. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, hurry up and catch them. Once we do, we can fry them or roast them. They'll taste delicious." As she spoke, Diyuling's mouth watered at the thought. Fried locusts were a delicacy known only to those who had tasted them. Du Hongyu, who had initially intended to take action, suddenly halted. "Linggao, how do you know they taste delicious? Have you eaten them before?" Diyuling's heart skipped a beat. Her second brother was rather astute. She had nearly revealed her secret. She scratched her face awkwardly, realizing she couldn't tell her brother that she had traversed to the 21st century and had tasted such things. Clearing her throat to mask her nervousness, she boldly claimed, The mountain god told me. He said the deities enjoy them. They're quite delicious. Du Hongyu's skeptical gaze lingered on her, sensing her momentary hesitation. However, he was not inclined to dwell on it. Whether they were edible was secondary to capturing them first. With that, the 5 brothers of the Du family brandished their sacks, swiftly enclosing the seemingly endless stream of locusts falling from the sky. Each time they filled a sack, they tied it shut, and although the locusts buzzed within, they were now trapped. Before long, the Du brothers had collected 6 or 7 sacks of locusts, leaving the villagers of Lushu village in utter disbelief. "Aren't you going to collect any?" Du Yuling inquired. I observed that many households in the village were facing a shortage of provisions. However, this particular item is indeed edible and possesses an exquisite flavor. You can simply catch some, roast them over a fire or fry them in oil. They taste remarkably savory, akin to meat. The people of Willow Tree Village were momentarily taken aback, yet none dared to take action. The 5 brothers of the Du family had already gathered sufficient quantities, leaving a considerable number of locusts on the ground. Nevertheless, Lin Jiang and Lin He managed to conquer their inner trepidation towards the locust deity and ventured forth with burlap sacks to collect them. For some time, their family had been dining with their uncle from the Li family. Although they were indeed cousins, the years of separation rendered their bond somewhat distant, and the 2 grown men felt a sense of unease about continuously relying on others for sustenance. Consequently, they had been assisting with various tasks, but aside from cooking and guarding, there was little to do. The brothers could only engage in additional patrols, which hardly constituted genuine assistance, as the Li family servants could manage those tasks as well. Thus, when faced with this edible bounty, the brothers were the first to react, overcoming their fear of the locust deity and lunging forward with their sacks. If they could secure a meal, they would be able to provide ample provisions for their own family. As they collected, Lin Zhang's wife, Xiang, and their 2 children, Jin Niu and Tai Niu, also came to lend a hand. Before long, they had filled 4 or 5 sacks. What astonished Du Yuling the most was that Qi Mingyuan, the wealthy young master, had also joined in with a sack. However, he was not particularly adept at labor, and it took him quite a while to gather a single sack. Nevertheless, he appeared content, tying the mouth of his sack with a rope and heading over to the Du household, eager to observe how they prepared the locusts. He had always admired the culinary skills of the Du family, particularly those of Du Ziren, whose dishes were legendary. Qi Mingyuan had often partaken of their hospitality, transitioning from initial embarrassment to a more relaxed demeanor, reasoning that since he owed them so much already, a little more wouldn't matter. As the saying goes, too many debts do not cause worry, too many lice do not bite. He resolved to repay their kindness, vowing to treat the Du family as kin once he reached the capital. As the locusts falling from the sky began to dwindle, the villagers of Willow Tree could no longer remain idle. The bolder youths also started to rush forward with their sacks. Alas, just as they began to fill their bags, the rain of locusts ceased. A wave of anxiety washed over many of the young men, pondering why it was that they were left empty-handed. They lamented their earlier inaction when the locusts were plentiful. In truth, they were overthinking. Locusts typically came in waves, and more would surely follow. Within a brief span, perhaps a quarter of an hour, a familiar buzzing sound echoed from the horizon. From the mountain pass came another shower of yellow-brown locusts, descending like rain. These locusts, still devoid of the ability to fly, could only crawl slightly like worms. At this moment, the villagers of Willow Tree erupted with excitement. Each individual, young and old, grabbed their sacks and rushed forward. Historically, the Chinese have always been hesitant. The first person to eat crabs is a rarity. However, once the first few took the plunge, a frenzy ensued among the rest. This locust plague passed in 3 distinct waves, with the latter 2 primarily being seized by the residents of Willow Tree, as the Du and Li families were relatively self-sufficient in provisions. Each household managed to collect several sacks, primarily motivated by Ling Bao's assertion of their tastiness, eager to sample them for themselves. Most of the bounty was gathered by the villagers, each household amassing around 7 or 8 sacks. Once the locusts had completely passed, the villagers opened their tent flaps. Du Yuling led everyone out of the cave, where a fire was lit. The flames did not need to be fierce. A few small fires sufficed to roast the locusts, which were then covered with a layer of burning ash. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, indicating that it was ready to eat. This was the simplest method, accessible to every household. Additionally, the locusts could be fried, Although the oil each family had brought was limited, allowing for only a small amount to be used to fry a few for a delectable treat. As the Du family set up a large iron pot, they realized that while they had initially brought a generous supply of oil, much of it had been consumed along the way. Li Yuanyang scooped out 4 spoonfuls of lard, melting it in the hot pot until it amounted to a small bowl. Duling instructed her 5th brother to add the locusts, and Du Ziren, observing the oil, tossed in 5 handfuls of locusts, stirring them with chopsticks. In no time, the tantalizing aroma of meat filled the air, causing onlookers to salivate uncontrollably. After over 2 months of famine, who among them had encountered such a delightful scent? Who had tasted such sumptuous meat? Without further discussion, every household ignited their fires, preparing to roast locusts. A few affluent families, like the village headman and the clan elder, even took out a bit of oil to experiment with frying locusts. They used only a modest amount of oil, frying a handful of locusts until they were crispy and golden brown, filling the air with an irresistible fragrance. The sons of the village headman nearly lost their tongues in delight, as did the families of the clan elder and the hunter Wang. Ultimately, everyone was exceedingly satisfied. This locust plague not only allowed them to survive, but also provided them with a substantial reserve of food, all of which was meat. With their newfound provisions, they could now journey to the capital, each individual beaming with joy. As autumn had already set in, the nights grew increasingly chilly. With the autumn winds rising, sleeping outdoors became more prone to the chill. The comfort of the cave, combined with the delightful meal they had just enjoyed, instilled a sense of weariness in everyone. Although they could have set off after lunch, none mentioned the prospect of leaving. Thus, they decided to spend another night in the cave, departing the following day. Chapter 59. A village stay. As dawn broke, the villagers of Willow Tree began to rise and prepare breakfast. After their morning meal, they swiftly organized their belongings and set off once again. However, this time, the villagers' spirits were notably buoyant. As the saying goes, when the granary is full, the heart is at ease, and the villagers of Willow Tree exemplified this sentiment perfectly. Yet, as they traveled, the landscape bore the stark aftermath of the locust's passage, an expanse devoid of life. When they had arrived, the area, though parched, still bore some vegetation. Now, it was a barren wasteland, stripped of leaves and grass. A sense of melancholy settled in their hearts. Fortunately, each household clutched their 7 or 8 sacks of roasted locusts, which reassured them. At the very least, even after the locusts had passed, they would not face starvation. The road was uneven, with mule carts progressing slowly ahead, followed by villagers pushing wheelbarrows and others walking on foot. The overall pace of travel was not rapid, but the cool autumn weather made the journey considerably more comfortable than in summer. To expedite their travels, they refrained from stopping for lunch. Instead, they consumed dry flatbreads, filled with the pickled vegetables they had brought, and sprinkled with a handful of roasted locusts, offering a delightful balance of meat and vegetables. The elderly, accustomed to a life of hardship, even found the spirit to jest merrily, remarking that life was looking up as they could now savor meat. The others laughed in agreement with the old man. As dusk descended, the villagers of Willow Tree Village sought a suitable spot to rest. With the arrival of autumn, the air grew increasingly chilly, prompting them to seek shelter in forests or at the foot of mountains where the wind could be shielded. However, such places were not always readily available, and often they had to sleep in the open fields. Fortunately, luck favored them today, as they unexpectedly discovered a village with a small grove of trees nearby. The group was preparing to make camp in the little forest when, to their surprise, several individuals emerged from the village. At the forefront was an elderly man, likely in his 50s or 60s, his face etched with deep wrinkles that spoke of a life well lived. Behind him were 2 tall yet lean men. As they approached, the village head stepped forward to engage in conversation. "Are you the one in charge here?" the elder inquired. "Yes, I am the village head of our community," came the reply. "What a coincidence, I am also a village head." "Greetings, my brother. We are fleeing north due to famine and did not intend to intrude upon your village. We merely wish to rest by the village for one night before departing tomorrow." The elder scrutinized the village head with murky eyes, then glanced at the group from Willow Tree Village. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I can allow you to enter the village and stay." The villagers perked up at the elder's words, wondering if they had encountered a benefactor. The village head, puzzled, listened as the elder continued. "You all appear quite spirited, not resembling those who have suffered from hunger. I surmise your food supply is substantial." Therefore, if you provide a total of 50 caddies of millet, you may stay in our village's vacant houses, complete with beds. The villagers of Willow Tree could only exclaim, "Ah, this kind-hearted man desires grain." The village head pondered for a moment and replied, "Elder, we need to discuss this matter." "I understand. Feel free to deliberate," the elder said, stepping back with the two men to grant the villagers space for their discussion. The village head asked, "What are your thoughts, everyone?" The villagers began to converse quietly among themselves. In truth, Uncle Lee was the first to express a willingness to comply. Having lived a life of comfort for many years, he was exhausted from the recent travel. The prospect of resting on a bed in the village was undeniably appealing, and he thought little of the small amount of millet required. However, he was not a native of Willow Tree Village. He had only joined the group due to the support of his sister and brother-in-law. He was aware of his position and refrained from being the first to voice his opinion. Moreover, in the case of donghua, his family was robust, with strong and hardy men. They had mats, bedding, and were accustomed to sleeping comfortably, whether in the village or not. Yet, in donghwa's eyes, the well-being of Ling Bao and his wife took precedence. Donghua asked Ling Bao, "Would you like to stay in the village?" "Staying in the village sounds good. This way, mother can rest well tonight," Ling replied sweetly. Hearing such thoughtful words from Ling Bao warmed Li Yuanyang's heart, prompting her to embrace her daughter with fond affection. "My dear Ling Bao, you truly are the apple of my eye, always thinking of your mother." Ling giggled as her mother showered her with kisses. Although their cart was spacious enough for a child and a woman to sleep comfortably, Li Yuanyang, as a mother, always prioritized her child's comfort, often turning to her side while sleeping to avoid rolling onto Ling Bao. To her surprise, the child was so observant and considerate. Upon hearing this, donghua decisively declared, "Very well, since Ling Bao wishes to stay in the village, we shall inform the village head." At present, their group consisted of around 60 households, and the total of 50 caddies of millet meant that each household would only need to contribute about a pound. This amount of grain was inconsequential to donghua, but it did not imply that the other villagers felt the same. While they had grown accustomed to sleeping in the wilderness, it was undeniable that everyone preferred a bed. However, the prospect of paying nearly a pound of millet for one night's lodging deterred many families, as they were reluctant to part with their grain. "What do you all think?" the village head inquired. "What about your family?" donghua astutely asked the village head for his opinion. The village head responded by sharing his own circumstances. "You all know that I have 2 daughters-in-law who are pregnant, particularly my youngest daughter-in-law, who has been suffering from severe morning sickness these past few days. Sleeping in a bed would undoubtedly help her rest better." The implication was clear. His family favored staying in the village. donghua seized upon this sentiment, adding, "Then our family is also willing to stay in the village." However, other villagers remained silent, largely due to their hesitance to part with a significant portion of their millet. One villager glanced at the roasted locusts his child was munching on, and suddenly an idea struck him. He approached the village head and asked, "Could you inquire whether they would accept roasted locusts in exchange?" Upon hearing this, others quickly chimed in, "Yes, those locusts are delicious and meaty." Little Ling Bao even mentioned that they are good for health. From the villagers' deeply ingrained beliefs, while they acknowledged the locusts were indeed a source of protein, they still regarded grain as more precious. Hence, if they could offer roasted locusts, each family would be more than willing to comply. After such a long journey, everyone yearned for a good night's sleep. With 7 to 8 bags of locusts each, they would not feel the loss if they gave away a pound or 2. The village head listened in silence, uncertain how to respond. While locusts were indeed edible, it was likely that few outside Willow Tree Village would share their perspective. He hesitated, contemplating whether to broach the topic with the elder, driven by a sense of curiosity. As he approached the elder, he found him standing still, staring into the distance. When the village head reached him, the elder seemed to snap back to reality. "Have you reached a decision?" The village head conveyed the villagers' thoughts, emphasizing that they indeed consumed locusts. "What? You say locusts are edible?" To the village head's surprise, the elder's reaction was unexpectedly intense. Upon nodding in agreement, the elder appeared as if he might faint. The village head hurriedly reassured him, "If not, that's fine. We need not stay in the village at all. Please do not take offense, good sir." The village head was genuinely concerned that this proposal might upset the elder from the other village. Though the 2 men accompanying him were lean, their tall stature suggested they were not to be trifled with. "May I taste those roasted locusts?" the elder suddenly inquired. Oh, of course you may. As he approached, the village head had brought a pound of roasted locusts with him. After a day and night, they had lost some of their initial crispness, yet they still retained a flavorful meatiness. The elderly man, having lost several teeth, chewed his food with great difficulty, and to their astonishment, he was seen crying as he ate. The village head was perplexed by this spectacle. Even more surprising was that after consuming an entire locust, the old man suddenly turned to face their village and knelt down on the ground. Chapter 60. The village head steps aside. They heard the old man wailing on the ground. Ancestral spirits, I, Wangda, am deeply ashamed before you. How could I not have realized that locusts were edible? He pounded his chest in frustration, filled with regret. If I had known, how many lives could I have saved? This year, the summer harvest had yielded nothing. The villagers of Mingwei had only been able to gnaw on tree bark and dig up wild roots on the mountains. Over the past few months, people had been dying from starvation one after another. Before the locust plague, nearly half of the villagers had perished from hunger. The locusts that passed through yesterday devoured all the edible grass, tree bark, and wild herbs, stripping away the spirits of the villagers who had been desperately holding on. Once a person loses hope, their vitality quickly fades. Most villagers were already at the end of their rope. Confronted by the barren village with no food in sight and no glimmer of hope, many succumbed to death in their own beds that very night. Today, they spent the entire day burying the deceased villagers. Now, out of the original 100 households in Mingwei, only 15 remained. Thus, when the old man tasted the locusts brought by the village head, he was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known locusts were edible, he could have saved a good portion of the villagers. It is my inadequacy. I have let you down. He wept bitterly for a long while the two young men beside him, though not openly weeping, had reddened eyes. They too had not realized that locusts were a source of food. Otherwise, they would not have had to watch their loved ones perish. The village head, witnessing this scene, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Amidst his reflections, a thought quietly emerged. However, it was growing dark, and it was not the time for sorrow. The old man composed himself and said, "Let the villagers come in, but refrain from going to the west side of the village. That is where our villagers have gathered. You can choose an empty house on the east side." "Ah, very well. Rest assured, we will not disturb your villagers," replied the village head, turning to call for others. The people of Lushu village arrived at Mingwei and learned from the village head about the dire situation there, their hearts heavy with sympathy. They pondered that had they not chosen to leave with the village head and Dular, but remained in Lushu village, many of the deceased might have been their own family members or even themselves. Moreover, if they had not heeded Xilingbao's advice in the cave to catch locusts to eat, their food supplies would not have lasted until they reached the capital. The villagers of Lushu felt a deep-seated gratitude towards Dular and especially Xilingbao, who had become their benefactors in this world. Upon entering Mingwei village, the residents found the entire village to be desolate. Indeed, only about 10% of the villagers remained alive. It could be said that 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The villagers of Lushu randomly opened doors to find empty homes. They selected one house to stay in, and there were still some left. However, the village had advised everyone during the selection of houses, do not scatter too widely. Those with fewer family members should try to share a house with another family. Others should also choose houses that are close together. The main aim is to stay concentrated. This was a reminder from Du Laer to the village head. While the sight of the villagers of Mingwei was indeed pitiful, one must be cautious of potential treachery. They had brought a substantial amount of food into another village, and if they were too dispersed, they could fall victim to deception. The village head broke into a cold sweat at Du Laer's words, and the elders nearby nodded in agreement. "Thank goodness for your foresight, Du Laer. You are truly remarkable for your age. We had overlooked this issue. Had anything happened, we would have regretted it bitterly." Thus, when choosing rooms, those with fewer members shared houses, while larger families, like Du Laer's with 8 members, occupied a house on their own. The village head's family also had a house to themselves. Even the Li family, with their numerous members, servants, and guards, ended up occupying 3 adjacent houses. Before the residents of Lushu settled in, the village head of Mingwei mentioned that the exchange for locusts was acceptable. However, the original 50 pounds of millet should be reduced to at least 20 pounds, plus an additional 50 pounds of locusts. After all, locusts were easily obtainable. Had they known earlier, they could have caught many. The villagers of Lushu agreed. Uncle Li Wenyuan, being a shrewd businessman, not only provided 3 extra pounds of locusts, but also added 2 pounds of millet. He delivered it to the village head without further ado, thinking to himself that Du Lauer's brother-in-law was indeed adept at handling matters. Since he contributed more, the villagers would naturally contribute less, although the quantities were not large. It was the sentiment that mattered, and the villagers would always appreciate it. In the end, besides ensuring they lived close together, they also arranged for patrols during the night, splitting shifts between the first and second halves of the night. Thankfully, they had taken precautions. Although Wang De, as the village head of Mingwei, was known to be honest and straightforward, allowing the villagers of Lushu to stay was primarily to exchange food for those who could not feed themselves. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. When starvation looms, it is rare for anyone to resist the temptation of food. 2 households in Mingwei, unbeknownst to their village head, truly came to steal food. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the east side of the village, originally planning to rob those wealthier households with carts. However, just as they approached, they encountered the patrol from Lushu village, each person armed with a large machete. The 2 households instinctively felt intimidated and fled in disarray, muttering curses about how suspicious everyone was. In the quiet of the night, only the autumn wind echoed their retreat. A night filled with tension passed without incident. At dawn, the village head's wife, Lu, rose early to prepare breakfast for the family. The 2 pregnant daughters-in-law also stirred, but Lu held them back. She made her way to the kitchen, only to discover her husband already stoking the fire. "Why are you up so early?" "I couldn't sleep well, so I got up when I saw it was dawn." Upon hearing this, Lu playfully scolded him. "You fool. How can you not enjoy your rest? Why are you unable to sleep well in a comfortable bed?" The village head furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to share his thoughts with his wife. "Dear, I am considering stepping down from my position as village head." "What?" Lu was taken aback, quickly recalling that her husband had seemed troubled ever since they arrived in this village. Having spent a lifetime together, she could somewhat guess what weighed on his mind. "Do you feel your abilities are lacking? During this time of hardship, it has been Du Lauer's family that has been instrumental in our survival." Then you recalled the circumstances of Mingwei village and pondered whether, without the help of the Du family, our village would have survived through several hardships. "Indeed, it is as you say." The village head cast a glance at his wife, who understood him well and felt no disappointment about not becoming the village head's wife. The elderly couple were both perceptive. Aside from their domestic matters, where they sometimes acted in confusion, they were otherwise quite clear-minded. As Lu placed corn into the pot, she remarked, "After you finish breakfast, go find the clan elders and discuss this matter with them first. I suspect they will be in agreement." I think so too," the village head replied. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Do you blame me?" Lu smiled reassuringly. After all, she was no longer a young maiden of 18 or 20. When she married into his family, it wasn't long before he became the village head. And to be honest, she felt a great sense of pride during that time. Walking through the village, she held her head high, brimming with confidence. As they reminisced about their youth, the elderly couple chuckled. Lu continued, "Now that we are older, and you even more so, it would be best for you to step back. Focus on the family and mend relations with our 2 sons." "Indeed, that is preferable," he agreed. "It is essential for capable young individuals to take on the role of village head." Chapter 61. Du Lauer elected after finishing breakfast. The village head sought out Wang De, the village head of Mingwei village, to address some pressing matters and requested to stay for an hour after breakfast. Wang De readily agreed. Thus, the village head instructed his son to ring the copper gong, summoning the villagers. Once everyone had gathered, he exchanged a knowing glance with the clan elders and spoke, "Throughout our journey, our village has faced numerous tribulations, several times nearly on the brink of despair. Yet we have managed to turn misfortune into fortune. The family that contributed the most, I believe everyone knows without my saying." The villagers of Lushu village were somewhat bewildered by the suddenness of the village head's visit and unclear about his intentions. However, it was evident that the Du family had been the most instrumental. Some villagers began to speculate. I sensed another individual resonating with this thought. But whether the village head truly meant to imply this would require him to articulate it himself. Surveying the gathered villagers, the village head uttered a shocking declaration. "Therefore, I have decided to entrust the position of village head to someone more capable. Among them, I find Du Lauer to be quite commendable." Several clan elders voiced their agreement. The village head then inquired, What do you all think? Is there anyone who disagrees or has alternative suggestions? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang the hunter stood up, proclaiming, "We have no objections. Thanks to Du Lao Er and his daughter Ling Bao, our village has been saved several times from calamity." He glanced at the village head, who nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. "Thus, if you wish to step down, we will be the first to support Du Lao Er's succession." Upon hearing this, the villagers could no longer contain themselves and hurriedly expressed their sentiments. "We have no objections. We second that. We third that. We." The villagers chimed in, collectively propelling Du Lao Er forward, nearly calling out to the village head. Du Lao Er interjected. "Wait, is anyone going to ask for my opinion?" Indeed, no one did. After all, while the village head was merely the head of a village in ancient society, the common folk's highest authority was often their own village head. The village head held considerable power within a village, so who wouldn't he desire the title? Ultimately, it was peculiar that a new village head was elected without Du Lao Er uttering a single word. The decision was thus finalized. Soon after, everyone packed their belongings and set off once again. Du Lao Er drove the cart at the front, with Du Ling seated beside him. The autumn air was crisp, making it more comfortable outside the cart than inside. Meanwhile, Du Lao Er seemed somewhat dazed while driving. The most tangible reminder of the situation was when Li Li presented them with the copper gong belonging to the village head before their departure. "Dad, I just called you." Du Ling tugged at her father's sleeve to bring him back to the present. Only then did Du Lao Er's gaze shift from the distant horizon to his precious daughter. What is it, Ling Bao? I want to ask. Do you not want to be the village head?" "How could that be?" Du Lao Er gently ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, "I just find it a bit surreal that I have become the village head." "So, do you like being the village head?" Haha. A smile spread across Du Lao Er's face. What farmer wouldn't he want to be the village head of the whole village? Now that you are the village head, it's perfect, he replied, holding the reins with one hand and affectionately stroking Ling Bao's small head with the other as the cart slowly moved forward. By midday, someone approached Du Lao Er to inquire whether he wished to stop for a meal or continue on their journey. After considering the pleasant weather, he decided it was best to keep moving towards the capital as swiftly as possible. "Let us not stop for lunch, let everyone have some cakes instead. We can rest properly in the evening." All right. Initially, Du Lao Er felt somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed by the villagers, but after a few days, he grew accustomed to it and gradually embraced the role of village head. They traveled for over 10 days. One afternoon, as they navigated the dirt road, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, none other than Du Lauda and his party. Logically, Du Lauda should have departed 3 days earlier than the villagers of Lushu village, making their meeting unlikely. Yet, here they were, and it was clear that Du Lauda's group had faced unexpected difficulties. He appeared disheveled. And of the dozens of households that had set out together, only he remained. "Du Lauda, what happened to you? I recall you set out with dozens of households. Didn't you?" A villager inquired upon seeing Du Lauda hearing his name. Du Lauda turned to see the villagers from Lushu and felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, nearly shedding tears. Where's the village head? I need to find the village head to save my son." Du Lauda looked at the villagers, desperate to find the village head. However, one villager, with a knowing expression, pointed to Du Lao Er, saying, "You want to find the village head? He is right in front of you. Where's the village head?" Du Lauda felt a surge of irritation, thinking the villager was jesting in a moment of urgency. The villager, undeterred, continued, "Surely, you must know that Du Lao Er, your brother, is now the village head." After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Du Lauda. As I observed, the elder Du furrowed his brow, his eyes widening in disbelief. Beside him, Du Er watched for a moment, and curiously, all the grievances he had harbored against his elder brother throughout the years seemed to evaporate like smoke, gently dissipating into the air. Looking at him now, Du Er felt a striking distance had formed between them, akin to that of strangers. He turned to his elder brother and inquired, "Where have the villagers who left with you gone?" His curiosity was solely focused on the fate of those villagers, leaving little patience for any further conversation with Du Lauda. The other villagers also cast their gazes upon Du Lauda, but the shared understanding in their eyes regarding Du Er's words made it abundantly clear to him. The brother he had always regarded with disdain had, indeed, risen to the position of the village head, and he himself was left with nothing. Suddenly confronted with this harsh reality, Du Lauda succumbed to an overwhelming sense of despondency, standing silently with his head bowed, lost in thought. "Uncle, may we accompany you once more?" A delicate and affected voice unexpectedly broke the silence. It was Diru, who had hurried back from the distance, pleading to be allowed to rejoin their journey. Du-er regarded the disheveled Diru before him, his expression inscrutable. To be frank, he felt no particular affection for this niece of his. He recalled an incident from their village when he had once cradled Ling Bao, who was still a toddler, and had encountered Diru at the village entrance. Others had told Ling Bao, "That's your elder sister, look how beautiful she is, dressed in fine clothes bought from the county's tailor." At that time, Ling Bao, not comprehending, had reached out for a hug. To his surprise, Diru had disdainfully retorted, "Who is your sister?" "I have no sisters, only 2 younger brothers." "Look at you drooling, how unsightly." With that, she had turned away, feigning disgust as she hastened off. Du-er had never forgotten that moment. Thus, upon hearing Diru's current plea, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You were the ones who chose to leave first. Why would you think we would consent to your return now?" The other villagers shared his sentiments. Those who had chosen to depart had left behind a lingering sense of betrayal among the remaining villagers. Now, whether by misfortune or some other calamity, those who left had clearly not fared well, and the thought of them wanting to return was not something the villagers welcomed with open arms. Diru's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she implored, "But uncle, we are family." Du-er scoffed inwardly at her words, choosing instead to inquire further. "What of the other villagers?" Speaking of this made Diru's eyes redden even more. "On the 3rd day of our departure, we encountered a locust plague that devoured all our food. The very next day, we fell victim to robbers who took our cart, mules, and clothing, scattering the remaining villagers in the chaos." In truth, Diru felt little attachment to the other villagers. Her lament was merely a ploy to elicit sympathy from the current villagers, hoping to persuade them to allow her to travel with them once again. Her family had run out of provisions, and if she could join them, surely the villagers wouldn't let a child starve. However, her clever intentions remained unvoiced, and no one spoke up to invite her along. Du-er turned away, his tone flat as he addressed the villagers from Lushu village. "Let us continue our journey." Diru had anticipated that someone would empathize with her plight, offering kind words of comfort and perhaps sharing some bread. Yet, to her dismay, she was met with nothing but her uncle's indifferent remark, which left her behind as they forged ahead. Not a soul extended a helping hand toward her. As she watched Du-er grasping the reins of the cart and moving forward, the other villagers fell into an orderly procession behind him. No one lingered to regard her any longer. At that moment, panic seized her. She could no longer accompany her father, otherwise she would inevitably face the same fate of being sold off. "Uncle, please don't leave. Listen to me. Grandfather and grandmother were killed by the robbers, and my 2 younger brothers were taken away. My father, he sold my mother for food." With tears streaming down her face, Diru cried out for Du-er to save her. Yet, he seemed impervious to her cries, gripping the reins with one hand while the other safeguarded Ling Bao as they continued onward. Diling turned to glance back at the lagging Diru. Her hair a tangled mess, face streaked with dirt and sweat, a pitiful sight. As she observed their cart moving forward, a sense of astonishment washed over her. "Ha ha." Diling suddenly felt a surge of amusement. Did Diru ever consider the reality of her situation? Did she truly believe her family were virtuous souls? The deeds of Diru's family over the years had thoroughly shattered her father's heart. How could he possibly harbor any compassion for her? Her mother and 5 brothers had grown to despise them all the more due to the injury inflicted upon her by Diru's twin brothers when they had pushed her into the river. Had time not been of the essence, her brothers would not have easily forgiven the family. On the journey of fleeing from calamity, they had shared food and shelter, making it inconvenient to take any drastic actions. Only Diling retained the memory of past grievances. Her intention was to ensure that Diru endured a life of profound misery in this lifetime, one worse than death itself, rather than ending her life swiftly and cheaply. Having just dealt Diru a blow, she had not even laid hands on her again when Diru found herself in this dire predicament. It was quite amusing. One could easily foresee what was in store for Diru. The selfish man that was Du Lauda had already sold his wife for food. His daughter was merely a reserve for sustenance. What awaited Diru was likely the same fate as her mother, being sold off. Once sold, she would either be cast into a life of debauchery or sent to a wealthy household as a servant. Her life and death would rest in the whims of her masters. As a servant, one misstep or slight annoyance could easily lead to dire consequences. Diling mused that such a grim fate was indeed well-suited for Diru, one who had once held lofty aspirations. Now reduced to the lowest of servants in this lifetime, was a rather ironic twist of fate. The cart, mule cart, and wheelbarrow gradually advanced. As the people of Lushu village journeyed toward the capital, leaving behind a bewildered Diuru and a dazed Du Lauda, no one inquired further. Du Er and the others traveled on, stopping intermittently, journeying by day and camping in the wild by night. Their single garments had been replaced by layered clothing, eventually switching to padded coats. From late summer to early winter, they finally entered the outskirts of the capital. Upon arrival, Du Er and his group discovered countless refugees pouring in from all directions. The sheer number of destitute souls was staggering, perhaps amounting to 20,000. They were all herded into the refugee district on the outskirts of the capital. Everywhere one looks, there are diminutive shelters. These makeshift dwellings, constructed by the court previously, vary in size, some small enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals, while larger ones house around 10. Du Laonyo's family of 8 finds themselves perfectly situated in one of the larger shelters. The disaster-stricken folks tend to cluster together, and naturally, the residents of Lushu village reside in close proximity. Once everyone settled in, Du Laonyo resolved to take his 2 sons to the soldiers stationed nearby to glean some information. Upon hearing this, Du Yuling stretched her arms, yearning to be held, eager to venture outside and see the world. Du Laonyo instructed Li Yunyang to fetch the little cloak, fashioned from old garments for Ling Bao, and draped it over her. Bowing slightly, he lifted his daughter into his arms and, accompanied by his 2 sons, made his way toward the wooden huts where the soldiers were stationed. In the capital, there were no droughts. In fact, several prefectures nearby enjoyed favorable weather, with rivers flowing, trees lush with leaves, and crops thriving. However, their only recourse was to seek an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, hoping for the redistribution of land and registration of their household. Other prefectures had resolutely refused to accept these refugees. In the early winter of the outskirts of the capital, the leaves had long since turned yellow, fluttering down like confetti, leaving only a few clinging to the branches. A chilly, desolate wind swept through, and apart from the dancing leaves, passers-by could feel the biting cold penetrating their very bones. As Du Laonyo and his family approached the wooden huts, they overheard 2 soldiers engaged in idle conversation. "Why is this winter particularly frigid?" The other soldier, huddled and rubbing his arms, responded, "Indeed, it's been cold since early winter. Even the charcoal in the city has become quite expensive." The first soldier, exhibiting a compassionate demeanor, lamented, "With so many disaster victims, how will they survive this winter? The court may provide grain to ensure they have at least 1 full meal a day, preventing starvation. Yet, if a snow disaster occurs this year, those who have journeyed far to reach the capital may very well freeze to death." The second soldier replied, "This is beyond our humble influence. I've heard that the court has been deliberating on countermeasures these past few days." The first soldier continued, regardless of their discussions. "A snow disaster remains an act of nature, one that visits the capital only once every several years. No amount of deliberation can conjure warm clothing, especially for over 200,000 souls." Unbeknownst to the 2 soldiers, who were engrossed in their conversation, Du Laonyo and his family were drawing near, their hearts growing colder with each word they overheard. They had finally arrived in the capital, only to face the possibility of an unprecedented snow disaster. Was the heavens truly so cruel to them? Only Du Yuling, nestled in her father's embrace, seemed unaffected by the impending dread. Her thoughts were simple: as long as they were granted a piece of land to settle, everything else paled in comparison. Regaining his composure, Du Laonyo entrusted Du Yuling to Du Xingjian's care and stepped forward. "Good day, gentlemen," he greeted, producing 2 small pieces of silver from his belt, offering one to each soldier, who graciously accepted. This gesture paved the way for amicable discourse. "Might I inquire, gentlemen, when can we expect some semblance of arrangement for us disaster victims?" The younger-looking soldier, appearing friendly, responded, "You may have to wait a couple of days. The court has been deliberating on strategies. And may I ask if there is any possibility for us to enter the city?" Du Laonyo's voice was barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, the soldier looked up, scrutinizing Du Laonyo before divulging the truth. Entry was forbidden. The 7 gates of the capital were currently open only for exit. The soldier did not elaborate, but Du Laonyo surmised it was to prevent refugees from mingling with the nobility within the city. Noticing Du Laonyo's demeanor, the soldier discerned he possessed some measure of capability and willingly offered further advice. "Listen closely," he beckoned, motioning for Du Laonyo to lean in. "Inside the palace, there is talk of 2 potential courses of action regarding your plight. One option is for you to be sent to the neighboring Iyang prefecture, where each person would receive some money and grain. The other option is to remain in the outskirts of the capital, although it is quite challenging to do so. Du Laonyo recognized the difficulty of staying in the capital. The mere knowledge of such information was an unexpected boon, prompting him to retrieve another small piece of silver, which the soldier accepted with a more genuine smile. Observing his colleague's generosity, the other soldier quickly shared what he knew as well. In the outskirts, there are several villages with fewer inhabitants. Disaster victims may be settled there. However, staying will not be easy. If you wish to remain in the outskirts, you will need connections within the city or substantial wealth to secure your place. The soldier sighed, reflecting, throughout history, it has always been a matter of personal connections. Either you possess power and wealth, or you have influential acquaintances. Otherwise, how could such a desirable location ever be yours? Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, indeed. I appreciate your insights. Sir, Du Laonyo replied, offering yet another small piece of silver. The soldier accepted it with a smile. Afterward, Du Laonyo returned to the shelter with his 3 children. What news do you bring, father? Liu Nyang eagerly inquired, her concern evident as she stepped forward, followed closely by her anxious uncle Li Wenin and cousin Li Bai. Brother-in-law, did you manage to gather any information? Li Wenin pressed. Du Laonyo took Du Yuling back into his arms, finding comfort in holding her close as he contemplated the situation. Elder brother, have you heard anything? He asked. Li Wenin sighed, this early winter is so bitterly cold. Many are saying we are likely to face a snow disaster this year. We shall surely freeze to death in the shelter. Du Laonyo sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Indeed. The soldier expressed the same concern. But how can we even enter the city? The court has yet to outline any plans for our resettlement. At this moment, Li Wenin was genuinely troubled. A circle of people gathered, awaiting Du Laonyo to continue. With a heavy heart, Du Laonyo recounted the soldier's words. To his surprise, Li Wenin reacted vehemently. We cannot go to Yang Prefecture. That governor is not a good man. The others looked on in astonishment as Li Wenin explained, in the past, during our time in the county town, merchant caravans that frequented our shop would return from Yang with tales of woe. Thus, I have some understanding of the situation there. Should we venture to Yang, that governor will likely engage in superficial measures to appease the court, indifferent to the fates of us disaster victims. What shall we do? Li Yunyang's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They had endured so much hardship, journeying thousands of miles to escape disaster, only to find themselves hopelessly stranded. Who could have imagined that the emperor would not come to their aid? Their hopes had been dashed. The capital was not a place to stay, and Yang was not an option. Mother, do not weep. Du Yuling gently descended from her father's embrace to console her mother. At that moment, she recalled the well-to-do young gentleman, Qi Mingyuan, whom she had nurtured with great care. If her memory served her correctly, Qi Mingyuan's uncle held the esteemed position of Minister of Works, a high-ranking official within the court. Was this not equivalent to having connections in the city? Indeed, it was tantamount to having ties within the imperial court itself. As long as Qi Mingyuan remained grateful and informed his uncle, securing a place in the outskirts of the capital would pose no obstacle. Father, where is young Master Qi? A seemingly innocuous question from Du Yuling suddenly enlightened Du Lar and Li Wenyuan. Indeed, they had influential connections. Observing the excitement of his father and uncle, Du Hongyu hurriedly recounted how he had seen Qi Mingyuan conversing with a servant clad in livery upon their return. Upon hearing this, Du Lar and Uncle Li realized that the young master of the Qi family had indeed been visited by his esteemed uncle. They exchanged glances, their hearts racing with apprehension. Would the Qi family scion assist them? Before the two could devise a plan to gauge Qi Mingyuan's intentions, he burst back into the room with fervor. Do urge. I bear splendid news for you. Young Master Qi, please take a moment to catch your breath. There's no need for haste, Uncle Li interjected, attempting to temper his excitement. Qi Mingyuan paused to compose himself before eagerly sharing the news he had gleaned from his uncle. On our journey here, I wrote to my uncle, and as soon as we arrived, his household servants greeted us and shared a wealth of information. The room fell silent, the listeners hanging on his every word, unwilling to miss a single detail. The most crucial tidbit was that my uncle has found a potential relocation site for you. Du Lar's breath hitched with relief. Du Yuling's countenance radiated gratitude. She had indeed not misjudged Qi Mingyuan's character. Her efforts to procure a goat for her son's sustenance had not been in vain. Meeting the expectant gazes of the assembled group, Qi Mingyuan proclaimed, My uncle mentioned that a court official of the third rank has recently committed a grave offense, resulting in the confiscation of his assets. This official possesses 1,000 acres of fertile land in the outskirts of the capital. The emperor, ever compassionate towards his subjects, has yet to allocate this newly confiscated land, intending to use it for the resettlement of disaster victims. Du Lar, Li Wenyuan, Du Hongyu. This exceptional land would far surpass the meager villages on the outskirts. Should they have been relegated to those small hamlets, they would likely face hostility from the local villagers, and the inherent poverty of those areas would render them unable to sustain a large population. Conversely, if they could settle on the expanse of fertile land, the prospects were promising. There would be no animosity among fellow disaster victims. All would share in their plight. Furthermore, the land's richness was undeniable. It was a fact that the private estate of a third-rank official would undoubtedly boast lush pastures and abundant resources. My sincerest gratitude, young Master Qi, Du Lar responded, regaining his composure. Thank you, young Master Qi, echoed the others in unison. Qi Mingyuan, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, there is no need for such formality. It is only through your kindness and support that my family has made it safely to the capital. I am merely reciprocating your generosity with a small gesture. Exchanges of gratitude ensued, and as Du Lar and Uncle Li exchanged glances, they discreetly produced silver notes from their sleeves. Each offered 500 taels to Qi Mingyuan, but he adamantly refused. This matter is of little consequence to my uncle. It is merely a matter of words. There is no need for silver. As for me, I cannot accept your money. My debt of gratitude is yet unpaid. Ultimately, Qi Mingyuan resolutely declined the offer, and Du Lar and Uncle Li reluctantly returned the silver notes to their pockets. Before departing, Qi Mingyuan reassured them, stating that his uncle had indicated the urgency of resettling the disaster victims due to the potential for snow disasters this winter, and arrangements would be made within the next few days. After Qi Mingyuan left, the earlier tension within the humble dwelling of the Du family dissipated, replaced by a newfound ease. At last, we have a plan, Du Lar exclaimed, joyfully embracing Lingao. This fortune is all thanks to our Lingbao. Had she not saved young Master Qi, we would have never encountered such a benefactor. Indeed, indeed. We owe our fortunes to Lingao, Uncle Li exclaimed, showering affection upon his exceptionally fortunate niece. Thus, the Du family, along with Uncle Li and the villagers of Lu Shu, settled into their makeshift dwelling, awaiting the upcoming days with a sense of calm. On the third day, as everyone received their morning porridge, they noticed a high-ranking official adorned in brocade robes arriving at the disaster relief camp. However, they could not approach, their hearts filled with trepidation as they awaited developments. After finishing their tasteless porridge, they witnessed the mobilization of approximately 100 officials and soldiers, accompanied by clerks. The soldiers instructed the disaster victims to form orderly lines, distributing silver and grain to those bound for the neighboring Eyang prefecture, while others were registered to remain in the outskirts of the capital. Here, the disaster victims had no voice. They were merely subject to the commands of the officials. As their turn approached, the villagers of Lu Shu felt their hearts race. Although Du Lar had been assured by young Master Qi of a favorable arrangement, the sheer number of disaster victims, each line seemingly arbitrary, caused anxiety. It felt as though the officials could whimsically decide who would remain and who would go. Though Du Lar was astute, he was utterly unaware of the hidden arrangements that had been orchestrated long before the victims lined up. Fortunately, Du Lar and his family, along with the others, were indeed allocated to the 1,000 acres of fertile land. With around 60 households already in Lu Shu, combined with Uncle Li's companions and their families and aunt's clan, they totaled 70 households sufficient for a village. Furthermore, each household in Lu Shu boasted numerous members, typically 7 or 8, culminating in an approximate population of 500. In contrast, even the larger villages on the outskirts barely reached 300 residents. Consequently, the official responsible for registering Du Lar and his group decided to formally designate them as a new village. Addressing Du Lar, who stood at the forefront, the official remarked, "Since you are the headman of this village, there is no need for a re-election. Once you complete the registration process and receive your new household registration, you may proceed to Qianshui Manor." Yes, thank you for your generosity," Du Lar gratefully responded, discreetly slipping a silver ingot into the official's hand, which elicited a more genuine smile from him. Typically, such tasks could be delegated to subordinates, But he had come personally because this matter had been specifically instructed by Lord Qi, and he wanted to ensure everything was handled meticulously. To his surprise, Dulara was quite shrewd, and he was pleased to grant him this favor. Qianshui Manor was originally the estate of a third-rank official who had fallen from grace, boasting 1,000 acres of arable land. Upon your arrival, the village shall be renamed Qianshui Village. The distribution of the land shall be overseen by you, as the village headman. However, with so many families sharing this vast expanse of fertile land, each household will receive merely a few dozen acres. To the north of Qianshui Village lies an extensive stretch of wasteland, which may be cultivated freely. Each household is to register their newly cultivated fields with you after they have cleared the land. For the first 3 years, these cultivated lands will be exempt from taxation. However, do remember that the fertile land allocated to you will be subject to taxes during the autumn harvest. Once all land distribution is finalized, you need only report to the Ministry of Revenue. Understood, Master Xie. Du Lauer nodded and bowed, indicating he had committed everything to memory. The official, satisfied, nodded and sauntered away. The nearby clerk promptly approached, urging, "Come, let us register." An hour later, every individual from Lushu village received their brand new household registration documents. From that moment onward, they became residents of the outskirts of the capital. The people of Lushu village could scarcely believe they were truly remaining in the imperial city. However, they were not naive. Having watched the official converse amiably with Du Lauer, they understood the effort he had put into this matter. Henceforth, the people of Lushu village would look to the Du family with utmost reverence. "Let us go to our new home, Qianshui village," Du Lauer proclaimed with fervor, gesturing grandly. The villagers of Lushu responded with radiant smiles. "Onward, let us journey to our new abode." Little did they expect that one day, they would dwell beneath the emperor's feet. Indeed, it feels like a dream. Henceforth, the people of Lushu village would be known as the inhabitants of Qianshui village, residents of the capital's outskirts. They swiftly packed their belongings and followed the 2 leading officials to Qianshui village. Chapter 65, Land Distribution. Qianshui village was originally the estate of a third-rank official. In addition to 1,000 acres of fertile land, there was also a courtyard, consisting of 3 sections. Initially, it was inhabited by servants who managed the fields. After the official was exiled, these servants were sold off. Now, the 3-section courtyard stood empty, awaiting its new masters. Upon the arrival of Du Lauer's family and the people of Lushu village, the 2 leading officials naturally took their leave. It was now 2 in the afternoon. After registering their household registrations, Du Lauer and his companions rushed to Qianshui village, having had no time for lunch. Du Lauer instructed everyone to start cooking, stating they would discuss matters after they had eaten. To celebrate, the Du family prepared a sumptuous lunch. Li Wenyang took out the remaining cured meat, and Du Zheyan pulled 5 or 6 radishes from the kitchen garden behind the estate. With these ingredients, Li Wenyang prepared a delightful stew of radish and cured meat. There were also some cabbages in the garden, which she stir-fried into a small dish. Their dried biscuits had long been consumed, but fortunately, they still had rice and corn remaining. As the weather grew colder, Li Wenyang began preparing for the winter food supply by cooking a pot of porridge with white rice and millet, more economical than dry rice. Finally, they set out a special bowl of pickled vegetables and 2 bowls of recooked locust meat, which could be considered quite a feast. With nothing to occupy himself, Du Hongyu wandered into the 3-section courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he bent down and picked up a stone, smashing the lock to enter. This courtyard was already ownerless. Since His Majesty had bestowed this 1,000-acre land upon them to form a village, the 3-section courtyard naturally belonged to Qianshui village. He explored the layout of the courtyard. Upon entering the main gate, 6 rooms lay on the left side. Passing through the flower gate, he entered the 2nd section, which featured 3 rooms on each side, totaling 6 rooms. Each wing had adjacent side rooms. The left side housed a toilet and shower, while the right side contained the kitchen. In the courtyard, 2 persimmon trees stood, still clinging to a few leaves. The central path was paved with bluestone slabs, providing ample space. The main house in the 2nd section faced south and consisted of 3 main rooms, with side rooms on the east and west that could serve as studies for a wealthy family. Passing through the right side corridor led to the 3rd section, which included a row of back rooms and storage areas. The construction was exquisite, with covered walkways connecting the entire courtyard, ensuring that even in the rain, not a drop would reach from the back to the front. After exploring the entire three-section courtyard, Du Hongyu stepped out, only to be unexpectedly pulled by his elder brother. Du Xingzhan, what are you doing in there? Lunchtime is upon us, I've been searching for you. Du Hongyu raised his eyelids to glance at his brother, feeling no anger. Simply responding, nothing in particular, just taking a look. Let us go, brother. The Du family enjoyed a warm and hearty lunch. Observing that each household had finished their meal, Du Lauer instructed his eldest son, Du Xingzhan, to strike the gong, summoning the villagers to gather around. Once everyone had assembled, Du Lauer began to speak. From this day forward, this place shall be known as Qianshui Village, and we shall all be known as the people of Qianshui Village. The villagers of Lushu. Now Qianshui villagers were all immensely excited. From now on, this Qianshui village on the outskirts of the capital would be their home, the root for their descendants. Du Lauer continued, as winter has arrived, the wheat seedlings have already been sown, so we need not worry about that. Now let us discuss the land distribution. The villagers of Qianshui village instantly grew serious. You all know that there are 1,000 acres of fertile land in this area. Currently, we have 70 households in Qianshui village, which means each household will receive approximately 14 acres. I understand that for some families with many members, this may not be sufficient. Thus, the official has also stated that the wasteland to the north may be cultivated freely, and we can register those lands later. The fields we cultivate ourselves will be tax-exempt for the first 3 years. However, the fertile land we receive will be taxable during the autumn harvest next year. Is that clear? The villagers chimed in, understood. We know, village headman. In this era, land was the lifeblood of the common folk. The mere mention of land distribution brought joy to their faces, brimming with anticipation. With 1,000 acres of fertile land divided among 70 households, each family would receive 14 acres, leaving 20 acres unallocated. Du Lauer pondered and said, the remaining 20 acres shall be reserved for the village's communal funds. In the future, should anyone wish to purchase land, they may do so at market price, and the funds will be saved for building a shrine. The villagers had no objections. Thus, the land distribution had been broadly established, and the next pressing matter was housing. Du Lauer added, given the cold of early winter, we may face snowfall. Therefore, the most urgent task is for everyone to construct their houses. Indeed, the villagers agreed. Knowing that sleeping in the open fields was no longer feasible, Du Lauer also shared news he had gleaned from Qi Mingyuan. In the coming days, the disaster victims should be settled. In 2 days, the gates of the capital will open for entry. At that time, families wishing to build brick homes can enter the city to purchase bricks and tiles, while those opting for earthen homes may hire workers. After all, everyone will be busy building, and there will be little time for neighbors to lend a hand. For those facing difficulties, they may also head to the city to find short-term work to earn some money. With the city gates closed for the next 2 days, this is a perfect opportunity to gather dry grass and cut wood from the back mountains. Let us hasten to erect our homes. Yes, village headman. We shall heed your guidance. We are grateful for the information you have brought back. Otherwise, we would remain utterly oblivious. The first villager expressed his gratitude, followed closely by the second, who also conveyed his thanks. Indeed, the tireless efforts of the village head were commendable. Almost every household articulated their appreciation. Du Lauer waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such gratitude was merely part of his duty as the village head. He then contemplated instructing everyone to return home and temporarily erect makeshift shelters using rags, hay, and branches. Suddenly, his second son, Du Hongyu, interjected, I just walked near the large manor ahead and observed that it is indeed deserted. Since His Majesty has granted us this territory, this unoccupied estate now rightfully belongs to our village. Du Hongyu observed the villagers' expressions and, noticing no signs of dissent, continued, such a grand manor cannot be left to languish. It must serve a purpose. What do you all think? In an instant, a collective thought emerged among the crowd. With only one manor available, it was clear that it should belong to the village head. At this moment, Li Dali stepped forward to voice his opinion. This manor, by all reason and sentiment, should indeed belong to your family, village head. We have no objections. The villagers chimed in, yes, we have no objections. Village head, this house should be yours, otherwise it would be unsettling for anyone else to reside there. Indeed, village head, it rightfully belongs to your family. Thus, the peculiar scene reminiscent of Du Lauer's previous election as village head unfolded once more. As the primary beneficiary, Du Laor had yet to express his own viewpoint, and the decision was made. This expansive manor would henceforth belong to their family. Chapter 66. Settling down. Du Laor cradled Ling Bao, followed closely by Li Yuanyang and his brothers, Du Xingzhan and the others. The family, brimming with excitement and trepidation, stepped into the grand courtyard of the manor. Upon entering the main gate, the 6 spacious side rooms filled Du Laor and Li Yuanyang with exhilaration. After all, their former residence in Willow Village had only contained 4 rooms. Du Hongyu guided everyone further inside, and after exploring the 3 main courtyards, the 4 brothers, except for Du Hongyu, were left speechless in astonishment. Meanwhile, Du Laor and Li Yuanyang felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Yuanyang asked, "This manor is so vast, it will only accommodate our family. Husband, why do I feel a bit uneasy?" After a moment of contemplation, Du Laor declared, "We cannot allow the villagers to suffer in the cold. We shall reside in this grand courtyard." Xingzhan. "Yes, father. You take the gong and gather your brothers to inform the villagers to come and stay in this courtyard. For those who hesitate to come, you must persuade them, even if it means they must sleep on the ground. Having a roof over their heads is far better than being outside in the elements. Hurry." "Understood, father. We shall go at once." The brothers swiftly exited. Du Laor then turned his gaze toward his obedient daughter, who had been quietly seated. "Ling Bao, my dear." "Yes, father." "You remain seated on this bench while your mother and I go to tidy up the house, all right?" "Okay, I will stay in the courtyard and not wander off. You can go with peace of mind," Dealing replied in a sweet voice. "Such a good girl." Du Laor gently pinched his precious daughter's cheek before hastily attending to the tasks at hand. Li Yuanyang, watching her daughter sit so obediently with her little feet swinging in the air, felt her heart melt. She walked over, kissed her daughter's forehead, and praised her before quickly following in Du Laor's footsteps. Du Yuling observed that her parents had entered the first courtyard, likely to prepare for the villagers' arrival. With everyone busy, she found sitting alone rather dull. Stretching her legs, she slipped off the bench, determined to find something to do. Du Yuling thought about helping to clean the tables and chairs in the main house, but she couldn't draw any water, so she abandoned that idea. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to sweep the floor. Thus, she searched high and low until she discovered a broom in the south ear room of the second courtyard. "Now, this will do," Du Yuling exclaimed as she took the broom, which was nearly her height, and began to vigorously wave it across the ground, her short legs moving energetically. However, just 15 minutes later, she found herself utterly exhausted. She realized she might fare better with some mental labor. The most pressing matter at hand was preparing for the impending snow disaster. Winter in the capital was already quite cold, and with the addition of a snow disaster, the threat of freezing to death loomed large. Therefore, the best course of action would be to construct a heated kong. Du Yuling recalled that the palace had underfloor heating. While a few wealthy families might have a heated kong, the artisan skills were still rudimentary, resulting in uneven heating or excessive smoke. Thus, even those few families who possessed a heated kang rarely used it, as the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Wealthy families preferred to use high-quality silver thread charcoal, which was covered in white frost, produced no smoke, burned for long durations, and emitted a faint fragrance that warmed the room like spring. However, a pound of silver thread charcoal cost 1 tael of silver, far beyond the means of the impoverished common folk. Only high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants could afford such luxuries. Even the average household in the capital could not sustain such expenses. Moreover, charcoal, like firewood, was a consumable resource. Which family could afford to buy truckloads of silver thread charcoal? Most ordinary families in the capital used blue smoke charcoal, which was inexpensive but produced overwhelming smoke that was suffocating. Therefore, she could certainly construct a heated kang herself. Having traversed to the 21st century, she had visited a place called Harbin, where every household had a heated kong. Furthermore, once she managed to construct a heated kong, not only would it solve the heating problem for her family and the villagers this winter, but after the villagers built their houses, she could also train them on how to construct kangs. Once they mastered the craft, she could have her brothers lead the villagers into the city to weave kangs for those in need, earning an income. Wait, how is a heated kong constructed? Let her check if there are any blueprints in the system store. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Du Xingzhan and his brothers had already brought several clan elders and a few households over. However, the other families were reluctant to come, insisting that they would stay in the village head's house, as if that were unreasonable. The villagers genuinely believed that the manor was perfectly suited for the village head's family. Not a single person felt discomfort about it. To say nothing of the fact that initially, Du Lair's little Lingao had led them to water and later, Du Lair's family had helped them reclaim grain from the bandits. These were monumental acts of kindness. Furthermore, they had informed them that locusts were edible. Each of these instances raised the question of whether they would have even made it to the capital without Du Lair's family. Their very survival was uncertain. Moreover, how could such fertile land on the outskirts of the capital have come to them if not for Du Lair's family rescuing the chief family's young master in the capital? How could Qianshui village have been allowed to relocate here? If they had ended up in a Yang prefecture, they could only speculate what fate awaited them. The people of Qianshui village were acutely aware of their good fortune. Their hearts brimmed with endless gratitude toward Du Lair's family. They were overwhelmingly satisfied with their current circumstances. Ultimately, it was still Du Lair who made another trip to call all the villagers over to the 3 main courtyards. Among them, half of the villagers settled into the 6 spacious side rooms. At this moment, there was no time for niceties. Each dwelling was laid with straw, and families placed their own mats and quilts atop, sleeping side by side. In winter, the close quarters provided warmth. The remaining half of the villagers settled into the row of back rooms behind the second courtyard, ensuring that the entire village found shelter. The family of Du Lair resided in the main house of the second courtyard, while Uncle Li's family occupied the west wing, and Auntie's family, along with the steward brought by Uncle Li, took up residence in the east wing. With their accommodations arranged, everyone hurried to the back mountain to gather dry grass and cut timber for beams. 2 days later, the outer 7th gate of the capital opened, and Du Lair led the villagers into the city to buy bricks and tiles, to find laborers for house construction, and to earn wages through short-term work. In short, no one in Qianshui village was idle. United in their efforts, they completed the houses within a month. The villagers progressively moved out of the second courtyard. The homes built by the villagers varied, some constructed with bricks and tiles, while others were made of earth, reflecting their respective fortunes. The families that had initially accompanied Du Lair to Tianwu Mountain each built a row of 5 or 6 large brick houses with tiled roofs, complete with a courtyard. Fortunately, these families were already well off, and no one questioned their wealth. In truth, with their current finances, they could have afforded a second courtyard as well. But they all understood the virtue of modesty, choosing to conserve their resources for the long term. Among them, Uncle Li constructed a row of 8 large brick houses, positioned centrally within the plot, leaving space both in front and behind. He intended to build a second courtyard. But with the time running short before the new year and the chill in the air growing ever more severe, he decided to postpone further construction until after the holiday. Once the new houses were completed, many villagers, having moved into their new abodes, were reluctant to venture outside due to the biting cold. They could only hibernate for the winter. However, the main house in the Du family's second courtyard was now as warm as spring, thanks to Du Yuling, who had successfully constructed a heated Kong. Chapter 67. The Spiritual Spring. This heated Kong was designed by Du Yuling with her brothers, led by Du Xingzhan, responsible for its construction. Du Hongyu oversaw the blueprints, guiding his brothers step by step in the building process. After 7 or 8 days of experimentation, they finally succeeded. It was now early in the 12th lunar month, approaching the coldest part of winter. Although snow had yet to fall, the biting wind sent chills deep into one's bones. Outdoors was dry and frigid. Each household was stockpiling firewood, knowing that without it, they would be at risk of freezing. Everyone in the capital was aware that a snow disaster was imminent. Families were busy stockpiling grain and firewood, while the court discussed relief policies for the impending calamity. Inside the second courtyard, Du Lair felt the warm and cozy temperature of the main house, causing every pore in his body to open up. His previously curled form due to the cold now unfurled. "How is it, father? Is it warm?" Du Yuling asked her father with a proud expression. "Warm, exceptionally warm," Du Lair replied with a hearty laugh. "Oh, how clever our Lingao is," he exclaimed, lifting her into the air, causing her to giggle with delight. After a few spins, Liu Ni quickly cautioned, all right, slow down. Don't make her dizzy and let her fall." Indeed, Du Lair agreed obediently. He gently set Lingao back into his embrace. Although joy remained on his face, a hint of melancholy clouded his eyes. He understood that Yuni's concerns were not unfounded. Logically, Du Lair was only 36 years old. Despite the low average life expectancy during the Dali dynasty, his age was still within the prime of life. However, having previously been on the battlefield, he bore old injuries that weighed on him. Yuling, at this moment, also realized that it was time to bolster her family's health. Besides her father, her mother had also suffered physically during the births of her fourth and fifth brothers. While the spring water in her space was exceptionally pure, it lacked the effects of a spiritual spring. After holding his daughter for a while, Du Lao set her down to play. Instead of seeking out her brothers, who were busy building heated kangs in other rooms, Yuling returned to her own bedroom. Indeed, although she was still quite young and did not require her own quarters, her doting parents, Du Lao and Li Yuanai, had arranged a room for her, conveniently located next to their own. Now, Yuling lay on her small bed, conversing with the system in her mind. System, is there a way to transform my spring water into a spiritual spring? Ding dong. Your dear system is online. There is a pure spiritual spring liquid available in the system store. By pouring this pure spiritual spring liquid into your spring water, it can be transformed into a spiritual spring, the system responded. Yuling inquired further, how many points does the pure spiritual spring liquid cost? One bottle of pure spiritual spring liquid costs 10,000 points, the system replied. What? So expensive? Yuling exclaimed in shock. Indeed. This pure spiritual spring liquid is a concentrated essence. A single drop can transform all the spring water in your space into a spiritual spring. Each bottle contains 100 milliliters. That's quite pricey, Yuling mused. She had enough points for now, but purchasing the pure spiritual spring liquid would leave her with little balance. Is there any chance for a lottery or something similar? She asked. Given that the host has completed the previous phase of tasks, the system has rewarded you with a gift package. You may check if it contains any lottery opportunities, the system informed her. Upon hearing this, Yuling felt a surge of excitement. A gift package. She was on her way. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, she gently tapped the small red dot, and a flash of golden light revealed a row of prizes from the gift package. The rewards included 5,000 points, a bag of chili seeds, a bag of ginseng seeds, a bag of Rusher mushroom seeds, and a chance to enter a lottery. Wow! Yuling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. These rewards were tailor-made for her, resonating with her deepest desires. She now had a total of 105 acres of land in her space, all planted with grains and vegetables. However, since they had acquired land, it was unnecessary to cultivate grains in her space any longer, as it would be wasteful. She had always wanted to sow something rare or unique to this world. She believed that ginseng and reishi mushrooms were excellent choices, as both were priceless and exceedingly rare medicinal materials in the Dali dynasty. However, upon exploring the system's store previously, she had found the seeds to be particularly expensive, causing her to set the idea aside. Now, however, it presented a perfect opportunity. As for the chili peppers, they were an exceptional complement to the commercial path she intended to pursue. The Dali dynasty lacked chili peppers, relying instead on a red fruit called juyu, which had a spicy flavor but paled in comparison to actual chili peppers. With chili peppers, Yuling could create numerous delectable dishes that would surely delight the affluent families of the capital. After all, who could resist the allure of spicy food? Just as the crops in her space were nearing maturity, Yuling spent 100 points to hasten their growth and harvested them all at once. She then planted the entire 105 acres with chili peppers, ginseng, and reishi mushrooms, 20 acres of ginseng, 20 acres of reishi mushrooms, and the remaining 65 acres devoted entirely to chili peppers. After all, chili peppers were a daily necessity, while ginseng and reishi mushrooms would cater to a more upscale market, requiring no excessive planting. Concerning the chili pepper, Yuling harbored a desire to keep it concealed, refraining from cultivating it in the earthly realm. She envisioned the chili pepper as a clandestine weapon, an exclusive family recipe that would remain shrouded in mystery. Thus, regardless of how bustling her food stall might become, no one could unravel the enigma behind it, allowing for a more discreet approach. As mere commoners, her family had yet to attain prominence, with her second and fourth brothers still pursuing their scholarly ambitions. To dare to introduce a new crop at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, within the confines of her spatial realm, the scenario transformed. Once the chili peppers ripened, they could be processed into chili powder. As a uniquely crafted seasoning, it would be a staple in every food establishment, evoking no suspicion. Eventually, it came time for the lottery segment. Yuling hurriedly descended from her bed to wash her hands, then, with utmost sincerity, pressed the button to commence the draw. The tense 3 seconds passed, and with a chime, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of pure spiritual spring water." Such fortune seemed almost surreal. She had merely hoped for a discount voucher, yet here she was, bestowed with a bottle of pristine liquid. Acknowledging her innate luck, she occasionally found herself astonished by her own serendipity. Such was the case for Yuling. Quickly, she poured a drop of the pure spiritual spring water into the mountain spring water, and in an instant, the latter transformed entirely. Yuling dashed to her kitchen, adding several scoops of the spiritual water to the large vat, eagerly anticipating lunchtime, when her father, mother, and brothers would feast upon a meal prepared with this miraculous water. Surely, their health would flourish, and they would enjoy longevity. After lunch, Yuling made a point to observe her father. Typically, if conditions permitted, her father, Lauer, would indulge in a short nap post-meal, as he often felt drowsy after eating. Strange, he mused, today's rice is not only exceptionally fragrant, but I find myself surprisingly alert after the meal. Li Yunyang playfully chided him. What, is the rice from someone else's home particularly special? Following the confiscation of the third-rank official's estate, the servants had been taken from the 3 courtyards, leaving the kitchen's rice, flour, and oil untouched. The servants had no opportunity to pilfer, nor would the officials, tasked with enforcing the law, carry away provisions. They had no desire to pursue such labor. Thus, the officials primarily seized gold and silver treasures, destined for the state treasury, leaving the household's provisions to benefit Du's family. Lauer quickly clarified, that was not my intent. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate what he meant. Ultimately, he surrendered to the pleasant sensation of satisfaction after the meal. Seated nearby, Yuling smiled quietly, stifling a yawn before retreating to her room for a well-deserved nap. For indeed, children must prioritize their rest. Chapter 68. The idea of earning from the heated Kang the following day, after breakfast. Yuling set the stage to announce a significant matter at home. Father, mother, my brothers have now mastered the skill of constructing heated kangs. We can teach the villagers to build them as well. Then we can take the villagers to the city and construct kangs for those in need, thus earning a substantial income. Lauer's eyebrows raised in surprise at his daughter's remarkable cleverness, yet he harbored some reservations. Ling Bao, it's quite cold now, and many families prefer to stay indoors during winter. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to call them out? Yuling climbed into her father's lap, tilting her little head to explain. Father, in winter, with no work and such frigid temperatures, everyone is surely staying at home. But let them know there's money to be made. And who would fear the cold? They would leap up to earn. Lauer was momentarily taken aback by her words. Furthermore, should it snow, there was a potential for disaster. Earning extra money and stockpiling food would be crucial, for heavy snowfall could leave some families without food. Yuling's insight was astute. While most villagers were relatively well off, many still struggled to make ends meet, worrying daily about sustenance and warmth. Upon hearing this, Li Yunyang added her perspective. Dear husband, I believe Ling Bao's method is worth a try. Not only can we help the villagers earn, but it will also assist them in weathering this winter. Du Hongyu chimed in. Father, I think Ling Bao's idea is splendid. By teaching the villagers, they can learn to build their own kangs, alleviating our worries about anyone freezing to death during a snow disaster. That sounds promising. Lauer began to see the merit in the plan. Du Hongyu continued. Today, we are scheduled to build a kang for Uncle's family. I suggest we invite every household in the village to observe. Once they learn, they can either repair their own or accompany us to the city to earn money. In truth, Du Hongyu's idea was already quite aligned with Yuling's concept. However, Yuling possessed an even more refined approach. She believed that during the observation, many would not grasp the skill by merely watching. She proposed a one-on-one teaching method. Du Hongyu, sensing the underlying implication, inquired, What exactly do you mean by one-on-one teaching? How would it work? Yuling glanced at her astute second brother, mischievousness glinting in her eyes, and articulated her method. Brothers, you can divide the task of building the kang into 5 parts, with each of you teaching a segment to the villagers. They need only learn a portion, allowing them to grasp the skill swiftly. Upon hearing this, Du Hongyu's eyes sparkled with understanding. He realized that by segmenting the learning, not only would it expedite their mastery, but it would also ensure that no single household could construct a kang independently. Thus, the art of building kangs would remain a unique skill of their family, safeguarding against villagers undertaking private jobs for profit. Even if someone harbored ill intentions, the likelihood of 5 households collaborating on a business venture was minimal. Each individual would perceive their portion of knowledge as paramount, desiring to earn more, thereby preventing any uneven distribution that could lead to private endeavors. Du Hongyu felt a wave of admiration for his sister, appreciating the lesson she had imparted. Without delay, the Du family sprang into action. Du Lauer and Du Xingzhan took a gong to summon the villagers, sharing their plan with everyone. Meanwhile, Li Yunyang, along with several children, arrived early at the home of her eldest brother, Li Wunin, to inform him and prepare for the task ahead. In the sunlit hall of the Li family's blue brick house, Li Wunin sat upon a carved chair, his laughter resonating warmly. "This is wonderful news. Your family possesses such a rare skill. You should capitalize on it. Having the village youths observe and learn is no trouble at all. I will keep my daughters indoors to avoid any issues." Li's uncle remarked once more. "This year is bound to witness a snow disaster. The chill in the air is palpable. As long as the fire king you construct is evenly heated and devoid of noxious smoke, you shall soon establish a commendable reputation." Li Wunin, ever the astute businessman, harbored great optimism regarding the venture of erecting fire kangs in the city for profit. "By the way, Yunyang, have you settled on a price for the fire kong?" It is evident that Li's uncle is nothing if not meticulous in his considerations. Diyuling had also pondered over this matter initially, yet without a point of reference. She found it challenging to arbitrarily determine a price. Seeing her uncle's inquiry, she hastily posed the question to him. "So, uncle, what do you think would be an appropriate price?" Diyuling inquired earnestly, her small face tilted upward in anticipation. Li's uncle, fully aware that the idea of profiting from fire kangs originated from his own niece, felt his affection for the little darling intensify. His heart swelled with pride, recognizing that she had inherited his entrepreneurial acumen. "My dear Lingbao, allow me to analyze this for you," he began. "Yes, uncle, please do," replied Lingbao, listening intently. Nestled in Li Yunyang's embrace, Du Yuling's large, sparkling eyes radiated intelligence, further endearing her to her uncle. Clearing his throat, he promptly began to discuss pricing with his sister and the others. Over the past few days while in the city, aside from purchasing grain, he had been particularly attentive to the price of charcoal. The most economical option for common folk, the blue smoke charcoal, costs 10 won per jean. Although winter is already half over, everyone is acutely aware that the most arduous part lies ahead. Each household must stock up on charcoal. Even the frugal families in the capital would need to purchase at least 200 jean of blue smoke charcoal to survive the winter, which amounts to 2 taels of silver. For families with a slightly better financial standing, they would typically require an additional 500 jean of charcoal for the rest of the winter, totaling 5 taels of silver. This calculation is based on the cheapest blue smoke charcoal. There is also a higher grade known as redwood charcoal, generally utilized by affluent households, priced at 100 won per jean. The most exquisite silver silk charcoal is reserved for nobles and officials, costing 1 tael per jean, however. We shan't dwell on that as it is beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us. Uncle, you must be curious whether we aim to cater to ordinary families or those of the affluent, am I right? Our Lingao is truly astute. Indeed. That is my inquiry. Which clientele do you wish to target first? Diyuling answered sweetly, then let us begin with the business of the moderately wealthy. Chapter 69, Constructing Fire Kong in the City. The decision to first cater to the moderately wealthy is grounded in reason. Firstly, time is of the essence. Even if they manage to build fire kangs, there remains only about half a month before the impending snow disaster strikes, indicating their business will not last long this year. Secondly, constructing a fire kang is not a cheap endeavor, for it can serve its purpose for decades, and the costs of burning firewood versus charcoal are starkly different. Hence, it is most prudent to initially focus on the moderately wealthy clientele. Upon hearing Diyuling's suggestion to pursue the affluent, Li Wenin's face lit up with admiration. However, curiosity piqued, he sought to challenge his young niece further. But Lingao, you must understand that the moderately wealthy are not always easy to engage. They often dismiss common folk like us. How do you propose we conduct this business? After a flurry of thoughts whirled through her mind, Diyuling devised a response. Uncle, based on your market analysis, if a household typically requires 500 jean of charcoal for half the winter, they would need 1,000 jean for the entire season. Some wealthy families opt for redwood charcoal, costing 100 won per jean, which means they could spend around 100 taels of silver on charcoal alone throughout winter. Thus, if we construct a fire king for those affluent families, we could reasonably charge them 100 taels, which is equivalent to their annual expenditure on charcoal. They would surely find it appealing to invest in a fire king that could last for decades. Liu Nin was increasingly astonished by his niece's remarkable arithmetic skills. Ling Bao, are you not a natural entrepreneur? Your calculations surpass even those of your cousin. Both Du Yuling and Du Hongyu experienced a moment of alarm. Du Yuling thought, oh no. I inadvertently revealed my knowledge of mathematics from the 21st century during my time in a different realm. What should I do? I'm anxious. Du Hongyu, observing his younger sister's sudden unease, seemed to convey a silent message. Look who's feeling proud. Uncle has caught on to something unusual, hasn't he? Despite his amusement at his sister's predicament, he swiftly intervened to shield her from potential scrutiny. Uncle, surely you recognize Ling Bao's intelligence. I taught her some problems from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, and, to my surprise, she has made connections beyond what I expected. Li's uncle, initially puzzled, now understood how his clever niece possessed such insight into business matters, especially considering that his sister's family was not engaged in commerce. That explains it. No wonder my little Ling Ao is so knowledgeable. It is thanks to you, my talented Hongyu, for imparting your wisdom. Du Hongyu feigned modesty. Uncle, please do not tease me. Laughter filled the air as Li Yunyang and the children, alongside Li's uncle, engaged in lively conversation. Du Laer came with his eldest son and brought along villagers eager to learn. The crowd swelled, making it difficult to teach everyone at once. So they started with 20 individuals. Having previously arranged with Li's uncle to construct the fire kong, the necessary bricks were already prepared. In Li's uncle's bedroom, the group commenced their work. The Du brothers, while laboring, also slowed their pace to provide explanations to the villagers. The selected villagers were predominantly strong young men, not only capable but also quick-witted. The 20 men from the village were conveniently divided into 5 teams, with 4 individuals learning alongside a Du brother. As the Du brothers constructed the fire king, the villagers observed and practiced, occasionally receiving guidance and encouragement from their instructors. Before the day had ended, a brand new fire kong emerged in Li's uncle's bedroom. The group eagerly filled it with dried branches and lit a fire to test it. In less than 15 minutes, the surface of the fire kong began to radiate warmth. Li's uncle, feeling the comforting heat, was overwhelmed with excitement. Such a splendid fire kong was a rarity. Even among the nobility, the artisans outside lacked the finesse for such craftsmanship. Only the palace featured a heated underground system. Yet the palace's techniques were seldom shared with the public. Little did he expect that one day, he, Liu Nin, would also partake in the luxury of sleeping on a fire kong, thanks to his niece and nephew. The following day, the 5 Du brothers, accompanied by the initial 20 learners, set out to construct a fire king for the local magistrate. The brothers supervised while the villagers diligently worked. To their surprise, the young men were learning at an impressive pace. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, they had successfully constructed the heated kang at the home of the village head, Li Shu. Li Shu, feeling the warmth emanating from the newly built kong, was profoundly moved. His eldest son, Li Dali, remarked, Father, the other rooms in our house can also have kangs built. With our 20 people, we will pass on the skills we have learned to our family tonight so they can practice. Within a day or 2, the villagers will take turns building kangs. Splendid, truly splendid. Li Shu thought to himself, realizing that the village leadership should indeed be entrusted to Du Lar. Just look at how well his family has accomplished this task. It wasn't long after the villagers had finished constructing their houses that they devised such a meticulous and practical king. I certainly did not misjudge the character of this person, he mused. In the ensuing days, the people of Qianshui village became industrious once more. The initially selected 20 individuals returned home to teach their siblings. The Du brothers instructed 2 more groups of villagers. 3 days later, some remained in the village to build kangs for local families, while the Du family, accompanied by the 20 villagers with the most refined skills, ventured into the city to construct kangs for wealthy families and earn some money. For several villagers, this was their first experience in the city, and they were awestruck by the towering city gates, the guards on duty, the wide streets, and the elegantly dressed urbanites. Their hearts raced with excitement, and they kept their heads down, fearful of inadvertently offending the nobility. Du Lar had last entered the city with villagers to purchase bricks and tiles, heading directly to the eastern market and leaving promptly after making their purchases. However, this time, They were there to conduct business, potentially dealing with the affluent. This realization left Dular feeling somewhat apprehensive, his legs trembling slightly, after all. He was merely an ordinary citizen. The other villagers shared his anxiety. Du Hongyu observed his father and recognized that they could not place too much hope in his business acumen. Within the capital, the wealthy resided to the east, while the impoverished dwelled to the north. Logically, they should first visit the residents in the eastern district, but how to initiate the encounter? Although Du Hongyu was exceptionally talented in his studies, he lacked experience in commerce. Coincidentally, Du's uncle had made progress in finding a shop in the city, but was unable to assist them that day. Du Feng, the third brother, while quite clever in business matters, was still only 13 years old and felt somewhat intimidated in the capital beneath the emperor's gaze. As the group stood uncertainly on the expansive Zhuke Street, hesitating, Dealing, who had been nestled in Dular's embrace, suggested, "Why don't we go to the Qi residence first?" Chapter 70. The Qi residence. Initially, Dealing had considered pursuing the business of an ordinary wealthy family. However, upon entering the city, she realized that starting such a venture would be challenging. Generally, the homes of affluent families featured multiple courtyards, with attendants stationed at the gates. Upon seeing their humble attire, the doormen might mistake them for impoverished folk and perhaps not grant them the courtesy of even a conversation. Even if they claimed to be skilled in constructing kangs, who would believe that many renowned artisans struggled with such a task, while they, mere commoners, could succeed? There was a real risk of being beaten for daring to disrupt the noble household with their fanciful claims. Thus, Qi Mingyuan emerged as an excellent candidate for assistance. At present, he resided at his uncle's estate, and although his uncle was a third-rank official, he was known for his integrity and held great appreciation for his nephew's gratitude. Dealing thought that as long as they explained their identity upon arrival, they would surely gain entry through the gates of the Qi residence. Indeed, upon reaching the Qi residence in the western city, Du Hongyu approached to state their purpose. The servant, upon hearing this, promptly responded with respect, "Please wait a moment. Young master, I will inform my master immediately." With that, the servant swiftly entered through the crimson gates to relay the message. They were fortunate to arrive on a day when the master of the Qi family was at home, as it was his day off. Had he not been present, they still could have conducted business with Qi Mingyuan, but the outcome would surely be more favorable with the master's involvement. After about 15 minutes, the servant reappeared at the crimson gate, bowing slightly to respectfully invite Du Yuling and her companions inside. Following the steward's guidance, they entered. The Qi residence was expansive, featuring a meticulously arranged courtyard with 3 main paths and 5 entrances, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. Pavilions, towers, and sweeping eaves adorned the structure, showcasing exquisite artistry that was both refined and imposing. As they traversed the small hallway beyond the third gate, they entered a corridor adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, revealing a picturesque scene at every turn. This was the main courtyard where the esteemed Qi family resided. Upon their arrival, Qi Mingyuan rushed forward to greet them. "Little benefactor, it is indeed you who have come. I was just studying when my cousin called for me, and I could hardly believe it. I thought he was jesting." Qi Mingyuan exhibited an endearing innocence. Dealing chuckled and asked, "Have you completed your studies?" Yes. I had only a little left, and as soon as I finished, I rushed to welcome you, little benefactor." Dealing was cradled in Du Hongyu's arms. According to etiquette, Du Lar should exchange pleasantries with the master of the Qi family, which made holding the child somewhat inappropriate. Hearing Qi Mingyuan enthusiastically say, "Little benefactor, I am so delighted that you have come to see me. My brother Yuan has been in good health, thanks to you. He has become even more lively. You must meet him." Dealing, her voice sweet and soft, replied, "All right. Let us go and see him." They could not immediately press forward with their business intentions. Such directness would lack finesse. Dealing, held by Du Hongyu, followed him to Qi Mingyuan's courtyard, while the other villagers were led by the steward to a nearby flower pavilion for tea and snacks. Du Xingjian and Du Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, also excused themselves to join the villagers in the flower pavilion. Upon entering Qi Mingyuan's courtyard, Dealing spent time playing with little Yuan. The child was indeed adorable, resembling a delicate porcelain figurine. Dealing found herself quite fond of this little brother. To her surprise, the tiny tot even recognized her and, while she playfully tugged at his hand, he called out, "Sister." "Wow, little Yuan, what did you just call me? Say it again." It was no wonder Dealing was taken aback. In her family, as well as at her uncle and aunt's homes. She was the youngest. While everyone doted on her, she had no younger siblings to show off the authority of an elder sister. Unexpectedly, a little angel had called her sister. Yuling felt a surge of joy, her spirits soaring as if she might have wagged a tail if she had won. Little Qiyuan was now a year and a half old and had begun speaking. He particularly enjoyed the company of the sister, who often treated him to delightful snacks. Thus, the two, one large, for years old, and one small, 1.5 years, played joyfully together. It was only when a servant reminded them that it was time for lunch that Yuling regained her focus, reflecting that they must address the matter at hand during the meal. At noon, Yuling and her companions dined with the Qi master, his family, and Qi Mingyuan. Logically, they could have simply dined in Qi Mingyuan's courtyard, but, to everyone's surprise, Lord Qi, a third-rank official, exhibited such commendable character and refinement by personally hosting the Du family. His children were equally polite and well-mannered, which endeared them greatly to Yuling. The luncheon was a joyous occasion for both host and guests. After the meal, while savoring a cup of tea, Du Laojiu broached a serious matter. He respectfully addressed Lord Qi, stating, "We have come primarily to express our gratitude for your assistance in arranging for us this wonderful place in Qianshui village. Recently, my youngest daughter, with her creative ingenuity, along with her brothers, has devised a method for creating a heat-retaining kang that produces no smoke. Coincidentally, we are here to visit and thank you, Lord Qi. As humble country folk, we possess little of value, but we thought that this smoke-free kang would provide you with exceptional comfort. Such a marvel is rare in our region, and it would be our honor to construct one for you as a token of our appreciation." Du Laojiu had nearly memorized this speech, having prepared it with his daughter and second son before lunch. It was not that he was tongue-tied, rather. This was his first encounter with such a high-ranking official, an esteemed third-rank minister who daily attended court. Du Laojiu felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Yuling and Du Hongyu were very supportive. Surely, an official as astute as Lord Qi understood the Du family's intentions upon hearing Du Laojiu's words. He harbored no resentment towards their subtle motives. In fact, he admired their approach. He graciously agreed, exclaiming, "I cannot express my gratitude enough. Let us have it constructed in my chamber. May I have the honor of being the first to enjoy this newly crafted kong?" He then cast a glance at Qi Mingyuan, jesting, "Mingyuan, will you be displeased if you have to wait your turn?" Lord Qi playfully teased his nephew. "Uncle, you say this. In our family, you are the head. Shouldn't you be the first to enjoy anything fine? If you jest with me like that, who knows? My cousin might just decide to assign me extra assignments." Qi Mingyuan's cousin, Qi Mingxiu, playfully struck him, saying, "You talk nonsense. When have I ever increased your workload? It's all for your own good, so you can achieve success sooner." Qi Mingyuan, seeing his brother's mock anger, quickly begged for forgiveness. "Good brother, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me." It must be said, Qi Mingyuan truly was a bit of a simpleton in the hands of his cousin. This scene also subtly reflected the harmonious and amiable nature of the Qi family. Yuling even contemplated sharing any future good fortune with them. She had grown fond of this family. In the afternoon, the villagers of Qianshui began the construction of the kang. Although they brought 20 individuals, only 5 were truly needed to build one. However, since this first kong was destined for Lord Qi, they aimed to ensure its quality and perfection, prompting the 3 Du brothers to join in. The results were indeed impressive. By around 4 in the afternoon, a brand new, elegant kong emerged in Lord Qi's chamber. They tested it with dried pine branches, and indeed, there was no smoke. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the surface of the kang radiated even warmth. Lord Qi was overjoyed. Even Qi Mingxiu, who had come to check the temperature of the kang, was intrigued and hoped to be next on the list. To his surprise, his cousin Qi Mingyuan was vying for the same spot. "Cousin, I have a closer bond with our benefactor. We have spent nearly half a year together since our journey to the capital. This is your first encounter. You are not yet familiar with them. So the second kang must be built for me first." Ultimately, neither of them received the second kong. It turned out that Lord Qi had an elderly mother above him, who, due to her frail health, seldom received guests. The old matron suffered from rheumatic leg ailments, making winters particularly harsh for her. Even with constant coal fires, she felt discomfort. Too much coal made her feel dry, while too little left her cold. This smoke-free kong would ensure she could enjoy a comfortable winter, provided the temperature was managed correctly. Thus, Lord Qi decided that the second kong would be a tribute to his mother. Both Qi Mingyuan and Qi Mingxiu fell silent in agreement. In the evening, the Du family proposed to return to their village, intending to come back the next day. However, Lord Chi stopped them, saying, "Why make it so complicated? Stay here at my residence for the night. There are plenty of guest rooms." Lord Chi's earnest hospitality was hard to refuse, and the Du family and the 20 villagers from Qianshui ultimately stayed at Qi Manor. In the end, Lord Qi even presented 1,000 taels as a payment for the Du family to construct 10 kangs at a rate of 100 taels each. Du Laojiao looked at the number on the silver note, unable to accept it. Lord Qi, however, believed he was offering too little. After all, officials like them were accustomed to spending extravagantly. Their homes could not even accommodate a smoke-free kang without relying on silver wire coal. During a winter, such families could easily spend over 1,000 taels just on coal. Some might find that a bit painful, but it was a matter of status. Each household's matriarch hosted and visited one another, and if your coal was of a lower quality, the next day the neighborhood would know. Colleagues might even inquire if you were running low on coal and offer to send some over. This kang method was truly a lasting solution. Thereafter, only wood needed to be added, which was quite inexpensive, about 21 for a load. Thus, Lord Qi sincerely felt that the 1,000 taels was a modest offer. Fearing that if he increased the sum, the Du family would be even more hesitant to accept it. Eventually, it was Lady Qi who addressed the Du family, saying, "To be candid, our household's expenditures on coal each winter exceed this 1,000 taels. Do you think we are offering too little, making you reluctant to accept?" Having hosted many over the years, Lady Qi was adept at persuading others to accept gifts and monetary contributions. Faced with such compelling reasoning, Du Laojiao could hardly refuse. He accepted the 1,000 taels, his hands trembling with disbelief. Such a sum could be accrued in a single day. He had never heard of business being so effortlessly conducted. Of course, this was all thanks to their daughter Lingbao. Had it not been for Lingbao saving Qi Mingyuan, it would have been inconceivable for common folk like them to have any dealings with a third-rank official. The next day, the people of Qianshui began constructing kangs for the other courtyards of the Qi residence. Over 20 individuals split into 4 groups and completed 10 kangs within a day. By evening, the Du family insisted on taking their leave, as it was improper to linger in the home of their hosts without finishing their work. When Lord Qi returned, he happened to see the Du family bidding farewell, but did not insist on detaining them. He simply mentioned that during his court visit that day, he had spoken to many colleagues about the numerous advantages of the new kang in his home. Several of his fellow officials expressed interest in having such a kang constructed in their own residences. Lord Qi even produced a list containing the addresses of his colleagues' households. Du Yuling found Lord Qi to be exceptionally considerate. After some cordial exchanges, Du Lar and his companions exited the Qi residence. The twilight was approaching, with the orange-red orb of the sun casting its final warmth upon the horizon. The gray branches rustled in the cold wind, the air crisp and biting. Du Hongyu adjusted his cotton coat, exhaling a visible breath as he spoke. "Father, let my elder brother take Lingbao home tonight. Mother will surely be worried about her. We shall not return just yet. In such frigid weather, it would be a hardship for the villagers accompanying us. Let's find an affordable inn for the night, and tomorrow we can proceed directly to the officials' residences to repair their heated kongbets." Du Lar nodded in agreement with his son's reasoning. "Indeed, that makes sense. When we arrived yesterday, we had intended to take Lingbao home the same day, but who could have anticipated we would stay the night at Lord Qi's? If we do not return Lingbao today, your mother will be quite distressed. It is bitterly cold, and Lingbao is still so young." As he spoke, Du Lar adjusted Lingbao's little cloak, ensuring it covered her forehead entirely, leaving only her gem-like black eyes visible to the outside world. He gazed down at his daughter in his arms. "Lingbao, let your elder brother escort you home for now. Your father and second brother will remain here for the moment. Once we complete the kang repairs before the new year, we shall return home. Good father, I will go back and keep mother company. You must ensure everyone is well-fed and warmly clothed. Do not skimp on expenses," Du Yuling replied, sensing that the prospects for the kang repair business were flourishing, making her presence here less significant. Du Lar, touched by his little daughter's heartfelt words, couldn't help but kiss her affectionately. "Rest assured, my dear. We will all eat well and dress warmly, and the villagers will be just fine. Await our return so we can earn a fortune and celebrate the new year together." "All right," Du Yuling sweetly affirmed. After Du Xingzhan drove the family carriage to deliver Du Yuling home, he returned with over 20 strong men from the village to join the team repairing the kongbets. Chapter 72. Profiting. Since the initial few kongbeds had been successfully installed in several affluent households, The innovative Kong design from Qianshui village had begun to circulate among a select group of aristocrats. Many officials within the court expressed a desire to have a few of these new-style Kong beds installed in their own homes. The Du family, alongside the villagers, had been busy for half a month. On the 24th day of the 12th month, a new wave of cold swept in, intensifying the chill. Upon completing the last Kong bed for the final household, Du Lar decided not to accept any further orders. This did not offend anyone, primarily due to the wisdom of Du Hongyu. In recent days, several servants from large households had been arriving at their inn daily, requesting their services for more Kang repairs. Du Hongyu resolved to accept 2 orders at a time. Upon completion, he would take on another 2. This approach ensured that the nobles did not feel neglected or that they were being kept waiting. After all, not accepting orders yet subtly emphasized the success of their business. Furthermore, this method alleviated the pressure on the villagers of Qianshui. Thus, on the 24th day of the 12th month, as the temperature dropped several degrees, and with their tasks momentarily completed, Du Lar confidently declared they would not continue taking orders. It was time to purchase New Year goods and return home. They had not yet divided the earnings from the past half-month, but Du Lar generously allocated 5 taels of silver to each villager for their New Year purchases. The men were overjoyed. In previous years, while residing in Willow Tree Village, they had not been so affluent come New Year. A typical household, consisting of 7 or 8 members or even 10, would spend only about 1 tael for the festivities. Here, however, they were each given 5 taels. The villagers walked with such elation that it seemed they could almost float. Due to the impending snow disaster, every villager purchased around 100 pounds of corn to take home. Surprisingly, rice prices in the capital were quite reasonable, likely due to government regulation. It must be said, the current emperor was indeed a diligent and benevolent ruler, deeply concerned for the welfare of his subjects. In the capital, corn was priced at 6 won per pound, white flour at 8 won, and white rice at 10 won. Given that the capital was situated in the north, where wheat was cultivated instead of rice, white rice was slightly more expensive than white flour. Some men, cherishing their wives and children and showing filial piety to their parents, would purchase around 20 pounds of white flour and white rice to enhance their New Year celebrations. Buying grain constituted the bulk of their expenses, with each villager spending nearly 1 tael of silver. Next came the purchase of meat. In the capital, meat was priced at 20 won per pound, with high-quality wild boar meat costing 22 won per pound. Due to the cold winter, wild boars would descend from the mountains in search of food, occasionally falling prey to hunters who sold them in the meat markets. Such fine meat as wild boar was typically reserved for the affluent. The villagers of Qianshui naturally opted for the more economical 20 won per pound. Moreover, since they were purchasing in bulk, the group of 40 to 50 individuals collectively bought over 200 pounds of meat, with each household acquiring about 5 pounds. The Du family purchased 15 pounds. The butcher, recognizing a good business opportunity, not only rounded down their total, but also gifted them with offal, which was seldom bought. The group then proceeded to the fabric shop, selecting several pieces of cloth to take home for their wives to sew new garments for the family to wear during the New Year celebrations. They also purchased essential items such as salt, oil, and sweets and liquor for visiting relatives. Lastly, they bought some snacks and dried fruits for the children, albeit in modest quantities of 2 to 3 pounds each. In total, their expenditures amounted to less than 3 taels of silver. Thus, the villagers of Qianshui, who had ventured out to repair the Kong beds, returned home not only laden with bountiful New Year goods, but also with over 2 taels of silver remaining in hand. There was even the possibility that the village chief might distribute additional silver to them. Reflecting on these thoughts, the villagers strolled along the road, nearly bounding with joy, as if they could soar into the sky. The purchases made by the villagers of Qianshui were certainly mirrored by the Du family, who bought even more. They ensured nothing essential for the New Year was missing, including an array of treats for the children such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, various dried fruits, and assorted snacks, all in packages weighing 10 to 20 pounds each. After all, with the cold weather, they could store them. They had earned a substantial amount of silver. In Du Lar's view, earning money meant providing for his wife and children. Ultimately, Du Lar generously led his sons to the ready-made clothing store, purchasing 3 sets of clothing for each family member. Additionally, he bought 2 sets of brocade cotton clothes for his 2nd and 4th sons, as they would soon be sent to the capital to attend school. Du Lar believed that although they might not compare in family background to the wealthy, it was still within their means to provide their children with better material conditions. There was no need to hoard money that would cause their children to fall behind. Finally, Dular took his two sons to the bookstore, allowing the second son to select books for himself while also purchasing books for the fourth son. The eldest son, Du Xingjian, chose a book titled The Art of War emblazoned in bold characters on the cover. Dular understood his elder son's aspirations and wholeheartedly supported his interest in military literature. He even planned to see if he could enroll his eldest son in a martial arts academy after the new year, providing him with a structured and systematic education in martial arts. With their arms filled with packages and employing several mules to transport their purchases, they made their way back to the village, swaying with excitement. The other villagers of Qianshui returned to their own homes. In the Du family, Du Laojiu carefully extracted the silver notes he had kept close to his chest, revealing a total of 5,000 taels. As he unveiled the notes, the eyes of the entire family widened in astonishment. The others, without a doubt, were filled with immeasurable excitement. Du Yuling, upon gazing at the stack of silver notes, felt a surge of elation within her heart. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 5,000 points." Du Yuling exclaimed, "What?" It dawned on her that the new pathway to earning points was through converting silver into points, at a rate of 1 tael for 1 point. She then recalled the double buff. The system's cold, youthful voice chimed in. "Given the host's current progress, the main deity has decided to revoke your double buff reward." Du Yuling retorted, "I have a few choice words, though I wonder if it's appropriate to say them." She couldn't help but question her existence, asking, "But wasn't the double buff compensation for the unforeseen circumstances when you brought me back to my original world, resulting in the loss of my original points?" The system feigned ignorance. Du Yuling pressed, "What on earth is going on?" The system, in a lackadaisical manner, responded, "Oh, perhaps it's because providing you with a double buff would lead readers to believe that earning points is exceedingly easy, and that would cause an uproar." Du Yuling was left speechless, akin to an elderly subway rider engrossed in their phone. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Have you reconnected to that small world S network? As a fully fledged advanced intelligence system, can you not indulge in online surfing every single day? Sometimes. It would be nice if you could just appear like the stars in the sky, twinkling occasionally to remind me you're still here. The system remained silent, embodying nonchalance. Du Yuling sighed, deciding it was futile to engage with this nonsensical system any longer. Chapter 73, Wages. Du Yuling mused. After all, she currently lacked neither money nor points. Surrounded by the affection of her parents and brothers, living as a fortunate and beloved little creature, life was quite pleasant. Why bother communicating with a foolish system? When communication fails, it's best to relinquish the effort. She recalled her previous experience in the 21st century, where her friends would just, "Oh, nothing in this world is difficult if one is willing to give up." Returning to the main topic, the Du family was primarily deliberating on the appropriate remuneration for the 40 villagers who had labored for them. Du Laojiu and his team had spent a total of 16 days repairing the Kang, a traditional heated bed, including 2 days at the Li residence. They had repaired Kangs for 8 households. Other families were not as accommodating as Lord Qi, with some being overly critical, insisting on designing their own layouts and even making last-minute changes that required them to start over. Naturally, such interference meant that their efficiency could not compare to that at the Qi residence. Ultimately, each household was compensated according to the initial rate set by Lord Qi, which was 100 taels per Kong. While the payment was substantial, it was still manageable. Although for wealthy households, the Kangs would last for many years, and the total cost of multiple Kangs would not exceed their annual expenditure on charcoal, they were unfazed. However, Du Laojiu and his crew were concerned. Over the past half-month, the total earnings from repairing Kangs had astonishingly reached 5,000 taels. Du Laojiu was at a loss, unsure how to distribute such a significant sum. He consulted his family, hoping for their insights to devise a strategy. Du Hongyu spoke first. According to the market rates in the capital, the daily wage for unskilled laborers is typically between 30 to 51, while skilled masons earn about 50 to 100 a day. If we calculate based on the highest rate of 100 per day, the total wages for the entire 16 days would amount to approximately 1 tael and 6 qian. Under normal circumstances, if each household could receive such a sum in half a month, their family members would likely faint from excitement. After all, when the villagers resided in Willow Tree Village, most families remained united, pooling their efforts together. Thus, if any household managed to save 10 taels in a year, they would be the envy of all. However, while in the city, Du Laojiao had not considered such details. With 5,000 taels in hand, he had not even thought about market conditions. Considering that the villagers needed to purchase goods for the new year, he directly took them to the money exchange. Du Laojiao exchanged 200 tael notes for small silver ingots, distributing 5 taels to each villager. Du Hongyu was unable to intervene in time. Before the crowd, he would naturally refrain from correcting his father's misjudgment. Now, in the courtyard, Du Laojiao's expression was one of conflict and uncertainty, and he realized that his earlier actions in the city had indeed been inappropriate. Observing his father's demeanor, Du Hongyu quickly offered reassurance. Of course, the king is a novel method, and we worked in affluent households. Although the villagers may not know the exact earnings, they will still feel it is more than their usual income. Therefore, father, it's not a problem. We can distribute a bit more silver. Noticing her father's apparent distress, Du Yuling elaborated on her brother's point. Father, my brother does not mean to imply that you have distributed too much silver. It's just that this windfall relied heavily on fortune. It was sheer luck to have met the esteemed Lord Qi, who introduced us to his colleagues, resulting in such earnings. Since you have already given the villagers 5 taels, and you promised additional compensation, let us allocate another 5 taels, which totals 200 taels for the 40 individuals. We just need to ensure that none of the villagers become complacent due to this unexpected fortune. In the future, they should not develop the notion that work can yield such easy earnings. Du Laojiao, not a fool, immediately grasped the intentions of his son and daughter. He understood that while the earnings were substantial, they were heavily influenced by chance. The business of repairing kangs would not endure. Once all households in the capital had their kangs repaired, the demand would inevitably cease. It would be unwise to provide the villagers with excessively high payments, for that might lead them to harbor misconceptions about the ease of earning money in the future, should they become lax in their work. Believing that income could be as effortless as that from repairing kangs, it would not benefit them but rather harm them. Du Laojiao came to this realization and decisively announced, "Very well, we shall grant each villager an additional 5 taels. Let everyone celebrate a joyful new year." This distribution method was collectively discussed and agreed upon at home. The villagers had no knowledge of the precise earnings from the kang repairs, not even the initial 1,000 taels provided by Lord Qi. Thus, this distribution naturally brought joy to all. In truth, one cannot entirely fault Du Laojiao. Although he possessed greater insight and capability than the villagers, his experiences were limited to the remote confines of Willow Tree Village. He had never ventured to the capital. His understanding was bound to lag initially. Furthermore, he was not a merchant and lacked extensive knowledge. Had it been his uncle from the Li family, the situation would have been handled adeptly. Essentially, the unique skills imparted by the Du family to others rendered the villagers akin to apprentices. They were not entitled to wages, but were instead expected to assist their mentors for several years without compensation. After all, during the Dali dynasty, such specialized skills were passed down through generations, forming the lifeblood of a family as survival. If one encountered a commendable mentor, they might receive a meager stipend. Du Laojiao's initial misconception lay in viewing the villagers working alongside him as partners, leading him to contemplate profit sharing. He disregarded the fact that the technology and business channels belonged to their family, viewing the villagers merely as hired laborers akin to those they employed with their funds. Where can one find a boss who, after making a profit, shares it with the workers? They are merely compensated for their labor. Consequently, Du Yuling also felt that it was imperative to cultivate her third brother for matters pertaining to business. His commercial acumen was undoubtedly remarkable, though his inexperience in the capital and his tender age of 13 rendered him somewhat naive. However, this was easily rectified through proper guidance. Du Yuling devised a plan to teach her brother the multiplication table, a skill she had acquired in the 21st century at an opportune moment. As for exposure, that could be arranged later in the year. With the silver amount already determined, Du Laodi prepared for his eldest son, Du Xingzhan, to summon the villagers with a gong to distribute the silver. Just then, Li Yunyang playfully interjected, "Father, how do you intend to distribute these silver notes?" Du Laodi smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. Du Yuling reminded him, "Father, the silver in our storeroom consists of ingots weighing 50 taels each. If we intend to use them, we must cut the large ingots with scissors, weigh them anew with a small scale, and divide them into portions of 5 taels each. It will be somewhat cumbersome." Li Yunyang affectionately stroked her daughter's head and glanced at the furrowed brow of Du Laodi, quickly adding, "Isn't it fortunate that your uncle is engaged in business? He should have some 5 tael silver ingots." Yulin thought to herself that indeed, her uncle would certainly have some. This would simplify matters. Du Laoti's brow relaxed as he turned to his second son, Hongyu. Take these 2 100-tael silver notes to your uncle's house to exchange for 5-tael silver ingots or small silver coins. Understood, father, I'll go right away. Du Hongyu tucked the silver notes into his cloak. Since exchanging the notes for 200 taels of silver would be quite heavy, he casually beckoned Du Qing'an, who had been engrossed in reading nearby, to accompany him. Chapter 74, The Silver. Du Hongyu urged Du Qing'an, come along, accompany me to collect the silver. You spend all your time reading and hardly ever move. Du Qing'an, though interrupted from his studies, bore no resentment, as the book was a recent gift from his brother. With a cheerful smile, he followed, on such a frigid day, isn't everyone staying cozy at home? You are being quite unreasonable, brother. Du Hongyu scoffed. You think that just because it's a new season, you can simply enjoy the spring, hide from the summer, relish the autumn, and hibernate in winter? It's all the same. You just don't like to move. Du Qing'an offered an awkward yet polite smile. Fully aware of his aversion to physical exertion and the discomfort of sticky sweat, he believed there was nothing wrong with this after all. Isn't it the nature of scholars to immerse themselves in books, never parting from their tomes? Had Yulin been privy to her fourth brother's inner thoughts, she would have discerned that his behavior reflected a certain fastidiousness. The house belonging to Li's uncle was not far from the Du family's courtyard, a mere quarter-hour walk. Thus, it was not long before the two brothers, Du Hongyu and Du Qing'an, returned, cradling 200 taels of silver securely wrapped in cloth. Du Xingzhan had already gathered the villagers in the open space before the courtyard. Du Laoti stepped forward, with Liu Nyang holding Lingo close, eager to see. Even Du Zayan, who often busied himself in the kitchen, joined his elder brother, Du Yongfeng, in the gathering, in the open area before the Du residence. Not only had 40 laborers and their families come to work, but the remaining 20 households also joined in, drawn by curiosity. Although the latter were merely there to observe, they harbored a sense of envy, pondering why their own families hadn't been selected. Had they been chosen, they too would be receiving such a substantial sum of silver. Du Laoti addressed the assembled villagers with a resonant voice, explaining the matter of wages. He began by discussing market conditions, then noted that since they were all from the same village, and with the new year approaching, he, as their village chief, wished to provide additional benefits. Therefore, although the standard wage was 1 tael and 6 qian, he would be adding an extra 5 taels to the initial 5 taels distributed in celebration of the new year. This would be the first new year celebrated by Qianshui village since their migration from Lushui village to the capital, and it was essential for it to be a lively occasion. Du Laoti observed the grateful expressions on the faces of the 40 young laborers and their families. Yet the smiles of the remaining 20 households were somewhat subdued. After all, it is not the lack of wealth that troubles, but the inequality of it. However, Du Laoti's subsequent remarks transformed the countenances of the remaining 20 households back into radiant smiles. He declared, those who worked on the heating stoves before the new year will receive their share of the money. After the new year, the remaining 20 households will take turns to work on the heating stoves, ensuring that everyone has an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the entire Qianshui village erupted in joy. Each villager praised Du Laoti, elevating him to a status akin to that of a celestial being. Du Yuling, nestled in her mother's embrace behind her father, stifled a laugh. Finding the villagers amusing, could there truly be a village chief like him in the heavens? Before distributing the silver, Du Laoti delivered another speech, which brought many households back to a grounded state of happiness. He explained, our success in constructing the heating stoves this time was due to the favor we received from young Master Qi, whom our family once aided. As a result, we were able to secure a deal far exceeding market rates. Of course, I have no reservations in providing this money, rather. It is to remind everyone that when seeking work, do not be disheartened by the actual market prices and neglect to put forth your best effort. Such favorable circumstances are not always available. Henceforth, it is paramount to remain practical. Now that we have settled in this thriving area on the outskirts of the capital, we must work diligently to pass down our legacy to future generations. The villagers listened intently, their faces displaying a semblance of understanding. Village chief, we recognize your sincere intentions. You need not worry, our village will always approach life with honesty and diligence. They echoed their sentiments, each aware that this opportunity to work on the heating stoves was rare, and they must not become complacent. Seeing that the villagers remained as sincere as ever, Du Laoti felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The time had come for the jubilant distribution of silver. Although the remaining 20 households could only watch as the others received their silver, they too felt joy and anticipation, knowing that after the new year, they would also receive their share. The most delighted among them were the brothers Lin Jiang and Lin He. Each household had sent one member to work on the heating stoves, earning 10 taels of silver. However, as the sons of the ant, both brothers were allowed to participate, resulting in a total earning of 20 taels of silver, a sum they had never encountered in their lives. Previously, during the construction of their house, they had lacked the funds, relying on Li's uncle and Du Laodie's family to cover half the costs for their 3-room brick house. With the newfound wealth, Lin Jiang's first thought was to repay the debt, but Du Laodie chuckled and placed a hand over his. This was just taken from my hands. What purpose would there be in returning it? Lin He is yet to marry, and now that a house has been acquired and wealth amassed, let us assist your brother in finding a bride. We are all family, and this money is not urgent to repay. Lin Jiang was profoundly moved as he departed from the courtyard of the Du family, only to find that his visit to his uncle Li yielded nearly the same sentiments once again. The suggestion was made to use this money to secure a wife for his younger brother. Lin Zhang's heart swelled with an indescribable sense of gratitude. As the eldest brother, akin to a father, he felt the weight of responsibility acutely. His younger brother, Lin He, at the age of 22, had remained unmarried due to an inability to provide a proper betrothal gift. Now he was considered a late-blooming bachelor. This situation had long been a source of anxiety for Lin Jiang, although Lin He feigned indifference, often laughingly claiming that being single was quite enjoyable. It was evident that he yearned for companionship. Observing other young men from Qianshui village, all of whom had already settled down, some even with children capable of running errands, it was impossible for Lin He not to feel a twinge of longing. Yet, the family's poverty had silenced his desires, as he did not wish to burden his mother and elder brother with his aspirations. In truth, Lin He understood the circumstances well and held no resentment towards his elder brother. After all, Lin Zhang's own wife had been rescued from a fate worse than death, having been sold to a brothel by her family, collapsing at their doorstep before being saved by Lin Jiang. Thus, they had established their family. Now, with this newfound 20 taels, they could finally muster the betrothal gift, allowing Lin He the chance to marry. Upon returning from his cousin's house, the two brothers in the Lin family's modest 3-room dwelling wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Lin Jiang cheerfully declared to his brother, "Today is a day of great celebration. In my excitement, I almost forgot. Tomorrow, I shall take you to see our cousin, and we shall enlist her help in arranging a marriage for you." Lin He responded with a hearty affirmation. Their spirits soared. Lin Jiang's wife, Li, also rejoiced for her brother-in-law. Even the two children, Jin Yo and Tai Yo, were aware that their uncle was soon to wed, clapping their hands in delight. The little ones were astute. Old Lady Lin, too, was overwhelmed with joy, retreating to her room to shed tears of happiness, exclaiming, "Oh, my second son can finally marry. How wonderful! Everything will gradually improve." Yet suddenly, she was reminded of her unfortunate first son in the capital, at Lianhua Pond, and her heart sank again with sorrow. Chapter 75, Braised Meat. The sounds of children's rhymes echoed in the air. On the 25th, we fry tofu. On the 26th, we stew meat. On the 27th, we slaughter the New Year's chicken. On the 28th, we prepare the dough. On the 29th, we steam buns. On the 30th, we revel all night. On the first day of the new year, we twist and turn. The atmosphere before the new year grew increasingly festive. Today is the 26th of the 12th month. The Du family had been bustling yesterday, frying tofu, and today they were set to stew meat. Du Yuling had even instructed her mother, "Let us take a piece of cloth and wrap the spices within, then stew them with the meat. The resulting dish will be utterly mouth-watering." Liu and I playfully pinched her daughter's dainty nose, chuckling, "The meat is already fragrant. Even without spices, it would make your mouth water." The little foodie. Du Yuling shook her head vigorously, drawing circles with her finger. No, the meat cooked with spices is uniquely delicious." All right, I shall heed your words," Liu and I replied, kissing her daughter before placing her down and heading to the stove to prepare the spice pouch as per her daughter's request. Speaking of spices, in the Great Li dynasty, they were indeed available at apothecaries, though few were recognized as true spices, mainly utilized by affluent families due to their exorbitant cost. The spices they consumed while fleeing were covertly purchased by Du Yuling from the system's marketplace and discreetly given to her fifth brother. Now, Their kitchen boasted an impressive array of spices, a testament to the extravagant lifestyle of a disgraced third-rank official. In a residence that saw visitors only twice a year. The kitchen was astonishingly stocked with an abundance of spices, cinnamon, cloves, star anise, grass fruit, white peony, bay leaves, cardamom, dried tangerine peel, pepper, and more, all meticulously stored in small pottery jars, brimming to the top. The estimated value of these spices alone could exceed several dozen taels of silver. Du Yuling privately mused. No wonder they apprehended that third-rank official. The meat in the large iron pot bubbled gently, releasing an enticing aroma that made Du Yuling's mouth water. Truly a little glutton. Li Yuanai noticed the drool at the corner of her daughter's mouth and affectionately pinched her chubby cheek. "Mother," she exclaimed, laughing. Yet, Li Yuni's fondness for her youngest daughter was unparalleled. After wiping her daughter's mouth, she used chopsticks to first offer a piece of meat to the stove god, then retrieved a small piece for her daughter to quell her cravings. The larger chunks of meat required additional time to stew. Fifth brother Duzine sat by the stove, stoking the fire, while the other male members of the Du family busily chopped firewood in the courtyard. Not only was the preparation of meat and steamed buns for the new year an intensive process requiring ample firewood, but the daily heating of the Kong also demanded a significant supply. Moreover, the looming threat of a snow disaster hung over everyone's heads, necessitating a greater stockpile of wood. Their spacious three-courtyard residence provided ample storage for firewood, enabling them to chop more without concern for space. Otherwise, once heavy snow sealed the mountains, the wood available for cutting would be buried, rendering them incapable of heating their home. Thus, in Qianshui village, nearly every household mirrored this diligent preparation. Women busied themselves at the stove, washing, cooking, stewing meat, kneading dough, and crafting new garments for the family. Meanwhile, the men exerted themselves in chopping wood for stock. Speaking of making new clothes, the Du family had managed to save this year, as Du Lao heir had purchased 3 sets of ready-made clothing for each family member in the city. Therefore, Li Yuanai was relieved this year, not having to sew new garments for her family before the festival. Previously, while living in Willow Tree Village, with many males but few females, Li Yuanai had to begin preparing new clothes for everyone well before the 12th month. This year, upon their move into the three-courtyard residence, it was already the 12th month, and she was hastily trying to prepare when Du Lao heir stopped her, suggesting they spend a little money on ready-made clothes instead, as they no longer lacked funds, nor did he want her to toil so hard. Touched by her husband's thoughtfulness, Li Yuanai readily agreed. Consequently, the preparations for the upcoming new year were much easier for her this time. With the meat steadily stewing in the pot and no immediate tasks at hand, she carried Ling Bao outside for a stroll, engaging her in play. Notably, there were no girls in Qianshui village of Ling Bao's age, resulting in her never having a playmate. Thus, whenever someone had free time, they would take Ling Bao to play at the doorstep. Du Lao heir had crafted a shuttlecock for his daughter from chicken feathers, and now the mother-daughter duo was happily engaged in a game of kicking it back and forth. As Li Yuanai faced the direction of their home's entrance, she was the first to spot Lin Jiang and Lin He approaching, carrying items in their hands. "Little Jiang, little He, you're here. Come in," Li Yuanai called out. Hearing their mother's voice, Du Yuling immediately ceased her game, aware that her 2 cousins had arrived. Bending her little chubby waist, she picked up the shuttlecock and kicked it into her arms, obediently holding her mother's hand as she waited patiently nearby, ready to call out. Lin Jiang, accompanied by his younger brother, hurriedly approached, flashing a bright smile and shouting, "Cousin." The eldest uncle and second uncle Du Yuling also called out dutifully. Both Lin Jiang and Lin He were fond of their little niece Ling Ao, quickly responding with smiles, and Lin He even lifted Ling Bao in a warm embrace. Lin Jiang then presented the 2 pounds of dried fruit he was carrying, which Li Yuanong accepted. Feeling slightly bashful, Lin Jiang remarked, according to tradition, "It is not proper to visit others casually before the new year. In this era, the majority of common folk were not affluent, often refraining from indulging in food and drink. However, the tradition among the Han Chinese dictates that, regardless of circumstances, one must enjoy some delicacies during the new year. Thus, at this time, even impoverished families would prepare some special dishes to celebrate. Consequently, a tacit understanding had developed in the countryside that during the days leading up to the new year, it was generally inappropriate to visit others, lest one be perceived as seeking a free meal. Lin Jiang, genuinely concerned about his brother's marriage prospects, thought that his cousin's family was different from others, which emboldened him to visit. He had even brought along 2 pounds of Ling Bao's favorite dried fruit. Li Yuanong, beaming with joy, said, "Why speak of such formalities? We are all family here. Come in, come in." She led them inside. Lin He had already set Ling Bao down, so Li Yuanong walked ahead with her, followed by the two brothers, Lin Jiang and Lin He. Just as they entered the courtyard and had not yet crossed the flower-laden gate, Li Yuanong raised her voice to call out, "Du Lauer, look who has come." Upon hearing Li Yuanong's call, Du Lauer quickly set down his axe and turned to the entrance. Seeing Lin Jiang and Lin He following Li Yuanong, he promptly placed his axe on the ground and rushed to wash his hands in a basin nearby. Shaking off the droplets of water, he hurried over to greet them. Noticing the oil paper bag in Li Yuanong's hand, Du Lauer exclaimed to the brothers, "Look, they came bearing gifts." Lin Jiang, a simple and honest farmer, felt his sun-kissed face flush at this remark. Scratching his head sheepishly, he replied, "I didn't bring much, just 2 pounds of dried fruit for little Ling Ao." Yuling promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." "Oh, no need to thank me," Lin Jiang stammered, embodying the essence of a sincere and straightforward man. Lin He, though sharper than his brother, was taciturn, quietly following behind Lin Jiang. The Du siblings, noticing their guests, momentarily ceased their wood chopping and came over to exchange pleasantries. After some cordial exchanges, they all moved into the main room to engage in casual conversation. Chapter 76. Preparing delicious food. Lin Jiang was the first to speak. "Cousin, brother-in-law. The main reason we came today is that I would like to ask cousin to help find a suitable wife for Lin He. As we do not know anyone else in the village, we thought it best to rely on cousin's insight to see if there are any suitable young ladies available for Lin He." Lin Jiang glanced at Li Yuanong's expression, and upon seeing it remain unchanged, he continued, "I understand that Lin He is a bit older, so we are not particular about the girl. Just one who is hardworking and family-oriented." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanong's face brightened with a smile, clearly indicating she had her own plans. "Well, this is not difficult. But I wonder what kind of girl Lin He is looking for." Li Yuanong turned her gaze toward Lin He. At that moment, Lin He quickly responded, "Just as my brother said, I have no specific requirements. As long as she is a girl who knows how to manage a household and has a good temperament, that would be sufficient. Beauty is secondary. I am open to marrying a divorced woman or a widow, as long as I can have a wife." "I am sorry for the trouble, cousin." Lin He's words left Li Yuanong momentarily at a loss. After all, Lin He was quite handsome, with striking features and a youthful charm. Was he truly lowering his standards this much? However, upon reflecting on Lin He's situation, she understood. In the current era of the Dali dynasty, marriages typically occurred when individuals were just 15 or 16 years old. Although Lin He was indeed a fine young man, his family's financial standing was modest. At 22 years old, he was considered a late-blooming bachelor. To speak frankly, peers his age were already fathers. Thus, finding a suitable wife at this stage was indeed challenging. Li Yuanong felt a mix of affection and sympathy for her cousin. "Don't worry, Xiaohe. Cousin will definitely help you find a suitable match." Li Yuanong did not overpromise, refraining from claiming she would find him a perfect match. If the Lin family were affluent and Lin He were as handsome as he was, age would not be an issue. However, the Lin family's resources were scarce. And with Lin He being of this age, he could only hope for someone who would be a capable partner. Of course, if the family were extremely impoverished, one could find unmarried daughters from families wishing to sell their daughters, but marrying into such a family would not be considered a blessing. Both Li Yuanong and the Lin brothers were aware of this reality, but chose not to dwell on it. After discussing this matter, they exchanged more idle chatter. The Lin brothers then indicated their intention to take their leave, but the Du family warmly insisted they stay for lunch. However, the Lin brothers, being well-mannered, ultimately decided to depart. As the sun reached its zenith, the meat in the kitchen was also well cooked. Upon entering the kitchen, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Li Yuanong lifted the lid of the pot, and the savory scent spread around. The members of the Du family, both young and old, couldn't help but salivate. Observing this, Li Yuanong promptly stated, "It's just about noon, and we have meat soup ready. I'll roll out some noodles. Let us have meat noodle soup today." She had decided on the menu for the day. "Great, great." The children at home were naturally delighted and satisfied. After enjoying a hearty meal of fragrant noodles, they also savored every drop of the soup. The Du family felt warm and content, reclining on their chairs in the main room, rubbing their full bellies. Throughout the year, the days leading up to the new year were the most leisurely. The Du family gathered around the eight immortals' table with a plate of sunflower seeds, 2 plates of peanuts, and a plate of dried fruit in between. The 8 family members sat together, enjoying snacks and chatting casually, relishing the moment. By the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, the Du family resumed their busyness. The elder members continued chopping and stacking firewood. In fact, due to the exceptional productivity of Du Lauer and his clan, they even made a trip to the back mountain to haul back 3 carts of branches. They continued chopping wood. Dealing accompanied her mother and 5th brother in the kitchen, observing as her brother scaled fish and marinated them, while her mother used hot water to pluck feathers from a chicken. Dealing found this all immensely interesting. Throughout the afternoon, she flitted back and forth between her mother and her brother, thoroughly enjoying herself. During dinner, the Du family enjoyed salty porridge, stir-fried cabbage, and a side of pickled vegetables. Li Yuanong mentioned that come spring, she would raise some chickens and ducks in the backyard, ensuring Ling Ao would have fresh eggs to enjoy each day. That sounds wonderful. Dueling clapped her little chubby hands, quite pleased with the idea of having chickens and ducks at home, as it would make the yard lively. Du Lauer gently pinched his daughter's delicate nose, finding the situation amusing. The daughter exhibits little interest in her peers, instead preferring to nurture chickens, ducks, and lambs, and even delights in planting trees and vegetables. It is indeed peculiar. Li Yuanyang recalls her daughter's fondness for goat's milk, however. The old nanny goat has long since ceased to lactate. Consequently, she contemplates venturing to the nearby village after the new year to inquire about any recently birthed nanny goats that could be purchased for Ling Bao's milk. Alternatively, she considers acquiring both the nanny goat and her kid to raise together, as Ling Ao would surely enjoy that. Originally, this triple courtyard belonged to a high-ranking official, exquisitely decorated, and it was inconceivable that anyone would keep chickens, ducks, or geese within its confines. Thus, the courtyard, which was once grand and spacious, gradually filled with rustic household items and farming tools after the Du family moved in, slowly infusing the space with a sense of homely warmth. The days passed swiftly. Dealing recalls her mother kneading dough, steaming buns, making large loaves, and preparing date cakes. In the end, Li Yuanyang even deep-fried pastries and meatballs, each more fragrant than the last. They also boiled water chestnuts and lotus seeds, all of which would be presented to visiting villagers on New Year's Day, offering them a sweet treat. The days leading up to the new year were bustling and lively, passing in the blink of an eye. However, on the 29th day of the 12th month, the family awoke to find that a heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape, transforming the rooftops, roads, and branches into a vast expanse of white. The snow descended with ferocity, causing everyone's spirits to rise in apprehension. A snow disaster was imminent. Thus, what was initially a joyful new year became shrouded in a veil of gloom. Fortunately, the Du family had stockpiled ample rice, flour, and cooking oil, and even firewood filled 5 rooms of their storeroom, enough to last a year. With a heated Kong in the home, they would not suffer from the cold. After much contemplation, they felt adequately prepared, allowing their hearts to settle, optimistic that, come what may, they had the emperor's protection in these outskirts of the capital. Natural disasters were grave matters that could not be easily altered by the woes of humble farmers. They resolved to enjoy the new year as best as they could. With this clarity, the family's anxiety lessened. On New Year's Eve, at dawn, the Du family rose with great excitement. Du Lauer was the first to awaken. As the morning light began to break, he made his way to the bamboo grove on the back mountain to chop a few stalks to decorate the entrance. The Du brothers took up cloths and brooms to tidy the house inside and out. Du Yuling wished to help, but being small, she struggled with the broom. Du Hongyu handed her a small cloth to wipe down the reachable stools and chairs, deeming that sufficient. Next came the hanging of couplets. Du Yuling was particularly eager to affix the horizontal banner at the entrance. Du Xingzhan, tall and strong, lifted his little sister high above his head, causing her to giggle with delight. She then carefully placed their new home's first banner, "May all seasons be auspicious," at the center of the lintel. The left and right couplets, already affixed, read, "May the spring breeze bring success year after year, and a bright future, step by step rising higher." These couplets were thoughtfully chosen by Du Lauer to symbolize good fortune for his eldest, second, and fourth sons, who would be entering the academy after the new year. The third and fifth sons had previously attended village school in Lushu village, but their disinterest in studies led them to abandon further education after learning the 3-character classic. 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames, recognizing only a few characters. Du Lauer respected his children's wishes. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyang rose early to prepare dumplings. Each plump, white dumpling was neatly arranged, waiting for the New Year's Eve feast. She even concealed a coin in one dumpling, signifying that whoever found it would enjoy abundant fortune in the coming year. The family bustled with excitement. Breakfast also consisted of dumplings. The batch prepared the night before was ready, so Li Yuanyang calculated the time for Du Lauer to return from cutting bamboo and promptly placed the dumplings into the pot. The iron pot bubbled with joy, each dumpling plump and inviting. However, as breakfast time passed, Du Lauer had yet to return. Li Yuanyang grew anxious. What could be the matter? He left over an hour ago, and while her home is somewhat distant from the back mountain, the round trip should take no more than an hour. It's been an hour and a half. Why hasn't he returned? Du Yuling and her brothers also began to feel worried. Looking out at the thickening snow, now reaching their calves, Li Yuanyang's heart raced with unease. She quickly called to her sons, "You must go out to search for your father, but do not stray too far. Put on your raincoats." The heavy snow continued to fall. Li Yuanyang reiterated, "Stay together, and if you need to turn back, just follow the main road to the back mountain. If anything has happened to your father, he will surely be on that road. Hurry." The brothers hurriedly donned their raincoats and stumbled out into the snow, searching for their father. The expansive bamboo grove lay at the foot of the back mountain, and the path leading to it was the only route to the grove, with no rivers or ditches nearby. Thus, Li Yuanyang had no fear that Du Lauer might have fallen into a river or pit. Besides, it was daylight. He was unlikely to encounter any bears on the mountain. At that moment, Li Yuanyang's heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. She could only hope fervently that their family's pillar would return safely. "Mother, do not worry. Father will be fine," Du Yuling reassured her, holding her mother's cold hand and warming it with her breath. Li Yuanyang was touched by her daughter's thoughtfulness, suppressing her own anxiety to comfort her, knowing she must remain composed so as not to frighten her daughter. The 5 brothers, panting, ran from their home to the bamboo grove, only to find no sign of anyone along the way. It was indeed the time when each household should have finished cutting bamboo and returned home. Where could their father be? Had something happened? Du Hongyu noticed clear drag marks in the snow where bamboo had been pulled. Yet the morning had seen many villagers chopping bamboo, so the traces were chaotic and indistinguishable. The other brothers scanned their surroundings, finding only an endless sea of white, with no human figures in sight. Du Hongyu, the most composed among them, suggested, "Let us retrace our steps. Perhaps father has returned home after cutting bamboo and has gone to someone else's house. They should not frighten themselves unnecessarily." Du Xingzhan, struggling to regain his composure, agreed with his second brother, decisively proclaiming, "Let us go back." Without delay, the brothers hastened home, only to arrive at the entrance and see their mother, clad in a padded coat, holding their little sister swathed in a small cloak. The two were gazing expectantly down the road, clearly awaiting someone. At that moment, the brothers involuntarily slowed their pace. Seeing their mother like that, it was evident that father had not yet returned. The mother and son gazed at each other from a distance, both perceiving panic and anxiety reflected in the other's eyes. "Mother, I will gather the villagers to help search for him. We will surely find father." Du Hongyu called out to his mother from afar, and after uttering those words, he turned and dashed out to find help. Unexpectedly, he collided into someone. "Cousin?" The newcomer was Lin Jiang. Hongyu, what perfect timing. I came to inform you that your father is with Dr. Wang. I wanted to let you know to prevent you from worrying." At that moment, Li Yuanyang had rushed forward, cradling Lingao in her arms, so overcome with emotion that she nearly stumbled, only to be steadied by Du Xingzhan's quick reflexes. Li Yuanyang, disregarding everything else, hoarsely exclaimed, "Xiao Jiang, what injuries has your brother-in-law sustained? Are they serious?" Du Hongyu's original question was swallowed back the instant his mother spoke, his eyes now equally tense as they fixed upon his cousin. Lin Jiang, suddenly besieged by the intense gaze of the Du family, slapped his forehead in realization and hurriedly reassured them, "Oh dear, my words are all muddled. Do not panic, your brother-in-law is fine. He encountered a girl who had collapsed in the snow while on his way back and took her to Dr. Wang for treatment, which delayed his return home. I just wanted to let you all know not to worry." It turned out that Du Lauer, after finishing his bamboo cutting, had spotted someone at the intersection leading from Qianshui village to the city who had fallen into a snowdrift. The snow was so deep it reached the calves of an adult, blanketing everything in white. If not for Du Lauer's sharper eyesight, he would not have seen the person. Considering the harsh winter conditions, he felt compelled to rescue the individual, fearing that without intervention, they might perish. Thus, he abandoned his bamboo to save the person. After trudging through the snow for some distance, he discovered it was a girl. Observing her pallid complexion, he hastened to assist her. Without hesitation regarding gender propriety, Du Lauer carried her back to the village to seek Dr. Wang's aid. Balancing the girl on his back while clutching several bamboo stalks under his arm, he made his way painfully toward the village. Coincidentally, the Lin family's house was situated on the outskirts of Qianshui village, as they were not originally from Lushu village. As he approached the village, he spotted Lin Jiang and Lin He in their courtyard. The Lin family's fence offered no obstruction to his view. Knowing he would be late returning home on such a snowy day, Du Lauer decided to leave the bamboo at the Lin residence and asked Lin Jiang to notify his family. Since the roads were treacherous in the snow, Lin He volunteered to carry the girl for the remainder of the journey. However, as the girl had been saved by Du Lauer, he felt it was his duty to accompany them. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang hurried to convey the message to the Du family, unintentionally leaving them in a state of alarm due to his incomplete information. At Dr. Wang's home, the young woman in blue had just been brought in, her face a ghastly shade of blue from the cold. Dr. Wang recognized that she had suffered from severe frostbite. He promptly used acupuncture to expel the cold from her body, moved her to a heated kang, brought in a brazier, and provided her with warm water. Following Dr. Wang's instructions, his wife prepared a warm cloth to wipe the girl's face and hands. After a brief half-hour, the young woman finally stirred awake, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Where am I? Who are you?" Du Lauer stepped forward. "Miss, you are in Qianshui village. You fainted in the snow, and we brought you here. Where do you live? We can help you return home." "Thank you for saving my life," she replied, but upon mentioning home, tears began to stream down her face. The onlookers understood that her predicament was likely tied to her family. After all, how could a fragile girl wander so far in such bitter cold without a reason? Du Lauer added, "Miss, I do not know what troubles you have with your family, but it is New Year's Eve. Unless there is an urgent matter, it is best to return home for the holiday." Du Lauer, who was always tender-hearted towards his own children, noted that the young woman was of similar age to his eldest son, Du Xingzhan. He thought to himself that on New Year's Eve, a time meant for family reunions, this girl's absence must weigh heavily on her family. The villagers nodded in agreement, observing that her attire was somewhat tattered, likely indicating that her family had not provided her with new clothes this year, which might have incited her to leave home in anger. However, to their astonishment, the girl, disregarding her still frozen limbs, threw off the blankets and attempted to rise from the bed. Dr. Wang's wife tried to intervene but was too late. The young woman knelt on the ground with a thud, pleading, "I know you all are kind-hearted people. I beg you, can you take me in? I would work as a servant or a maid. I will do anything. Just grant me a meal. I cannot return home. My parents wish to sell me into a brothel for my brother." Gasps of shock escaped the crowd. No one had expected that in such a prosperous region, there existed families willing to sell their daughters for money. The young woman, who introduced herself as Tang Shihan, had nothing to hide and recounted her tale in heartbreaking detail. She was the daughter of a scholar, hailing from a modest family in the southern part of the capital. Yet her father, having achieved the status of a scholar, could not advance further in the civil service and fell into despair, leading to the decline of their family's finances. She had a brother who possessed some talent for study, but was more interested in luxury and status, often competing with his peers. Their family's economic condition had worsened over the years, relying solely on her tireless embroidery and laundry work to support them. Yet, her brother insisted on using expensive redwood charcoal, which had skyrocketed in price due to the snow, leaving them unable to afford it. When she suggested he use a cheaper alternative, he violently pushed her to the ground. That evening, her brother and parents conspired to sell her into a brothel, believing that a girl like her could fetch a price of 100 taels of silver, which would not only allow them to afford charcoal, but also buy her brother a new robe and more food. To her horror, her parents, who had always favored her brother, agreed. Fortunately, she had been unable to sleep that night due to pain and overheard their conversation. Anxious, she left home before dawn, believing her parents thought she was merely going to do laundry for the neighbors. Tang Shihan, though willing to serve as a laborer, was resolute in her refusal to end up in such a degrading place. She had grown up reading lessons for women and the female analects, and would never accept such a fate. The villagers of Qianshui were deeply moved but remained silent. Even Du Lauer found himself at a loss for words. This situation was delicate. The girl was a city dweller who had escaped from such parents, yet on New Year's Eve, who would be willing to take in a stranger? Everyone was preoccupied with their own family celebrations, and no one wished to bring an unfamiliar girl into their home during this festive time. Du Lauer, despite being the village head and recognizing her as nearly the age of his own daughter, was equally hesitant. He brought the woman home, leaving Yunyang to ponder his intentions. Did she think that Du Lauer, now with a bit of money in his pocket, had become somewhat arrogant and sought a younger companion? Was this not merely inviting trouble upon himself? He could save a person. But little did he expect such a situation to arise, and he certainly did not wish to add to his woes during the festive season. Tang Shihan surveyed the crowd, noting that no one bore an expression of willingness. No one was inclined to shelter her, especially considering her burdensome family was so nearby. What if her parents sought her out one day? Tang Shihan couldn't help but think that perhaps it would be better to perish in the frigid wilderness, thus preserving her untainted dignity. Just as her flickering hope began to extinguish, preparing to plunge herself into the vast desolation, a melodious, distinctly masculine voice broke through, asking, "Would you care to accompany me home?" The voice belonged to Lin He. Tang Shihan turned in disbelief towards its source, discovering a tall, handsome man who had remained unnoticed in the corner. Their eyes met, and within Lin He's gaze, she perceived a glimmer of hope that belonged solely to her. She was not foolish. Rather, Tang Shihan was a woman of considerable talent, fully aware of the implications behind such a proposition from a robust young man. Biting her lip, she pondered in the stillness for a long while before finally murmuring, "I am willing." This unexpected turn of events astonished Du Lauer. He had anticipated rescuing a girl who would become a burden, yet unexpectedly, he had facilitated Lin He in finding a bride. "Haha, what splendid news!" The crowd echoed in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, what splendid news!" However, the discussion ceased there. After all, the couple's union was not yet finalized, and no formalities had been established. In this era, conversations tended to be rather subtle. After spending the better part of the day in this unexpected turn of events, Du Lauer had not even eaten breakfast. Yet at last, there was something commendable to report. Without Lin He's fortuitous intervention, he might have spent the day in regret, embroiled in unnecessary trouble. Thankfully, with Lin He and that unfortunate girl, it seemed like a match made in heaven. Du Lauer hummed a tune, quickening his pace as he greeted the Lin family and hurried home with the bamboo. His wife and children awaited their meal. Chapter 79, New Year's Eve Feast. As Du Lauer entered, bamboo in hand, he was immediately met by Li Yunyang, who rushed over to pummel him playfully, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You nearly scared me to death." Du Lauer hastily dropped the bamboo, enveloping Li Yunyang's hands in his embrace, repeatedly apologizing, "Forgive me, Yunyang, it was my fault. I caused you worry. I deserve the beating." As he spoke, he playfully raised her hands to his face, but she instinctively pulled away. And their playful banter continued without a single slap landing on Du Lauer's face. Eventually, Li Yunyang burst into laughter. "Such a scoundrel. Enough of this, come inside quickly. It's freezing out here. You haven't even had breakfast, and it's nearly lunchtime." At that moment, Du Lauer seemed to finally feel the cold, rubbing his hands together as he followed Li Yunyang into the house. "Quickly, let us get inside. I'm only just beginning to feel the chill." Upon entering, the warmth from the stove enveloped him, causing him to shiver unexpectedly. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with joyful news and had not noticed the cold. Li Yunyang inquired, "Oh, what news?" The family was gathered in the kitchen, which was spacious enough for everyone to stand comfortably, with the stove providing warmth. Since Du Lauer had not returned, Li Yunyang and the children had little appetite for dumplings. Du Zayan, ever diligent, had preemptively drained the dumplings and placed them in a clean ceramic basin, returning them to the pot to avoid them becoming soggy. In another iron pot, hot water had been boiling for some time. Li Yunyang washed her hands and served dumplings from the large basin, ladling hot water from the iron pot for each person. This mixture resembled soup dumplings, though lacking the delightful taste of freshly cooked ones. Yet, the rural folk were not particular. They rarely enjoyed meat dumplings made from fine flour, and now, having the opportunity to indulge, they found no reason to complain. Even though the Du family had accumulated a significant amount of silver privately, they remained accustomed to frugality, and their meals were still humble, consisting of everyday fare. The 8 members of the Du family gathered around the stove, enjoying steaming dumplings as Du Lauer recounted the tumultuous events of rescuing the girl, bringing her to Dr. Wang's house, and finally being brought home by Lin He, who wished to make her his bride. The 6 children and Li Yunyang listened in astonishment. They could hardly believe that such a series of events had transpired in just a few hours. After hearing the entire story, Li Yunyang felt a wave of happiness wash over her. This is wonderful. Lin He has found a bride so quickly. And from the sound of it, she is the daughter of a scholar, well-educated and talented. Moreover, she is still unmarried. What a stroke of good fortune. Given Lin He's circumstances, he might not have found someone so suitable otherwise. This girl is a perfect match for him, despite her family troubles, as long as there are no lingering connections. After speaking, Li Yunyang chuckled, noting how the brothers Lin Jiang and Lin He had both found their brides through unexpected means. It seems there is indeed a certain destiny at play. They had both been hindered by financial constraints, unable to afford brides, yet here they were, with their partners arriving at their doorsteps. The Du family shared in the amusement of this delightful turn of events. After finishing the dumplings, Du Lauer planted the bamboo he had brought back at the entrances of their home, 2 at the front gate, 2 more at the second entrance, and 2 at the door of the main room, deeming it unnecessary for the back courtyard. In the afternoon, Li Yunyang and Du Zheyan joined forces in the kitchen to begin preparations for the New Year's Eve feast. Outside, the snow fell in flurries. Fortunately, the 3 courtyards of the Du house were interconnected with covered walkways, allowing everyone to move about without getting their clothes damp. During the afternoon, Du Lauer found himself with some free time and busied himself crafting a pair of wooden clogs for each family member. With clogs on their feet, they could walk in the snow without wetting their shoes and socks. Du Yuling was seeing clogs for the first time and was filled with delight and curiosity, eager to wear them and trample through the snow. In rural areas, clogs were commonly used, as the muddy terrain made it difficult to walk after rain. Wearing clogs prevented one from getting their shoes dirty, making them an essential item for country folk. However, due to a prolonged drought that had plagued Lushu village since Du Yuling's birth, they had not had the opportunity to wear clogs, making this her first encounter with such an item. Clutching her small, exquisite clogs, Du Yuling refused to let go. She alternated between wanting to place them on the ground and wear them to walk along the covered corridor, but her desire to tread in the snow remained unquenched. Seeing his daughter's joy, Du Lauer indulgently allowed her to explore. After donning his daughter's particularly thick little cloak, he called upon Du Qing'an to accompany his sister in playing in the snow, while he proceeded to the kitchen to see how he could lend a hand. Inside the kitchen, Du Xingzhan and Du Hongyu were tending to the fire. On the stove, 2 burners were being managed by Li Yuanyang and Du Zheyan, while Du Yofeng assisted their mother and 5th brother by chopping vegetables. When Du Lauer entered, there was little left for him to intervene in. Observing his apparent idleness, Li Yuanyang directed him to wash the uncleaned radishes nearby. "All right, I shall do so. Finally, a task I can undertake," Du Lauer replied cheerfully. The snow fell heavily like goose feathers, blanketing the roof in a thick layer, while the branches surrounding the courtyard appeared ready to succumb to its weight. Occasionally, a bird would flit by, landing with a thud, causing a cascade of silver blossoms to tumble from the branches, startling the bird in the process. Du Yuling, intrigued by the sight of such substantial snowfall, wondered how any birds could still be flying about. However, the bird, incapable of speech, paid her no heed. With a flap of its wings, it soared away, disappearing from her view, leaving her with no choice but to relent. The snow in the courtyard had accumulated to the knees of the adults, making it forbidden for Du Yuling to play outside any longer. Her permissible domains for activity were now limited to the corridor, the main hall, and the kitchen. In truth, this arrangement was already a significant improvement. Most households lacked such a corridor, with adults and children confined together in the main hall, nibbling on snacks like dried fruits and seeds while engaging in casual conversation. As the women busied themselves in the kitchen, mobility was greatly restricted, especially as evening approached. As the New Year's Eve feast was completed, dishes were swiftly brought to the main hall, where everyone gathered around. The elders spoke a few words, and then the feast commenced. By evening, the Du family had prepared their New Year's Eve dinner. Each member, except for the little Du Yuling, carried a platter of dishes from the kitchen through the corridor to the main hall. Standing at the threshold, Du Yuling peered inside. When she saw her father approach with 2 platters, she, with her mischievous spirit, imitated the waitstaff in a restaurant by announcing the dishes: steamed fish, steamed assorted cured meats, Next came her mother, prompting Du Yuling to chirp in her sweet voice, "Don't pork." Following were her brothers, each in turn, seemingly in concert with her, approaching closely together. Du Yuling continued to announce the dishes in rapid succession: steamed pork with rice flour, duck in broth, red date meatballs, pan-fried tofu, and braised ribs with radish. As the last of the dishes graced the table, Li Yuanyang playfully teased her daughter, "Little Ling, may I ask if we can eat now?" Having recited all the dish names, Du Yuling hurried back to the 8 immortals' table, smacking her lips in anticipation, exclaiming, "We can eat, we can eat." Chapter 80. The first day of the new year. Du Yuling observed that her parents and brothers had all settled into their seats, even the last to arrive. Her fifth brother had taken his place. Only she remained. Alas, her announcement of the dishes had delayed her meal. Impatient, she attempted to clamber onto a stool. But her short legs proved insufficient. Her little bottom squirmed in vain, unable to reach the seat. Du Lauer, being a doting father, found delight in watching his daughter's adorable yet perplexed struggle. Thus, he refrained from offering assistance for the moment. Du Yuling exerted all her might, but still could not manage to sit properly. Raising her gaze, she noticed her family watching her with amusement and feeling neglected. A hint of grievance welled up within her. Observing the impending tears welling in his daughter's exquisite, bright eyes, Du Lauer grew concerned. Tears were certainly not appropriate during the new year. Without delay, he bent down to scoop her up in his arms. Little did he expect that she would affectionately bite his neck in retaliation, playfully declaring, "I'm just teasing. You laughed at me, so I'll bite you." With that, she playfully nipped him, igniting a gleeful reaction within Du Lauer. How could such a darling be so charming? Having long since reached his 30s, he found himself unable to contain a high-pitched squeal of delight at his daughter's cuteness. Although Du Yuling's baby teeth lacked any real biting strength, her playful nibble left a faint red mark on Du Lauer's neck, which he stroked with a smile that lit up his face. Li Yuanyang, seated nearby, could hardly bear to watch, surprised at her husband's evident favoritism towards their daughter. Meanwhile, the brothers chuckled silently, and a warm, harmonious atmosphere enveloped the family. After finishing the New Year's Eve feast, the family settled onto the kang to keep vigil through the night. The small table on the kang held an array of snacks: honey-glazed treats, dried fruits, seeds, peanuts, malt candy, sweet rice cakes, and corn cakes. The rice cakes were a staple on every household's table during New Year's Eve, symbolizing the hope for prosperity in the coming year. Gathered around the kong, Li Yuanyang brought over a small box filled with strings of copper coins. Each string contained 100 coins, wrapped in red paper, intended as New Year's gifts for the children. These coins were to be placed under the pillows of young ones on New Year's Eve to ward off evil spirits. Li Yuanyang distributed them one by one, with Du Yuling being the first to receive hers, her joy palpable as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Mama." Li Yuanyang gently patted her daughter's little forehead, saying, "Be good, my dear Ling Ao. In the new year, may you remain healthy and happy every day, free from harm." Clutching her New Year's money, Du Yuling climbed into her mother's embrace and planted a sweet kiss on her cheek, eliciting a hearty laugh from Li Yuanyang. Next came the 5 sons, each receiving their share of 100 coins, even the eldest, Du Xingzhan, who was now of age. Although Du Yuling was the most vivacious of the group, being merely 4 years old, she struggled to stay awake as the hours wore on, eventually succumbing to slumber as her eyelids drooped in a battle against sleep. Li Yuanyang held Du Yuling in her arms, gently tapping her little nose. Wrapped in her cloak, the child's face glowed with a rosy hue as she slept soundly. How ironic that this little one, often the most boisterous, was the first to drift off upon hearing the call to keep vigil. Du Lauer, observing, beckoned to Li Yuanyang, who had already prepared the kang for sleeping, inviting her to place their daughter down for a proper rest, as holding her for too long had become tiresome. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Typically, by this hour, families in the countryside would be fast asleep. However, on New Year's Eve, it was imperative to stay awake. Except for little Du Yuling, who inevitably succumbed to her fatigue, the adults and older children were resolute in their vigil. At midnight, as the new year commenced, customs varied from place to place. In Qianshui village, people adhered to their traditional practices, rising at midnight to offer incense and prepare dumplings. Thus, the first day of the new year dawned. Du Lauer lit incense at the altar, kneeling in reverence, followed closely by Li Yuanyang and their 5 sons. Afterwards, Li Yuanyang hurried to the kitchen to boil water for the dumplings, passing through the corridor as the snow continued to fall relentlessly outside. Under the moonlight, the snow in the courtyard had piled so high it nearly reached the thighs of an adult. For a fleeting moment, Li Yuanyang felt a pang of worry, but quickly dismissed it. The first day of the new year must be met with joy. She hastened her steps to prepare dumplings for the entire family. When the steaming dumplings were finally presented at the table, Yuling remained snug and sound asleep, clutching her hands like a little piglet, unresponsive to calls for her to wake. Yet, on the first day of the new year, it was essential for everyone to partake in the first meal of dumplings. If the little ones could not rise, the adults would have to break a dumpling into pieces to feed them. Li Yuanyang casually picked up a dumpling from the small bowl intended for Ling Bao, preparing to feed her. Little did she know, as the plump dumpling entered her mouth and she had barely chewed a couple of times, it suddenly caused a sharp jolt against her teeth. Instantly, she was filled with joy. This dumpling was meant for Ling Ao, thus the fortune it brought was also Ling Bao's, and moreover, it was the very first dumpling. Oh, our little Ling Bao truly is the most fortunate one. Du Lauer and his sons witnessed a golden coin tumble from Li Yuanyang's mouth, and as they diverted their gaze from the coin, they looked toward the warm, plump Ling Bao sleeping on the kang, unable to suppress their knowing smiles. Indeed, our Ling Xiaobo is truly blessed, Du Hongyu remarked. Du Lauer beamed with pride, exclaiming, Ling Ao is our family's lucky star. The reason we enjoy such good fortune is all thanks to Ling Ao. Li Yuanyang and Ling Bao's 5 brothers wholeheartedly agreed. Subsequently, Du Lauer and Li Yuanyang, along with their 5 sons, savored a steaming feast of dumplings. In her dreams, Du Yuling smacked her lips, savoring the delightful aroma reminiscent of meat dumplings, and indulged in sweet dreams throughout the night. On the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, the family prepared to visit friends and relatives to exchange New Year greetings. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with an overwhelming sight of heavy snow, leaving them momentarily at a loss. This was indeed a snow disaster. The snow had accumulated to waist height for adults, making it a strenuous challenge to walk, let alone for children like Ling Ao, who could easily be buried beneath the snow. Du Lauer furrowed his brow, gazing at the thick blanket of snow piled high. After a long pause, he sighed and turned to his wife and sons, saying, Let us not concern ourselves with anything else for now. We must quickly clear the courtyard. Yes, father, the sons replied in unison. The family busied themselves, first clearing their spacious courtyard. With no means to transport the snow elsewhere for the time being, they piled it into 4 corners, forming 4 large mounds like small hills. They then turned to the front yard, determined to clear a path wide enough for 2 people to walk through. Chapter 81. The Snow Disaster. On the first day of the new year, early risers discovered that the snowflakes continued to dance in the air. Outside, snow covered all paths to waist height. The festive spirit of the new year was overshadowed by a sense of worry. Fortunately, the heavens showed mercy, and miraculously, the snow ceased after a quarter of an hour. At that moment, within the Du family's 3-compound courtyard, Du Lauer was overjoyed. It has stopped. It has stopped. This snow disaster is over, and now we must endure until it melts away. Once the snow is gone, everything will return to normal. Du Lauer and his sons continued to clear the accumulated snow in the courtyard. By the time they finished, Du Yuling had awoken. Hearing the commotion, Li Yuanyang hurried back to the inner room to dress her daughter. On the first day of the new year, she adorned Ling Ao in a bright red cotton outfit, with a matching red cloak over it. With 2 little buns atop her head, Du Yuling emerged from the inner chamber, resembling a doll from a New Year painting. Having cleared a substantial amount of snow, Du Lauer paused for a moment to rest, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld his precious daughter stepping out of the house, akin to a celestial child descending beside a deity. The affection Du Lauer felt for his daughter overflowed. Ling Bao, come to father, he beckoned, extending his arms. The courtyard, now meticulously cleared by them, revealed the blue bricks beneath. Du Yuling trotted over while Li Yuanyang cautioned, slow down. It's still a bit slippery. Be careful not to fall. I know, mother, Du Yuling replied, rushing into her father's embrace. Du Lauer had already taken a few steps to meet her, and she collided joyfully into his arms. Oh my precious Ling Ao, Du Lauer exclaimed, showering his daughter with affectionate kisses. Happy New Year, father. Du Yuling looked up at him. Happy New Year. My greatest joy is you, Ling Bao. Giggling, Du Yuling nestled closer in her father's embrace, glancing at the towering snow mounds at the corners of the courtyard. What enormous snow mountains! She exclaimed, having never seen such vast quantities of snow before. The snow piles in the courtyard nearly reached the height of a house. However, it was evident that this snow could not remain in the courtyard indefinitely. Donghua contemplated that once they cleared a path to the front yard, they would need to transport the snow from the main courtyard, lest it become a greater hassle when it melted. Their large courtyard naturally required more effort to clean compared to those of other families with smaller yards. Donghua also worried about the situation in the village. Yet, for the moment, they were unable to venture out due to the snow blocking the roads. His anxiety was futile. They could only hasten to clear their own courtyard before heading to the village. It was likely that some villagers had already finished clearing their yards and were slowly working on the village pathways. As Du Yuling was still too small to assist in clearing snow, and with the risk of slipping, Li Yuanyang ordered her to stay under the eaves. Instead, she joined the snow-clearing team. Among the 8 family members, 7 were busily engaged in the task. After more than an hour of effort, they finally cleared a path from the main courtyard to the entrance. Donghua instructed his younger sons to transport the snow out of the courtyard and deposit it in the open space outside. He prepared to take his eldest son, Xingzhan, to the village to lend a hand. Just as they were about to leave, Li Yuanyang called out to him, suggesting that Hong Yu should accompany them to assist, assuring him that they could manage the remaining snow at home gradually, and that by nightfall, they would surely clear it all. All right, Donghua agreed, taking his eldest and second sons with large brooms, starting to sweep from their doorstep. Fortunately, since this was once a grand estate, ample brooms were available for their use. Donghua, along with his 2 sons, hurriedly worked to clear the road. In their village, during the initial construction, some families had erected brick and tile houses, while others opted for mud and straw houses that lacked sufficient load-bearing capacity. As the village headman, Donghua was deeply concerned, however. He understood that he could not solely assist families in hardship. He pondered the implications of financially supporting one family to rebuild, while wealthier families would surely have their own thoughts. Being a village leader required not only power but also a commitment to fairness. Nevertheless, lending money to less fortunate families for rebuilding was also met with reluctance. They believed that sturdy wooden beams cut from the mountains would be sufficient to withstand the snow disaster. Coincidentally, Lin He, who had been an apprentice carpenter, had learned his trade from an elderly carpenter in their small village for many years. The old carpenter often assigned him to laborious tasks without imparting much skill. Nevertheless, after years of apprenticeship, Lin He had gained proficiency in basic carpentry, such as smoothing tree trunks into planks for roofing, a skill he had mastered well. Consequently, many families with mud and straw houses sought Lin He's assistance. Lin He toiled for many days, meticulously transforming the round, sturdy logs into neatly crafted wooden planks, intended for the rooftops of the villagers' homes, accepting only a token fee for his craftsmanship. His primary aspiration was to fully integrate into Qianshui village. The households that had opted for mud-tiled roofs were now beset with regret. He had previously proclaimed before the entire village that those who wished to construct brick houses but lacked the funds could borrow from him. However, at that time, many who could not afford brick houses were reluctant to take on debt. Although borrowing could facilitate the construction of a sturdy home, the burden of repayment loomed large, particularly with sons needing to marry and children requiring sustenance. Many families were averse to borrowing, convinced that the snow disaster would not be severe enough to collapse their homes. Their understanding of the true severity of northern snowstorms was limited, while Lushu village lay toward the northern reaches of the Great Li dynasty. It was no match for the true north represented by the capital. They had imagined that the worst snow would merely reach their knees. Yet they were unprepared for the reality of snow accumulating to the waist of an adult. Now, their homes were either on the brink of collapse or had already succumbed to the weight of the snow, though a fortunate few remained unscathed. Regardless, every household mobilized their male members, hastily utilizing ladders to clear the snow from their roofs. The most dire situation was faced by several families whose homes had completely collapsed. Fortunately, this occurred during the daylight hours, when the roofs, burdened by excessive snowfall, finally gave way. As the sun rose, adults were outside shoveling snow, while children played merrily. Who would remain indoors on the first day of the new year? Thus, amidst the misfortune, it was fortunate that Qianshui village suffered no casualties. Donghua and his 2 sons hastened their efforts, diligently clearing the path toward the village. After a quarter of an hour, they finally encountered Uncle Li. accompanied by Li Bai and several household servants, all engaged in the same task of snow removal. The two groups quickly cleared the path between them.